SSSHH. Chun Feng's vision bled into stark black and white. Even though the pain simulation had been tuned down to the minimum 10%, the hollow wrenching sensation of having his heart pierced still made him furrow his brows inside the virtual immersion pod. System prompt: you have been killed by player Yi Ao Naiwahi. Countdown 10 seconds. Chun Feng stared at his own corpse lying on the ground in game, saying nothing. At the center of the screen, Yi Ao Naiwahi stood with one boot planted on Chun Feng's corpse, repeatedly crouching and standing over it, occasionally drawing a dagger to stab the body, a few times desecrating the corpse with relish. In the upper right of the public chat, messages scrolled by in a frantic blur. All Yi Ao Naiwahi, this is it. This is all. A so-called top 100 national clear master, yet your reactions are as slow as my great-grandmother's. Trash. All Yi Ao Naiwahi, you're all brainless idiots. Stop playing games and go find a factory job. Party G1 Chun AI. Damn. That moron is definitely using hacks. I saw it with my own eyes. He tanked a full-powered ultimate from our mage without losing a single hit point, then blinked 300 meters and one-shot me. Do his skills not have cooldowns? Party ban Kwai Shigua. Obviously. Not only is he bloodlocked with no CDs, he's got wall hacks too. I used burrowing technique to hide 50 meters underground, and he still headshot me with a bow through the crust. What's the point of playing like this? Just hit surrender. Chun Feng's temper flared. This was a full dive cross-era virtual online game called Shinyu, Divine Realm. Within only a year of launch, its global concurrent player count had surpassed 2 billion, virtually becoming humanity's second world. Yet now the game was rotten to the core. For instance, at this very moment, that brat on the other side called Yi Ao was blatantly running an enormous hack. He fought in the sky and burrowed through the earth. Even though Chun Feng relied on top-tier movement and awareness to dodge 17 non-target skills, he was still finished off by a single homing fireball that curved midair to smash him to death. Damn it all. Wall phasing, full map, wall hack, damage multiplier modifications. He stacked cheats this hard, and they still won't do anything. Since yesterday, he had noticed the in-game economy quietly being tampered with. Top-tier gear, already stingy in drop rate, now wouldn't appear even if you farmed for an entire month. The designers were acting like they'd lost their parents. Bugs appeared, and they played dead on the forums, only thinking up new lottery boxes every day to squeeze more money out of players. And now they weren't even going to bother dealing with hacks that let players fly and burrow through the world. Chun Feng sighed and clicked revive. A flash of white light, and he reappeared at his team's fountain. Before he could even buy supplies. Boom. A blinding bolt of lightning slammed down from the sky, striking the fountain squarely. The three teammates who had just respawned were instantly vaporized and fell again. System prompt: you have been killed by player Yi Ao Naiwahi. Chun Feng. He stared at Yi Ao, standing at the entrance of their own fountain, his whole body radiating the glaring visual effects of a hack, and fell into a brief silence. All Yi Ao Naiwahi. Oh my, sorry, slipped. So your respawn point doesn't have invulnerability protection. How rare, huh? Party ban Kwai Shigua. I'm done. This bastard is spawn camping us. The gameplay experience is atrocious. I've already submitted a report. We'll wait for the officials to ban his account. Party G1 Chun AI. Customer service doesn't respond at all. They claim it's to preserve immersion and refuse to have GMs interfere. To hell with Shun Yu's officials. Give us our money back. Party Uji Bo Dai Dien. Forget it, brothers. Just surrender. Don't make a futile stand. This guy is a notorious cheater. He's been running hacks for 3 days straight without being banned. He must have found some exploit. How are normal players supposed to fight a god? Sensing the despair on Chun Feng's side, Yi Ao even dragged over a little stool and sat right at the entrance to their fountain. All Yi Ao Naiwahi. Keep coming out to feed me, will you? Today I'm going to kill you 1,000 times. I paid 20,000 for this custom internal cheat. It bypasses the firewall entirely. The officials can't even capture my abnormal data. Ban me. Keep dreaming. Staring at the text flaunting such extreme arrogance, the calm light in Chun Feng's eyes slowly grew colder. Normally, he had a very good temper. Games were meant for fun. He didn't curse when he got griefed and didn't flush red when he was mocked. But he had a bottom line. That bottom line was fairness. You could crush him with superior skill. He would accept it wholeheartedly. But using technological tricks to trample him underfoot, then spit in his face. Party Kwai Lu Feng, Nen Nixian Kate. All Kwai Lu Feng, Nen Nixian Kate. System Kwai Lu Feng, Nen has logged out. System Kwai Lu Feng, Nen has logged back in. Ding. A pleasantly chiming sound. Activated absolute invincibility, infinite mana bar, full map, wall hack, area, instant kill, terrain, ignored aimbot, damage multiplier, current value, 0. Chun Feng rose to his feet. Having just respawned, he wore only the most basic attributeless white shirt and held a novice iron sword so worn its edge was visibly nicked and dulled. Step by step, he walked out of the fountain. If someone could see his health bar at that moment, they would discover it had become a horizontal 8, the symbol for infinity. Across the way, Yao saw Chen Feng emerge and snorted, raising a hand to cast a massive area forbidden spell at him. You still dare come out? Die for me. The words had barely left his mouth. Chen Feng casually swung the rusty iron sword in his hand. Swoosh. A terrifying sword aura tens of thousands of meters long materialized out of thin air. Carrying overwhelming world-cleaving might, it instantly shattered the forbidden spell into nothingness, then continued unabated, sweeping across the entire map. Yao didn't even have time to scream. His body exploded into a mosaic of blood-red fragments detonating across the screen. System prompt: you have killed Yao Naiwahi. Silence. The entire channel fell into a deathly quiet. 3 seconds later. All Yao Naiwahi. All Yao Naiwahi, what the hell? What kind of damage is that? That junk white sword just hit me for 30 trillion HP. Chen Feng ignored him. He stood where he was, sword in hand, gaze sweeping over the entire map. Empowered by the wall hack, every pixel of the enemy respawn point lay within his grasp. One kill was nowhere near enough. He then began performing basic attacks in place. He swung his sword at nothing. Swoosh. In the enemy fountain, Yao had just respawned and was still under 3 seconds of invincibility. Before he could even take in his surroundings, an invisible sword aura that traversed space instantly blew his head apart. Invincibility protection. In the face of an aimbot instant kill cheat, who dares lean on invulnerability? System prompt: you have killed Yao Naiwahi. Swoosh. System prompt: you have killed Yao Naiwahi. Swoosh. System prompt: you have killed Yao Naiwahi. Chen Feng stood in his own fountain, swinging the iron sword again and again across the entire vast map. 2 of his teammates had just respawned as soon as they loaded back, and they witnessed this eerie yet awe-inspiring scene. Party Ji1 Chun AI, what the hell? What the hell? What the hell? What the hell? Party Ban Kwai Shigua, am I hallucinating? What is Funga doing? He's slashing at thin air, so why is the kill feed in the upper right going crazy? Party Ji1 Chun AI, brother, look at the enemy team's KDA. That Yao has already died 60 times. He's dying twice per second. At last the teammates caught on. Hidden within their party this whole time was a supreme emperor. Party Ban Kwai Shigua, Funga, you're my real dad. Damn, only my dad can administer justice to a cheater like this. This cheat is glorious. Keep slaughtering him. Party Yu Bo Dai Dian, big bro, you're insane. Big bro 66666. By now Yao, on the opposing side, had completely broken down. He couldn't even press a skill. The moment he was born, he died. The instant he died, he respawned only to die again. All Yao Naiwahi, big bro. I was wrong. Please stop, big bro. All my equipment durability has been completely drained. All Yao Naiwahi, big bro, turn it off. I'll quit the game, okay? What kind of cheat is this? Why is it forcibly locking me in the game and not allowing me to log out? Indeed, Chen Feng had not only locked his own HP and aimbot, he had also casually disabled the logout code on the other's client. Run. Even if you stop playing today, your account will still have to die 10,000 times for me. Thus, an unprecedented spectacle appeared in the global ranked queue. For a full hour, Chen Feng stood in place, swinging his sword for 60 straight minutes. On the other side, Yao was killed thousands of times, his level dropping from max all the way back to level 1. Every piece of divine gear on his body exploded, leaving him without even underwear, the loot scattered across the ground. By the end, there were no mocking messages left in the channel. Only Yao's impotent wails and incoherent pleas for mercy. It felt good. Chen Feng flexed his sore wrist and exhaled a long breath. His pent-up frustration finally dispersed. At the same time, however, the edges of his vision began to flicker with a dense, dangerous crimson glow. Warning. Abnormal data stream detected. Code source player Kwai Lu Feng Nan. The teammate who had just been screaming 666 now panicked as well. Party Yu Bo Dai Dian, big bro, no. The screen's gone red, the GM is coming. Party Ji1 Chun AI, Funga, run. Shin Yu's ban detection mechanism has activated. You've spent tens of thousands on that account. Log off quickly. Party Ban Kwai Shigua, Funga, stop hitting them, you'll vanish, sob sob sob. Run. If I dare to flip the switch, I'm not afraid of being banned. Chen Feng watched the deepening scarlet glow with an utterly placid expression. He understood the rules. As someone versed in law, he knew that breaking game balance and being banned was only natural. He had vented his anger, and the idiot's account on the other side was ruined. 1 for 1, it was a solid trade. The red light flooded the entire screen. System ruling player Kwai Lu Feng Nan has severely violated the Shenyu user agreement by employing malicious, illegal third-party software to modify underlying logic, causing egregious impact. Punishment decision account permanently banned. Device MAC address banned. Ban duration 3,650 days. SSSHH. An electric crackle sliced through the air and the virtual world before Chunfeng's eyes collapsed in an instant. The immersion pod's hatch automatically popped open. Chunfeng removed the heavy VR helmet, tossed it casually onto the nearby sofa, and rubbed his slightly throbbing temples. 10 years is 10 years, whatever. Chunfeng stretched in a long lazy arc, then fished a can of chilled cola out of the fridge. With a crisp hiss of the tab, he tilted his head back and took a deep gulp. The icy carbonated drink slid down his throat, dispelling the slight dizziness left by the dive. It's just a trash game. At worst, I'll stop playing Shenyu. It's not like the market only has this one title. Muttering under his breath, he walked toward the balcony, intending to get some fresh air. The weather had been fine today, bright with sunlight. Yet the instant Chunfeng drew back the curtains and cast his gaze outside, his entire body went rigid. The cola can halfway to his mouth froze in midair. The sky outside had somehow completely changed color. Cloud banks had been violently torn apart, and countless streams of golden light plummeted from the crimson heavens, crashing down into every corner of the city. On the streets below, cars slammed into one another in chain collisions, and pedestrians screamed and ran in terror. Chunfeng's eyes widened, a chill surged from the soles of his feet, straight up into his skull. Then a voice without the slightest trace of emotion, cold to the extreme, yet eerily familiar to Chunfeng, boomed across the skies of Blue Star and inside the minds of every person. Global announcement. Shenyu's underlying code evolution complete. Dimensional walls have been breached. In 60 seconds, the game will officially descend into the real world. All players will synchronously obtain their in-game current class attributes, skills, and equipment. Monster lairs generating, dungeon ruins overlaying. At that moment, tens of billions worldwide stood stunned where they were, their minds buzzing. Game descending into reality. Players synchronizing game attributes. After a brief stupor, the hearts of most online gamers erupted in wild ecstasy. In the game, they were mighty figures who dominated the field. Once that was made real, wouldn't they become literal superhumans in reality? But at that same moment on the balcony, the cola in Chunfeng's hand slipped with a sharp smack onto the floor, brown soda, hissing as it fizzed across the tiles. Only a growing look of bewilderment spread across his face. Game invading reality. Synchronizing account characters. Sorry, but could you maybe come a little later? My 10-year ban period isn't over yet. Can I file a request to lift it first? My account is gone. What exactly am I supposed to inherit? Buzz. Chunfeng felt his mind go blank for a single second. 1 second earlier, he had still been on the balcony of his finely decorated riverside apartment, holding a freshly opened can of ice-cold cola, shouting at the cold mechanical voice echoing from the sky. The next second, he felt dust fall into his mouth. Pefage. Chunfeng spat out the gritty sand, rubbed his eyes, and his blurred vision slowly converged into focus. The riverside apartment was gone. The floor-to-ceiling windows were gone. The luxurious wool carpet was gone. He now lay sprawled in an awkward, limbs flung wide posture amid a heap of moss-covered bricks and rubble. His hand was still frozen in the gesture of gripping a can. Yet the chilled cola had vanished completely, leaving only a tiny pinch of reddish-brown rust dust clumped together. A gust of wind scattered it, smearing his face in a shower of powder. What the hell? Chunfeng was utterly baffled. He climbed out of the ruins and slapped the dust from his clothes. When he looked around, he froze in place, dumbstruck. The once bustling city center had become a post-apocalyptic wasteland. Skyscrapers that had reached into the clouds were broken off halfway, their exposed rebar jutting toward the sky like rusted ribs. Across the cracked asphalt roads, thick black vines as wide as a wrist crawled everywhere. Several corroded car wrecks lay overturned by the roadside, their hoods sprouting basin-sized strange flowers that glowed with a ghostly blue luminescence. The air was damp and carried an indescribable stench of decay. Damn, this descent animation is way too hardcore. A straight hard-cut transition. Chunfeng stared blankly at his surroundings. So this was a game invasion. Yet that system broadcast just now had never mentioned such a brutal forced demolition segment. How could a single blink wipe an entire city flat? However, Chunfeng soon sensed changes within himself. He lowered his head to look. The pajamas he had been wearing were gone. In their place was the ridiculous white beginner's shirt he used to wear upon respawning in the game Shenyu. On his feet was a pair of drafty straw sandals. Is this really synchronized? Chunfeng mused. The system broadcast had said that all players would have their current in-game class attributes, skills, and equipment synchronized into reality. He He was a banned player whose account had been permanently deleted, yet even he had been manifested together with the rest. Tentatively, Chen Feng muttered in his heart, "Open panel." Whoosh. A semi-transparent pale blue screen popped up directly in front of his retinas. Player Chen Feng, Happy Windman. Level 1 Beginner. Class Wanderer. All of that was normal. What was not normal were the stats below. HP, MP, Strength, Agility, Intelligence, Constitution. Passive permanent buffs, full map, X-ray vision, terrain, ignoring absolute, auto-aim, headlock, damage multiplier, 100. Chen Feng stared at the panel for a full 30 seconds. Well damn. Chen Feng sucked in a sharp breath. Even the cheat engine values had been dragged over wholesale. This descent system really didn't bother with an antivirus scan. It had bundled up the game's underlying logic together with his third-party assist tools and ported everything into reality. Chen Feng blinked. As his focus sharpened, his field of vision underwent a drastic transformation. No object could block his sight anymore. Neither reinforced concrete nor the earth and stones underground. Within his vision, across tens of thousands of meters, countless boxes lit up densely everywhere. Some frames were green, some yellow, and many were glaring red in all sizes. Every living creature had a square frame locked around its head with neatly labeled distance, HP, and drop item lists beside it. Damn these frames. These frames are ridiculously cool. Just then, Chen Feng's gaze pierced through an abandoned mountain roughly 20,000 meters ahead and saw within the mountain's body a gigantic, deep crimson frame. LV, 80 Mutant Cavern Slime King. It was the brightest frame on that mountain. So red it seemed about to drip blood, and so huge it was comparable to a 30-story building. An 80-level zone lord. Chen Feng raised a brow. In the setting of Xinyu, this thing was a super boss immune to physical attacks and accompanied by highly corrosive acid. Back then, a fully geared 100-man guild raid had been wiped 7 times in a row before barely managing to take it down. Chen Feng reached into his backpack and pulled out a beginner's handgun. Worn self-defense handgun whiteboard. Attack 5. If there's a frame, how could he not shoot? Forget 20,000 meters. Even across the galaxy, as long as that red frame lit up, he would have to click it at least once to feel satisfied. Chen Feng couldn't even be bothered to assume a proper aiming stance. He didn't align the barrel with the mountain at all, merely pointed it casually toward an angle in the sky, then gently squeezed the trigger. Bang! The instant the bullet left the chamber. Boom! The air before him was instantly sucked into vacuum, blossoming into a ring of visible white sonic boom clouds. That bullet, worth only 5 points of attack the moment it left the barrel, became enshrouded in the heaven-defying modifiers 10,000-fold damage multiplier, absolute headlock, and terrain ignore, transforming into a dark red streak of light that tore across the sky. In the distance, that colossal mountain was instantly and brutally pierced through by the red light. Squelch! Through his X-ray view, Chen Feng clearly saw it. The Slime King, whose HP bar had been a full 50 million, was blown apart in an instant into a writhing mosaic smear. Immediately afterward, a colossal deep gold critical damage number large enough to occupy half the sky slowly rose from the other side of the mountain. 99999999999999999. Critical hit. Instant kill. The damage overflow even blasted out a magma pool within the mountain's interior. Ding. You have killed the level 80 lore tier monster, Mutant Cavern Slime King, above your level. Gained EXP 1500000. Congratulations, player Chen Feng. Your level has increased to LV 2. Congratulations, player Chen Feng. Your level has increased to LV 10. Congratulations, player Chen Feng. Your level has increased to LV 35. As a barrage of dazzling golden level-up light flared rapidly across Chen Feng's body, the recoil from that casual shot had not even fully dissipated before his level had already rocketed up to 35. Meanwhile, the ground crackled as the phantom prompts of king-tier treasure chest, shifting self-healing slime, and the like burst forth in a scattered pile, waiting for him to walk over and loot them. Good grief. Chen Feng blew on the barely warm gun barrel and drew in another sharp breath. This is that insane. This wasn't merely cheating, this was ascending straight to become the Jade Emperor. Since everything in this world was now digitized, and he had descended carrying cheat data, wouldn't he be able to swagger through life from now on? If he saw anyone he disliked, he could snipe their head off from 8,000 li away. Chen Feng was just about to smugly laugh twice when his smile suddenly faded. Wait. He swept his gaze around, feeling more unsettled the more he looked. The Slime King he had just one shot had been level 80. Even if the game had just descended into reality and mutant monsters were crawling out of the ground early on, they should still be low-level goblins, zombies, and the like at level 1 or 2, right? How could a level 80 zone lord spawn right next to the starting area on day 1 of launch? It made no sense. Moreover, On the collapsed high-rise building, climbing ivy and roots akin to man-eating flowers had driven themselves deep into the very heart of the concrete and steel. Judging by their thickness, they had been growing for several years at least. The cola can in his hand had just now weathered into rust. Chen Feng's heart gave a violent thump. He hurriedly thrust a hand into the pocket of the pajama pants that had yet to be replaced, frantically searching. Thank God, still here. He pulled out a cracked smartphone. Somehow during the descent it had been counted as a personal belonging and not confiscated. He pressed the power button. The screen remained black, utterly unresponsive. Battery drained. Chen Feng was taken aback. No, that's impossible. I plugged it in beside the bed last night and charged it all night. It was at 100 battery when I unplugged it. Could it have leaked power? He needed something to tell the time. Chen Feng thought for a moment. As a level 35 wanderer, he could already access most basic elemental magic. Coupled with infinite MP, he was essentially a walking self-propelled fusion reactor. He rubbed his fingertips together lightly. Crackle. A faint blue arc of electricity danced between his index finger and thumb. LV. One basic lightning invocation. With utmost care, Chen Feng touched the electrified fingertips to the phone's charging port. Buzz. A near-perfect current poured in the phone's screen, flared to life almost instantly with a white boot logo. 2 seconds later, a lock screen appeared. Battery at 100. Holding his breath, Chen Feng lowered his gaze. His eyes focused on where the lock screen clock should be. At a single glance, his entire body went rigid. On the screen, a cold and merciless date was displayed. September 15th, 2036, 1435. A gust of foul, decaying wind howled through the ruined streets, carrying a few yellow leaves that slapped against Chen Feng's face. Around him, everything was deathly silent. Holy shit! Chen Feng peeled the leaves away from his eyes and stared blankly at the sky. Now everything finally made sense. Why there was an 80-level Lord monster at the spawn point. Why a thriving metropolis had decayed into an overgrown biochemical wasteland. So this damn dog of a system wasn't joking with me at all, was it? Chen Feng tilted his head back and cursed at the blood-red sky. I've really been sealed away for 10 years, and just now let out have an IA. Southern Jiangnan District Survivor Base No. 7. To call it a base was generous. In truth, it was nothing more than a makeshift refugee camp piled together out of colossal discarded steel bars and scrapped cars. Night fell, and several acrid bonfires burned at the center of the camp. They were fueled by the viscous slime of low-level monsters known as fire slimes. Dozens of fully armed awakened sat around the fires, drinking murky meat broth as they discussed their plans for tomorrow. Tomorrow we'll clear out the rampaging goblin nest in the Eastern District. The bald, burly man seated at the head of the group shoveled down a mouthful of soup, wiped the grease from his lips, and said, "Minimum requirement level 30 and above. I want 2 frontline swordsmen or knights. We're short 1 area heal priest, and we're full on mages. Equipment that drops will be rolled for according to class needs. Any unused materials will be sold in bulk to logistics for recycling." The bald man was called Zhang Ming, a well-known pioneer squad captain in the base, already at a formidable level 38. The people around him began to eagerly sign up. "Captain Zhang Ming. I'm a level 32 greatsword user, fully geared in blue equipment." "Captain, look at me. Level 33 paladin with a purple grade taunt skill." In a corner, a girl in old clothes covered with patches, her figure a little thin, hesitated for a long time before finally gritting her teeth and raising her hand. "Captain Zhang, could you take me along as well?" In an instant, every gaze swung toward her. The air fell silent for 2 long seconds. Then a burst of unrestrained laughter exploded. "Seriously, Chun Ange? You're here to make trouble again?" A fire mage gripping his staff sneered. Zhang Ming looked at Chun Ange, rubbing his brow helplessly as he put down the heavy iron bowl in his hand. "Ange girl, it's not that I'm being heartless." Zhang Ming sighed. "Look at your stats. Only level 3. In that goblin nest, any random monster is level 35 and above. That's level suppression, do you understand? A goblin's farting AoE splash could one-shot you." Chun Ange drew in a deep breath, fingers twisting the hem of her clothes. "I can hide far away. I don't need any equipment or gold. I just want to scrape a tiny bit of clear stage experience." Enough. Stop bringing bad luck to this place." The fire mage beside them waved impatiently. "You going in at level 3 would raise the dungeon's average monster strength, and we'd have to assign someone just to babysit you so you don't die. What do you think that Zhang here is running a charity hall? Get lost, don't delay us forming the party." Chen Ange's eyes reddened slightly as she silently lowered her hand. She knew they were telling the truth. In this brutal apocalypse, no one was obliged to carry a genuine burden. Just then a hand suddenly reached out from the side and pulled Chun Ange to her feet. "Come on." The one pulling her was a short-haired girl in a tight combat suit. Only when they reached the edge of the camp on top of a scrapped bus did the girls stop glaring at her with frustrated exasperation. Has your brain gone soft? Is that a place you should be going? The short-haired girl was Lin Xiaoqian's only close friend in this wasteland, now already level 36. Xiaxia, I have to level up somehow. Seeing her aggrieved expression, Lin Xia's heart softened. She tugged Chen Ange down to sit and fished a piece of compressed biscuit out of her backpack, pressing it into her hand. I know you want to grow stronger, but you can't become fat in a single bite. You've been stuck at level 3 for years. Going into a high-level dungeon now is just suicide. Lin Xia sighed. This afternoon, I went to find Brother Dahu from the Pioneer Squad. He's level 45 and took a task for tomorrow to clear low-level mutant rats. I swallowed my pride and begged him for a long time, and he agreed to take you along. You can stay on the side and leech experience, so at the very least you can safely reach level 10. Chen Ange jerked her head up, a flash of light in her eyes. Really? Xiao, thank you. Enough, don't use that tone on me. Lin Xia rolled her eyes, but then her gaze grew complicated, even slightly heated. And I'm going to say something you won't want to hear. She fixed her eyes on Chen Ange. Can you stop searching for that Shinfeng? At the sound of the name, Chen Ange's body visibly stiffened. It's been exactly 10 years since the game descended into reality. For these 10 years you've carried that torn photo of his everywhere, asking anyone who's been through, asking every caravan that passes. What good has that done? He can't possibly be still. Chen Ange tried to argue. Shut up and let me finish. Lin Xia cut her off. On day 1, when the game descended, the streets were full of people scrambling to kill slimes the moment they stepped out their doors, fighting over the precious pool of newbie experience. And you ran around the entire city like a madwoman searching for that dear brother Shinfeng of yours. You spent those 2 golden years of early pioneering turning over bricks and searching for survivors. In this apocalypse where game data had synchronized with reality, 1 step slower meant every step after was slower. By the time Chen Ange came back to her senses and realized that without leveling she couldn't survive, all the newbie monsters around the city had long been wiped out. In their place were refreshed elite monsters of level 10 and even level 20 or 30. How could an almost blank level 0 player fight elite monsters? Thus Chen Ange was trapped in the lowest mire for a full 10 years, scraping by doing laundry in the camp and patching up broken gear, barely surviving to now and clawing her way to level 3. What, I can't even criticize him a little. Watching the tears start to well in Chen Ange's eyes, Lin Xia bit down on her lip. He's an irresponsible bastard, that's what he is. When the game descended and everything turned deadly, if he cared about you even a little, he should have died his way back to you on day 1 and regrouped. And what happened? 10 years, not a single word from him. Either he died long ago in some sewer, or he awakened some powerful class skill, decided you were useless, and tossed you aside as dead weight. Stop it! Chen Ange suddenly shouted. She stared at Lin Xia, tears rolling down in large beads, yet her gaze was unshakably firm. My brother is not that kind of person. Absolutely not. I'm an orphan. He's the one who took me in, who pinched and scraped to pay for my schooling and buy me clothes. He never even allowed himself to buy a proper gaming helmet. He used a second-hand immersion pod someone else discarded. There's no way he would abandon me. Chen Ange stubbornly wiped her tears away. He must be trapped somewhere or has run into some danger. He's just waiting for me to go save him. Lin Xia stared at Chen Ange's obstinate faith and let out an incredulous laugh. Save him? With that fragile level 3 body of yours? You can't even beat the mutant stray dogs at the town gate. What are you going to save exactly? Embrace the grace bestowed upon you by this king. Samuel grinned wickedly, his hand slicing down. Yet, just as the black cleaver was about to descend, and the 30-some people resigned themselves, think it over yourself. My advice. Since Brother Da is taking you tomorrow, use the chance to seriously start figuring out how to grow stronger and stay alive. From now on, treat Shinfeng as if he's dead. In this man-eating world, the only one who can save you is yourself. With that, Lin Xia turned and stepped out of the bus, vanishing into the night. Chen Ange sat alone in the cold, rusted bus compartment. She stared blankly at the crimson moon hanging outside the window. 10 years. She had struggled alone in this nerve-wracking world for 10 whole years. To say she wasn't exhausted would have been a lie. Sometimes she truly felt she was at her limit. When she was jolted awake at night by the snarls of monsters, she wished with all her heart that upon opening her eyes, she'd find herself back on the soft little bed in her brother's rented room. Her brother would be in the kitchen frying eggs, tapping a spatula against the skillet as he shouted for her to get up. Chen Ange drew a deep breath and forced her tears back down. No, Chen Ange, you can't cry. Xia is right. You have to become stronger. She slapped her own cheeks hard. Right now, with the way she was searching for her brother, was simply impossible. Tomorrow Tomorrow she had to seize the opportunity, level up properly with Brother Da's team, and stockpile some coins from drops to trade for a decent weapon for self-defense. Only with higher levels, only by exploring farther regions would she have a chance to find news of her brother. Carefully she slipped her hand under the inner layer of her clothes and drew out an old keepsake wrapped in 2 layers of coarse cloth. An old smartphone, its screen long since shattered. In this age where everyone communicated through system panels, such relics had long become worthless scrap. Because of outdated battery technology, Chun Ange had spent nearly half a month's food rations to trade for a low-tier lightning element crystal core on the black market, barely wiring its positive and negative ends, so the phone could retain a final sliver of power. Not for anything else. Only because there was one photo in the phone's gallery. She pressed the power button. A few seconds later the screen lit up and went straight into the album. The screen's light illuminated the dust on Chun Ange's face. On the photo was a theme park from 10 years ago. A tall boy with a sunny smile was vigorously ruffling the head of a twin-tailed girl beside him, her face full of mock disgust. In his other hand the boy held 2 half-melted ice cream cones. Chun Ange's fingers gently brushed across the boy's face on the screen, her eyes reddening again. Brother, where are you now, really? She sniffled softly. Suddenly, the phone screen, which had been resting quietly on the photo, flashed to black. Immediately after, BZZ, BZZ, BZZ. An unbelievably tacky ringtone, one that had blared across streets everywhere 10 years ago, abruptly blasted from the speaker. Boundless horizons are my love. Flowers bloom beneath the rolling green hills. Chun Ange jolted so hard, she almost hurled the phone away. What was happening? Eyes wide, she stared fixedly at the screen. The display forcibly shifted. From the blacked-out screen, the most basic incoming call interface popped up. A green accept button, a red reject button. And at the top the caller's note was only a single word. The trendy cell phone ringtone kept echoing through the empty interior of the abandoned bus. The dim glow of the screen lit up Chun Ange's face, streaked with dust and dried tears. She reached out with a trembling hand, her fingertips stopping a centimeter short of the screen, shaking uncontrollably. Has her brother come back? Could it be real? Suddenly she did not dare to answer. She feared that the moment she pressed the answer button, this obsession she had clung to for 10 years would burst like a soap bubble. But the ringtone kept ringing stubbornly. Chun Ange took a deep breath, then slammed her thumb down on the green button and pressed the phone to her ear. Hello. Her voice carried a sob she could not suppress, even her breathing was trembling. On the other end came first a harsh crackle of static, and then a strong, full-bodied, utterly familiar male voice exploded from the speaker. Ange. It's me. Damn, this crappy phone actually connected. This signal strength is insane. Can you hear me? Hey, hey, hey. Boom. It was as if a bolt of lightning split open Chun Ange's mind. It really was her brother's voice. This voice, this way of speaking. She could never mistake it, not even 50 years from now. Her tears burst forth like a breached dam. Chun Ange clamped a hand over her mouth, terrified that her sobs might drown out the voice on the other end. Bro. Is it really you? You didn't die? You're really not dead? Nonsense. Besides your own brother, who else in this world would be bored enough to call you in the middle of the night? On the other end, Shen Feng heard his little sister crying and quickly softened his tone. All right, don't cry. Girl, how are you doing these days? Where are you now? Chun Ange wiped at her tears, stammering incoherently. I can't really explain it. The system panel says this place is called Jiangnan Large District Survivor Base now. 7. Bro, where have you been these 10 years? I searched for you everywhere and nowhere could I find you. The past is a long story, though I'll tell you slowly later. Alright, I can see your location from here. Just stand right there and don't move. Wait for me. I'll be there immediately. Beep, beep, beep. The call disconnected. Chun Ange stared blankly at the now dark screen for more than 10 seconds before springing up from the rusty bus seat. Bro didn't die. My brother is coming to find me. She did not even bother to wipe the tears off her face. Like a madwoman, she dashed out of the bus, sprinting toward Zhang Ming, the bald-headed captain at the center of the camp. Zhang Ming was leaning by the fire, picking his teeth and getting ready to return to his tent to sleep, when Chun Ange burst out and startled him. Captain Zhang, please, I'm begging you for a favor. Chun Ange grabbed Zhang Ming's arm in one motion, her eyes shining almost frighteningly bright. Zhang Ming frowned and pulled his arm free. What are you shrieking about? What have you changed your mind, come to your senses, and decided not to go courting death tomorrow? No. Chun Ange panted, rapidly pointing toward the camp perimeter. My brother isn't dead. I just got his call. He said he's arriving any moment. Captain, there are mutated shadow wolves roaming by the outer walls at night. I can't get past the main gate on my own. Could you escort me up onto the outer high wall to wait for him? Just for a short while. The air fell silent for 2 seconds. Zhang Ming looked at Chun Ange as though he were staring at a lunatic. Chun Ange, have you stayed in this hellhole so long you've inhaled some hallucinogenic miasma? Or did your brain just break? It's been 10 years. You've been chanting the name of that dead man Chin Feng for a full 10 years. I say you really are crazy. I'm not crazy. It truly connected. He said on the phone that he's almost here. Enough. Zhang Ming cut her off impatiently. In the middle of the night, there are nightwalk monsters of level 40 and above out there. You want me to drag dozens of my men courting total annihilation just to escort you up to the wall to wait for a ghost that's been dead 10 years? Get lost, stop annoying me. If you keep this up, I'll kick you out of the camp tomorrow as well. With that, Zhang Ming's face turned cold. He lifted the tent flap and strode inside. Chun Ange bit her lip, tears swirling at the rims of her eyes. Zhang Ming did not believe her. The others in the camp would believe even less, and none of them would be willing to accompany her to the high wall in the dead of night. She gritted her teeth and turned to run toward Lin Xia's quarters. Lin Xia had just taken off her armor and was about to sleep when Chun Ange yanked her up from the bedding by sheer force. Xia, come with me to the outer wall, I beg you. My brother really isn't dead, he called me. Lin Xia was completely stunned. She touched Chun Ange's forehead. No fever. Ange, calm down. Look carefully at what you're holding. This is a fossilized smartphone. There hasn't been a single base station for 10 years. And you're telling me he called you? To Lin Xia, it seemed her best friend had finally been pushed into madness by brutal reality. It's real? Look at the call log. Chun Ange hastily lit up the phone screen and held it up before Lin Xia's eyes. Lin Xia glanced at it and froze. There really was a record of a call 1 minute ago. Bro. Call duration 43 seconds. Lin Xia's pupils contracted. What was going on? Had the system bugged out, or had this junk phone linked into some monster nest's mental wavelengths? Looking at Chun Ange's stubborn expression, ready to die beyond the wall tonight, if she could not see him, Lin Xia could only fall silent. You are? What kind of karma is this for me? Lin Xia irritably raked a hand through her short hair. I've got nothing better to do anyway. Fine, I'll take you up onto the wall once. I really want to see. If not even a ghost shows up tonight, will you finally let this go? The two of them quickly slipped past the camp patrols and climbed the rusted iron ladder up to the outermost high wall of the base. It rose more than 30 meters above the ground. Beyond the wall stretched a wasteland of scorched earth as far as the eye could see. Red moonlight poured down over the ground, and from time to time came the chilling howls of wild beasts. The wind was strong, whipping their collars so that they snapped in the gusts. Lin Xia gripped her long knife, scanning the surroundings warily, and asked casually, You say your brother is coming. Where is he now? From which direction is he coming? On foot or with a mount? Chun Ange was taken aback, tugging nervously at her hem. I forgot to ask. Lin Xia rolled her eyes, nearly coughing up blood. You don't even know where he's coming from, and you're just going to stand here waiting. Do you have any idea the nearest safe zone to Base 7 is still 500 kilometers away? In the middle of the night, even a level 50 assassin wouldn't dare to trek across this wilderness on foot. Lin Xia snorted. What, is he going to fly over here or something? Chun Ange did not answer. She only clasped her hands tightly to her chest and stared unblinkingly at the distant sky. Since her brother had said he would arrive immediately, he certainly would come. The night wind grew colder. Lin Xia yawned and checked the time. I'll wait here with you for at most 5 minutes. After 5 minutes, if we don't see. Huh. Her casually wandering gaze suddenly froze on the eastern horizon. Within the red clouds there seemed to be an extremely tiny black speck. What is that? Lin Xia narrowed her eyes. The view here was not only wide open, she was also equipped with several vision-enhancing auxiliary items. Before she could focus properly, that black speck began to expand madly in her sight, with a speed that blatantly defied physical common sense. 1 second, it was still above the clouds at the edge of the sky. The next second, it had already broken through the sound barrier, accompanied by a string of shrill sonic booms like thunder tearing through the sky, and even dragging a long white trail of compressed air behind it. Boom, boom, boom. The terrifying sonic blasts even drowned out the howls of the monsters on the wasteland. Was it an enemy attack? A height-year flying mutated beast? A magic creature of level 70 or higher? The alarm in Lin Xia's mind blared at full volume. The hairs on her body stood upright. The crushing pressure even made her breathing stall. Such outrageous flight speed could only mean a calamity of annihilation. Base 7 was doomed. Ange, run. Get out of the way. It's a high-level magic creature attack. Lin Xia roared, yanking out her long knife and instinctively trying to drag Chun Ange down into a prone position. But it was too fast. The black speck that had carved a trail of vacuum and sound slammed toward them at such speed that before Lin Xia could even finish bending down, it was already upon them. Bang! The racing shadow came to an abrupt halt in midair right in front of them. Yes, midair. The vast airflow from his sudden stop exploded into a gale of hurricane strength, nearly ripping sandbags and barbed wire from the wall. The blast forced Lin Xia and Chun Ange to close their eyes and stagger backward. When the gale subsided, the two on the wall opened their eyes again. Before them stood a figure. A man. He wore a pure white novice shirt, the kind that had almost vanished from this world and only existed back when the game first launched. On his feet was a pair of slippery straw sandals. He simply stood there, feet on thin air with nothing to support him. Cough. Sorry, I'm not quite used to this movement speed multiplier yet. Almost overshot. Lin Xia held her knife, her mouth hanging open wide enough to fit a light bulb. She was dumbfounded. Truly dumbfounded. What the hell was this? Walking on air, shattering the sound barrier with a mortal body, and without any magic circle fluctuations from a flight skill, just forcibly walking through the sky. Beside her, Chun Ange was even more stupefied, standing there blankly. 10 years, and not the slightest change. The night wind tousled his hair, but that face was exactly the same as the boy in the phone photo, grinning with his wickedly playful smile. Wah! After a brief few seconds of total brain shutdown, Chun Ange finally could no longer hold herself together. She crashed violently into Chun Feng's arms, clinging to his waist with all her strength as tears mixed with snot utterly soaking the pristine white starter shirt he was wearing. Bro, you're not dead. You're really not dead. Chun Ange sobbed as though her heart were being torn apart, 10 years of grievance, fear, and loneliness all dissolving into tears in that single moment. Her hands clutched the fabric at Chun Feng's back with a death grip, terrified that if she loosened her hold even a little, the person before her would vanish like a mirage. Hey, easy there. Since when did you get this strong, you little rascal? Knocked back half a step by the impact, Chin Feng gave a wry smile, reaching out to ruffle her hair in the same practiced way he had done 10 years ago. You really are a little crybaby. 10 years have gone by, and you're exactly the same as in high school. Chin Feng sighed, his voice incomparably gentle. All right, enough tears. Isn't your brother standing here safe and sound back in one piece? Beside them, Lin Xia still held a long blade at the ready, maintaining a defensive stance. Watching the siblings cling to each other and weep at the very edge of danger, she swallowed hard, then finally couldn't help interrupting this moving reunion. Sorry to interrupt. Lin Xia pointed toward the sky. I've no idea how this big brother managed to fly over here like some kind of Superman, but could we maybe pick a different place to catch up? There are a lot of monstrous blood-sucking bats around the outer city wall at night. If we keep standing here, the three of us are going to end up as their midnight snack. Chun Feng lifted his head, glancing at the pitch-black sky. In his combined X-ray and auto-aim view, dozens of crimson frames marked the LV-35 monster power invisible bats drifting through the air. Yet if he wished, a mere snap of his fingers, no guns not even needed, spitting casually upward would be enough to trigger his passive 10,000-fold damage and annihilate the entire swarm in an instant. But seeing Ange shaking with sobs, he only patted her back and murmured, "Come on, let's head back to where you live and talk there." Chun Ange wiped her tears, nodding hard. She clasped Chin Feng's hand in a death grip, terrified that if she let go, he would vanish again. The three of them climbed down from the high wall via a ladder and, feeling their way through the dark, headed toward the slum camp in the lower district. All along the way, Chun Ange clung firmly to Chin Feng's arm. Lin Xia led the way ahead, half listening as the siblings talked behind her. Mostly it was Chun Ange speaking and Chin Feng listening. Eyes still reddened, Chun Ange poured out everything that had happened over the past 10 years like beans spilling from a bamboo tube. That day the sky suddenly turned red, and then a whole lot of dog-headed men appeared on the main roads. At first everyone ran toward the security bureau, but then we realized guns did absolutely nothing to those monsters. Their HP wouldn't drop at all. Only the abilities carried over from the game were effective. To fight over early resources, and experienced people even started slaughtering one another. She spoke of the global upheaval on Blue Star the first day the game descended, then of the monsters' mutations and level-ups, then of how she had scoured the mountains and plains searching for him and missed the early leveling window, leaving her stuck at level 3, reduced to washing clothes in camp for a meager ration of coarse grain noodles. The more Chin Feng listened, the deeper the furrow between his brows grew. After his account was banned, he had been thrown into that empty void space. Closing his eyes and opening them again felt like only a few minutes had passed. Yet in the real world, it had been a solid 10 years. It's all my fault, Chin Feng murmured, rubbing her head as his gaze gradually turned cold. You've suffered these 10 years because of me. But don't worry. From now on, your brother won't let you endure a single day of hardship. Walking in front, Lin Xia's steps faltered. Oh, she couldn't help grumbling inwardly. That was quite the bold claim. Even if he could fly wearing nothing but newbie white gear, who knew what his actual combat power was? In this world, everything was measured by level and stats. By the way, bro, Chun-Ange wiped at her swollen eyes and suddenly lifted her head, looking up at him with a mixture of curiosity and worry. Where have you been these 10 years? I searched through every survivor list in the Jiangnan region and never once saw your name. Up ahead, Lin Xia instantly pricked up her ears, slowing her steps. That was what intrigued her most. Ahem. Well, rarely a flush crept up Chun Feng's face. He looked somewhat embarrassed. He really couldn't tell them he'd thrown a tantrum while gaming back, then turned on an ultimate absurdly broken cheat, camped their fountain, and slaughtered them 10,000 times, only to be red-carded by the system and punished with a 10-year ban and force seal. It would be far too humiliating to say that out loud. Actually, 10 years ago, on the very day the game descended, Chun Feng cleared his throat, calmly, mind racing as he improvised. I had terrible luck. I happened to run into an extremely terrifying, powerful enemy. A super high-level hidden boss. A high-level boss. There was something like that on the first day of descent. Lin Xia couldn't help cutting in. Yes. Chun Feng's expression didn't change as he continued his serious nonsense. It was an existence beyond words, by which he meant that damned game GM who never did anything decent. I fought it for 300 rounds, the heavens dimming and sun and moon losing their light. And then, what happened then? Chun-Ange gripped his arm, tense and anxious. In the end, when it realized it couldn't beat me, it resorted to despicable tricks and trapped me inside a sealed space. And that imprisonment lasted a full 10 years. Until today, when I finally shattered that binding domain, broke through by force, and rushed back to find you. When he finished his tale, Chun-Ange's face was filled with admiration and heartache. So that's how it was. Bro, you must have suffered so much. As they spoke, the three had already arrived at the place where Chun-Ange lived. It was the scrap shell of a double-decker bus, half of it remaining. The carriage led in the wind, lacking even a proper door. Only a mildewed scrap of canvas hung in its place. Inside, apart from a floor pallet stuffed with dry grass and tattered cotton, there was only a rust-eaten stove and a heap of ragged clothes waiting to be mended. Chun Feng stopped at the entrance, staring at the scene before him as the smile on his face slowly faded away. He had thought the camp's environment would simply be a bit rough. He hadn't imagined that, and spent her days living in a place worse than a dog kennel. Bro, come in and sit. Completely oblivious, Chun-Ange tugged him into the carriage and fished half a match out of her pocket. You must be freezing from being outside just now. I'll get a light on for you and boil some hot water so you can wash your face. She struck the match with practiced ease, aiming to light a lamp near the rusted stove. But no matter how many times she pressed the switch, the lamp, connected by rough wires, didn't even throw out a single spark. Huh. Chun-Ange froze, pressed it twice more, her expression turning ugly, edging into panic. Lin Xia stepped inside, took one look at the pitch-black end of the cable, and sighed. Stop pressing it, Ange. The logistics department people cut off your energy supply line. Biting back her anger, Lin Xia clenched her teeth. It was definitely that bald-headed Zhang Meng. You talked back to him at dinner, so he had them cut off your energy quota on the spot. At night, the temperature here can drop to more than 10 degrees below zero. Without heating, how is anyone supposed to sleep? Chun-Ange bit her lip in silence, staring down at the black switch in her hand. In this apocalypse, every scrap of resource was a lifeline. With her low level, she had no right to speak at all. Having her energy cut off, she could only endure it alone. Cut off. Chun Feng stared at the line, frowning. So this isn't powered by electricity. What kind? He had already noticed earlier that the camp didn't have a single generator. All light and heat came from a certain mineral that glowed with a faint red radiance. Lin Xia picked up the explanation. This world stopped relying on coal-fired electricity long ago. Now we use materials dropped by monsters. The camp universally uses qi-yin magic crystals. Only when those are fed into the conversion furnace can they provide both power and heat. Chun Feng raised a brow. Qi-yin magic crystals. Those at least he knew. 10 years ago, he had been a hardcore first clear veteran in Xinyu. In that game, he could tell the drop rate of even a random roadside stone with a single glance. Chun Feng searched his memory automatically. Qi-yin magic crystal, a companion drop from level 20 fire-type elite monster, lava colossus, rich in immense thermal energy, and long a hot commodity for forging equipment in the game. Where had those things spawned again? Oh right, about 800 kilometers from here in the blazing volcano. Without those you can't get any heating right. Chun Feng spoke as he straightened up, dusting off his hands. It's fine, bro, I'm not cold. I'll just pile on a couple more blankets. Thinking he intended to go argue with Zhang Meng, Chun-Ange hurriedly grabbed him, terrified that her brother would cause trouble in the camp right after returning. Blankets. These rotten cotton quilts are already moldy. Pigs would complain about the damp if you covered them with this. Chun Feng nudged the betting roll on the floor in disgust, then turned to flash the two of them a grin. Since we're short that stupid stone, we'll just bring some back. Lin Xia stared at him utterly stunned. Are you crazy? It's the middle of the night. At this hour the external camps aren't even open for trade. Where are you going to buy Qi Yin magic crystals? And those things are insanely expensive now, 5 gold coins apiece. Buy? Why buy anything? When a material can be farmed for free in-game, who spends money on it? Chun Feng cut her off as if it were the most natural thing in the world, then raised his hand and pointed toward the night sky outside. You two stay right here. Don't go anywhere. Just wait for me a bit. I'm going to restock. Restock. You. Before Lin Xia could finish a single sentence, Chun Feng simply slid both hands into his pockets, casually took a step, and planted his foot directly in midair. Swish! Before Lin Xia and Chun Ange's suddenly constricted pupils, Chun Feng's figure vanished from where he stood in an instant. A heartbeat later, an earth-shaking boom exploded above the camp. A blinding white sonic cloud detonated across the night sky, its terrifying shockwave shredding the tattered cloth that served as their door into ragged scraps. Immediately afterward, an afterimage barely visible to the naked eye carved a straight red streak across the heavens, shooting toward the distant blazing volcano, 800 kilometers away, vanishing into the cracks between the clouds in the blink of an eye. Silence. A deathly silence. Lin Xia stared fixedly in the direction Chun Feng had gone, eyes bulging, mouth gaping, so wide she didn't even notice the dirt she'd swallowed. Only after a full 30 seconds did Lin Xia, like some rusted machine, stiffly turn her neck to look at the equally dumbstruck Chun Ange beside her. Ange, what in the hell kind of divine class profession is your brother? Is he specialized in flight or something? Southern Jiangnan District, First Main City. Inside the headquarters of the Xingyun Guild, the SS-grade encrypted conference room on the top floor blazed with light. On both sides of the long table sat 12 awakened, whose very presence exuded overwhelming pressure. Every one of them was above level 60, and even the most inconspicuous accessory they wore shimmered with a dark golden radiance of the highest tier. They were the most formidable core players in the entire Jiangnan district. Seated at the head of the table was the guild master of Xingyun, Lei Zhu, a level 68 heavy shield warrior. How are the preparations? Lei Zhu interlaced his fingers beneath his chin, his steady gaze sweeping across the room. Tomorrow at 4 in the morning, everyone assembles. We move out on time. Our target is the blazing volcano, calamity grade difficulty. At the mention of those 3 words, calamity grade, the expressions of the top experts present hardened in unison, even their breathing subconsciously growing lighter. The vice guild master, who also served as chief mage, pushed up the glasses on the bridge of his nose and opened the dossier in his hands. Boss, all supplies are fully in place. We have spent a full 3 years preparing for this dungeon. We have stockpiled 30,000 bottles of fire resistance potions, raised everyone's fire element resistance to the astonishing cap of 85%, and even managed to acquire 3 extremely rare group resurrection scrolls at exorbitant prices from the black market. The vice guild master drew in a deep breath, a fervent light burning in his eyes. This time victory is ours. Lei Zhu nodded, a wild, ambitious smile spreading across his rugged face. 3 years of sharpening the blade, all for tomorrow. Over the 10 full years since the game descended upon reality, among the countless districts and innumerable top guilds worldwide, only 3 calamity-grade dungeons had ever been cleared for the first time. And those 3 guilds that first cleared calamity difficulty had without exception risen to become titanic powers, even rulemakers within the global federation. The reason was simple. Calamity grade was the absolute pinnacle of difficulty in this world. According to the rules of the descent system, once a guild or individual first clears the calamity difficulty of an unclaimed dungeon, that dungeon permanently enters a conquered and contracted state. From then on, no matter which party comes to the blazing volcano to grind levels, farm materials, or run it at normal or hard difficulty, 10% of all experience points and drops they obtain will be forcibly tied by the system straight into the pockets of the first clearers. It was equivalent to charging a toll for a lifetime. Even lying at home, doing nothing, the guild's account would be flooded endlessly with resources and wealth. The elite monsters inside the blazing volcano are all troublesome, high defense, high health foes. Lei Zhu tapped the table, his tone grave as he reminded them. Especially the final boss, the level 75, Lord the Molten Colossus. It has 3 berserk phases, and in the 3rd it unleashes a full-screen instant-kill rain of magma. Tomorrow no one can afford to be careless. Engrave the footwork we have drilled for 3 years into your bones. Within a week we must wear this dungeon down and clear it. Understood? The gathered elites shouted in unison, morale soaring. Vice Guild Master, pull up the sandbox monitoring of the world map. Lei Ju leaned back in his chair, relaxing slightly. Confirm whether any other guild's flies have been snooping around near the blazing volcano. You refreshed it 10 minutes ago, didn't you? Check it again. Now we must rule out every risk. Understood, boss, rest assured. 10 minutes ago, there wasn't even a ghost shadow in that area. The Vice Guild Master raised his hand with practiced ease, calling up the system interface, and projected the full holographic sandbox of the Jiangnan district onto the central screen of the conference room. Boss, look, the beacon for the blazing volcano is still that ownerless ash white. His words broke off. The room's previously relaxed and heated atmosphere solidified in an instant. The 12 top experts, including Lei Ju, who had just raised his insulation cup to take a sip of tea, stared wide-eyed at the large screen in sheer disbelief. On the gigantic holographic display, the icon representing the vast region of the blazing volcano had at some unknown moment eerily shifted from ownerless ash white into a piercing dark golden brilliance representing the highest honor. Hovering above the icon, a line of blood-red system code floated starkly. Current status conquered. Silence. The conference room grew so quiet that the drop of a pin on the floor would have been audible. Impossible. Lei Ju shot to his feet, veins bulging on his forehead as he grabbed the Vice Guild Master by the collar. Didn't you just say 10 minutes ago that the blazing volcano was still unconquered? Yes, it was. The Vice Guild Master's face went pale, his voice shaking. I swear. 10 minutes ago, it was definitely still an unclaimed dungeon. If you don't believe me, check the back-end logs. Damn it. A hot-tempered berserker kicked a chair over, roaring. Are you messing with us? 10 minutes. Clearing calamity-grade blazing volcano in 10 minutes. It takes more than 10 minutes just to run from the dungeon entrance to the boss room. Did someone teleport straight in and one-shot the boss? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Lei Ju released the Vice Guild Master and stumbled back 2 steps, his face filled with despair. Everyone knew that clearing lower difficulties would never trigger the exclusive Conquered emblem. Only a first clear of the highest calamity difficulty would cause the dungeon icon to change color across the entire server. Someone had beaten them to it. But who could accomplish such a feat? There was simply no faction in the Jiangnan district with that level of power. Could it be that myth guild from the Kunlun district? Or those old monsters from Sakura Island? Lei Ju's eyes reddened as if ready to bleed. When did they cross the border into our server to steal our territory? Why hasn't the main city sounded a single alarm? Are they cheating? Wails filled the conference room. 3 years of effort and crates upon crates of top-tier potions had in an instant become a heap of useless waste. Everyone felt their worldview shatter. 10 minutes a speed clear of calamity difficulty. Just what kind of living Hell King had appeared out of nowhere? Meanwhile, within the blazing volcano dungeon that countless top-tier awakened regarded as a forbidden zone of terror, the scene held no trace of bloodshed. All of the monsters had already turned into a carpet of redandant white mosaic blocks scattered across the ground. The boiling magma that had once churned within the crater at a temperature of 10,000 degrees had been split open down the middle, forming a terrifying abyss 1,000 meters wide. All of it was the result of Chun Feng, anxious to hurry on his way, simply plummeting straight down into the crater from the sky, the infinitely magnified kinetic force of his landing carving out the entire chasm. As for any so-called 10,000 degree damage over time mechanic, Chun Feng could only remark that standing in the magma hadn't even curled a single hair on his leg. After all, his health bar was marked as, and the system's calculations still had not determined how much progressed to subtract for a single drop of his blood. Crunch. Chun Feng ground a black bone shard beneath his heel. It was the jawbone of the level 60 dungeon's final boss, the Molten Lord. When Chun Feng had landed, the fellow had howled as it entered some third berserk phase, its body swelling to over 100 meters high. Annoyed by its deafening roar, Chun Feng had casually picked up a stone from the ground and tossed it over. The stone had pierced straight through its forehead, blasting its body apart into a meteor shower of fragments across the sky. Good thing I have X-ray lock, and otherwise rummaging around this pitch-black place for materials would have been a hassle. Chun Feng yawned and tapped a button in the top right corner of his interface. One-click gathering. Swish, swish, swish. All of the corpses scattered throughout the dungeon instantly turned into clusters of light. You have obtained Scarlet Flame Magic Crystal 999. You have obtained Scarlet Flame Magic Crystal 999. You have obtained Scarlet Flame Magic Crystal 999. A crisp series of system chimes rang by his ears. In an instant, Chun Feng's backpack was filled with tens of thousands of stacks of Scarlet Flame Magic crystals, glowing red and even slightly hot to the touch. That's more than enough. Burn them like coal briquettes, and they'll be able to ignite that shabby bus my silly little sister drives. Satisfied, Chun Feng clapped the dust from his hands, preparing to close the interface. At that moment, a blinding burst of golden and orange light suddenly erupted from the heap of mosaic blocks on the ground. Multicolored pillars of light shot toward the sky, more dazzling than festive fireworks. They were the top-tier spoils dropped upon the Molten Lord's death. Ding! You have obtained Calamity-exclusive drop breath of the Fire God Mythic Staff. Ding! You have obtained Meteor Fall Heavy Armor Legendary Chestplate. Ding! You have obtained Flame Demon's Eye Legendary Core. Judging from the visual effects alone, these items, if thrown into the outside world, would undoubtedly spark blood-soaked storms across multiple districts, perhaps even trigger nation-level war-scale chaos. Chen Feng came to a halt. He lowered his gaze to the mythic staff floating in midair, its extravagant design blazing with an astonishing fluctuation of fire elemental power. Breath of the Fire God Mythic Intelligence 500, Fire-type skill damage increased by 300. Casting skills has a chance to summon a meteor firestorm. Then Chen Feng glanced at his own status panel. Intelligence. He fell silent for 2 seconds. With a curl of his lip, Chen Feng deemed it beneath his notice even to bend down. He simply flicked his foot, sending the priceless mythic staff tumbling into the magma pool. Pick it up. What for? To Chen Feng, equipment had become nothing but a burden. Have you ever seen a man running around farming affixes and grinding for top-tier gear when he's effectively playing with a permanent cheat enabled? It would be sheer idle boredom and insult to the value of a status panel boasting damage amplified 10,000-fold. At his current stats, not to mention mythic equipment. Even if he wore the underwear of a creation god, it would not increase his combat strength in the slightest. Done. Job's finished. Chen Feng ignored the countless peerless divine weapons scattered everywhere. I've been out for half a day now. Oh, I should hurry back before Inga thinks I've run off again. Chen Feng raised his head, bent his knees slightly, then suddenly exploded into motion. Boom. The active volcano's lava-filled crater erupted as though several tens of thousands of tons of TNT had been detonated beneath it. The terrifying recoil shattered the mountain walls encircling the entire crater. Wrapped within a colossal ring of sonic boom clouds, Chen Feng's figure once more turned into a red afterimage, piercing straight through the sky, racing back towards Survivor Base No. 7 of the Jiangnan district. Boom. Above Survivor Base No. 7 in the Jiangnan region, the air tore open once more with brutal force. This time Chen Feng was prepared. He braked sharply a full kilometer short of the camp. With a muffled thunderclap, soft, almost imperceptible, Chen Feng drifted down gently on the night breeze, landing precisely atop the rusted roof of Chun Ange's battered bus. We're here. Chen Feng dropped through the gaping hole where the skylight used to be, stepping into the cabin. From departure to return, not counting a single second, he had been gone less than 15 minutes. Inside the bus, Chun Ange and Lin Xia remained frozen in their earlier postures, seated motionless on the floor. At the sound, both jolted upright, as if struck by lightning. Brother, you're back already. Chun Ange's eyes widened as she scanned him head to toe. Hadn't he just set off for the flaming volcano, 800 kilometers away, to procure supplies? That was impossibly fast. Just a minor detour. Chen Feng offered no further explanation. With casual ease, he pulled several crimson stones from his pocket, glowing fiercely, radiating waves of searing heat, and tossed them onto the floor. Lin Xia glanced down and nearly lost her composure. Holy hell! She shrieked, pointing at the stones, her fingers trembling. They're that big. At this grade, crimson flame demon crystals fetch at least 10 gold coins apiece on the open market. Where on earth did you steal these? Steal? A scholar's work can hardly be called theft. It's nature's bounty. Chen Feng rolled his eyes, utterly indifferent to Lin Xia's theatrics. He bent down, picked up one crystal, and strode toward the corroded energy converter. He pinched the crystal between 2 fingers, and with a crisp, clean snap, its impenetrable outer shell fractured, revealing a radiant core of pure, blazing red energy. He slotted the core flawlessly into the converter's intake chamber, then casually spliced 2 frayed wires into place. A low, resonant hum filled the air, soft, deep, and perfectly tuned. In the next instant, the lifeless cabin transformed entirely. Overhead, the long-dead fluorescent tube flared to life with a sharp pop, flooding the space with blinding white light, so intense that the tube itself buzzed, faintly straining under the surge. Simultaneously, a rich, enveloping warmth gushed from the converter's exhaust pipe, racing through the cabin to banish the sub-zero chill that had clung there for weeks. It's lit and warm. Chun Ange leapt to her feet, darting to the heater and holding her palms closed, savoring the long-lost comfort until the tips of her nose flushed pink with delight. Seeing his sister's joy, Chen Feng smiled. This fuel lasts forever. I've got tens of thousands of units. You could burn them like charcoal right through your 80th birthday. He muttered it idly. Tens of thousands of units. That meant millions of crystals. Lin Xia rolled her eyes beside him. This chronic tax-free exaggeration ran deep in his blood. Perhaps over the past decade he'd stumbled upon some rare fortune, looting elite monsters others had missed. Regardless, the heating crisis was resolved. Chun Ange would no longer shiver violently through the night. Lin Xia glanced at the mechanical watch strapped to her wrist. It's nearly 3 a.m. If we don't sleep now, we'll drop dead. She let out a cavernous yawn, brushed dust from her clothes, and rose to her feet. And since your brother's back, I'll head off now. You're going home alone this late. Don't worry. No one in this camp dares lay a finger on me. Lin Xia waved dismissively. But you, don't get so carried away you forget tomorrow's plan. I practically begged Tiger Brother on bended knee to take you along tomorrow to clear a low-tier dungeon for experience. Don't you dare oversleep and stand me up. At those words, Chun Ange blinked, then nodded vigorously. I got a Xia. I'll be there. All right then. I'll leave you two to your reunion. Lin Xia spoke, and cast one last glance at Chen. Deep down she still believed that in this perilous wasteland only a properly ranked, well-equipped team offered true survival security. Tomorrow was Ange's golden chance to level up, absolutely not to be missed. Brother, I'll walk Xia out. Chun Ange escorted Lin Xia beyond the tattered curtain, under the starless night, their hushed voices exchanged something private. Half a minute later Chun Ange burst back in, trailing a gust of icy wind. Xiao's gone. She settled beside the heater, cradling a steaming cup of water warmed on its surface, her eyes bright and unblinking as they locked onto Chen Feng's. 10 years apart, and yet she couldn't seem to look her fill. That short-haired girl mentioned something about tomorrow. Where are you headed to grind experience? Chen Feng asked, curious. Chun Ange held the cup tightly, her voice low as she recounted everything that had unfolded. After you vanished, I searched for you every single day. People said only the most dangerous, farthest out zones might hold higher-tier safe zones, or survivor bases. Her tone remained calm, but Chen Feng felt a sharp, silent twist in his chest. But my level was too low. I'd be obliterated by even moderately strong monsters. To find you, I had to level up. Yet alone, I couldn't defeat them. So I spent months begging elite pioneer squads, just to let me tag along while they fought high-tier monsters, harvesting mere fragments of experience from afar. But no one wanted to carry such dead weight. Xia went to plead with Tiger Brother today, a level 45 squad leader, to take me along. He accepted a mission to purge mutated sewer rats from a low-tier dungeon, and agreed to bring me tomorrow. At that, Chun Ange broke into a wide, guileless grin. Lit by the brilliant overhead light, it looked foolish and utterly sincere. But now that Brother's home, maybe I don't need to rush into leveling up right away. She leaned forward, resting her head against his knee. Finding you. It's the happiest day I've known in 10 years. Chun Feng gently stroked her hair. He could picture it vividly, a mere level 3 girl navigating this merciless wasteland, bowing low, swallowing pride, facing mockery and rejection, all an inch closer toward a brother whose fate remained unknown. A glacial cold flickered in Chen Feng's eyes, then vanished, sealed away beneath practiced calm. Still, you must level up. Why, oi? Because I want to fight beside you, not behind you. Chun Ange clenched her tiny fist. Even if Brother is peerless, even if you move faster than thought, you'll still face danger you can't outrun or overcome alone. I refuse to spend my life as your helpless burden. So I will level up and awaken a powerful class. Maybe one day, it'll be me shielding you. Gazing at her sister's earnest, unwavering expression, Chun Feng paused, momentarily speechless. Instinctively, he glanced at his own status panel. An infinite symbol filled the entire screen. Even a god would crumble beneath a single blow from him. Did he need protection? Yet he responded with a warm, deeply genuine smile, and clapped Chun Ange firmly on the shoulder. Truth be told, I often feel uncertain, overwhelmed even. If someday you guard me, then the rest of my life rests safely in your hands. Chun Ange bobbed her head like a little chick, her spirit blazing with renewed fire. Then Brother, get some rest. I'll meet Tiger Brother's squad at dawn, and when I hit level 10 and awaken my class skill, I'll come back and show you what I can do. The next morning, Chun Ange groggily woke up from the makeshift bed, rubbing her sleepy eyes as her brain still struggled to boot up. But the next moment, it seemed she suddenly remembered something, sitting up straight in panic and looking around. When she saw Chun Feng leaning against the car window, chewing on a piece of grass he had pulled from who knows where, looking bored at the ruins outside. Chun Ange breathed a sigh of relief, patting her chest. Thank goodness it turns out it wasn't a dream, she murmured softly, unable to suppress a silly smile. Hearing the noise, Chen Feng turned his head and spat out the grass. Awake. Hurry up and wash up. Didn't we say we need to meet up with that big Tiger Brothers team? Right. Chun Inch glanced at the sky outside, exclaimed, "Oh no," and hurriedly got up, clumsily scooping a bit of stored water from a nearby tank to wash her face. "Are you hungry, brother? They'll make you some breakfast right away." Chun Inch dried her face with a tattered towel, turned around, and carefully took out a round dark cake from a somewhat moldy wooden box. She took a somewhat dull-edged hatchet and chopped at the black cake for a long time before finally cutting off a piece. This is food made from a mix of rye flour and low-grade slime powder. If you boil it with hot water and add a bit of salt, it can still be swallowed. As Chun Inch spoke, she poured the black crumbs into a rusty iron pot, added some water, and placed it on the red flame magic crystal, radiating high temperature to heat. Soon gray bubbles began to rise from the pot, and an indescribable gas, with a mix of sourness and earthy odors, spread throughout the cabin. Chen Feng sat beside her, his eyes twitching slightly. "Is this what you usually eat?" Oh, Chun Inch stirred the mush in the pot with a spoon, looking quite natural about it. "This is already quite good. Those homeless refugees without stable jobs can't even afford slime powder and have to gnaw on tree bark every day." Chen Feng was speechless. After all, this was a holographic game world. When he played as a lone wolf in Divine Domain, there were dedicated chefs and spiritual farmers as life professions. Back then, even an NPC selling grilled meat skewers on the street would have sizzling oil, making people... How did it come to this, where human dietary standards regressed to eating mud with flavor after materializing into the real world? What's the difference from eating shit? Doesn't Blue Star have any decent food anymore? Chen Feng looked at the mush in the pot, frowning. Of course there is good food. Chun Inch thought Chen Feng was craving food, explaining the current awakened chefs are highly sought after. "I heard there's a huge guild made up of high-level life players in Jiangbei, specializing in various dining and spiritual food. They have all kinds of high-grade monster meat, as well as glowing vegetables and fruits. But the prices are too high. A meal costs several gold coins. And it's all within the safe zone of Jiangbei. We people here will never see it in our lifetime." Saying this, she scooped a spoonful of gray mush, blew on it, and offered it to Chen Feng. "Brother, just make do with this." "Make do my ass. Even dogs won't eat this stuff." Chen Feng decisively stood up, waving his hand. "You wait here for a bit, don't eat this thing yet." "Brother, where are you going? Isn't there food for sale in Jiangbei? I'm going to buy some real breakfast. I can't have you eat this biochemical weapon on my first day back. He'll be back soon." After saying that, Chen Feng lifted the tattered curtain and swaggered out. Chun Inch sat there holding the bowl. The cabin was quiet for a while. She looked at the swaying curtain and suddenly couldn't help but smile foolishly. It felt really good to be cared for. After about a few minutes, Chun Inch suddenly remembered something, her smile abruptly freezing. "Oh no. What the hell? Brother, where did you go?" She dropped the bowl and rushed out the door. Outside, the camp was empty, only the guards on patrol in the early morning, and there was no sign of Chen Feng. It's over, it's over, it's over." Chun Inch stamped her feet anxiously. The Jiangnan region and Jiangbei were separated by a deadly forbidden water area that cut across the entire continent. The abyssal Dark River. Countless water-based giant monsters above level 70 or 80 lived in the Dark River, and any ships or flying objects that approached within 100 meters of the river surface would be dragged to the bottom and torn apart. The only way to get to Jiangbei was through the main city's interregional teleportation array, and it required a hefty interregional fee. I forgot to tell him where the main city's teleportation array is. Oh no, this silly brother wouldn't think of walking to Jiangbei directly, would he? Meanwhile, Chen Feng was already standing by the river. With the terrifying speed boost from the cheat, he crossed nearly half a district in just 2 jumps, arriving at this so-called riverbank. But upon seeing the scene before him, Chen Feng was stunned. No way is this really a river. What lay before his eyes was an endless expanse of black ocean. The river was several hundred kilometers wide, even broader than the largest sea area on Blue Star 10 years ago. The black river water surged fiercely, raising giant waves dozens of meters high, and the river wind made his white shirt flap. Even in his perspective, countless massive red frames flickered beneath the water. LV. 85 Abyssal Demon Octopus LV. 90 Skybust Electric Eel LV. 92 River Ghost. It seems that after the game's arrival, Blue Star's geographical features have been severely altered. It turned out that the shallow stream that could be crossed easily had transformed into this nightmarish sight. Chen Feng stroked his chin. Actually, he could just fly over. However, according to the system's nature, if he took off, those stupid little monsters below would definitely jump up like mad dogs to bite him. It wasn't that he was afraid of those monsters. The main issue was that once a fight broke out, the splashes of water would ruin his appetite for breakfast. Chen Feng wrinkled his brow in disgust. Forget it. He took a deep breath and slowly raised his right. Without any visible buildup of energy, he simply threw a punch at the boundless black ocean before him. But immediately after, boom! An indescribably terrifying pressure surged along the trajectory of Chen Feng's punch, instantly crashing into this unpassable, forbidden sea area. The vast river surface, spanning several hundred kilometers at that moment from the riverbank beneath Chen Feng's feet, extended all the way to the opposite shore of Jiangbei in his line of sight. The river water in between, along with the top-tier sea monsters boasting levels 80 or 90 beneath, were all instantly evaporated into nothingness in the face of this unreasonable 10,000-fold damage brute force. A dry vacuum channel wide enough to reach the seabed sediment was forcibly carved out in the entire river surface. The surrounding seawater formed a black water wall soaring to a height of 1,000 meters, attempting to rush back together, but was held back by the terrifying pressure of the punch lingering in the air, even forming a spectacular inverted waterfall phenomenon. Chen Feng stepped down the stairs wearing cloth shoes into the several thousand meters deep seabed. Amidst the shining top-tier materials and severed limbs of magical beasts, he strolled leisurely along the underwater tunnel he had opened up towards Jiangbei. 10 minutes later, Chen Feng successfully reached the land of Jiangbei. The moment he left the river surface, a cataclysmic sound of the river water rushing back echoed behind him. But just after he took 2 steps, he bumped his forehead against a layer of inconspicuous transparent barrier. Chen Feng stepped back half a step and reached out to knock. This was an energy barrier flickering with a light blue 6-pointed star magic circle. Inside this barrier, a brightly lit prosperous city could be seen with skyscrapers and even flying magical airships. Outside the barrier, however, was a desolate wilderness. Who set up such a large trap outside the city? Chen Feng looked around. This barrier was like a giant inverted rice bowl, completely wrapping the core area of, seriously, is it that troublesome to get breakfast? He scratched his head. Isn't there a long way to find a door? Chen Feng felt a bit of a headache. He hated such roundabout matters. So he impatiently extended a finger and lightly poked at the barrier. Crack! Chen Feng didn't even feel any resistance. The section of the barrier he poked directly shattered. Then, with a crash, it collapsed into a hole large enough for 2 people to walk side by side. The quality is too poor. Chen Feng shook his head and swaggered through the hole. Behind him, the originally light blue barrier, due to the emergence of this hole, instantly triggered a chain reaction, and the color of the entire barrier changed to deep red in less than a second. 5 minutes later, Jiangbei No. 1 main city. 7 or 8 vehicles painted with the special emblem of the city's defense team sped recklessly on the asphalt road in the wilderness. Behind them were hundreds of fully armed high-level city defense knights. Before the leading vehicle had even come to a stop, a middle-aged man in a luxurious mage robe kicked open the car door and rolled out. This was Li Mu, the defense officer of Jiangbei No. 1 main city, a level 78 master of formations. His face was as pale as paper, and cold sweat streamed down his forehead like a waterfall. Li Mu, along with a large group of people, stared intently at the large hole that had been shattered on the barrier in the silent wilderness. Sir. The energy node of the barrier was forcibly shattered. The adjutant beside him stammered, struggling to speak. Li Mu could no longer speak, his pupils dilating uncontrollably. He knew all too well. This city defense formation was set up by 7 masters of formations, each above level 80, working together. It could withstand disaster-level calamities and even endure the bombardment of dozens of magic crystal missiles. To forcibly break a hole in this formation meant, is there something in the sea planning to attack the city? In the central city of Jiangbei, a bustling core business district, the streets in the early morning were already filled with numerous awakened ones. The scene here was a stark contrast to the dilapidated refugee camp in Jiangnan district. The streets were lined with various shops, some selling glowing weapons, some selling healing potions, and of course, there were also various spirit food stalls that Chen Ange had been longing for. Following the enticing aroma, Chen Feng stopped in front of a large breakfast shop called Imperial Feast Pavilion. Many awakened ones were queuing to buy their breakfast, and from their gear, it was clear that they were at least elite players of level 30 to 40. Boss, I'll have 10 baskets of those dragon meat buns and 2 buckets of that purple glowing porridge to go. Soon it was Chen Feng's turn. He glanced at the floating menu hologram above him and casually ordered a few items that looked appealing. Behind the counter, a plump chef wearing a white tall hat quickly packed the food while casting a glance at Chen Feng. Noticing the man in plain novice gear that lacked even the slightest hint of magical power, and then looking at the pile of expensive high-end breakfast items, he ordered. The plump boss subtly frowned. 10 baskets of fire lizard meat buns and 2 buckets of purple star devil taro porridge. That'll be 4 gold coins. The plump boss tapped the counter, saying, "This shop does not offer credit. We only accept gold coins or equivalent hard currency materials." For gold coins were equivalent to half a month's worth of rations for a low-level refugee in Jiangnan district. Chen Feng reached into his pocket. He had no coins, he didn't even have a single copper coin. But he remained unfazed, casually pulling out a layer of warm red crystal from the spoils that had filled his pocket earlier and slapping it down on the counter. I don't have money, I'll use this to pay. Several awakened ones in line turned to look at him. Initially thinking he was a broke beggar, they were all stunned when they saw that item. Is that the Scarlet Flame magic crystal? The plump boss was also taken aback. In this world, after the game descended, the paper currency issued by the Federation had long become worthless. The real currency was extracted from high-grade ores into gold and silver coins. However, since it was inconvenient to carry for large transactions, people preferred to barter with various rare materials. Although the Scarlet Flame magic crystal was not considered a supreme rare divine material and could not be exchanged for divine gear or artifacts, its uses were extremely broad. Whether for forging high-level fire-type equipment or as the energy core for large formations, it was an indispensable essential item consistently in high demand in the market, a hard currency with a price, but no market. The market price of a single Scarlet Flame magic crystal was about 5 gold coins. The plump boss' eyes lit up and the previous disdain vanished in an instant, replaced by a warm smile. "Oh, little brother, you're generous. This is a good item." He carefully gathered the magic crystal and then pulled out a handful of silver coins from the drawer, handing them to Chinfeng. "This magic crystal is of excellent quality, more than enough to cover 4 gold coins. Here's your change, please take it." Chinfeng did not accept the small change and waved his hand. "Just keep it for now. Later I'll have a whole roasted sheep. Consider the change as a tip." "All right. Please wait a moment, I'll have someone roast it for you right away." The plump boss beamed with joy, turning to holler in the kitchen. Chinfeng stood by the counter waiting with nothing to do. At that moment, the voices of a group of awakened ones chatting at a nearby table reached Chinfeng's ears. "Did you hear? Something big happened in our Jiangbei battle zone last night." A soldier-dressed man lowered his voice and spoke mysteriously. "What big event? Is it another siege by an 80-level lord in the wild?" a teammate asked curiously. "No. The president of the Dynasty Guild has emerged from seclusion." The soldier looked awed. "It is said that he has been in seclusion for 3 years, finally breaking through to level 85, successfully completing his 3rd career awakening. He is now subtly gaining the title of Jiangbei's #1 war god." Upon hearing this, several tables nearby also turned to listen, their faces filled with astonishment. 85? That's insane. What do you mean? You don't know his luxurious gear. It is rumored that he possesses 3 mythical-grade artifacts, and when he emerged from seclusion yesterday, he casually struck down a 70-level flying magical beast with a single blow. Truly terrifying. No wonder he is the most top-tier legendary player in Jiangbei and even the entire Federation. I heard he was a regular on the power rankings of Divine Domain before the game descended, right? Of course. His gaming ID back then was well-known, called, "Oh right, Yao Naiwahi." Huffed. Chinfeng, who had just taken a sip of the free barley tea from the counter, sprayed it out. "Who?" Chinfeng, unable to wipe his mouth, turned to look at the group, incredulous. "Yao Naiwahi." He couldn't hold back and nearly laughed out loud. What a coincidence. Wasn't this the little brat who had used cheats to wall through and kill him in the arena 10 years ago, ultimately trapping him in the fountain with the ultimate lock cheat and killing him 1,000 times until he lost all gear, forcing him back to level 1? "Brother, do you know the president of the dynasty?" The soldier eyed Chinfeng, who was in plain gear, warily. "Ahem. I have heard of him, I have heard of him." Chinfeng suppressed his laughter, waving his hand. "He's quite a determined young man. He genuinely found it a bit. After all, back then he had been killed to the point of deleting his account. When the game descended, that brat should have been a level 0 loser with 9,999 experience debt and nothing to his name. Who would have thought that in this wasteland era, which heavily favored early game benefits, he not only survived, but climbed all the way to level 85, even becoming Jiangbei's #1 war god. Impressive. This is true perseverance and indomitable will." Chinfeng clicked his tongue in amazement. "Your breakfast is packed, it's all in this basic storage bag." The plump boss, grinning widely, handed over a burlap bag imprinted with a magical array. "Thanks." Chinfeng accepted the bag and casually tossed it into his endless backpack. Then he strolled out of the business district, planning to return to Jiangnan district along the same route. He had been out for nearly half an hour, and if he returned late, Chun Ange would surely be starving. 2 minutes later, Chinfeng was carrying a bag of small dragon buns, eating as he returned to the edge of the barrier he had pierced in the morning. However, when he approached that hole, he noticed something was off. The originally empty wild barrier was now surrounded by layers of heavily armed soldiers. Over 1,000 fully armed high-level knights had pulled up long red warning lines. Above, several small airships inscribed with magical defensive runes were circling, and the hole he had casually made that morning was currently being repaired by 7 or 8 old men in luxurious mage robes, sweating profusely with various rare materials. After repairing for the entire morning, they had barely covered half of the hole. What's going on? Are they capturing terrorists? Chen Feng walked over somewhat puzzled. As soon as he approached the warning line, a burly captain of the city defense team immediately drew his sword and pointed at him, shouting loudly, "Stop! Civilians are not allowed to approach." The captain's expression was severe, as though facing a grave enemy. This is a scene of a dangerous, unknown monster invasion. A city-destroying disaster could happen at any moment. If you dare to take another step forward, it'll kill you on the spot. Chen Feng looked at him speechless, raised the bun in his hand, and pointed outside the barrier. "I just want to return to Jiangnan District. If I don't go this way, how do I go back?" Return to Jiangnan District. The captain was stunned for a moment, looking at Chen Feng as if he were an idiot. "Are you out of your mind?" The captain scolded. "There's a deep abyss called the Dark River between Jiangnan and Jiangbei. That's the territory of high-level sea beasts which just broke this barrier. You, a novice, think you can swim back across? Do you want to feed the fish?" Chen Feng raised an eyebrow. "Then what should I do? How do I return?" This question instead left the captain dumbfounded. The soldiers stationed nearby also looked at him as if he were an alien. Why do these idiots always ask such stupid questions? The captain suppressed his anger, even doubting whether this person was scared silly. To go back to Jiangnan District, you would of course use the interregional teleportation array at the main city square. Do you think the passage built by dozens of high-level formation masters is just for show? The captain pointed towards a towering magical tower in the city center, glowing red. "The square is over there. Pay a silver coin for a boat ticket, and you can get there in 3 seconds. Get lost." Following his finger, Chen Feng looked over and suddenly realized. "Oh, right." Chen Feng slapped his forehead. He had completely defaulted to his habitual thinking, forgetting that this world had already been transformed by the game. The major cities already had safe teleportation hubs between them. He had been foolishly thinking about returning the same way. Oh, wasn't that just like dropping his pants to fart? "All right then, thanks for the directions." Chen Feng waved to the vigilant city defense troops and turned to stroll towards the teleportation array in the city center. In the Jiangnan region, the entrance to the 7th survivor base loomed before him. In front of the heavy rusted iron gate, only a few guards of around level 20 usually stood watch. However, today the atmosphere felt somewhat unusual. A middle-aged man dressed in finely crafted leather armor and equipped with 2 short blades at his waist stood at the entrance, inspecting the identities of those entering and exiting. This man was Zhao Tai, the deputy commander of the 7th camp, a level 45 shadow assassin. Above Zhang Meng, the bald captain, he was the absolute authority in this area. Chen Feng arrived at the gate holding a packed bag and chewing on half a meat bun. Just as he was about to step inside, 2 long guns suddenly crossed in front of him. "Halt! New arrival." One guard scrutinized Chen Feng's ridiculous plain white shirt with a wary gaze, saying, "Show your camp identity badge. If you're a refugee, pay a temporary residence fee of 5 copper coins and go over there for a pollution test." Chen Feng, with his mouth full of bun, mumbled, "Sorry, I just arrived yesterday and haven't had time to get a badge. Could you make an exception? My sister is waiting for me to have dinner inside." "No badge means." Just as the guard was about to chase him away, Deputy Commander Zhao Tai suddenly raised his hand, signaling the guard to step back. Zhao Tai's hawk-like eyes fixed intently on Chen Feng. More accurately, they were focused on the basic information display hovering above Chen Feng's head. In this world, high-level players can conceal their specific attributes and equipment, but unless they deliberately purchase stealth-type items, the basic level number cannot be completely hidden. Chen Feng certainly hadn't bought any stealth items. He simply didn't care about them at all. The moment Zhao Tai used the examine skill to look over, his heart suddenly jolted. LV 65, 65th level. Zhao Tai nearly thought he was seeing things and quickly rubbed his eyes to look again. That's right, a solid 65 level. What does this even mean? Among the vast crowd in the entire 7th survivor base with tens of thousands of people, the strongest camp commander was only level 52. Level 65, that's a terrifying height that only high-ranking officials from the main city or core members of top guilds can achieve. If he wanted to, he could single-handedly flatten the entire camp. What kind of hidden powerhouse is this? But as Zhao Tai recalled carefully, it seemed that the face before him was not among the list of known over 60-level experts in the Jiangnan region. Not even a notable solo player matched up. In fact, Chen Feng himself had no real grasp of his current level. After all, levels had become entirely meaningless to him. He hadn't even actively grinded for levels. It was merely that he had killed too many high-level monsters in the past couple of days, causing his level to rise directly. This brother. Zhao Tai's expression immediately shifted to one of respect, his face brimming with smiles as he stepped forward, a new face indeed. May I ask how to address you, brother? Where do you hail from? Chen Feng swallowed the last bite of his bun, wiped his greasy hands, and glanced at him casually. I'm Chen Feng, just returned from Jiangbei. A distinguished guest from Jiangbei. Zhao Tai cupped his hands together. It is my subordinates who have failed to recognize such a great figure. My apologies. I wonder what important business brings you to our humble and dilapidated 7th camp. If you require anything, I Zhao will do my utmost to assist. He naturally assumed that a big shot of this level came to a remote and impoverished place like this for some hidden quest or to search for rare minerals in the wild. No business, just going home for breakfast. Chen Feng pointed towards the inside of the camp. Going home. Zhao Tai was momentarily stunned, his face filled with confusion. My sister is here. Your sister is in our camp. Zhao Tai's mind raced. When did such a top-tier big shot's family member hide in the camp? What's her name? Her name is Chen Ngu. She lives in that old bus in the lower city. Chen Ngu. Upon hearing this name, Zhao Tai's expression froze. This name was far too famous, the only one in the entire camp who hadn't reached level 10 even after 10 years since the game's arrival, a crazy girl who spent all day searching for her brother. Everyone in the camp from top to bottom had mocked her numerous times. So it turns out, this is the legendary older brother. No wonder. Turns out he's from Jiangbei. I see, Brother Chen, you must have gone through a lot over the years while working outside. Although Ngu has had a bit of a hard time these past few years, she is definitely safe here in our camp. Alright, no need for all that useless talk. Chen Feng stretched lazily. Could you please make way? I'm in a hurry to get back. Of course. Please right this way. Zhao Tai quickly cleared a path. Inside the dilapidated bus, Chen Ngu sat on a bench, resting her chin in her hands, lost in thought. Beside her, the chunk of slime powder in the rusty pot had boiled down to a black paste, emitting an even stranger odor. Sizzle. The tattered curtain hanging at the door was lifted. Girl, it's time to eat. Chen Feng walked in with the packed bag, waved his hand, and lifted the rusty pot along with the paste, tossing it out the window. Hey, brother, why did you throw that away? That was 2 days' worth of rations. Chen Ngu cried out in distress. Who needs to eat that kind of thing? Chen Feng found a relatively clean broken wooden box to use as a table, placed the burlap bag on it, and opened it. Instantly, an intense aroma of meat filled the narrow bus. It was a top-notch fragrance mixed with high-level spices and the inherent spiritual energy fluctuations of the high-level magical beasts themselves. Chen Feng took out 10 steaming fire lizard meat buns and 2 large bowls of thick meat porridge glowing with purple light. Finally, from the very bottom of the bag, he even pulled out a whole roasted lamb, golden and crispy, still sizzling with grease. This? Chen Ngu's eyes widened, and she swallowed her saliva unceremoniously. Did you really buy all this from Jiangbei? How come it's glowing? Eat it while it's hot. Chen Feng tore off a greasy roasted lamb leg and shoved it into Chen Ngu's hands. What glowing? That's just a slight attribute enhancement effect that comes with the food. Eat more, it's good for your health. Chen Ngu held the lamb leg, which was bigger than her face, and her eyes turned red again. 10 years. Ever since the game arrived, she hadn't seen such a sumptuous and appetizing meal, not even in her dreams. Usually, if she could manage to eat a piece of non-sour hard bread, she would be happy for the whole day. She bit into the lamb leg. Chen Ngu's eyes instantly lit up, the crispy skin bursting in her mouth, the hot meat juice flowing down her throat, bringing a warm, faint current that made her frail body feel much better after 10 years of deprivation. Chen Ngu devoured her food, even remembering to hand Chen Feng a bun. Brother, you eat too. Slow down, don't choke. I already ate this morning. Chen Feng smiled as he watched her with oil all over her face, reaching out to take a piece of napkin to help wipe the corner of her mouth. Is it delicious? It's so delicious. 100 times better than the fast food we used to eat. Chen Ngu mumbled. As long as it's tasty. Chen Feng patted her head. Not just this meal. From now on, I promise to ensure you have the best food every day with no repeats. At the center of the camp, inside the largest military green windproof tent, was the base of the Frenzied Blade Pioneering Squad. Captain Zhang Meng had just completed his morning meditation, fully restoring his state. He stood up, bare-chested, revealing a body of bulging muscles. He casually grabbed a towel from the nearby table to wipe the sweat off his face, then picked up the wide-bladed sword that emitted a ghostly blue glow, beginning to carefully apply sharpening oil. Brothers, wake up. Have the potions and bandages been accounted for? Zhang Meng shouted without looking up. Inside the tent, 7 or 8 fully armed awakeners were organizing their gear. Don't worry, Captain. We have 20 bottles of fire resistance potions and a full pack of basic healing potions for each person, a thin man in a fiery red mage robe playing with a small fireball in his hand approached. This was the squad's vice captain and main damage dealer, a level 34 fire mage Lu Yang. Lu Yang yawned, extinguished the fireball with a flick of his fingers, and quietly complained, "Captain, this tent is getting more cramped by the day. Last month we recruited 2 frontline knights, and now it's hard to even turn over at night. The smell of stinky feet kept me awake all night yesterday." Zhang Meng continued sharpening the sword, the whetstone producing a zzz sound against the blade. "Just bear with it," Zhang Meng replied irritably. "The safe area in the camp is this small, every inch is precious. Outside there are poisonous mists and low-level monsters that could mutate at any moment. If you want to go sleep outside, I won't stop you." Lu Yang quickly put on a smiling face, then lowered his voice and said, "Actually, Captain, there's something I've been wanting to say for a while." "Spit it out quickly." Lu Yang rubbed his hands together. "Take a look at that broken bus shell in the lower city. What a great place it would be. The metal is thick. With a little repair it could easily accommodate half our squad, and it could serve as a temporary storage for materials." Zhang Meng furrowed his brow and paused his actions. "Are you talking about the bus that Chun Eng lives in?" "Exactly." Lu Yang slammed his thigh. "Don't you think this is outrageous, Captain? We, the main squad risking our lives on the front lines, have to squeeze into a broken tent, while that useless waste occupies such a large independent section. Just because she's been here washing clothes for 10 years. Wang Gang, the squad's main tank, and a level 33 shield warrior nodded in agreement. "Yang Guo is right, Captain." Wang Gang placed his heavy helmet on the table. "Every day we go out to explore and clear dungeons. The materials we gather have to hand over 20% to the camp as management fees. These useless commoners are just loafing around in the camp's safe zone, waiting for death. If this were the peaceful times, it would be one thing to show some kindness and charity. But this is the apocalypse. In an era where even the grassroots can't get enough to eat, why should a useless nobody occupy such good resources?" Lu Yang quickly added fuel to the fire. "Moreover, Captain, you saw it last night too. That girl is completely out of her mind now." At the mention of last night's events, Zhang Meng's expression darkened instantly. Indeed, Zhang Meng slammed the whetstone down on the table, his face cold as he said, "It's been 10 years, and she still talks endlessly about her long-dead brother. Last night, in the middle of the night, she went crazy, running up to me with an old antique phone, claiming her brother called her and wanted me to send the entire team on a dangerous mission to escort her to the city wall." Thinking back to Chun Angie's manic expression from last night, torn between tears and laughter, Zhang Meng felt a surge of frustration. This is still in the inner city. If it were outside, this kind of mad shouting could attract high-level monsters and endanger the entire team. Isn't this a sign of schizophrenia? Lu Yang sneered beside him. "I suspect she has been contaminated by some monster's corrupting aura, causing her to hallucinate. Keeping such an unstable bomb in the camp will surely cause big trouble sooner or later. Captain, I say we should just kick her out today." "That's a good idea," Wang Gang suggested. "After all, with her level, having her in the camp is just a waste of food, a dung machine. Let's free up that bus for our guild to use as a supply station. After finishing our dungeon runs, we can have a spacious place to lie down." Zhang Meng did not respond immediately. He pulled out a shriveled cigarette from his pocket, lit it, took a deep puff, and exhaled a thick smoke ring. "At Survivor Base No. 7, Zhang Meng had a certain weight in his words. Apart from Vice Camp Leader Zhao Tai and a few actual high-ranking officials in the camp, this frenzied blade pioneering squad was among the top combat forces in the tens of thousands. In this world where everything is data-driven and strength is paramount, being weak is a sin. No one would stand up for a level 3 bottom-tier refugee to offend a fully equipped level 38 team. All right. Zhang Meng extinguished the cigarette, but seized the wide-bladed sword from the table and firmly strapped it to his back. In this world, we don't support idlers. Keeping resources for those who can fight and level up is the survival rule. He picked up his helmet and turned to look at the team members in the tent. "Let's go. While we still have some time before Big Tiger and the others head to the sewers, I'll take a few brothers with." "Where to?" Lu Yang rubbed his hands excitedly. "To the lower city." Zhang Meng sneered. "To inform that crazy girl that her bus has been temporarily requisitioned by the camp's official pioneering team. Tell her to pack her junk and get out of Base 7. She can either sleep on the streets of the slums or go into the wild to find her dead brother." "All right. It's about time we did this." Lu Yang and Wang Gang, along with a few others, immediately perked up like they had been injected with adrenaline, grabbing their staffs and shields, and rushed out of the tent following Zhang Meng. A group of 7 or 8 awakeners in high-grade equipment strutted through the streets, particularly eye-catching in the morning camp. Passing low-level commoners and some scattered players, upon seeing Zhang Meng's distinctive red-named guild badge, they hurriedly pressed themselves against the roadside, lowering their heads and not daring to make eye contact. This is the deterrent power of the main battle force of a large guild. They made their way through the crowded tent area following a muddy path swaggering toward the lower city. "Captain, what if that girl starts crying and refuses to leave?" Lu Yang asked with a smile as they walked. "Refusing to leave, eh?" Zhang Ming scoffed disdainfully. "I have hundreds of forced displacement skills to toss her away. If that doesn't work, Wang Gang can kick that broken bus shell to pieces, and I want to see where she sleeps then." "Ha ha, right." Wang Gang cracked his knuckles, the joints popping loudly. Soon the dilapidated double-decker bus shell appeared in front of everyone. However, as they approached within 10 meters of the bus, Zhang Ming's steps suddenly halted. He took a deep sniff and his brow furrowed sharply. "What is that smell, eh?" Zhang Ming stopped in his tracks, suspiciously sniffing the air. Lu Yang and Wang Gang, who were following behind, also halted and took a whiff of the atmosphere. "What the hell?" Lu Yang swallowed hard, his eyes nearly bulging out. "What is that smell? It's so fragrant." A rich aroma of roasted meat wafted through the cold morning air, almost intoxicating. One could even detect the exquisite and enticing scent of expensive spices sizzling in hot oil. This was certainly not the kind of aroma that could emanate from the salt-laden slimes served in their camp. In an era where supplies were extremely scarce and most people could only gnaw on rye flatbreads and mixtures of monster bodily fluids, such a level of fragrance was akin to a deep-sea bomb. "It's coming from that broken bus." Wang Gang pointed at the abandoned vehicle ahead. At that moment, the doorway, which had merely been draped with a tattered cloth, was now emanating a bright and warm glow. In that faint light, there was even a hint of a mesmerizing purple glow. "Let's go check it out." Zhang Ming felt an inexplicable sense of caution rise within him. He swiftly drew his broad-bladed sword and strode forward. He ripped down the ridiculous half-piece of tattered canvas at the door and charged into the bus. "Gu, what the hell are you doing in there?" Zhang Ming's shout was abruptly choked in his throat. Lu Yang and Wang Gang, who squeezed in behind him, wore the same ghostly expressions. The bus interior was no longer the cold, damp dog den they had seen yesterday. The once-defunct conversion furnace was now radiating astonishing heat, dispelling all the chill. Not only that, even the broken chandelier above was shining brightly, as if it were midday. Of course, what shocked, and even drove them to madness the most, were the items laid out on those broken wooden crates. 10 steaming baskets of buns exuded a delicious meaty aroma. 2 large bowls of thick meat porridge glimmering with a purple magical light were identical in appearance to high-grade healing potions. Sitting there, Gu was holding a golden-brown, crispy roasted leg of lamb dripping with oil as she devoured it. Opposite her sat a strange man, wearing a white shirt and straw sandals, casually tearing off a piece of roasted lamb and feeding it to himself. Zhang Ming and the others' minds buzzed as they short-circuited. Even as the captain of the advanced pioneering team in the Jiangnan region. Even though he earned more gold coins each month than most in the camp, Zhang Ming only indulged in a few bites of level 3 wild boar meat at the restaurants in the main city during the holidays. That was a spiritual food imbued with attribute-enhancing glows. Even in the bustling main city of Jiangbei, it was a luxury that only the leaders of high-level guilds could afford. Where did this poor girl, who was so broke she had to take odd jobs just to wash clothes, get such valuable items? Or was it that the novice clad in starter gear next to her? "Oh, we have guests." Chen Feng casually tossed the gnawed lamb bone onto the ground, grabbed a piece of paper to wipe his hands, and smiled at the group rushing in. "Have you all had breakfast? If not, there's none for you, just watch." At this, Zhang Ming snapped back to reality. His expression shifted, and he forcibly suppressed his shock, puffing out his chest and pointing his sword at Gu. "Gu, where did you get all this food? Didn't the energy for this bus get cut off yesterday?" Before Gu could respond, Chen Feng remained seated without lifting his eyes, saying, "In this day and age, do I need to report to you all just to have breakfast at home?" Zhang Ming scrutinized Chen Feng from head to toe. The pure novice three-piece set of plain shirt, plain pants, and tattered straw sandals. No guild insignia, no magical fluctuations, and not even a proper weapon. Zhang Ming's heart suddenly settled. He guessed this was some refugee just escaping from a remote area who had stumbled upon some remains of high-level monsters or someone's lost wallet and had come to the 7th camp pretending to be important. Home. Nonsense. Lu Yang, the fire mage, relying on their numbers, was the first to jump out, slamming his staff heavily onto the ground. "Every inch of land in the camp belongs to the public. You lowly commoners have no right to claim a home." Lu Yang pointed at Chen Feng's nose, cursing, "Who the hell do you think you are? Where did this stray dog come from running wild in our 7th camp? I'll tell you today, our Crazy Blade team is here to represent the camp management, formally notifying you 2 siblings. From now on, this bus compartment is requisitioned by our Crazy Blade team. In 10 minutes, take your junk and get the hell out of the 7th camp." Hearing this, Chun and Gu lost her appetite for the leg of lamb and stood up in a flash, her face pale. Captain Zhang, on what grounds are you kicking me out? Chun and Gu was anxious. I've followed the rules here for 10 years, washing clothes for the pioneering team and mending those stinky leather armors every day. I have never failed to complete the basic allocation tasks. The camp management regulations never stated that one had to participate in frontline battles to live here. Camp regulations. Wang Gang, the main tank, laughed heartily. Regulations are made for those with strength. You're a worthless novice who will never reach level 10A, and you dare to talk about regulations. Wang Gang stepped forward, arrogantly pointing at the glowing food on the ground. These things are either stolen or traded using the camp's energy on the black market. People like you who only know how to leech off others, we Crazy Blade team, will be doing you a kindness if we don't kill you and you still want to reason with us. You're talking nonsense. All of this was bought by my brother. Chun and Gu trembled with anger. Your brother? Zhang Ming finally pieced things together. He turned back to Chen Feng, bursting into exaggerated laughter. Huh? Did you hear that, brothers? This is the so-called good brother who died outside 10 years ago. Oh my, I thought some divine being had appeared, but it turns out to be just a novice in open crotch pants. Lu Yang laughed so hard he doubled over. Amidst the unabashed laughter of the group, Zhang Meng's smile faded, his gaze turning increasingly cruel and cold. Enough. He spat on the ground. I'm telling you too, the wasteland doesn't support idle people, let alone trash. 10 years ago you were orphans nobody wanted, and now you still think about banding together for warmth. Who'd to come back and mooch off your foolish sister. He spat on the ground. I'm telling you too, the wasteland doesn't support idle people, let alone trash. 10 years ago you were orphans nobody wanted, and now you still think about banding together for warmth. You should take a look at your current state. Zhang Meng's words became increasingly unbearable. A good for-nothing burden who only knows how to wash clothes, and a turtle who has hidden away for 10 years. People like you are a waste of air. You should have been killed by slimes in the sewers on the very first day of the game's arrival, along with the old and weak. Listening to these words, Chun and Ji's eyes turned red, her fists clenched tightly. Ever since she was a child, the thing she hated most was when others called them unwanted orphans. Moreover, these people were now cursing her dearly beloved brother. You must not speak of my brother like that. What's wrong? Not happy? Wang Gang, seeing this, grinned viciously, raising his heavy 300-pound steel square shield. You don't want to leave, do you? Then I'll show some kindness today and send you 2 trash orphans on your way. As soon as he finished speaking, Wang Gang's muscles bulged. Boom. He unleashed all of his level 32 attributes. A faint yellow aura of fury surrounded him as he lifted the heavy square shield and mercilessly smashed it down toward Chen Feng, who had been silently sitting on the wooden crate. The strike was so powerful that it could easily turn low-level players into mush. The massive fine steel square shield, carried by a howling evil wind, smashed fiercely towards Chen Feng's head. Under the full eruption of a level 32 main tank warrior, this shield possessed the might of 1,000 pounds. Not to mention a single person, even a second-tier demonized brown bear, would have its brains splattered on the spot. With a dull thud, a tremendous sound suddenly erupted within the narrow carriage. Immediately afterward, a crimson mist of blood surged like a torrential rain, enveloping the entire carriage. Zhang Meng and Lu Yang had no time to even smirk. They only felt a sudden warmth on their faces as a sticky liquid mixed with bits of crushed intestines splattered all over their heads and faces. The view was a sea of blood red. What the hell? Lu Yang instinctively wiped his face, looking down at the still warm piece of intestine in his hand, and his brain instantly short-circuited. The carriage was so quiet that even the sound of a needle dropping could be heard. Zhang Meng and his group were frozen in place, maintaining their previous stances, their eyes fixed ahead. In front of them, the fierce and menacing main tank Wang Gang, who had just raised his shield to kill, had. All that remained in the spot where he stood was the deformed fine steel square shield, which clattered to the ground. As for Wang Gang himself, he had turned into a pile of uniform mosaic-like flesh mixed within the blood splattered across the walls and floor, irretrievably disassembled. And in front of this gruesome scene, Chen Feng sat calmly on a broken wooden box. His white shirt was not stained with a single drop of blood. At that moment, Chen Angi was also hiding behind him with a bewildered expression, similarly untouched by blood. This? Zhang Meng swallowed hard. The ferocity on his face turned into sheer horror. What is going on? It was too fast. Really too fast. Even Zhang Meng, with his superior dynamic neural reflexes at level 38, couldn't capture even a single frame of the action in that instant. From Wang Gang raising the shield to Wang Gang exploding into meat, the logic in between seemed to have been directly skipped, as if devoured by a dog. Enemy attack. There's an assassin. Zhang Meng reacted sharply, breaking out in a cold sweat. Everyone back to back for defense. There are high-level assassins lurking in the shadows. He obviously didn't even think that Wang Gang was killed by the man in the plain white shirt in front of him. There was only one reason: a high-level assassin, possibly over level 50 skilled in stealth and burst assassination, had been lurking around this dilapidated carriage protecting them. Chen Angi. Zhang Ming reacted swiftly, quickly turning his mind, raising his great sword to point at Chen Angi, and shouted sharply, "You traitorous bastard! How dare you secretly collude with an unknown assassin from outside to plot treachery in the 7th camp? This is tantamount to treason, deserving of death. Brothers, take these two siblings as hostages first." As soon as this was said, the remaining few team members who had just reacted perked up. "Damn it, I don't believe it." A swiftly moving level 29 Shadow Flow dual-blade assassin shouted angrily. A blue glow of speed enhancement erupted from his body. Whoosh! He left a series of afterimages in midair, thrusting two poisoned ghostly daggers at a tricky angle towards Chen Feng's neck. Truly, one does not shed tears until they see the coffin. Chen Feng sighed. This time he did not use the previous speed that transcended physical limits. To allow these frogs at the bottom of the well to see clearly, he intentionally slowed down his movements. Under the terrified gazes of everyone as he looked at the two poisoned daggers that were so close, Chen Feng simply raised his right hand in an unremarkable manner. He clenched his fist and gently pushed it forward. Bang! Boom! A terrifying fist wind capable of tearing through a hurricane rushed out from the tip of Chen Feng's fist. Hawk! The assassin at the center of the fist wind didn't even have time to let out a scream, his entire body disintegrating in midair like a tomato struck by a high-speed train. The exploding blood mist was even blown throughout the city by that fierce wind. Then under that suffocating, terrifying wind pressure, thud, 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 Zhang Ming, Lu Yang, and the remaining few pioneering team members were all blown away by this fist wind crashing against the dilapidated iron walls of the carriage with a series of bangs. Silence. Dead silence. All arrogance, all mockery, all fierce glints turned into silence. Dead silence. All arrogance, all mockery, all fierce glints turned into endless, icy fear in that moment. Those pioneering team members sprawled on the ground wide-eyed. They saw it clearly. They finally saw it. There was no high-level assassin hiding in the shadows. The one who killed them was precisely this plain-looking man in a white shirt without any equipment. No, what kind of monster are you? What level are you? Did you allocate all your attributes to strengths? Killing a level 29 assassin with a single light punch. That's unscientific. Oh my god. This is a humanoid boss monster. Zhang Ming collapsed on the ground, his legs trembling. Yangzi, use lightning magic. Use spells to blast him. Seeing Chen Feng seemingly about to stand up, he was nearly in a panic, shouting desperately at the fire mage Lu Yang beside him. Lu Yang also woke up at this moment. Oh, die damn it. Lu Yang's eyes turned blood red, driven by his will to survive. He bit his tongue. He raised his staff high and rapidly chanted the fastest spell of his life. Thunderfall Judgment of the 10,000 June. Boom. This was a pseudo-A rank forbidden spell that Lu Yang dug up from the ruins, capable of unleashing a destructive thunder element attack exceeding his own 3 tiers in an instant. The strongest strike of a level 34 fire and thunder dual cultivation mage was enough to flatten a small city gate with its terrifying magic. Just a moment ago the sky above the ruins was clear, but suddenly dark clouds gathered. Immediately afterward, a dazzling blue lightning bolt as thick as a barrel carrying the destructive power of thunder broke through the iron roof of the bus and struck down hard at Chen Feng's head. Zzz. The violent lightning instantly engulfed Chen Feng, the blinding electric light writhing wildly within the carriage like countless poisonous snakes. It hit. It hit. Ha ha. Lu Yang's face was pale, spitting out blood, but he laughed maniacally. This was the highest tier single-target lightning magic. It ignored 50% of magic resistance. No matter how strong your physique, even if you had hundreds of thousands of health points. Facing this pure elemental thunder, it would be surprising if you weren't turned to charcoal. However, Lu Yang's laughter abruptly stopped again. Zhang Ming's face turned pale in an instant. The thick lightning bolt struck Chen Feng. Countless purple arcs of electricity wildly danced across the pristine white novice shirt he wore, emitting crackling sounds. The terrifying high-temperature lightning even scorched the ground within a radius of 10 meters around Chen Feng into charred glass. But Chen Feng stood quietly at the center of the lightning storm, unscathed, not a scratch. Is this the big move you've been holding back for so long? Chen Feng looked up for him. With infinite health, this kind of non-painful scratch couldn't even qualify to take away a single point of health. Even more astonishingly, Under the desperate gazes of the members of the Crazy Blade team, Chen Feng endured that violent lightning that could destroy most of a camp lightly tapped with his toes. Under his feet, there was clearly no magic circle, yet he floated in midair as if defying all physical laws and magical common sense. Higher and higher, he hovered in midair like a god, coldly overlooking the ants below. Lu Yang collapsed on the ground, his teeth chattering. What the hell are you creating? Floating in midair. Immunity to damage. Just when everyone thought they were dreaming. Chen Feng's gaze suddenly turned cold. In an instant, he charged forward from his suspended state. Bang! That figure as swift as lightning created a red sonic boom in midair. In the next second, Chen Feng appeared right in front of Lu Yang, kicking him. Lu Yang's head burst like a watermelon under high pressure. Ugh! Watching his companions being kicked into red mist one after another, the remaining members of the Crazy Blade team finally couldn't bear the mental shock and collapsed to the ground, vomiting wildly. Monster! Monster! Zhang Meng scrambled backward, using both hands and feet his pants so, once arrogant and domineering, he was now in tears, and snot desperately rolling and crawling towards the center of the camp. Such a commotion couldn't possibly be hidden from the others in the camp. Even the roof of the bus was struck. Soon hurried footsteps and the clanking of armor echoed from outside. What's going on? What are you all? Get out of the way! A booming voice commanded. The crowd parted, creating a path. The highest authority of the 7th Survivor Base, a level 52 Earth Knight, and camp leader Lei Bao, along with the vice camp leader and defense officer Zhao Tai. The two rushed to the scene with hundreds of heavy-armored city defenders. Upon arrival, the horrific sight and the strong smell of blood made Lei Bao furrow his brow. Did we get attacked by a high-level star beast? Lei Bao asked sharply. Camp leader. Seeing a powerful ally arrive, Zhang Meng, who had just been scared into a state of panic, seemed to grasp at a life-saving straw, rolling and crawling to Lei Bao's feet, tightly hugging his thigh. Camp leader, you have to stand up for our Crazy Blade team. Zhang Meng cried with tears streaming down his face, dramatically fabricating the truth. This morning our team kindly came to deliver supplies to Chenongwa, but she had already betrayed our camp. Lei Bao was taken aback. Betrayed the camp? Yes. Zhang Meng forcefully turned around, pointing at Chen Feng, who stood expressionless outside the broken bus, with a terrified and venomous gaze. That man, Chenongwa, secretly hid those scheming high-level thugs in the bus. When we entered, they were using some unknown dark magic to siphon the lifespans of our team members. Wang Gang and Old Lu. Wang Gang and Old Lu were directly turned into dried corpses and blood mist by that demon. Zhang Meng grew more agitated as he spoke. Camp leader, this brother and sister are the tumors of our 7th camp. If we don't eliminate them, not just us, but the entire city's common folk will suffer. Upon hearing this, the onlooking civilians gasped in horror, looking at the expressionless Chen Feng and Chenongwa with fear and disgust. To the lower-class refugees, the words of the powerful were absolute authority. Who would have thought that Chenongwa, who seemed so honest, would secretly engage in such schemes? That man does not look like a good person. Kill him. Avenge the Crazy Blade team. Drive them out of the camp. The crowd was incensed. Hearing the words of betrayal, Lei Bao's face darkened as he drew his great sword. Just then, the vice camp leader Zhao Tai, who had been standing behind Lei Bao, sharply inhaled cold air. He immediately recognized the man in the white shirt standing outside the bus. Bullshit. Zhang Meng stopped spewing nonsense. Zhao Tai stepped forward without hesitation, pointing at Zhang Meng and cursing. Everyone was stunned. Zhang Meng was also dumbfounded. Zhao, vice camp leader. I'm the victim here. You're the victim. Zhao Tai was so furious he wanted to kick him. This brother Chen. I personally confirmed his identity at the camp entrance this morning and let him in. He came from Jiangbei specifically to visit his sister Chenongwa. How could brother Chen be a bad person? The surrounding gasps grew louder. Came from the main city of Jiangbei. In the eyes of the Jiangnan refugees, Jiangbei was a paradise of untold riches. Who could come from Jiangbei to seek their relatives? They must be someone significant. Moreover, the respectful treatment from Zhao Tai indicated that he was definitely not an ordinary person. Lei Bao raised an eyebrow and looked at Zhao Tai. Old Zhao, who is this? Zhao Tai lowered his voice and urgently said in Lei Bao's ear, camp leader. This master is a big shot. I've checked his background. He's an absolute top-tier powerhouse, at least level 65. If we provoke him, not just Zhang Meng, the entire city's defenses would be nothing but chopped vegetables to him. Upon hearing the number 65, cold sweat broke out on the usually composed Lei Bao's forehead. As the leader of a camp, he obviously understood the significance of this level. That was a living overlord who could stride through any main city. Lei Bao quickly sheathed his great sword, instantly putting on a conciliatory smile. Oh, misunderstanding. This is absolutely a colossal misunderstanding. Lei Bao stepped forward, keeping a safe distance, and cupped his hands at Chen Feng. I am Lei Bao, the head of the 7th camp. This brother. Oh no, Brother Chen, we are all prominent figures here. He pointed at Zhang Meng on the ground, then gestured at the 2 pools of flesh nearby. The Crazy Blade team indeed acted recklessly, but they are our camp's main force against the beasts. You've already killed 2 of them. You've vented your anger already. You see, the flood has washed away the Dragon King temple. Oh, everyone is just trying to survive. Lei Bao spoke with a tone of heart-to-heart persuasion. So give me some face. Why don't we just let this matter pass? The living supplies for you 2 siblings in the camp will be supplied at the highest standard from now on. Let's consider this matter resolved. How does that sound? Lei Bao had his own selfish motives in saying that. If a level 65 big shot could stay in the camp, then the high-level lord-level monsters in the wild wouldn't be a problem at all. The 7th camp would surely soar to great heights. Listening to the camp leader's proposal, although Zhang Meng was unwilling, he was not foolish. If even the camp leader was this wary, how could he not realize that this killing star was not someone to provoke? However, he also didn't believe that the person in front of him would dare to eradicate them in public. Thus Zhang Meng gritted his teeth and lowered his head in acquiescence. However, he also didn't believe that the person in front of him would dare to eradicate them in public. Thus Zhang Meng gritted his teeth and lowered his head in acquiescence. Such good fortune was truly a blessing from their ancestors. However, in the midst of the dead silence, Chen Feng suddenly chuckled. Resolution. Chen Feng scratched his ear. Why should I resolve things with a piece of trash who disgusts my sister? I said today he must die. Even Jesus wouldn't help, that's what I said. As his words fell, the once suppressed multitudes of attributes and infinite states within Chen Feng involuntarily leaked out in response to his emotional fluctuations. This was the forbidden power that even this world forcibly altered by game rules could not contain. Boom! The sky split apart. Just a moment ago it was a clear and sunny day. The instant Chen Feng's words left his mouth, a terrifying crack thousands of miles long tore through the heavens above the 7th camp. The once clear air instantly turned suffocating. From the crack, crimson lightning rolled like blood roaring in the clouds, sending tremors to the soul. It was as if the will of the entire planet was trembling in fear at the awakening of some terrifying existence. But everyone present, including Lei Bao and Zhao Tai, because their levels were simply too low, they didn't even have the qualification to sense this level of pressure. In their eyes, aside from suddenly feeling a bit short of breath and frightened, they only thought the weather had turned bad all of a sudden. This cursed weather, how can it change so? Lei Bao was startled by the red lightning and looked up at the sky. He just assumed it was one of the unique apocalyptic phenomena of the wasteland. Brother Chun. He felt somewhat embarrassed as the camp leader, given that they were not showing any respect. Your words are too absolute. As the saying goes, leave a line when dealing with others for future encounters. If you insist on killing Zhang Meng, you are going against the rules of the entire 7th camp. Exactly. Zhang Meng saw that Chen Feng did not intend to let him go. His own fierce spirit was also forced out. What? Are you flaunting your power just because you can survive in Jiangbei main city? Let me tell you, 2 orphans. In the past 10 years I have cultivated in the Jiangnan and Jiangbei regions, and the peak awakeners I know are numerous. Among them there are even quite a few influential figures at levels 70 or 80. He viciously issued a threat. Camp Leader Lei, Vice Camp Leader Zhao, I'm stating this right now. Zhang Meng pointed at Chen Feng. Today, one of us must remain in your camp. If you choose this pair of orphans, they'll turn around and leave. But remember, I will eventually bring my influential connections back to stomp your 7th base into the ground in revenge. The atmosphere was tense to the breaking point. Lei Bao's brow was tightly furrowed. A giant at level 70 or 80. That was no joking matter. Though over the past few years Zhang Meng had boasted incessantly he indeed had a cousin who had joined a top-tier battle guild ranked in the top 10 in Jiangbei, and was highly regarded by an elder of level 80. In these years the 7th camp had managed to withstand the pressure from surrounding monsters largely thanks to the resources tilted in their favor. Brother Chun, you heard what Zhang Meng said just now. Although his actions today were underhanded, if things were pushed to the limit, it would draw the ire of those big shots. Our small camp cannot withstand that kind of fury. How about we each take a step back? Let him apologize to Sister and Gu and compensate with a batch of top-tier items so that we can coexist peacefully in the future. What do you think? Chen Feng stroked his chin. He ignored Lei Bao and turned his interest to Zhang Meng, who had regained some confidence after throwing out threats. Oh, you're backing. Is it from Jiangbei or Jiangnan? What's the name? What levels are they? Seeing Chen Feng's expression, Zhang Meng thought Chen Feng was genuinely afraid of those big names and began weighing the pros and cons. Are you scared? Zhang Meng sneered, straightening his back as the earlier embarrassment vanished. He pointed at the sky and boasted loudly, "I won't hesitate to tell you. My cousin Zhang Yun serves as the chief assassin in the main city of the Mad God Guild in Jiangbei. His master, who is also the vice president of the Mad God Guild, is the level 82 berserker bloodthirsty Azura Lu Changfeng. He is someone who has once fought a calamity bone dragon in single combat. Besides him on the Jiangnan side, there is the president of the top 3 Starfall Guild, Lei Ju, who also has a deep bond with me. I once saved a subordinate of his. And there is also a level 78 regiment commander Song Ming stationed in the Jiangbei combat zone. That's an official high-ranking figure. Just one of these 4 could squash you 2 siblings like stepping on 2 ants. What do you say? Weren't you just, go ahead. Try to touch me." The onlookers around all fell silent upon hearing these 4 names. Among them 3 were legendary figures within the top 100 of the strength ladder in both Jiangnan and Jiangbei. The remaining official regiment commander was someone not to be offended. "Captain," is what Zhang Meng said about these people. True. Zhao Tai, standing nearby, was sweating profusely and feeling a bit guilty. More or less. Lei Bao nodded bitterly. "I had heard a bit about this before." He turned to Chen Feng and said, "Brother Chun, it's better to let things go where possible." "Understood." Chen Feng nodded deep in thought amidst the astonished, wary, or gloating gazes. "It's good to clarify things," Chen Feng murmured, "so that I don't accidentally hit the wrong person and involve the innocent in this." "Huh, what does that mean?" The surrounding people were confused. Zhang Meng was even more puzzled, not understanding what this person was mumbling about. Next, under everyone's watchful eyes, Chen Feng slowly pulled out a basic whiteboard small handgun from his waistband. In his view, countless live targets of various sizes instantly jumped into view. And under Chen Feng's mental filtering, for super targeting frames flashing bright red located in different regions of Jiangnan and Jiangbei were precisely selected and locked in place. Locking Jiangbei Combat Zone LV. 82 Vice President of the Mad God Guild Lu Changfeng, locking Jiangbei Combat Zone LV. 78 City Defense Regiment Commander Song Ming, locking Jiangnan Region LV. 68 President of the Starfall Guild Lei Ju, locking Jiangbei Combat Zone LV. 55 Chief Assassin of the Mad God Guild Zhang Yun. These 4 frames span distances from hundreds to thousands of kilometers. But in Chen Feng's eyes, they were mere live targets within arm's reach. Chen Feng lifted the rough beginner's handgun and casually raised his arm. Bang, 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 bang. Standing in place, Chen Feng, with a lazy posture, fired 4 shots at the patch of red clouds in midair under the astonished gaze of everyone. After firing the 4 shots, Chen Feng tucked the rusty handgun back into his waistband and let out a long breath. Then, with a smile that was quite amiable, he looked at the dumbfounded Zhang Meng. "All right," Chen Feng shrugged. "Now all your backing is dead." As Chen Feng said this, the scene fell silent for a full 3 seconds. Only the unique wind of the wasteland mixed with dust whispered past people's ears. Then, ha ha, Zhang Meng, holding his stomach, laughed until he rolled on the ground in the blood. "Crazy? Are you fucking crazy?" Zhang Meng laughed so hard that tears flowed down his face. "You took a piece of scrap iron that can't even penetrate a level 1 monster and fired 4 blank shots at the air? And then told me that a few top-tier experts in a safe zone 1,000 miles away are all dead. Do you think the barrier of Jiangbei's main city is made of paper? Even if I stand still, if the bullet falls, it can break my defense, then I lose." Not only Zhang Meng, even Lei Bao and Zhao Tai, who had been very wary of Chen Feng just moments ago, couldn't help but feel. Zhao Tai cleared his throat a couple of times. "Brother Chun, if you're really angry, just punch him a couple of times to vent your frustration. Firing at the air to vent your anger is a bit too embarrassing, isn't it?" The onlookers around also exchanged glances, beginning to whisper among themselves. This behavior was no different from madness. The intimidation from the previous punches was greatly diminished after these ridiculous 4 shots. However, at that moment, ding ding, ding ding. This was an emergency push notification synchronized across the entire region. All awakened beings present, regardless of their levels, received several forced golden trumpet notifications at the same time. World announcement. Jiangnan Combat Zone reports the headquarters of the Starfall Guild has suffered an unknown long-range annihilation strike. Guild President LV. 68 Lei Ju has been confirmed dead. All members of the Starfall Guild are now on level 1 alert. Lei Bao stared at the screen, gasping. He incredulously looked up at the sky, then at Chen Feng. But this was just the beginning. Immediately after, even more piercing golden trumpets began to flood the sky. World announcement. Jiangbei Combat Zone Major Urgent Report. Vice President of the Mad God Guild Lu Changfeng was killed by an unknown red light in a closed meditation chamber 300 meters underground. The Thunderstorm Man was momentarily stunned. He was no small character, unacquainted with the world, Having managed the 7th camp with great success in this cannibalistic wasteland, his perception and emotional intelligence were undoubtedly top-notch. Just moments ago, he found Chen Feng's act of firing 4 shots into the sky juvenile and laughable. But now from 1,000 miles away, using 4 bullets from a basic handgun, he had seemingly eliminated 2 of the most powerful figures in the region. Sweat beads the size of soybeans instantly covered Thunderstorm's forehead. Bang! A muffled sound echoed. Without a moment's hesitation, Thunderstorm turned around, lifted his right foot clad in heavy armor, and fiercely kicked Zhang Meng, who was still in a daze, right in the chest. Puff! Zhang Meng, already dazed with fear and shock, was sent rolling on the ground by the force of the kick, spitting out a mouthful of fresh blood. See, camp leader. Zhang Meng clutched his chest, staring at Thunderstorm in disbelief. Shut the hell up, you scum. Thunderstorm's expression shifted from that of a mediator to one of fury, his face pale, and his eyes nearly ablaze with wrath as he pointed at the prostrate Zhang Meng and admonished, "I, Thunderstorm, must have been blind to believe the words of a scoundrel like you. For 10 years, Sister Ngu has diligently worked in our camp, bearing hardships, without complaint. How could she possibly conspire with the enemy? You bastard, just for coveting her position on that big bus, you dare to fabricate such malicious words." He quickly walked up to Chen Feng. Amidst the shocked gazes of his subordinates and the civilians, Thunderstorm, a level 52 boss, actually bent down, without hesitation, lowering himself to the utmost humility. "Brother Chen Feng, it is my failure to recognize talent, nearly blinded by this beast, resulting in a grave mistake. On behalf of the 7th Camp Management, I extend my deepest apologies to you and Sister Ngu." He had already stated his position clearly. Zhang Meng is a disgraceful traitor guilty of heinous crimes. I leave him to your judgment. We will leave this instant and will not interfere. After speaking, Thunderstorm respectfully took 3 steps back, not daring to linger, and directly led Zhao Tai and a group of city defenders back to the inner city of the camp, even thoughtfully dispersing the onlookers. It was not until now that Zhang Meng looked around at the empty surroundings and finally realized something. It was fake. Those 4 loudspeaker announcements had to be fake. This is impossible. Zhang Meng struggled to lift his head, his eyes bloodshot, staring intensely at Chen Feng. "What trick did you use? You altered the system loudspeaker. With that broken basic handgun of yours, you could kill Lei Ju and Lu Changfeng. It's impossible. This is absolutely impossible." Zhang Meng was still howling in a frenzy. Chen Feng had no interest in explaining. He slightly lowered his head, gazing at Zhang Meng with a calmness that was almost infuriating. Then Chen Feng extended his hand, abruptly grasping in Zhang Meng's direction. Crack, crack, crack. The sound of bones fracturing echoed painfully, leaving Zhang Meng no time to react. His arms and legs were instantly twisted at unimaginable angles by an invisible, terrifying force. Ah 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 ah. This heart-wrenching scream pierced the heavens. Zhang Meng writhed in agony on the ground. Chen Feng turned his head to look at Chen Ngu, who had been hiding behind him. "Ngu, come here. Brother. Go deal with him yourself." Huh. Chen Ngu was momentarily stunned. She looked at Zhang Meng, who was sprawled on the ground, the once imposing squad leader who had bullied her in the camp. She fumbled in her pocket and pulled out a small beginner's knife. Then she slowly walked toward Zhang Meng. Zhang Meng watched as Chen Ngu approached him with the dagger. The intense pain and the shadow of death finally shattered his last unrealistic fantasies. He was finally afraid. The blood spilling all around him brought back a sliver of reason. "Ngu, let me explain," he cried out while coughing up blood. "I know I was wrong. I shouldn't have left you behind to level up." The formerly arrogant expression on his face twisted into a pitiful, ugly plea. "I have treated you poorly for the past 10 years. I'm sorry. You have a generous heart. Just consider me a nuisance. Spare me a way out. I promise I won't dare again. You can have my entire team for leveling up from now on. I won't let you lift a finger." Hearing Zhang Meng's desperate pleas, Chen Ngu shook her head. In this cold wasteland, she had endured alone for 10 years in search of the only ray of light. There was not much hatred in her eyes, only sorrow. "Captain Zhang Meng, I never hated you for not taking me to..." Zhang Meng paused. "In these 10 years, in order to find my brother, I gave up the most important resources for starting the game, becoming the weakest of the weak. That was my choice. I was laughed at, ostracized, and looked down upon. That is the survival law of the wasteland now. No one is obligated to stop and help a burden. I was willing, but I cannot understand." Chen Ngu's tears fell. "I have already hidden in the most remote corner of the camp. I have been doing heavy and tiring work for the camp every day. I have never affected even a tiny bit of, yet you all were unwilling to leave me even the slightest right to live and wait for hope. Why must you push people to their death? Why even take away this dilapidated carriage which smells of mold and rust by any means necessary? Those vicious words. They trampled on the dignity of a girl who had waited for her brother in solitude for 10 years. Zhang Ming's blood-stained face froze instantly. He opened his mouth, but could not say a word. His whole life had been spent pursuing so-called strength, stepping on the weak. But he forgot the weak can also raise a knife. Without giving Zhang Ming a chance for a second word, Chun Ngu gripped the shimmering dagger tightly. She plunged it fiercely into Zhang Ming's heart. Pshhh. Blood splattered. Zhang Ming's eyes widened in shock. His throat emitted a gurgling sound, then his head tilted, and he breathed his last. In this blood-soaked silence, Chun Ngu let go of the dagger's hilt and collapsed onto the ground. Her hands trembled uncontrollably. That was the fear of having killed someone, the instinctive shudder at the passing of life. It was also the release of all the grievances and endurance from these years. Tick-tock, tick-tock. At that moment a warm feeling gradually enveloped her. Chen Feng walked. He half-squatted down. He gave his sister a gentle hug. Chen Angguo's emotions calmed down for a moment as Chen Feng brought some clean water to wash her hands and face. They just stepped outside. Not far away, Lei Bao and Zhao Tai stood like two school children who had done something wrong. Hands pressed against their pants, seemed smiling awkwardly while waiting beside the ruins. Not far away, Lei Bao and Zhao Tai stood like two school children who had done something wrong. Hands pressed. Lei Bao's gaze involuntarily flicked to the bloody remains lying on the ground, his eyelids twitching wildly, yet his face still bore a flattering expression. I've already arranged for someone to clean up the remains of those scoundrels. Do I assure you they want dirty your eyes, Sister Anghua? Lei Bao said cautiously. Regarding compensation, I've discussed it with old Zhao. In the central area of the camp, we have prepared a well-preserved standalone small building for Sister Anghua, with 24-hour crystal stone heating. Additionally, we will provide an extra subsidy of 1,000 gold coins each month. What do you think of this arrangement? Can it somewhat compensate for our debt to Sister Anghua over the past decade? 1,000 gold coins. Chen Angguo's eyes widened in disbelief. Over the past 10 years, the gold coins she earned could barely be counted on one hand. Now Lei Bao was offering a compensation so extravagant that she could hardly fathom. This was not a mere compensation, but almost as if they were offering to support her entirely. Chen Feng, however, was utterly uninterested in such worthless scraps. To him, these things were less significant than mere data. He turned his head to look at Chen Anghua. Anghua, do you want it? Chen Feng casually asked. If his sister desired it, he wouldn't hesitate to force Lei Bao to change his surname to Chun. Chen Anghua came back to her senses and shook her head. She was a very content and kind-hearted girl. Over the years, although the camp treated her, a lowly person, poorly under the invasions of monsters from the outside, it was indeed the high walls of the 7th camp that protected her life. Captain Lei, there's no need for such elaborate measures. Zhang Ming's issue is his own problem. I won't blame the entire camp for one person's fault. And I don't need your compensation. Although this place is a bit shabby, it has been my home for the past 10 years. Chen Anghua looked at Lei Bao and Zhao Tai. As long as the camp's logistics department doesn't casually suspend my energy supply and stops blocking my task allocations, that will suffice. Lei Bao and Zhao Tai exchanged glances. They had expected to suffer a significant loss today and thought they might have to kneel and apologize to quell the anger of such a formidable person. Yet this girl was so understanding. Since Sister Anghua has said so. Lei Bao expressed his gratitude, bowing deeply to Chen Anghua. Sister Angguo's righteousness. Rest assured, if anyone wrongs you in the future, I, Lei Bao, will personally deal with them. I mean it. Chen Feng saw this and decided not to probe any further. All right, let's put this matter behind us. Chen Feng waved his hand, signaling them to leave. Lei Bao and Zhao Tai felt as if a great weight had been lifted and hurriedly arranged for someone to clean the area before quickly departing. After handling this matter, the tension that had been taut in Chen Angguo's mind finally relaxed. Suddenly, she seemed to realize something and slapped her thigh. Oh no, this is bad. Chen Anghua anxiously grabbed Chen Feng's hand and shook it back and forth. Brother, what time is it now? It's almost 6 in the morning. Why? I made an appointment with Xia Xia. Today, Brother Dahu is taking me to the outskirts of the sewers for a daily dungeon run. Xia Xia must be waiting at the camp gate. Chen Anghua hurriedly adjusted her tattered clothes. Brother, you rest at home for a while. I need to hurry. It's a hard-won opportunity to gain experience. I can't make them wait for me. Seeing his sister so eager to go out and fight monsters, Chen Feng smiled. Indeed, this was a highly data-driven world, and in order to have a sense of participation and experience, leveling up was the only way. He couldn't just force this girl to stay at home like a caged vase. That would make her ambition to grow stronger over the past decade a joke. All right, go ahead. Chen Feng helped her smooth her wind-tousled hair and said gently, once you're in the team, just focus on safely gaining experience without worrying about others' opinions. Don't worry, brother. Chen Hongwa waved her hand. They'll pay attention to my safety. Chen Feng looked at her softly, adding a remark. Don't be afraid if you encounter danger. Even if the sky falls, brother will be there to shield you first. This was not an empty comfort or boast. In Chen Feng's view, he could always see Chen Hongwa's real-time health bar and status. Even across vast distances under this scanning ability with a lock-on cheat, no obstacles in the entire blue star could block Chen Feng's sight. With Chen Feng's unreasonable flying speed, as long as the green box showed any signs of trouble, he could reach her side in any corner of this planet without even needing half a second. I know, brother. Wait for me to come back. Chen Hongwa nodded vigorously and turned to jog towards the... Watching Chen Hongwa gradually disappear at the end of the ruined street, Chen Feng's smile slowly faded. He lowered his head and fell into deep thought. It's easy to say that, but I can't really let her start from scratch in this harsh world. This worn-out cloth armor has zero defense. If she were to be grazed by any small monster's bullet, it would be enough to take down her level 3 physique. I need to get Chen Hongwa some decent equipment. Where to find it? Chen Feng stroked his chin. When he played Divine Domain, he was always immersed in various forums and the front lines of difficult raids. I remember there was a sealed exclusive treasure vault in the ancient city ruins next to the Jiangnan district, right? And in that northern endless abyss, there's a hidden boss that drops an epic Valkyrie set. Since I'm idle anyway, I might as well go gather some supplies. Chen Feng made up his mind and casually stepped forward with his hands in his pockets. His figure instantly disappeared from the spot. On the other side at the 7th survivor base, the northern broken main gate. Lin Xia, clad in sleek leather armor and carrying a long knife, was leaning against the mottled city wall, boredly gazing at the sky. She had come to the meeting point at the gate early in the morning and was completely unaware of the bloodshed that had occurred at the lower city bus station or the cleanup by Lei Bao's group. She didn't even know that Zhang Meng was dead. Huff, huff. A sound of hurried footsteps. Chen Hongwa ran to the assembly point, panting and full of apologies. Sorry, Xia. There was a small situation at home that delayed me. I'm not late, am I? Lin Xia turned to glance at her, unable to help but roll her eyes. You're not late. Brother Dahu and the others are still receiving supplies and will be out soon. Lin Xia walked over to Chen Hongwa, sizing her up, and suddenly winked mischievously. What's up? Last night your long-lost brother came back. Shouldn't you be crying and hugging each other tightly, not letting... Lin Xia teased. I thought for sure you'd ditch me today to stay home and cozy up with your brother. I didn't expect your brother to be so generous, allowing a little sister who's not even level 10 to come out and take on wild tasks. Chen Hongwa smiled with a blush. It's not that exaggerated. She looked up proudly and recounted, but my brother said to rest assured that as long as I encounter danger, he will appear beside me to protect me immediately. Hearing this, Lin Xia couldn't help but laugh out loud. She ruffled Chen Hongwa's hair, finding it hard to maintain a serious expression. Hongwa, do you really believe that? Lin Xia shook her head helplessly. How can he know whether you're in danger from dozens of kilometers away? Even if he did know, could he just tear through space and appear out of nowhere to save you? Lin Xia pouted. We're living in a harsh wasteland, not some action anime. Don't listen to men painting grand pictures for you. Even if he did know, could he just tear through space and appear out of nowhere to save you? Lin Xia pouted. We're living in a harsh wasteland, not some action anime. There's no way he could perform the legendary feats that only a spatial mage could achieve. My brother wouldn't lie, though he can do what he says. All right, your brother is the best in the world. Lin Xia didn't want to argue about this topic. After all, the two siblings looked at each other through thick filters. Come on, brother Dahu, and the others are coming out. Lin Xia took Chen Hongwa's hand and walked towards the city gate, speaking earnestly. Regardless of how strong your brother is in this day and age, others are no match for your own strength. Today, just obediently follow behind me. If anything happens, find a corner to hide. It's crucial to level up quickly. Kunlun District. Here it is regarded as the pinnacle of the power ladder across the entire Blue Star. Unlike the Jiangnan and Jiangbei regions, which are shrouded in gloom and ruins year-round, the main city here floats atop towering divine mountains where the seasons are perpetually spring-like and the spiritual energy is rich. The headquarters of the #1 superpower in Blue Star, the Myth Guild, is located here. At this moment, within a high-altitude courtyard of the Myth Guild. Bang! A priceless purple gold teacup was violently smashed to the ground, shattering into pieces. In the center of the courtyard, a middle-aged man in a dark golden robe sat in a Grand Master chair. He is Zhang Lan, the elite team leader of the Myth Guild and 88-level Thundersword Saint. Moreover, he is the biological father of Zhang Yun, the chief assassin of the Mad God Guild, who was recently turned to dust in a bizarre incident. Zhang Lan's eyes were bloodshot, his expression dark enough to drip water as he glared intensely at a subordinate in black kneeling before him. I sent you to Jiangbei to investigate how my son died. Have you found out? The kneeling informant trembled, cold sweat pouring from his forehead. Leader, I am incompetent. The situation at the scene is truly, it's just too bizarre. What happened today has caused the entire Blue Star Forum to explode. Now everyone outside is in panic, thinking that a deep chasm has been torn open at the defense line between Jiangnan and Jiangbei, as if the Lord of the Abyss has directly descended. Stop talking to me about that nonsense from the forum. I only ask you what traces were discovered at the scene. What magic? What weapon? None. There's nothing. The subordinate hurriedly raised his head, his face filled with a perplexed expression. Our people used the top-level time reversal scroll to investigate the Mad God Guild's underground retreat, as well as the base of the Jiangbei City Defense Legion. Guess what? The Mad God Guild's underground refuge, which is 300 meters thick, didn't have a single reinforcement bar broken, and the outer magic array is also intact. Yet Vice President Liu Changfeng was meditating when his head suddenly exploded into a mist of blood. The young master was right beside him, providing protection with no trace of external intrusion, yet the young master's body turned to ashes along with him. Hearing the subordinates report, Zhang Lan's brow furrowed deeper. Nonsense. Is there any method of killing in this world that leaves no traces? Leader, please calm down. What my subordinate said is the truth. The subordinate quickly bowed his head, hesitating for a moment. He wanted to say more. We can't determine the cause of death. However, our people in the Jiangnan district have gathered the currently only possible statement. Say it. The subordinate wiped his sweat, his expression becoming very strange, even a bit awkward. It is said that at the 7th survivor base in Jiangnan district, there is a man named Chen Feng. He pulled out a novice self-defense pistol with only 5 points of attack power in front of a crowd and fired 4 shots at the air above. The subordinate's voice grew smaller as he spoke, wishing he could bury his head in the ground. Then, you young master, Vice President Liu Changfeng and Starfall Guild's Lei Ju, along with Commander Song Ming. The news of these 4 major figures' deaths followed closely after on the loudspeakers. So now it's being said in the Jiangnan district that this Chen Feng from thousands of kilometers away with a small pistol killed all 4 of them with 4 shots, despite them not being in the same location. In the courtyard there was a deathly silence. Zhang Lan sat in the Grand Master chair, his expression changing from anger to astonishment and finally to a cold sneer, as if he were looking at a fool. He stared at the subordinate kneeling on the ground, anger turning into a mocking smile. Do you think I've just lost my son and my mind is gone with it? A butterfly flapping its wings in the Amazon rainforest of South America triggers a tornado in Texas 2 weeks later. Damn it, the butterfly effect can't be this ridiculous. Zhang Lan slammed the table. A waste from a novice village fired 4 blanks at the air in a shabby refugee camp in Jiangnan district. And then a top powerhouse 300 meters underground in Jiangbei was shot in the head. Do you think the city defense array of Jiangbei is made of paper? You dare report such nonsense? Do you think I'm free? The subordinate was so frightened that he kept bowing. Leader, please see clearly. I also think this is pure nonsense. But this is the only bizarre information that connects this incident in the 2 battle zones. Because the 4 gunshots coincide perfectly with the time of young master and their deaths, not a second off. Zhang Lan snorted coldly, not believing such supernatural claims at all. It's just a coincidence. It must be those hostile forces from Jiangbei, like some lurking high-level abyssal beings who happened to kill at that time. However, Zhang Lan frowned, carefully savoring the words his subordinate had just said. What did you say that man in Jiangnan district was called? His name is Chen Feng. Chun from Erdong, Feng from the wind. Chen Feng. Zhang Lan squinted his eyes. This name sounds so familiar. It seems this isn't the first time he has heard this name today. The subordinate observed his expression and noticed Zhang Lan seemed to have some impression, quickly reminding him in a low voice. Leader, have you forgotten? Actually, this morning your nephew at the 7th base in Jiangnan district, Zhang, he also died at that camp. According to the informants, Zhang Meng had bullied a pair of refugee siblings over territory issues and just happened to run into this Chen Feng's gun, being killed on the spot. It was because of this incident that Zhang Meng used young master and their names as support, prompting Chen Feng to fire those 4 shots at the sky. Zhang Lan was taken aback. The image of that loud and boisterous bald nephew finally surfaced in his mind. All right. Zhang Lan rubbed his throbbing temples and sighed deeply. I was so preoccupied with the news of Yun'er's death that I forgot about that little Meng. To be honest, Zhang Meng, this nephew I have always felt a bit disdainful of. He has poor talent and cannot endure hardship at all. In the 10 years since the game arrived, he barely reached over 30 levels, relying completely on Zhang Yun occasionally providing him with resources. I had long told him that with his mediocre skills he might as well come to Kunlun district to find me. With my status protecting him, it would be enough for him to get a leisurely position in the Myth Guild to ensure his safety in this apocalypse. Instead, he refused. He insisted on forming some pathetic pioneering team in a desolate and impoverished place. For that little bit of pathetic vanity, enjoying the feeling of being praised and feared by those lowly refugees. The subordinate knelt on the ground, afraid to respond. Though Zhang Lan's words were harsh as he scolded Zhang Meng, his eyes gradually turned cold, and a suffocating aura of terror erupted around him. This pressure even caused the waters of the spiritual spring pools around the courtyard to start boiling and flowing backward. But Zhang Lan slowly stood up, the dark golden robe rustling in the wind. Even if Zhang Meng is useless, he is still my Zhang Lan's nephew. His blood flows through our Zhang family. Zhang Lan's gaze pierced through the sea of clouds, looking far toward the direction of Jiangnan district. Who dares to kill a member of the Zhang family? Even if he is just a fool who capsized in a quagmire, it is not up to some lowly nobody from the lower district to clean up my house. At the border between the Jiangnan region and the Langya region, amidst a boundless expanse of black desert, stood a crumbling ancient ruin. This is the most famous high-risk, high-reward large public dungeon near Jiangnan, the sunsetting royal tomb. At this moment, the entrance to the ruins bustled with activity resembling a large marketplace. Hundreds of colorful tents were pitched across the desert, filled with fully armed awakeners, merchants peddling potions, and expedition leaders loudly recruiting members. Clearing monsters around the ancient king's city. We need a healer above level 35. Equipment will be rolled as needed. Hurry up and get on. High prices for weathered bones. Some were trading directly following the market's highest prices. The reason was simple. This place is a top-tier public dungeon with extremely high difficulty, yet equally high rewards that make one envious. Even just clearing a few small monsters on the outskirts could yield materials that would sustain an ordinary player for several months. Chun Feng strolled through the crowd with his hands in the pockets of his novice pants, assessing the ominous entrance of the ruins. For veteran players of Divine Realm, he could navigate this place with his eyes closed. The ruins of the ancient king's city. Inside, the ordinary elite monsters dropped bountiful loot and provided high experience points, which is why even after 10 years, countless people still flocked here, hoping to share in the spoils. But only players who truly understood this place from the closed beta knew that the most valuable treasure hidden here was actually the ancient treasury buried deep beneath the ruins. Within it lay a plethora of exquisite jewelry, high-level skill books, and even legendary class set. Unfortunately, the treasury was surrounded by lethal miasma that even top-tier shield guards could not withstand, along with indestructible lethal traps. Back in the days of gaming, how did players obtain treasures from the treasury? Simple and brutal, by sacrificing lives. This tactic is referred to as body dragging. Hundreds of players lined up, charging into the miasma, running a few steps before succumbing to poison, then resurrecting on their corpses, running a few more steps, and dying again. In this way, countless lives were sacrificed to haul out the exquisite equipment from the treasury. However, this tactic became ineffective once the game manifested in reality. Because now one only has one life. When you die, it truly means death. No one can resurrect. Thus, for the past 10 years, despite all the top guilds in Blue Star knowing that an unparalleled treasure lay hidden underground, not a single person dared to risk their life to approach that hidden treasury. Just right, I need to get 2 sets of protective jewelry for my sister and go and see if there are any useful skill books. Chun Feng muttered, preparing to cross the warning line and head into the ruins. At that moment, a hesitant, yet slightly trembling, cold female voice suddenly rang out from behind him. Chun Feng. Being called by his real name in this place startled Chun Feng. He turned around to find a woman in an ice-blue high-level mage's robe holding a snowflake staff. Tall and elegant, with a cold demeanor, her features were exquisite, and most importantly, she was quite well endowed. Chun Feng raised an eyebrow slightly upon seeing her face. Shen Shiwan. Chun Feng exclaimed in surprise. The woman before him was his ex-girlfriend from university, renowned as the cold beauty of the school, Shen Shiwan. Upon confirming this familiar face, a complex expression of shock, disbelief, and even a hint of grievance suddenly appeared on Shen Shiwan's usually emotionless face. The two stood facing each other, separated by the bustling crowd rushing to enter the dungeon. Back in university, they had indeed shared a strong bond, a match made in heaven, even to the point of discussing marriage. But as the saying goes, love is a matter for two, while marriage involves 2 families. Shen Shiwan came from an exceptionally good family. Meanwhile, Chun Feng was merely a poor boy with an orphan sister who struggled to make ends meet through game. Shen Shiwan's father was very domineering, even employing various embarrassing tactics to strongly oppose their relationship. Back then, Shen Shiwan cried and said she was willing to sever ties with her family, even planning to elope with Chun Feng. But Chun Feng refused. Deep down, he was a laid-back, yet stubborn person. He did not want to watch her make a heart-wrenching choice between family and love. Moreover, he had his sister Chun and Go by his side. He didn't want Go to feel that she was the reason for holding back her brother's love. Thus, Chen Feng decisively ended the relationship, moving out without leaving a trace. To him, this matter felt like it had only passed a few months. After all, 10 years ago, he had his account banned in the game. He closed his eyes and opened them in a decade. But for Shen Shuan, this was a substantial 10 years of struggling to survive in the wasteland. Is it really you? You're not dead. I'm not that easy to kill, Chen Feng smiled casually. Or are you disappointed that I'm not dead? What nonsense are you talking about? Shen Shuan bit her lip, her eyes slightly reddening. I heard from Ngu that you went missing on the very first day of the game's arrival. She searched for you frantically in this world for 10 years. As for me, well, in the first few years I also searched for you for a while. But I couldn't find you at all. Some said you might have died in some corner on that first day of the game's arrival. Upon hearing this, Chen Feng touched his nose. This woman seemed cold, but she was actually quite sentimental back then. I'm alive and doing well. Then where have you been for these 10 years? Why didn't you even contact Ngu? This was a question almost every acquaintance of Chen Feng would ask in the future. Chen Feng sighed. It's a long story. Actually, at the moment the game arrived 10 years ago, my inherent power was so terrifying that it reached a level intolerable to this world. To maintain the balance of this world, the will of the heavenly Tao personally intervened and forcefully sealed me in an endless void. I sighed. Only a couple of days ago did I finally break the seal and emerge. Shen Shuan looked at Chen Feng as if he were a fool. The little sadness and excitement of reunion were forcibly suppressed by Chen Feng's absurd tale. After 10 years you still can't change this habit of talking nonsense. Shen Shuan sighed helplessly. For if you encountered some unspeakable difficulties or offended some enemies, and had to hide if you don't want to say it, I want to ask. She naturally found a reasonable excuse for Chen Feng to save face. Well, think what you want. Chen Feng was too lazy to explain. He was only speaking the truth. Honestly, I feel like you haven't changed at all. Shen Shuan gazed at Chen Feng's face. It seems like time has left no traces on you whatsoever. I feel like I'm getting old, yet you still look like a college student. You're not old either. If you said you were 18, no. Chen Feng casually replied. By the way, how's it going now? Still single? Upon hearing this question, Shen Shuan chuckled self-deprecatingly. What else could it be? The current blue star is no longer the peaceful era where one could sit in a cafe and talk about love without a care. Who knows if we'll live to see tomorrow? Who has time to be in love? Shen Shuan twirled the staff in her hand, her gaze resolute. In this world, the only thing that matters is striving to level up and becoming stronger. Only the power you hold in your hands, the numbers behind it, are the only things that will never betray you. That's true. Chen Feng nodded in agreement. Shen Shuan looked at Chen Feng, who appeared lazy and emitted no hint of magical energy, and couldn't help but feel a pang of emotion. She was now a prominent ice mage in a well-known guild in the Jiangnan district, having reached level 42. But what about Chen Feng before her? It's been 10 years. He was still wearing a faded starter shirt gifted by the system at the beginning of the game, without even a pair of boots to boost his speed. What does this indicate? It suggests that for the past decade Chen Feng had been hiding in some safe corner devoid of monsters, never participating in any battles. He was probably worse off than the refugees in the lower city. Shen Shuan felt a bit sour inside. The two of them were no longer from the same world. 10 years ago, what separated them was merely worldly wealth and family background. Back then she could hold Chen Feng's hand and naively say, I'm not afraid of the gap between us, I can work to support you. But now, it's no longer just a matter of money. It's about survival and death, the chasm between the weak and the strong. In this strictly hierarchical apocalypse, the gap is 1,000 times greater than before the game arrived. What a pity. Shen Shuan silently sighed in her heart. She suddenly felt that not being able to walk together back then might have been a fateful inevitability. Chen Feng, however, was unaware that his ex-girlfriend had already conjured an entire drama of a fallen youth in her mind within just a minute. He merely recalled the snobbish individual who had gone to great lengths to humiliate him back in college, his former father-in-law. By the way, Chen Feng casually asked, how's your dad doing now? With his temper, he must have had a hard time in this apocalypse. Upon hearing this, Shen Shuan's originally cool expression dimmed slightly. He died. On the first day the game arrived, in reality, there was a riot in the city center, and a few mutated goblins that crawled out of the sewers rushed into my home. He didn't even have time to call for help before a goblin bit through his neck. I was terrified at the time and barely managed to kill it and escape after awakening my ice magic. Although her father had opposed her relationship at every turn, he was still the man who had raised her. Recalling this past, Shen Shuan's eyes couldn't help but redden slightly. Upon hearing this, Chen Feng sincerely nodded. That's good to hear. Shen Shuan, who had been reminiscing sadly, suddenly froze in her expression. You really know how to speak. Forget it, your way with words hasn't improved a bit in the past 10 years. Shen Shuan rubbed her temples and changed the subject. What are you doing here, without even a weapon? This is the area around the Sunset Royal Tomb. What about you? Shen Feng countered. I'm here with the main team of the guild. Shen Shuan shook her snowflake staff. Today the guild has a batch of urgently needed high-level materials to collect from the hell difficulty of the Sunset Royal Tomb. Our team leader went to negotiate the venue distribution with other guilds, and am waiting here for the teammates to gather. As they were talking, two women dressed in revealing robes approached. These two were also members of Shen Shuan's guild at around level 37 or 38. They immediately spotted Chen Feng chatting with Shen Shuan, exchanged glances, and frowned simultaneously. Shuan, the team leader, said we're going in soon and wants you to go to the front to gather everyone. One of the short-haired women walked over, her gaze scanning Chen Feng's faded shirt with undisguised disdain. Who is this? Our guild's new recruit for the dungeon exploration as a mere bait. The short-haired woman giggled while covering her mouth. Don't say silly things. Shen Shuan's expression darkened as she sternly interrupted. This is my friend from university. Watch your words about bait. In this apocalypse, some major guilds did indeed hire a few destitute refugees to enter dungeons. Regardless of anything else, they were sent in front to trigger traps. If they died, they died. After all, they were consumables. Such behavior was common, but also the most detested. Seeing Shen Shuan, who was usually aloof and indifferent towards men, actually defending this impoverished boy, the other long-haired woman suddenly became interested. Oh, it's rare to see someone protected by Miss Shen. That's quite an achievement. The long-haired woman raised an eyebrow, looking at Chen Feng with a smirk. This handsome guy, your outfit seems a bit shabby. What are you doing here? Trying your luck in a high-level area like the Sunset Royal Tomb? More or less. Chen Feng casually replied, too lazy to argue with these two snobs. What materials are you hoping to gather here? On Shuan's account, if we have any junk we don't need from our hell dungeon, we can toss you a few pieces on the way out. Oh, no need for that, Chen Feng said seriously. My silly sister needs some decent armor for protection and some auxiliary skill books. I'm here to retrieve a few items from the hidden treasure vault beneath the Sunset Royal Tomb. Once he said this, the short-haired and long-haired women were stunned for 2 seconds. Then with a burst of laughter they couldn't hold back and clutched their stomachs. Ha ha. Did you hear what he just said? Going to the hidden vault for equipment? Oh my goodness, this is too funny. You don't even have a decent piece of armor on you, looking like a blank slate, and you dare to come here and shamelessly claim you are going to the hidden vault for your sister's gear. The short-haired girl was nearly in tears from laughing, pointing at Chen Feng. Did you just crawl out of some monster-free bunker? Do you know that everyone's life is on the line now? The toxic fog outside the vault is so dangerous that even our guild's high-resistance knights at over level 30 avoid taking a breath. You think you can just go in there? You be the one going in there. Shen Shuan's brows furrowed, feeling that Chen Feng's boasting was becoming increasingly ridiculous. It was one thing to be poor in college, but in this deadly wasteland, still being so vain could actually cost you your life. Chen Feng stopped messing. Shen Shuan felt a bit embarrassed, tugging at his sleeve. Even if you don't care about being looked down upon, don't joke about things like this. The roaming monsters around here could swallow you whole in an instant. You should hurry back to the safe zone. I'm not joking. Chen Feng shrugged, glancing at the entrance of the ruins ahead. All right, enough idle chatter with you all. My sister is waiting for me to come home for lunch, and I'm in a hurry, so I'm going in now. Chen Feng waved at Shen Shuan, casually bypassing the two women still laughing at him, and headed straight for the teleportation portal to the Sunset Royal Tomb. As everyone looked on in astonishment, Chen Feng stepped into the swirling vortex, radiating a ghostly green light, and his figure vanished in an instant. What the hell? He really dares to go in. The short-haired girl's smile froze on her face, her eyes widened. The long-haired girl was also dumbfounded, then scoffed. It's just vanity. He probably felt embarrassed after we laughed at him and forced himself in. I bet he just chose the easiest normal difficulty outside of the dungeon and will hide in a gap without monsters for half an hour, then come out pretending to have completed a dungeon run. Even on the lowest difficulty, any random skeleton monster that spawns will be at least level 25. The short-haired girl sneered. He can't respawn as a solo player without any armor. If he gets targeted, he probably won't even have a complete corpse left. Shuan, your old friend, must have a few screws loose. Shen Shuan gazed at the portal, her lips pursed tightly. She felt a vague sense of worry. In fact, she was somewhat tempted to skip today's guild activity and go help Chen Feng. But there was no way. Chen Feng had already entered, and it was too late. Even if she went in now, she wouldn't be in the same dungeon as Chen Feng. Inside the Sunset King's Tomb dungeon, Chun Feng's vision shifted from illusion to reality. A strong stench of decay and a chilling gale rushed towards him. As soon as he landed, there was movement on the parched ground beneath his feet. Roar! Accompanied by the grating sound of bones grinding, a dozen rusted long-blade-wielding elite skeleton guards, all at level 30, crawled out from the ground, their hollow eye sockets burning with a ghostly blue resentment, all locking onto Chun Feng. Is it starting to spawn monsters already? Chun Feng surveyed his surroundings and, relying on his familiar memories, identified the core entrance leading deep underground. He looked at the sea of skeletons surrounding him, not stopping for a moment. With his hands in his pockets, he walked forward as if taking a stroll. Excuse me. Boom. Just the muscles in his legs moving his body generated a pressure wave that pushed the air aside. Under the bizarre effect of the 10,000-fold damage multiplier, it instantly transformed into a destructive hurricane-like force comparable to a level 12 typhoon. Crash. Whoosh. The dozens of fierce elite skeleton guards lined up in front of Chun Feng. Before the wind pressure even reached his face, they were already crushed into swirling ashes by the powerful ding. You have killed an elite skeleton guard and gained 100 experience points. Without checking the system prompt, Chun Feng continued to follow the path in his memory towards the hidden treasure vault deep within. As he walked, whether it was the level 30 blood-sucking bats, the level 40 poisonous wraiths, or even the occasional level 50 gatekeeper mini-boss, as long as Chun Feng passed by, not a single hair was left behind. If someone could activate God's perspective in this dungeon, they would see a very bizarre scene. In the layers of ruined maps, a straight white line was pushing through in a way that defied physical logic. Where the white line passed, everything turned into a mosaic of fragments. While others assembled healers and tanks, spending 3 days and nights to clear a layer of the map, Chun Feng took only 30 seconds. In less than 3 minutes, Chun Feng had traversed all 8 layers of the outer labyrinth of the Sunset King's tomb and reached the entrance of the lowest abyss. Before him stood a massive bronze door engraved with intricate magical seals. Beyond the door, a thick, dark green mist spread out like a tangible entity. This was the deadly poison mist of the Sunset King's tomb, feared by countless top guilds, severing all greed. Even an 80-level expert without top-grade detox potions would lose 10% of their maximum health with just one breath. Moreover, the poison mist concealed numerous lethally triggered crossbow traps. Chun Feng stopped. This smell is a bit too strong, feels like the old king died without washing his feet. He wrinkled his nose in disgust. Then he raised his hand and casually slapped at the lethal poison mist that had sealed the treasure vault for 10 years. Virum. Boom. The terrifying airflow instantly blew away the poison gas that even magic couldn't disperse. Not only that, but the deadly traps hidden in the walls also detonated under the force of the wind, going crack. Countless dark glowing crossbow bolts smashed down onto Chun Feng's plain white shirt. Clink, clank. The arrows broke and fell to the ground. Above Chun Feng's head, a series of dense red words popped up. Immunity, immunity, immunity. Against Chun Feng's infinite health with locked damage settings. These fatal damages couldn't even trigger a mandatory deduction of the minimum health limit. That's quite a large security door. Chun Feng walked up to the dust-covered bronze door and casually kicked it with his broken straw sandal. Bang! The several meter-thick bronze door was kicked inward and collapsed. The dazzling jewels and treasures instantly filled Chun Feng's vision. The hidden treasure vault had been reached. Chun Feng dusted off his hands and swaggered inside. The vast wealth piled high inside could buy half of the Jiangbei region if taken out. Chun Feng began rummaging through the treasures like he was picking out vegetables at a market. This staff is too long and good, would look like she's holding a firewood stick, no thanks. This necklace is nice. Increases all resistances by 100. That'll do, at least it can prevent a cold. This ring comes with a group shield. It's for survival, I'll take it. Let's see what skill books there are. At the outer rim of the Sunset King's tomb, the gathering point, Shen Xuan and the 2 female teammates were waiting idly for the others. Snap. The teleportation light curtain at the dungeon entrance suddenly rippled. Immediately after, a familiar figure in a plain white shirt leisurely walked out from inside. Shen Xuan was stunned. The 2 whispering female teammates were also taken aback. The crowd rushing to form teams around them didn't even glance in his direction. Casual players scared out of their wits in a normal dungeon numbered at least 80 to 100 every day, which was hardly surprising. Oh, the short-haired girl glanced at the time and couldn't help but mockingly laugh. Xuan, look at that guy. Isn't he the big shot who just went in to tackle the hidden treasure vault? She elongated her tone sarcastically. He just went in for a few minutes, huh? Not even 5 minutes, right? Let me calculate 5 minutes. Even if he ran all the way, he wouldn't have made it to the teleportation point between the first and second layers in time, right? Not to mention running away from monsters. What did I say? The long-haired girl also curled her lips in disdain. I saw right through it. He must have entered the lowest difficulty single-player dungeon hid in a blind spot, where no vision reached at the entrance for 5 minutes. Look, there are a lot of people outside afraid of losing face, so he pretended to have cleared the dungeon and came out all defeated. Truly ambitious. This couldn't entirely be blamed on their elitism. In everyone's common sense, a map of the scale of the Sunset King's tomb. Not to mention reaching the deepest part to loot the treasure vault that no one dared to enter for a decade. Even for a top guild ranked in the top 10 in the Jiangnan region, with a full team of 120, just clearing the elite monsters on the first layer would take at least 2 hours. 5 minutes. Not even a scratch on a small monster's health. Shen Xuan ignored her two teammates' taunts and watched Chen Feng walking towards her. He appeared completely clean without a trace of monster slime, looking like he just strolled around inside. How did you come out so quickly? Shen Xuan sighed, too lazy to expose him, leaving him with a shred of dignity. What else? I just rummaged through a few things, didn't need to fight monsters, so I came out quickly. Chen Feng dusted off his clothes. My sister is waiting for me to come home for lunch. Seeing Chen Feng's nonchalant demeanor, the short-haired girl couldn't take it anymore and rolled her eyes dramatically. All right, big brother, stop pretending, okay? If you keep it up, it's just disgusting. What did you even take? 2 broken stones from the entrance. Chen Feng ignored her and just looked at Shen Xuan. I'm heading back. Running into you here is fate. Chen Feng thought for a moment and suddenly reached into his pocket. Before I leave, let me gift you something. A gift? Shen Xuan was taken aback. With how Chen Feng looked now, even if he pulled out a moldy rye bread from his pocket, she wouldn't find it surprising. But the next moment, as Chen Feng casually drew something from his pocket and handed it to Shen Xuan, the surrounding air suddenly fell silent. A dazzling, mysterious, and noble purple magical aura instantly blossomed from Chen Feng's palm. That was a purple item. This intense energy fluctuation even caught the attention of several nearby level 30 players who turned to look with greedy eyes. It was a necklace adorned with intricate ice type runes featuring a top-quality ice crystal at its center. On this dull gray wasteland, it looked stunningly captivating. Shen Xuan stood frozen in place. Her usually cool eyes were now filled with incredulous shock, her breathing becoming hurried. Beside her, the short-haired girl and the long-haired girl who had just been mocking him fell silent in an instant. Their mocking smiles froze on their faces. The two stared at the necklace shimmering with purple light, their hearts racing. A purple-grade accessory. It should be noted that in the current stage where the drop rate for accessories was extremely low, this was a hard currency that even the president of a medium-sized guild might not be able to obtain. Even in the trading house, a piece of junk-quality purple accessory could sell for tens of thousands of gold coins. Where did this plain poor kid pull out such a terrifying treasure from? Do you remember back in college? Chen Feng ignored the stunned expressions of the two girls beside him, handing the necklace to Shen Xuan with a smile. There was a boutique where a luxurious necklace you stared at in the display window for a long time came out. I was working for the boss in the game as a practice player, and after 3 months of grinding my eyes out, I saved enough money to buy it for you. At that time, you adamantly stopped me. You got really mad, we argued. You told me to take the blood money I earned and buy myself a better graphics card or treat myself to something nice, not to work so hard for you. Chen Feng smiled calmly. Later, to compromise, we picked a high-quality imitation necklace at a night market outside the school for 20 or 30 bucks. When you got that inferior product, you wore it around your neck like a treasure and were so happy for a long time. You even wore it until the day we broke up. Shen Xuan dazedly took the necklace. The moment her hand touched it, the system panel automatically popped up the maddening additional attributes of the equipment. Tears of the Ice Abyss, Epic Intelligence, 150 Trait 1, Ice-type Magic Cooldown, reduced by 30 Trait 2. When releasing Ice-type skills, there is a 15 chance to trigger double casting. Trait 3 comes with an absolute zero shield passively triggered, which can withstand 1 fatal damage from an overpowering enemy. Hiss. The short-haired girl and the long-haired girl beside her accidentally caught a glimpse of the popped attributes. The sound of gasping echoed all around. For an ice mage, this was simply a godly transitional equipment worth its weight in gold. Invaluable. Countless people would fight for it, even risking their lives. How did he even get this out? The expressions of the two women almost instantly completed a 360-degree transformation. From disdain and contempt to fervor and flattery. The short-haired girl even unconsciously leaned forward a couple of steps, forcing a smile onto her face, her voice sweetly sickening. Brother Chen Feng, I'm really sorry for what happened just now. We sisters really didn't recognize your... I misspoke and said the wrong things. Please don't take it to heart. The long-haired girl was also nodding repeatedly, her eyes burning with eagerness as she stared at Chen Feng's pocket that seemed to hold more treasures. If he could casually hand out a purple item, his strength or background must be unfathomable. If only they could get in touch with such a person. Brother, can we be friends? If you need assistance in the dungeon in the future, just call me. Chen Feng found the transformation of the two women amusing. Sorry, I have a cleanliness obsession. He took a step back, not even giving them a proper glance. He looked at the still dazed Shen Xiwan. I'm in a hurry, going back to Jiangnan first. Jiangnan Sector Survivor Base now. 7. Chen Feng strolled leisurely down the ruined street toward the lower district. Just as he approached the old bus, a burst of cheerful footsteps echoed from within. Big brother, you're back. Chun Ange sprang out like a jubilant sparrow, whisking aside the curtain with a swift motion. Though smudged with dust, her eyes shimmered with unrestrained excitement. I'm home. Seeing his sister's vibrant energy, Chun Feng's mood softened considerably. He had expected, just once, that this girl facing those grotesque monsters for the first time might flinch, panic, or at least suffer minor scrapes and bruises. Yet judging by her demeanor, everything had gone remarkably smoothly. And indeed it had. During the few hours Chun Ange had been inside the dungeon, the vital signs bar on Chun Feng's holographic interface remained a steady radiant green, not a single sliver of health lost. Otherwise he would have teleported there instantly to obliterate every abomination. What's got you so elated? How many levels did you gain? Chun Feng ruffled her hair with a gentle smile. Simultaneously his hand slipped into his pocket, fingers closing around several mythic tier artifacts, custom forged for her alone, retrieved earlier from the Sunset King's Tomb Vault. I brought you a little gift. Brother, what a coincidence. I've got a gift for you too. Before Chen Feng could finish, Chun Ange winked mischievously and cut him off. Huh. Now it was Chun Feng's turn to be startled. He paused, brow faintly furrowed. What gift? This penniless girl, who struggled even to afford rice. What could she possibly have gathered in a single morning? Tada! With theatrical flair, Chun Ange reached behind her back, withdrew a worn burlap sack, and produced several neatly folded garments, holding them out before Chen Feng. It was a crude suit of scale armor, awkwardly stitched, seams slightly misaligned. Though devoid of magical luminescence, it had been meticulously washed, and its leather components carefully waxed against desert winds and grit. LV 10 Wasteland Ranger Set Fine. Stats: Defense 20, Agility 5. The most common starter gear found across the markets. Ordinary players having scraped together enough resources to reach level 10 wore such sets as temporary stepping stones. But for Chun Ange, who survived solely by scavenging discarded scraps from supply depots, this was genuine luxury. Where did you get the credits for this? Chen Feng frowned. From today's dungeon run. Chun Ange lifted her chin, brimming with quiet pride. I didn't just hide behind everyone in Brother Dahu's party. I spotted several wounded rats near death. I rushed in and delivered the final blow myself. She pumped her tiny fist, breathlessly reenacting the moment. And that rat actually dropped several with those coins, and the meager savings she'd hoarded over 10 years. I bought this entire ranger set at the trade bazaar. At this, she studied Chen Feng's plain white shirt, the default novice attire, with careful scrutiny. People see you always wearing starter gear and assume you're barely scraping by. I couldn't afford anything fancy, but this set at least adds real defense. Quick, try it on. Let's see if it fits. Chen Feng stood frozen, cradling in his hands a blue tier set utterly devoid of special attributes, offering only 20 points of defense. He stroked his sister's hair, then calmly peeled off the very same plain novice shirt he'd intended to wear. All right. His smile widened, warm and genuine. Swoosh. A flash of white light enveloped him, and the rugged yet polished ranger set settled perfectly onto his frame. Wow. You look so handsome in it, brother. Chun Ange clapped, circling him gleefully, starry-eyed. Even more dashing than back in university. Of course I do. All right. You've given your grand gift. Now it's my turn. Chen Feng slid his hand back into his pocket. My gift. Chun Ange leaned in, curious. Before descending into the dungeon, Chen Feng had boldly promised to treat her daily to feasts beyond imagination. What delicacy would he bring her this time? Under her eager gaze. Rustle, rustle. He dumped a cascade of gleaming artifacts onto the weathered wooden crates. A staff carved from living wood, radiating emerald brilliance, crowned with a life crystal the size of a dragon's eye. A tome wreathed in golden arcane sigils, its pages humming with latent power. And a minimalist silver ring deep as swirling galaxies, silent and profound. VVVV. No sooner had they appeared than a palpable wave of awe surged outward. Even a 3-year-old child would instantly recognize these as transcending, by cosmic measure, the humble blue-tier gear she'd just purchased. Instinctively Chun-Ange cast her skin spell. The gift of the world, tree mythic, unique, irreplicable, indestructible. Level unrestricted. Intelligence 10000. Trait wearer automatically gains full level area healing aura, restores 100 of maximum HP per second to all allies within range, and unlocks ultimate active skill Grand Resurrection, revives one recently deceased ally within 1 hour, no side effects. The Codex of Spatial Law Primer Legendary Skillbook. Effect reading grants immediate class change into the hidden vocation Spatial Mage. Starlight Mirage Legendary Accessory. Level unrestricted. All stats 500. Trait wearer perfectly conceals true level class identity and visual effects of all equipped items. Unless voluntarily deactivated by the wearer, even level 100 scan spells cannot pierce this veil. Staring at this cascade of impossible stats, Chun-Ange's mind short-circuited, overwhelmed beyond processing capacity. Brother, these things. Did you sell yourself to some wealthy patron? Each of these artifacts wielded openly would ignite blood-soaked wars across the continent. Not even legendary guild masters, commanding armies of tens of thousands across Jiangnan sector, would dare present such gifts casually. Especially that mythic staff capable of resurrection without consequence. Nonsense. Do you take me for that sort of person? I just happened upon them, on the roadside. Chun Feng declared this bald-faced lie with flawless solemnity. He lifted the silver ring and gently slid it onto Chun-Ange's right index finger. In the Jiangnan district at the 7th survivor base, the dawn before daybreak cast the sky in a bleak gray-white hue. The air was thick with the lingering smell of blood and the acrid scent of Chun-Ange nodded dumbly. I'll shield you, but drawing attention invites trouble. For now stay low and climb steadily. That's the only path to true strength. He patted her shoulder. With this concealment ring no one will discern your true standing, and the aura of that mythic staff. It too will remain veiled. Thank you, brother. Cradling the ring, which shrank seamlessly to fit her finger, Chun-Ange's eyes sparkled with crimson hearts. You're absolutely incredible, and breathtakingly handsome. Her adoration was absolute. Only their sibling bond restrained her from lunging forward and kissing his cheek. Enough daydreaming. Chun Feng chuckled, tapping her forehead lightly. Now learn that skill book. The Codex of Spatial Law Primer. With reverent care, Chun-Ange lifted the tome shimmering with golden sigils and clicked use. Swoosh. A blinding golden light erupted, too intense for mortal eyes, then dissolved into countless luminous runes that streamed directly into her brow. When the radiance faded, she slowly opened her eyes. Deep within her irises a sliver of silvery light flickered and vanished. How does it feel? Chun Feng sipped water casual and unhurried. As a peak player of Divine Realm a decade ago, he knew the Spatial Mage vocation intimately. In early game, many derided it as useless, a relic with no purpose. After all, mages thrived on devastating AoE destruction, fire mages incinerating hordes, ice mages freezing entire battlefields. Whereas spatial mages dealt negligible damage early on, their sole combat utility was short-range teleportation. But Chun Feng knew better. He understood precisely how monstrously the class scaled. In late game, after 2nd Ascension, 3rd Ascension, and especially after awakening the spatial taboo spells, they became beings beyond reckoning, severing reality with spatial blades, swallowing foes whole into gravitational voids, even forging sovereign domains where there will reign absolute. For anyone needing time to grow, surviving quietly at first, then dominating utterly later, this was perfection incarnate. Brother, I feel something strange stirring inside my head. She closed her eyes, concentrating, then burst open, her gaze exhilarated. I can see the air inside the bus, divided into perfect floating segments. Show me the new skill you just awakened, Chun Feng encouraged. Yes. Chun-Ange stepped confidently into the center of the open space. She recalled the newly illuminated spell icon blooming in her mind. Raising her right hand, she aligned her index and middle fingers, then pointed deliberately at a broken-legged wooden chair 3 meters away, wobbling precariously. Spatial transposition. VVVV. A faint silver halo flared beneath the chair. In the same millisecond, the chair vanished without trace from its place 3 meters distant. Huh. Just as Chun-Ange blinked in confusion. Thump. In the next instant, she tripped, no warning, no time to react, and landed squarely bottom first onto the very same chair, now materialized exactly where she'd been standing. Off balance from its missing leg, she tumbled sideways with a yelp, crashing backward in a heap of limbs and splintered timber. Scrambling up, dust-streaked and disoriented, she stared first at the ruined chair beneath her, then at the empty spot where it had originally stood, utterly bewildered. Watching his dazed, sore-bottomed sister and the scattered debris, Shenfeng fought hard to suppress his laughter, his lips twitching uncontrollably. Perhaps this high-precision vocation was simply too demanding for her, at least for now. Next time he'd seek out something more wheelchair-friendly. Hey, brother, don't throw away that broken iron pot. Even though there's a pea-sized hole in the bottom, if you seal it with slime gel, you can still use it to bake rye cakes. Inside the dilapidated bus compartment, Shenfeng, wearing an expression of disgust, casually tossed the junk on the floor out the window, while Chun-Ange trailed behind, protesting in distress. Seal at my foot. If you cook with that, I'll spank you, Shenfeng said without mercy, and hurled the rusted iron pot out the window. But there is still that tin sewing box that can still be used. The new home will have everything. Quick as a flash, Shenfeng also tossed the tin box, who knew from which rubbish heap it had been salvaged, out. In less than 5 minutes. Aside from a single clean change of old clothes and a battered smartphone that kept a 10-year-old photo of the two of them, Shenfeng had cleared the compartment of every possession. Chun-Ange stood in the empty compartment watching the meager belongings she had amassed over 10 years vanish. Her heart ached, but she was helpless. After all, she was now riding at her brother's coattails. Just then the bus was met by the rumble of wheels and the low, coarse roars of magical beasts outside. Chun-Feng, little brother. Sister Ange, are you packed up? Deputy Commander Zhao Tai's booming, obsequious voice called from the doorway. Chun-Feng lifted the curtain and stepped out. On the muddy ruins beside the bus sat a brand-new wide-bodied four-wheeled carriage. Drawing the carriage were not ordinary horses, but two beasts cloaked in black scales, armored rhinoceroses that in the wild would rank as at least level 30 elite monsters. These magical beasts possessed prodigious strength and were ordinarily reserved for Commander Lei's travels. Yet here stood Zhao Tai, a dignified level 45 deputy commander, personally at the reins. Behind him followed 7 or 8 burly city guards, each carrying a brand new storage bag ready to serve as moving labor. Zhao, you're early, Chun-Feng greeted casually. We couldn't possibly keep you and my sister waiting. Zhao Tai plastered on a smile and hurried forward. The commander is still in a meeting handling the aftermath of the Guangdao squad, he said, so he specially sent his personal carriage to fetch you. He added that the compartment inside and out had just been lined with 3 layers of level 50 high-grade magic bear pelts, soft, warm, and utterly stable. Zhao Tai peered into the bus and paused in surprise. Brother Chun, where's the luggage? My men have their storage bags ready. No luggage left, just these. Chun-Feng pointed to the flattened little cloth bag on Chun-Ange's back. Let's go. Very well. 2 honored guests, please board. Zhao Tai asked no more, produced a small stool, placed it by the carriage, and helped Chun-Ange up. Chun-Feng leapt aboard after her. It must be said those with power and influence indulge without apology, an immutable truth. The carriage was remarkably spacious. The thick magic bear pelts gave off a faint fire warmth, and sinking into them felt like plunging into a spring mattress. Move. Zhao Tai flicked the reins, and the 2 armored rhinoceroses set off with steady strides. The carriage rolled along the lower district streets, slowly heading for the camp center. Because they were not in the wild, the armored rhinos paced slowly. Yet their passage caused quite a stir. Wansalo refugees and low-level solo players alike cleared to the roadside. At first, people merely respected the dignitary's conveyance. Before long, however, someone with sharp eyes spotted Chun-Ange sitting by the carriage window, curiously looking out. Holy, isn't that Chun-Ange? You're seeing things. How could she possibly have the right to ride Commander Lei's armored rhino carriage? And Deputy Commander Zhao is driving it. You know nothing. Someone hissed from the crowd. Did you not hear what happened this morning? Zhang Meng and the Guangdao squad, they're all gone. All killed outside that bus by Chun-Ange. They say it was done by her brother, who disappeared 10 years ago. My God, even Commander Lei bowed his head to apologize back, then no one dared speak while people were dying. Murmurs spread like wildfire. News in the wasteland travels faster than the wind. Once folk learned that the girl in the carriage had a living demon of a man with boundless reach standing behind her. The once quiet crowd erupted into frenzied excitement. Sister Ange. An old vendor who sold low-grade herbs at the street corner somehow found new strength, pushed through the throng, clutching 2 faintly glowing red fruits, and ran after the carriage. Wang Day. Chun-Ange froze for a moment. She knew him. When she used to buy the cheapest styptic herb for her hand splits, Wang Day argued over half a copper and sometimes shoved moldy, rotten herbs at her to make up the measure. Oh, my sister Ange remembers this old man. Am overcome. Old Wang's sycophantic creases spread as he shoved the 2 costly glowing fruits through the carriage window. These red demon fruits are freshly picked, very nourishing. Take them as snacks. If the old man ever wronged you before, please don't hold it against me. Chun Ange flinched and hurriedly waved the offering away. Before she could speak, a stout, thick-set woman pushed forward, crying, "Make way, let me through." She clutched several brand-new windproof cloaks and eagerly leaned on the carriage rim. "Ange, child, Aunt Lee has come to see you." This aunt had once been a hard character. When Chun Ange took on laundry tasks, Lee, often relying on her status as a level 10 cook, forced armor caked with reeking monster entrails on her to wash. If it did not come clean, she docked her rations. She would often call her a leech of the camp. Now Lee Dama smiled like a blooming sunflower. "I always said Ange was clever and pretty from a child, a woman blessed with good fortune." Lee Dama spat and fawned as she thrust the cloaks in. "These cloaks I just stitched from high-grade materials. Take them to keep warm." Others immediately chimed in, "Miss Ange, if you ever need anything, tell us, and we'll run through fire and blade for you." "Lady Ange." More and more people crowded forward. Some brought vegetables, some offered materials, and many sought to ingratiate themselves with flattery and proximity. Those faces that had been cold, even maliciously mocking, suddenly transformed into the warmest, kindest visages in the world. They vied to express their goodwill. Chun Ange sat in the carriage utterly at a loss, fidgeting with her hands upon her knees. She kept telling those outside, "No, it's not necessary, thank you." For 10 years, she had crawled and struggled in the mire of the lower district. She had grown used to others' icy indifference, to being spat upon as she passed, and to having her meager allotments taken under high-sounding excuses. She had even believed she was meant to live like that. But today this sudden, all-encompassing ardor made the hairs on her neck stand on end as she felt as if sitting on pins and needles. At last Zhao Tai, responsible for the carriage, could not bear it. "Clear out. Have you lost your eyes? Can you bear the consequences of jostling Mr. Chen's carriage?" he roared. Zhao Tai drew the short blade at his waist and shouted. The deputy commander's menace carried weight, especially with a lethal star of unknown rank seated within the carriage. Only then did the crowd fall silent and slink aside, bowing and scraping to clear the way. The carriage passed the lower district unscathed and entered the heavily guarded central quarter. "Brother Chen's sister, Ange, we've arrived." Zhao Tai jumped down, respectfully opened the door, and Chen Feng helped his sister out. This two-story house was arguably the most well-preserved building in the 7th camp. Its outer walls had even been deliberately reinforced by earth mages. Inside the courtyard, the flagstones lay smooth. When the door opened, a warm, comfortable wave of heat washed over them. The sitting room held brand-new beeskin sofas and a wooden table piled with freshly washed spirit fruits. Beside it stood an oversized bathing tub capable of heating water at a moment's notice. Both floors had new bedding in every bedroom. Zhao Tai rubbed his hands and smiled. "Energy is supplied 24 hours a day by logistics. I will personally arrange for the 50 gold stipend to be delivered to your residence at the start of each month." "That's thoughtful, Zhao. Please thank Commander Lei for me when you return." Chen Feng nodded. "It's nothing, so long as you are satisfied. Then I will not disturb your rest. If anything is needed, send someone to city defense, and I will respond at once." Zhao Tai withdrew with tact and closed the courtyard gate behind him. Only the siblings remained in the house. Chun Ange approached the soft sofa, tentatively poked it with a finger, and then dared to sit lightly. The springy touch made her sigh softly, but her expression still bore a heavy unrealness, as though she were in a gorgeous dream. She might wake from it any moment. "What's the matter? Do you feel their faces turned faster than the pages of a book just now?" Chun Feng walked to the table, picked up a red fruit, and bit into it with a crisp crack. Chun Ange looked up, her gaze foggy, and nodded faintly. "Brother, I'm a little afraid." She lowered her head and stared at the faintly glowing concealment ring on her finger. "They used to ignore me. Now suddenly they are like this. I don't know how to face such enthusiasm. It feels as if they are not smiling at me, but at a stranger." Seeing his sister so anxious, Chen Feng sat beside her. "Don't be afraid. This is the survival logic of this world, Ange." Chun Ange turned to him. "When you are weak, they trample you, exploit you, even snatch the dog kennel you live in. That is because they believe you lack the ability to resist. But when you become strong, or when a backer stands behind you whom they dare not offend, they will fear you and tremble. To avoid being crushed, they will marshal a lifetime of sycophancy to flatter you and prop you up." Chen Feng looked straight into his sister's eyes. "You need not feel uncomfortable with this warmth, nor must you ingratiate yourself or offer contrived thanks. You only need to accept one fact," Chen Feng said, ruffling her tangled hair with a flamboyant smile. "That is as long as I am around. The kind of reverence and fawning shown earlier will follow. From now on, wherever you go, that will become the normal course of your life. You'll get used to it." Early the next morning, Chen Feng was awakened by the various clamor and shouting outside. Rubbing his eyes, he crawled out of the soft bed on the second floor and pushed open the window to take a look. The entire No. 7 survivor base was unusually lively today, with the teleportation array in the central area flashing with dazzling white light. Teams of high-level awakeners rarely seen under normal circumstances were rushing out of the camp in a hurry while the streets were filled with the sounds of selling supplies and recruiting teams. "Brother, you're awake." Chun and Guest's cheerful voice came from downstairs. Chun Feng walked down the stairs, and Chun and Ge had already prepared breakfast. It was a pot of meat porridge made from high-quality ingredients bought yesterday. Though the cooking skills were average, the aroma was enticing. "What's happening outside?" "It's like a festival in the market," Chun Feng asked casually while taking a spoon. The loudspeaker outside announced something. Chun and Ge excitedly waved the spoon in her hand. "I heard that a top-tier hidden big shot in our Jiangnan region has broken through the level 80 version limit. Then the system judged that the overall strength of the region has increased, so a new entrance to a large abyss-level dungeon has appeared deep in the misty marsh dozens of kilometers away from our camp. The opening of a new dungeon represents first kills, exclusive titles, and a plethora of top-tier resources for exploration." Chun and Guest's eyes sparkled with excitement. So not only are the elites from all over Jiangnan rushing here, but even people from other war zones are flocking over. Just then there was a loud knocking on the gate in the yard. And Ge, are you home?" The voice belonged to Lin Xia. Chun and Ge ran over to open the door. Lin Xia strode in, immediately taken aback by the luxurious decor that resembled a villa from before the apocalypse. Especially when she saw the bowl of meat porridge glowing with purple light on the table, and Chun Feng, comfortably seated on the sofa. Lin Xia's eyes widened in surprise. "No way. And Ge, those things being said outside are actually true." Lin Xia swallowed hard, looking at the Chun siblings in disbelief. "Your brother really killed Zhang Meng and the others?" Captain Lei arranged this so-called top-tier treatment. Yesterday, after completing her daily outdoor extermination task, she heard the sensational rumor that Chun and Guest's brother single-handedly challenged the Mad Blade squad and made the camp leader apologize. At the time, she thought it was just some reckless madman spreading rumors. But seeing the reality today, it was even more exaggerated than the rumors. Chun and Ge scratched her head and chuckled foolishly as if to acknowledge it. Looking at Chun Feng, who still wore an all-white outfit and casually sipped porridge, Lin Xia's heart surged with waves of astonishment. She originally thought it was already incredible for Chun Feng to be able to fly. She never expected his combat prowess to be so terrifying. Xia, did you come to find me early for something urgent?" Chun and Ge pulled Lin Xia to sit down. "All right. I almost forgot about the important matter." Lin Xia slapped her thigh, her eyes sparkling with excitement. "And Ge, I thought of you first when something good came up. Because a new dungeon was released today, you know about this, right? The top guild, the Stag Guild, ranked in the top 10 of the Langya region. They crossed regions to compete for the first kill, but due to their haste, the logistics personnel they brought along were insufficient. They posted a temporary recruitment in our camp, needing dozens of logistics teams. The job is really simple. All you need to do is follow their main team to clean up the battlefield, draw the dungeon map, provide some intelligence, or help carry some low-level materials for occupying slots. As long as you show up for settlement, in addition to a guaranteed 10 gold coins as a hiring fee if you perform, well, you might even pick up some low-end top-tier armor that the main team doesn't need. This is a golden opportunity that fell from the sky." Lin Xia became more and more excited as she spoke. "As for safety, you don't need to worry at all. The Stag Guild has specialized 100-level strategy teams clearing the path in front, making the danger almost negligible. As long as we don't run around following the big team, is 1,000 times safer than scavenging in the camp." Hearing this, Chun and Ge was indeed a bit tempted. This was a great opportunity to see the world and a legitimate chance to follow a major guild for upgrades. "Brother." Chun and Ge turned her head, looking at Chun Feng with eager eyes. "Do you want to go?" Chun Feng set down his bowl. Chun and Ge nodded vigorously. "What? Are you addicted to picking up loot and leveling up with others?" Chun Feng chuckled. "Alright, I happen to have nothing to do and am tired of staying in this little shabby house all day long. Let's go run a trip together to join in the excitement of this abyss-level dungeon." 1 hour later, at the edge of the misty marsh dozens of kilometers outside the 7th camp, what should have been a silent toxic swamp was now filled with a crowd of people. The environment here is extremely harsh, with pungent yellow-green toxins floating in the air and the mud pits underfoot sporadically bubbling with foul-smelling mud bubbles. But deep in the swamp, a massive black vortex was slowly rotating, emitting a chilling abyssal aura. The outer area of the vortex had long been divided into several distinct zones by various powers. Not only were there forces from the Jiangnan region, but even guild battle flags from Jiangbei Langya and even further regions were fluttering in the air above this muddy swamp. Countless awakeners donned in high-level glowing gear wore solemn expressions, the sounds of weapons clashing and commanders issuing orders intertwined, creating an oppressive atmosphere before the great battle that thickened the air. My goodness! There are so many people. Is that the dungeon entrance? Chen and Gu tugged at Chen Feng's sleeve, curiously looking around. Lin Xia led the two of them through the stalls of casual players on the outskirts, pointing ahead to a formation of well-equipped individuals wearing soaring eagle badges on their chests with tight defenses. There it is, the base of the Stag Guild, ranked in the top 10 of the Langya region. All right, Ngu, you and your brother wait for me here by this raised stone for a moment. Don't wander off. I'm going to find the logistics manager to report our external team list and get a few low-level scrolls to dispel the toxins. Okay, go ahead. Chen Feng nodded. Lin Xia hurriedly dashed into the logistics tent area of the Stag Guild. The siblings stood by a slightly dry giant rock, surveying the various high-level awakeners around them. At that moment, Ngu, a somewhat shocked and cool voice rang out behind the siblings. Chen Feng and Chun and Gu turned around. A stunning beauty wearing an ice-blue robe with long hair flowing like a waterfall and an outstanding demeanor was looking at them in surprise. Sister Shun. Chun and Guess eyes lit up upon seeing the newcomer, and she excitedly rushed up to hug the. Seeing Chun and Ji's delicate face, slightly yellowed due to malnutrition, but still with exquisite features, Shun Shiwan's cold expression softened, revealing a gentle smile. How did you end up here? Shun Shiwan gently pinched her cheek, looking pained. It's been so long since I've seen you. Why are you still so thin? I came with Xia Xia to apply for some logistics work to earn a few gold coins. Chen and Gu said with a smile. Nonsense. Shin Shiwan shot her a reproachful glance. This is a high-difficulty new dungeon. The miasma inside contains neurotoxins. Your little body going to the logistics team is like sending yourself to die. Just then Shin Shiwan caught sight of Chun Feng leisurely walking over from the corner of her eye. Shin Shiwan was momentarily taken aback. Instinctively, she touched the pendant of the tears of the abyss hidden in her neck. Shin Shiwan. Shin Feng stroked his chin. So you are actually from the Stag Guild. Yesterday, when I encountered this woman at the Sunsetting King's tomb, I didn't ask for details. It turns out the full name of her guild is Stag. Chun Engi tugged at Chen Feng's sleeve, chattering away to report to her brother. Brother, let me tell you. During the years I struggled in the camp. In fact, Sister Shin secretly came to find me several times, giving me many life-saving potions and rations. However, she absolutely forbade me from telling others about your relationship with her. Before Chen Engi could finish her words, the usually composed Shin Shiwan suddenly blushed. She stepped forward and firmly covered Chun Eng's mouth. If you say any more, you little ancestor, you'll get yourself killed. Shin Shiwan exclaimed, angrily gritting her teeth by Chen Eng's ear. Chen Engi, with her mouth covered, could only make muffled sounds. Shin Shiwan released her hand, tidied her robe, and feigned calmness as she raised her chin to look at Chen Feng. Don't get too carried away with your thoughts. Humph. Shin Shiwan coldly turned her face away, avoiding Chen Feng's gaze, explaining stiffly. I just think it's pitiful for a young girl like her to be all alone in this ruthless world. Not only has the elder brother disappeared without a trace, but even the younger sister is suffering. My compassion flared up, and I simply helped the poor person. It has nothing to do with you, you heartless person. Chen Feng did not expose her. During their relationship years ago, she always had this cold exterior, but a warm heart, refusing to back down. Unexpectedly, after 10 years of struggling in this apocalyptic world, her essence had not changed at all. Chen Feng restrained his casual demeanor and looked seriously into Shin Shiwan's eyes. Thank you. Consider it a huge favor owed to you. In a world where one could easily draw blades over a piece of black bread, wasting precious resources on a lowly civilian was rare. Especially when doing so while deliberately concealing one's identity and expecting nothing in return. This bond was indeed more precious than gold. Upon hearing Chen Feng's earnest gratitude, Shin Shiwan's feigned indifference finally cracked. Her gaze flickered for a moment, and the blush on her face deepened. Are you crazy? Suddenly being Shin Shiwan muttered softly, nervously curling her fingers around the edge of her robe. Actually, I want. Shin Shiwan looked up and said softly, the necklace you gave me yesterday is extremely important with absurdly good attributes. I've been stuck at the bottleneck of level 42 for a long time. With the ice attributes and the dual casting probability it provides, I am confident I can gain enough contribution for the new instance to challenge the second transition trial. There was one more important thing she kept hidden in her heart. Because most importantly, it was a gift from you. As long as you like it, that's good. Chen Feng smiled. Keep it for self-defense. If you encounter any monsters you can't handle, feel free to come find me in the underground city of the 7th camp. Just as the atmosphere between the two became slightly subtle, Chen Angie, covering her mouth, was giggling beside them. Angie, I brought back the travel scroll. From a distance, Lin Xia could be seen squeezing through the crowd, clutching several pieces of parchment, glowing with a green light. As soon as Lin Xia ran up, she spotted Chen Xiuan standing in front of the Chen siblings. As someone who had spent years mingling with adventurers in the wild, how could she not recognize the renowned Ice Queen of the Zulf Guild? Shun, Master Shun. Lin Xia exclaimed, her tongue tied in disbelief as she looked at Chen Xiuan, then at the Chen siblings. You actually know the elemental master from the Zulf Guild? In this hierarchical world, it was incredibly rare for a newly minted low-level field operative to have direct communication with the main forces of a top 10 guild. Of course, Chen Angie puffed out her chest proudly. Sister Shun is my... She couldn't finish her sentence. This time it was Chen Feng who firmly covered Chen Ang's mouth. We just happened to know each other. Chen Feng explained without changing his expression. We were college classmates. It had been a long time since we last met, and we just happened to run into each other to catch up. College classmates. Lin Xia looked at Chen Feng and Chen Xiuan with suspicion. One was a top-tier powerhouse dressed in a full-level ice robe, while the other was a poor young man in a level 10 wasteland ranger's blue outfit. The contrast was just too stark. However, considering they were acquaintances from before the apocalypse, it was somewhat reasonable. Just as Lin Xia was about to gossip a bit more. Woo! A long and short muffled horn sounded echoing from the central area of the Zulf Guild. This was the command to set off for the instance. We're going into the instance now. Chen Xiuan's expression instantly became solemn. I won't say much more to you. I need to report to the main output team, since you have also taken on the external task of our guild. She turned to Lin Xia and instructed, once we go in, you must ensure those two follow closely behind the logistics supply team. Make sure not to get curious and run to the front lines to stir up trouble. In this unexplored new map, even a slight mutation of miasma could cost you your life. Rest assured, Lady Shun. I understand the rules. Lin Xia nodded repeatedly to assure her. Angie, be safe. They'll come find you once we exit the instance. Chen Xiuan ruffled Chen Ang's head, then gave Chen Feng a deep look. Without saying any more unnecessary words, she turned and swiftly blended into the elite forces of the Zulf Guild, which had already begun to move. Let's go, brother. We should go queue up for the teleportation portal. Chen Angie broke free from Chen Feng's hand excitedly, pulling Lin Xia along. Chen Feng shrugged and followed the two girls into the bustling crowd of field operatives. Meanwhile, on a concealed hillside slightly away from the outskirts of the miasma swamp, a man entirely hidden beneath an optical camouflage cloak, thin and gaunt with only a pair of cold triangular eyes exposed, clung to the rocks like a gecko. His gaze was firmly locked onto Chen Feng, who was lining up to enter the abyss whirlpool with the team. After confirming the target's entry, the triangular-eyed man took out a communication crystal marked with intricate blood-red patterns from his pocket. He dripped a drop of blood onto the crystal. With a flicker of light, a small communication magic circle lit up in his palm. Reporting to Vice President. The target, Chen Feng from the 7th camp in the Jiangnan district, has been confirmed to have entered the new instance of the miasma swamp. There was a 2-second silence on the other end of the communication circle. Then came a hoarse, chilling voice that sent shivers down one's spine. Very good. Heaven helps me. The voice on the other end let out a cruel laugh. That fool doesn't know what he's getting into. You keep a close watch on the space coordinate anchor point, he entered. Since the new instance has just opened, the fixed team lock barrier for clearing has not yet been triggered. A low hum resonated. Then, after a faint ripple in space, Chen Feng and his companions found themselves thrust into an entirely new realm. Their feet sank deep into thick, viscous black mire that reeked of putrid decay. System alert, you have entered the large-scale dungeon, the Faceless Wastes. Current difficulty novice. Ugh, this stench is unbearable. Chen Feng pinched his nose shut and grimaced as he shook black sludge from his boots. Before him stretched a desolate expanse. The sky hung heavy with a sickly, bruised violet hue. Gnarled, monstrous trees twisted upward like petrified faces, grotesque and sorrowful. Beneath their feet sprawled an endless swamp, green, bubbling and spewing noxious gas. Visibility barely reached 50 meters, and drifting visibly through the air floated delicate emerald-hued toxic spores. Ahead, across a vast open plain, the elite vanguard of the Zhulu Guild, over 1,000 strong, had already formed a tight defensive formation. Frontline shield warriors drove their massive tower shields, each weighing over 500 kilograms, deep into the muck. Behind them, mages and archers began enchanting their weapons, while priests chanted purification spells in unison, their voices rising like sacred hymns. Pure white dispelling auras rippled outward like concentric waves, barely holding back the poisonous haze within a radius of several dozen meters. All field laborers, listen well, remain strictly behind the inner safety perimeter. Under no circumstances may you step beyond the purification aura without explicit authorization. A logistics officer of the Zulu Guild bellowed through a megaphone mounted atop a burrowing drake. Ensure your specially issued antitoxin heat-resistant garments are fully worn. Should any garment become dislodged, neurotoxic vapors will enter your bloodstream, and within 3 seconds your flesh will rot away entirely. The guild bears no responsibility. Hearing this stern warning, the 100 or 200 low-tier laborers huddled at the rear scrambled frantically to don the strange pungent beast hide cloaks issued to them. "Ngu, hurry, put this on." Lin Xia pulled a worn hide robe from her pack and handed it to Chen and Gu. "Xia, you only have 2. Chun and Gu glanced anxiously at Chen Feng beside her, noting the single remaining robe in Lin Xia's hands. She had secured the field assignment herself, only registering her own name and NGEs. Chen Feng had decided to join at the last moment, never appearing on the official roster and thus never receiving the life-saving antitoxin garment. This, Lin Xia's expression shifted, her brow furrowed. This is problematic. Antitoxin garments are strictly rationed. Where could we possibly find an extra one now? What about my brother? Don't worry, we're yours. Chen Feng waved dismissively. This swamp gas, hardly worth my notice. Preposterous. Could such feeble poison truly harm him? Stop pretending. This isn't ordinary wilderness toxin. Lin Xia's voice rose in alarm. Didn't Master Shen himself warn us? It carries neural corrosive venom. Xia, stop fretting over my brother. If he says he's fine, then he is fine. Chun and Gu remained utterly unruffled, her faith in Chen Feng absolute, unquestioning. If he declared it safe, then it was safe. Sigh, you 2 siblings really. Lin Xia exhaled sharply, biting back further protest, and reluctantly slipped on the sweat-stained antitoxin robe. The main force advanced slowly forward. As this was their first foray into uncharted territory, no one knew what horrors might spawn ahead. So progress was deliberate, cautious, measured. Roar. Less than 500 meters in a guttural subterranean roar erupted from the ink-black. Instantly, a thunderous splash. Mud exploded skyward. From the abyssal mire surged a colossal monstrosity towering nearly 2 stories high. Its body pulsed with gray-green pustules, necrotic flesh sloughed and writhed. Most unnerving of all, the creature bore no face, only a gaping blood-soaked maw bristling with inward curving barbs. Enemy assault. Frontline, raise shields. The officer's cry tore through the air. The beast slammed headlong into the united wall of shields, its impact so violent it hurled 2 elite 30-level warriors backward like ragdolls. Faceless toxic corpse, elite lord. Level 55. Health 8000000. What the hell? A mere gatekeeper mob. Already a level 55 lord. Lin Xia glimpsed the monster's stat panel hovering above its head, her breath catching sharp and cold. Are we sure we're still on the outer periphery? This stat sheet would easily serve as the final boss of an ordinary dungeon. Lin Xia's face paled. That was precisely why countless adventurers willingly risked sudden death, serving as menial laborers beneath even the lowest guild dogs. Independent players, or small red-named bands, wouldn't even qualify as mouthfuls for such a creature. Mage core, focus fire. Dual element barrage, ice and flame. Rangers, apply shatter armor arrows. From the command tower at the front line, a senior Zulu commander issued orders with icy precision. Boom. Crack. Whoosh. In an instant, dozens of dazzling magical projectiles streaked forth, like guided missiles converging upon a single target, and struck the faceless corpse with devastating force. The concussive blast deafened the senses. Though thick-skinned and resilient, the level 55 elite fell rapidly under concentrated volleys from hundreds of elite combatants, its health bar plummeting before their eyes. Within 2 minutes, a shrill, agonized wail pierced the air. Then the beast collapsed, scattering rare materials and several gleaming blurrarity artifacts across the mire. Few finally down. Seeing the front line stabilize, the field laborers collectively exhaled in relief. Lin Xia patted her chest, flat but pounding, then straightened. Attention, everyone, move out. The labor squad leader barked orders. Send a few people to collect dropped materials into the guild's storage chest. Move quickly. Others, shovel away the blood-saturated mud and pave the path. It was a merciless assembly line exploitation. Laborers trailed behind, breathing dust and performing the filthiest tasks. Any valuable loot they gathered vanished instantly, retained entirely by the guild. The promised minimum coin reward was merely hush money. Occasionally, a magnanimous veteran warrior, discarding battered blurarity gear, might toss it back as a token gratuity for the laborers to scramble over. Let's go, we've work to do. Lin Xia tugged Chun and Ji Yi's sleeve and readied a small shovel for road clearing. You two, stay right where you are. Chun Feng suddenly raised a hand, halting them both. What's wrong? Lin Xia blinked startled. Chun Feng didn't answer, instead narrowing his eyes slightly. Through his omniscient vision, unimpeded by darkness or toxin, he saw clearly exactly where the faceless corpse had fallen, 50 meters beneath the surface. Was not empty earth. Rather it teemed, dense as a wasp's nest, with hundreds upon hundreds of deep crimson life indicators pulsing in silent, ominous unison. Boom, 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 boom. Before the Zhilu elite could gather spoils, the ground convulsed violently. Black mud churned wildly, then, roar, roar. Not one, not 10, but over 100 identical faceless toxic corpses erupted from the depths. Each larger, each more terrifying. Hundreds of level 55 rampaging lords bursting forth in perfect, horrifying synchrony. 100 level 55 berserk lords, filling every inch of the horizon. The frontline shield warriors who moments earlier had cheered in triumph hadn't even time to register shock. Crunch, 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 crunch. With dull bone-shattering impacts, the outermost defensive line shattered, splintered like dry twigs beneath an unstoppable tide of rotting flesh. Flesh flew. Screams tore through the air. Monsters are swarming. Priests, group heal. Activate ultimate abilities now. We're breaking. Fall back, fall back. Maintain formation, don't panic. Chaos and terror engulfed the elite battlefront in an instant. Who could have foreseen? Within this supposedly novice difficulty dungeon, the spawning mechanism wasn't isolated threats, but relentless cascading waves of undead. Meanwhile, the field laborers at the rear, witnessing the carnage, froze in primal terror. Run, the line's broken. If those things reach us, we'll be turned to pulp. Their protective shield had crumbled. What refugee, level 30 or 40 at best, dared scavenge? They screamed, tumbling headlong toward the entrance, desperate scrambling, slipping in the mire. Lin Xia's face blanched white as she seized Chun and Ji Yi's hand. And go, run. This dungeon's difficulty is wrong. Xia, don't panic. Though startled by the sky-obscuring horde, Chun and Gu stood rooted, motionless. For a firm, unshakable hand rested heavily upon her shoulder. Brother. She tilted her head up to meet Chun Feng's gaze. Don't run. Chun Feng watched the fleeing masses, panicked birds scattering in all directions, and then looked ahead where the elite vanguard was nearly submerged beneath the tide of corpses. Their collapse would be inconvenient, but worse still, it would ruin this trial, this shared journey with his sister. Slowly he withdrew his hand from his pocket and flexed his fingers. Stay here, both of you. Don't move an inch. I'll just go clear away the trash. Ahead at the center of the battlefield, the defenses of the Stag Hunting Guild had been torn open, creating a massive breach. Hundreds of faceless poison corpses mercilessly trampled into the crowd. Hold the shield wall. Mages quickly cast freezing control. Where's the healer's damage reduction? The air was filled with the heart-wrenching screams and the roars of monsters. In the midst of this bloody chaos, the crowd scattered in all directions. Yet Chun Feng moved against the flow as if entering a realm uninhabited, strolling into the heart of the battlefield. Roar! A solitary faceless poison corpse noticed this small intruder that had suddenly appeared. It opened its blood-filled mouth lined with barbed spikes, swinging its two meaty arms as thick as water tanks, creating a violent wind as it smashed down towards Chun Feng's head. This strike, if it connected, would crush not only a fully leveled shield guard, but even an armored vehicle into a flat disc. Nearby, several struggling players from the Stag Hunting Guild caught sight of this scene and couldn't help but exclaim, "Quick dodge. That's a boss monster." Boom. A dull teeth-grinding sound interrupted the player's shout. The massive fist, as thick as a water tank and gleaming with a sinister gray light, landed squarely and unreservedly on Chun Feng's head. The powerful impact sent mud and water splattering up from the surrounding swamp. It's over. That fool is done for. The player couldn't even bear to witness the ensuing bloody scene. However, as the mud and water dispersed, the whiteboard player, who should have been reduced to pulp, was still standing firm in place. Not only was his brain intact, but even his hairstyle remained untouched. Above his head, a row of glaring red immunity notifications popped up. Immune, immune, immune. Not only the stunned player, but even the level 55 boss monster was taken aback. Its featureless face even showed hints of chaotic confusion. It couldn't comprehend why its punch, powerful enough to shatter stone, had no effect on this human who seemed devoid of any magical fluctuations. The backlash even caused the bones in its wrist to crack audibly. "Did you not eat? Use some strength," Shen Feng said, lifting his head with a bored expression. Soon countless monsters rushed at him, frantically clawing at Shen Feng. At that moment, a rapid chant of magic could be heard from not far away. "Domain of extreme ice." A cold female voice exploded on the right flank of the chaotic battlefield, accompanied by dazzling ice-blue magical light soaring into the sky. The toxic explosion swamp within 100 meters erupted with a bone-chilling extreme low temperature. Dozens of thick ice spikes shot up from the ground, freezing 6 or 7 surrounding faceless poison corpses in place. The overwhelming elemental suppression was from Shun Shiwan. Yet even so, she was drenched in sweat. The continuous casting was rapidly depleting her magical energy. Most critically, these elite monsters seemed impossible to kill. As the ice layer began to shatter, another 10 or so foul-smelling monsters charged at her, stepping on the broken bodies of their companions. "Damn it. There are too many, I can't clear them." Shin Shiwan gritted her teeth, the glow of her snowflake staff already dimming. "Sister Shiwan, retreat quickly. The rear line has been breached. If you get surrounded, there will be no escape." A teammate shouted in panic from not far away. Surrounded by wildly surging monsters, even with her purple necklace that increased double casting chances, it was utterly impossible to withstand the concentrated fire of over a dozen level 55 bosses. "I can only take a gamble." Shun Shiwan took a deep breath, preparing to bite her tongue to force out magic power for a forbidden spell, hoping to create an escape route. She instinctively turned her head to confirm the direction of retreat. As she did, she saw a man in a spotless white shirt standing with his hands in his pockets. He was facing the furious blows of 7 or 8 level 55 boss monsters. Bang, 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 bang. The monsters' fists fell like rain, causing the air to explode repeatedly. Yet Shen Feng stood there, not moving, neither defending nor attacking, even yawning with boredom. Rows of the word immune constantly jumped up like a screen of fire. The monsters, whose intelligence was locked by the system, became increasingly frantic, smashing their fists until they broke bones, yet they continued to claw at him desperately. Shun Shiwan prepared to chant the forbidden spell that was on the tip of her tongue, only for it to get stuck in her throat. "Shen Feng." Shin Shiwan exclaimed incredulously. Upon hearing the sound, Shin Feng turned and saw her on the brink of a desperate battle, surrounded by a dozen monsters. Oh, what a coincidence! Chun Feng completely ignored the 2 faceless corpses, still wildly smashing his head with tree branches, smiling as he waved at Shin Shiwan. Veins bulged on Shun Shiwan's forehead. "What are you doing chatting at a time like this? Quickly dodge," she shouted in despair. Even though he could take damage, standing there getting hit was pointless. This is a battlefield. The crisis of annihilation could strike at any moment. Yet Shin Feng clearly showed no signs of anxiety. He stepped forward, finding the monsters surrounding him to be too much of a hindrance, and casually shrugged his shoulder. Boom! The terrifying backlash transformed into a tangible shockwave. The 7 or 8 faceless poison corpses which had been crazily clawing at him were instantly blasted away, flying dozens of meters, exploding into a mosaic of bloody chunks on impact. Then, under Shin Shiwan's astonished gaze, in just a second, as if teleporting, Chun Feng crossed several dozen meters of muddy ground and arrived by her side. You. Shin Shiwan's hand holding the staff trembled, her stunning face filled with disbelief and shock. Roar! At this moment, the dozen new monsters surrounding Shin Shiwan lunged forward, bringing a foul wind. Chun Feng naturally extended his hand and grabbed her wrist. In Shun Shiwan's dazed gaze, he gently pulled her behind him, shielding her from the oncoming dozen gaping maws. His broad back was reminiscent of 10 years ago, when he had protected her from a pack of wild dogs while walking. "Stay back a bit. Watch closely. The next punch will be quite impressive." Hearing this, Shin Shiwan felt a wave of helplessness. "Your priority should be to quickly uninstall your foreign tomato novel." She couldn't help but curse. Shin Feng ignored his ex-girlfriend's complaint, focusing on the terrifying tide of corpses that could crush thousands. Then, seemingly without any technique, just very casually, he pulled back his right arm, clenched his fist, and slammed it forward. Boom! In the moment when this punch was thrown, it reached an extreme level of purity, amplified by a terrifying physical force enhanced by a 10,000-fold damage modifier. The air was violently drawn into a vacuum, followed by an ear-splitting white sonic boom. That terrifying wind pressure, capable of penetrating mountains, originated from Chun Feng's fist, transforming into a devastating storm several hundred meters wide, taking on a semi-transparent fan shape, sweeping toward the densest part of the corpse tide. With a crack, the front line of 55 elite boss monsters had no time to even let out a Before this horrifying wind pressure, their bodies, flesh and bones alike, instantly turned into a spray of blood and gore. And along the core path of the storm, everything was utterly cleared away. The flesh and blood of those monsters, moving at such high speed, transformed into a sky full of red mosaics, and were then whisked away by the furious winds, disappearing into the abyssal mist beyond sight. With one punch, the once crowded and despairing battlefield was directly plowed into a vast blank. Hundreds of 55-level elite bosses were collectively vaporized in an instant. Not a trace. Shen Xiuan still maintained her earlier stance of gripping her staff tightly, prepared to fight desperately. But she was now completely frozen. Her mind was blank, devoid of any ability to think. Seconds. Did it take seconds? That was a group of elite monsters that would require the full strength of the entire guild to battle for several hours. And it was all done with a casually delivered punch, creating a vacuum along with the toxic swamp that spanned dozens of meters. What the hell? Under the immense shock, the usually composed Shen Xiuan couldn't help but blurt out a curse. The surroundings were too chaotic. The earth-shattering sound of magical explosions, the cries of those fleeing for their lives, and various light pollution effects obscured everything. Almost no one noticed that in this inconspicuous corner a player in a white shirt had thrown a punch. However, they did notice the dramatic changes happening on the battlefield. Right in front of their defensive line, the previously dense and despairing horde of corpses had mysteriously thinned out. What's going on? The pressure ahead has decreased. The tower shield warriors at the front noticed that the monster assaults had stopped, looking up in confusion. Where are the monsters? That huge group of elite monsters. The officer on the command tower was equally perplexed, but quickly regained composure. Either a powerful figure has intervened, or a hidden mechanism has cleared the area. This is a heaven-sent opportunity. Everyone hold your ground. Mages set up a firewall, reorganized the counterattack. Counterattack. In an instant, the morale of the guild members soared, seizing this excellent opportunity to begin their counteroffensive. Chen Feng's punch had already cleared 80% of the monster density. The few remaining stragglers were quickly dealt with under the concentrated fire of thousands, leaving nothing but a ground strewn with materials and treasure chests. This is possible. Shen Xiuan stared blankly at the empty, muddy ground ahead. She swallowed hard. Coming to her senses, she turned to look back. Chen Feng, where exactly are you? Huh. Behind her was completely empty, not even a shadow. Where was Chen Feng? Shen Xiuan looked around in bewilderment, frantically searching among the guild members who were busy cleaning up the battlefield. No sign. That guy had disappeared without a trace, without her noticing. At this moment, Chen Feng had already returned to the logistics position, silently moving with a terrifying speed akin to teleportation. No one in the outer area of the logistics team noticed his sudden disappearance and reappearance. Bro, where did you just run off to? Chun Ench spotted Chen Feng as he suddenly appeared. I just went around the front line. Chen Feng casually made up an excuse, pointing to the battlefield ahead. What the hell just happened? It scared me to death. Lin Xia poked her head out from behind a hidden rock, still shaken. There was such a huge commotion ahead, I thought the Zhu Lu guild was going to be wiped out here today. I was just about to drag Ench toward the exit. Stop making a fuss, it's already over ahead. Chen Feng replied nonchalantly. Over. Lin Xia skeptically tiptoed. Sure enough, she saw a ground full of corpses ahead, and the main force was advancing in an orderly fashion. Even the squad leader responsible for external management started blowing a whistle. Logistics team, stop dawdling, get over there, and clean up the battlefield. With the crisis for the main force lifted, the massive guild machine began to operate again. Chun Ench, wielding her old shovel and burlap sack, energetically followed the external team. This was an abyss-level dungeon where even a broken piece of bone lying around would be a priceless experience item for low-level players. Along the way, monsters of all sizes continuously emerged from the ground, but there were no longer any instances of hundreds of them rising from the dead at once. The guild strategy team steadily dispatched wave after wave of monsters. Chun Ench, following the logistics team, was practically overjoyed. Wow, this also counts as experience. I'm getting it. As the main force distributed the cleanup tasks among the remaining soldiers, Chun Ench just had to be quick to smash a hammer or toss a couple of small stones at the dying monsters to assist. This way she could earn plenty of shared kill experience. Even the leftover materials from the slain monsters were quite valuable. Just a few hours later, Chun Ench not only filled her pockets with low-tier materials, but she also occasionally gleamed with the light of level-ups. After 4 hours of pushing through, Chun Ench stood up from beside a corpse of a toxic swamp lizard. This 50-level elite monster had only a layer of health left, which she took the opportunity to strike with her novice hammer. Swipe. Accompanied by a dazzling golden beam shooting into the sky, a striking golden symbol appeared directly above Chun Ange's head. Bro, xia, I leveled up to 15. Chun Ange exclaimed excitedly, jogging back to Chen Feng and Lin Xia. Not only did I level up, but I also got a skill book. She pulled out a scroll, emitting a faint blue glow from the burlap sack on her back, presenting it to Chen Feng like a treasure. Chen Feng glanced at it. Space Distortion Scroll Beginner Effect applies gravitational suppression on enemies within a 20-meter range ahead, slowing them by 30 and inflicting minor tearing damage. Not bad. Chen Feng nodded. It perfectly compensates for your current lack of any offensive means. Hurry up and learn it. For Chun Ange at this stage, such a control skill with minor damage was indeed the most practical. At this time, the other members of the logistics team were also smiling brightly. Although they didn't earn as much as the major guilds, even a little leftover from the Abyss-level dungeon was enough to... At this point, the surrounding environment had undergone a tremendous change. The dark purple clouds above had dispersed, replaced by a pitch-black void. And blocking the path of their 1,000-strong army was a vast cliff, unfathomable and seemingly... This cliff spanned the entirety of the swamps, and with its base engulfed in darkness, continuously spewing forth chilling gusts of wind. Across the cliff, a massive black palace appeared to float in the void. That was the location of the final boss of the entire Faceless One's death realm. Oh, and also the core target of this expedition. We can't get across. Lin Xia peered down at the bottom of the cliff, frightened, and quickly retracted her neck. This cliff has no visible bottom. It must be at least a bottomless abyss. And with such strong winds, we can't even fly over it. Are we going to have to turn back? Ordinary players facing such a terrain, without flying mounts or long-distance teleportation scrolls, had no choice but to return home. But the strength of the large guild was not limited to this. At the command tower ahead, the vice president of the deer hunting guild stepped out, standing at the edge of the cliff. He pulled out a palm-sized wooden ship model radiating a dazzling golden light from his spatial ring. Everyone line up to board. The vice president shouted loudly, and suddenly threw the wooden model into the void above the cliff. Buzz! The wooden ship expanded instantly as it left his hand. In just a few seconds, that palm-sized ship transformed into a massive 3-masted vessel over 100 meters long and 30 meters wide, with countless floating magic arrays engraved on its hull. Deer hunting class floating airship epic. The airship steadily floated in midair, surrounded by a layer of faint blue shield. Over 1,000 elite players from the main force orderly ascended the gangway to the deck of the airship. Wow, an epic-level guild warship. Lin Xia's eyes widened in amazement. This is just too extravagant. It's said that top-tier guilds in the Jiangnan region, ranked in the top 10, have at most 2 of these treasures each. Today we've certainly opened our eyes. The crowd from the field team was also in an uproar, discussing among themselves. Soon the main force finished boarding. Field team members. A guild staff member at the edge of the airship poked his head out. All logistics personnel, head down to the lower cargo hold and wait in designated areas. Don't run around on the deck and interfere with the combat. Lin Xia quickly pulled Chen Feng and Chun Ange to blend into the crowd, following the somewhat swaying boarding gangway. The 3 followed the crowd into the lower cargo hold of the airship. The cargo hold was spacious, but with nearly 200 field personnel crammed in, it felt a bit crowded and stifling. Around them were piles of various supply boxes and repair materials. The airship shook slightly and then began to slowly and steadily head toward the void palace on the other side of the cliff. Finally, we can catch our breath. Lin Xia pulled Chen Ange to sit in a slightly more spacious spot. Once this ship crosses the abyss and we defeat the final boss at the end of the level, we can take the money and materials back to the camp to report. Chen Ange was equally exhausted, leaning against a wooden box. Chen Feng crossed his arms and leaned against the cabin wall, boredly surveying his surroundings. Originally, he thought this so-called Abyss dungeon would be entertaining. He didn't expect it would just be running errands for the large guild. If it weren't for watching his sister level up so enthusiastically, he would have slapped the final boss across from them to end things long ago. Chen Feng, feeling a bit bored, turned his gaze toward the palm-sized round glass porthole. Outside was an endless darkness. However, just as Chen Feng's habitually activated full-map perspective view showed him, 2 glaring blood-red frames lit up abruptly in that unfathomable void of darkness. And these 2 frames were hovering in midair less than 10 miles away from the airship, moving synchronously with it. LV. 60 Ghost, ILV. 85 Lord Ao, what can you do to me? Upon seeing this name, Chen Feng raised his eyebrows slightly. Huh. Just as Chen Feng noticed the 2 frames, Chen Ange, who was leaning against the porthole and curiously looking outside, suddenly rubbed her eyes. Her hidden class trait made her vision sharper than that of ordinary players. Brother, Chun Eng tugged at Chen Feng's sleeve, whispering while pointing at the pitch black outside the window. Look outside the airship, aren't there two black dots flashing in midair? Lin Xia, who was dozing off against the box, opened her eyes sleepily upon hearing this. Eng, are you seeing things? This airship is currently flying above a bottomless abyss. How could monsters fly so high? Not monsters. Chun Eng pressed her face against the glass, straining her eyes to look closely. They look like two people. Lin Xia was taken aback. She followed Chun Eng's gaze outside, but saw nothing but pitch black. People. Even less likely. Lin Xia waved her hand dismissively. Unless they have special items like this airship with floating arrays. To stay suspended in the air for a long time, they must be at least level 80. Those are legendary figures on the entire Blue Star combat power rankings. Why would they waste their time with us on this shabby field ship? Really, if you don't believe it, come look for yourselves. They're hanging outside the airship just like the people from our country. Chen Feng chuckled. He reached out to pull Chun Eng away from the porthole. Stop looking. Chen Feng patted her shoulder. Maybe a passing big shot is patrolling the skies. Let's just stay inside the ship. At this moment, 10 miles away from the airship, the violent abyssal gale, two figures stood on an almost invisible magical flying array, moving steadily in sync with. One of them was the triangular-eyed assassin Ghost Eye, who had been secretly tracking Chen Feng and his sister with his stealth skills since the outskirts of the Mist Marsh. At this moment, he was hunched over facing his companion with an attitude of utmost respect in this terrifying height. Even a bit of obsequiousness tinged with fear. Because standing before him was a living legend known throughout the entire Jiangbei region and even half of Blue Star. 85 levels. Ranked first on the personal combat power ladder in the Jiangbei war zone, the president of the Dynasty Guild. He was also the first god of war in Jiangbei. Lord Ao. This man, towering at nearly 2 meters with a slender build and a head of flamboyant silver long hair, wore a set of gear that radiated an eye-searing light pollution effect, the Genesis Divine Punishment set. The level of flamboyance was such that one could almost carve the words "I am the best in the world" on his forehead. In his right hand, he casually toyed with a long, sleek sniper heavy cannon that emitted a cold metallic sheen. And at the end of that heavy cannon were 3 mythic cores sparkling with a rainbow glow embedded into it. Ghost Eye, are you sure they're inside that ship? Lord Ao slightly turned his head, lazily glancing at the Deer Hunting Guild airship, slowly moving through the darkness in the distance. He did not hide the disdain in his gaze. My lord. It's absolutely true. The triangular-eyed assassin Ghost Eye nodded eagerly, wearing a fawning smile. The solo player named Chen Feng and his burden of a sister are in the lower cargo hold of that ship. Look, it's practically a live target from here. Lord Ao sneered dismissively. Just yesterday he had broken through level 85 and the entire Jiangbei was celebrating him. But before he could settle in, the high-ranking members of the Myth Guild, particularly team leader Zhang Lan, whom he greatly valued and nurtured, sent out a wanted notice to the headquarters of the Dynasty Guild overnight, offering an irresistible astronomical sum to hire him, the top expert in Jiangbei, even going so far as to let him cross regions to Jiangnan just to assassinate a solo player named Chen Feng from a novice village. When he received this commission, Lord Ao thought Zhang Lan must have gone insane from the loss of his son, but lured by the generous reward, he still came. The Myth Guild and those old geezers are really coming back to life. Lord Ao toyed with the mythic heavy sniper cannon in his hand, filled with a sense of haughty disdain. That guy named Chen Feng really is as the intel says. He's at Camp 7, using a few shots from a whiteboard pistol with only 5 attack points to headshot Lei Ju and Lu Changfeng from hundreds of miles away. Hearing this question, Ghost Eye's expression turned peculiar. My lord, the intel does indeed state that. The 2 major war zones are currently buzzing with this. However, in my humble opinion, it's complete nonsense. Ghost Eye agreed the deaths of those prominent figures were too strange, just coincidentally happening when that inexperienced solo player started showing off his shooting. They were deified by some lower-tier civilians who misinterpreted the events. Only Lord Zhanglan, having lost his beloved son, could act in such a desperate manner, hiring you for this job with hefty pay. Ha, a bunch of brainless fools. Lord Ao sneered. He raised the heavy cannon, radiating with a 7-colored mythic glow, aiming at the slowly moving airship 10 miles away. In this world, all boasting and legends are false. The only power in your hands is the eternal truth. Lord Ao slightly crouched down, bringing his right eye close to the finely crafted long-range scope. Through the magical faint light on the lens, he quickly locked onto the worn-out porthole at the bottom of the airship. A whiteboard trash that flaunts itself dares to make me cross regions to take action. Whoa. And warning. High-intensity energy lock detected. An unknown life form has appeared to port. In this aerial vessel served as a strategic mobile fortress for one of the top 10 grand guilds. Its radar scanning and defensive systems were unquestionably elite, lavishly funded, peerless in craftsmanship. In the moment Yao raised his rifle and acquired target lock, the mana crystal at the helm flared crimson, verging on violet. What's happening? On the upper deck of the vessel, the vice president of Zhulu Guild burst out of the command chair. Vice President, an unidentified entity has locked onto us from 10 li to the left, within the void itself. By energy signature alone, it must be level 80 or above. Radar operator reported, sweat glistening across his brow. Level 80 or higher. And the vice president's face paled instantly. This abyssal dungeon, a realm where flight itself was mythic legend. Someone dared openly target their guild's flagship. He rushed to the starboard railing and withdrew a high magnification spyglass from his ring. In through the abyssal mist and howling gales, they clearly discerned two figures suspended midair. Especially striking was the silver-haired man, arrogant, unyielding, clutching a heavy sniper cannon that shimmered with iridescent light, unmistakably his own. The vice president's heart clenched violently. Is that Yao Niwahi, the first war god of Jiangbei? And he gasped aloud. At the name, several senior guild officers on deck drew sharp, synchronized breaths. This was no mere mortal. He was a living legend. Just yesterday, news of his ascension to level 85 had dominated every major forum. Such a cataclysmic force, capable of shattering heavens and rending earth. Why would he drift idly through the skies above a Jiangnan abyssal dungeon? Damn it, has he come to claim the first kill on the dungeon's final boss? And the thought flashed instantly, the most logical explanation. Yet upon reflection, something felt deeply amiss. If he sought the boss, he'd simply lie in wait at the palace across the chasm, not aim his barrel squarely at their external logistics cargo bay. Vice President, his targeting reticle is fixed on our lowest tier external laborer compartment. The radar operator's voice crackled urgently once more. The external labor bay, and the vice president blinked in disbelief. He's locking onto a dozen under level 30 errand runners, and he had no time to ponder the sheer absurdity. Facing a being of such magnitude, the living embodiment of death, not a single shot could pierce even this priceless epic-grade vessel's shields. And perhaps not twice. Should the ship fall, they'd plummet into the 10th Sanshang void, every elite aboard reduced to scattered bones. The vice president inhaled sharply cold air, biting deep. Channeling all his magical energy through the ship's amplification array, he shouted across the tenly expanse, might you be Yao Guild Master of Huangchao Guild Jiangbei Theater? I am the vice president of Zhulu Guild, unaware of your esteemed arrival, and thus remiss in proper reception. This vessel carries only our guild's vanguard team, here to pioneer this dungeon. If we have offended you in any way, or if you too seek the first kill, NWE will withdraw immediately and cede all rights to you. Please, Master Yao, show mercy and spare this harmony between guilds. Ni's tone was abject, his posture humbled. Such was the iron law of the wasteland. Before an apex warrior of level 85, thousands of guild members meant nothing more than skewered fruit, pierced by a few contemptuous shots. High above, Yao watched through his scope, clearly hearing the vice president's groveling plea. Na sneer curled at the corner of his lips, haughty, unassailable. That intoxicating power, to hold life and death in his hands, to compel a top-tier guild to kneel, was etched into his very marrow. And he did not lower his weapon. He merely rolled his neck, then replied with icy disdain, get out of my way. And I couldn't care less about your wretched dungeon, or its first kill. Today I'm here for one person, and one person only. His arrogant declaration echoed across the void. Dinjalu's leadership collectively exhaled in relief. Not here for the first kill, nor bearing ill will toward their guild. Who in heaven's name has angered Master Yao? Yao scoffed coldly. I hear your external labor contingent shelters a nobody named Chinfeng. Zhonglan's squad leader of Mythos Guild has placed an astronomical bounty on his head. If you know your place, deactivate the defensive arrays on your lowest deck. Open a breach in the cargo bay wall, and I'll eliminate him, and only him. Refuse, and I won't hesitate to send your entire crew of thousands to feed the hounds. Ni's index finger eased slowly, deliberately onto the trigger. Chinfeng, Angelu's leaders exchanged baffled glances. Who the hell is that? The vice president himself wore utter confusion. He whirled toward the logistics director, who oversaw external recruitment. Do we have anyone by that name in our labor roster? The director consulted the manifest, equally perplexed. Report, Vice President. No such name appears on our official list. Likely some unofficial attendant. An outsider's relative brought aboard informally. And, damn. And the vice president cursed under his breath. For some nameless commoner, so obscure he didn't even merit inclusion on a roster. And first war god of Jiangbei had descended. Nan Mythos Guild Zhang Lan had offered a king's ransom for his life. It defied all reason. Non-deck senior officers erupted into heated debate. And vice president, since he bears no grudge against our guild, comply with his demand. Open a fissure in the lower shield, let him purge that wretched scapegoat. A sharp-tongued woman, plump bespectacled eyes narrowed, spoke acidly. And she was the guild's finance director, ever mindful of the vessel's staggering cost. Would you risk this legendary ship, and every soul aboard, for a single stowaway? And even a fool knows the arithmetic. Several battle-hardened commanders bristled with indignation. In nonsense. Zhulu Guild ranks among the top 10. We cannot let one man from Jiangbei dictate terms to our flagship. And where do we stand then? Humbled before his whim. Dignity or survival? Which matters more? Haven't you seen that myth-tier heavy cannon in his hands? None blast. And we're all dust in the void. And the finance director laughed bitterly. As the dispute raged, a voice, crystalline calm, unmistakable, cut through the chaos. Null turned as one. No, we will not surrender him. Not clear familiar voice rang out. Shen Xuan stepped forward from the damage dealer's formation. In her breathtaking beauty was now sharpened by resolve and urgency. Chen Feng boarded under our banner. If we cannot protect those who sail with us, if we permit outsiders to slaughter them at will, and that is the true disgrace to Zhulu Guild's honor. Shun Shun, and the vice president frowned slightly, yet still addressed the guild's famed Ice Queen with measured respect. And stand aside. This isn't a matter of sentiment. That is the Jiangbei war god, level 85. And sacrifice thousands for one irrelevant laborer. Are you mad? He is not an irrelevant laborer. And Shen Xuan drew a deep, steadying breath, recalling the toxic swamp where Chen Feng had stood before her and unleashed a fist that shattered sky and earth. She raised her voice, Vice President, fellow guildmates. And when our first line collapsed, and we were encircled by the faceless, undead horde, it was Chen Feng who saved every single life on our front line. Her words reverberated across the deck, yet met only with a chilling, unified silence. Then, In puffed, and the finance director burst into laughter. In, Shen Xuan, are you hallucinating from swamp gas poisoning? She pointed, giggling uncontrollably. In, a nameless laborer, buried in the cargo hold not even registered on our roster, and slew hundreds of Lord-class monsters. Why not claim he killed the dungeon's final boss by farting in its general direction? And can't you at least fabricate something plausible? Not only she, but other senior officers sneered, visibly impatient. In, Shen Xuan, we know you're compassionate, perhaps overly sympathetic toward refugees. But this is no ordinary circumstance. And you expect us to believe such patent nonsense? Do you take us for toddlers? Her accusation hung sharp and hollow in the wind above the abyss. In the lower deck of the flying ship, within the cramped outer cargo hold, the loudspeaker's voice just echoed through the amplification array, and the group of low-ranking workers heard it loud and clear. The #1 warrior of Jiangbei, an esteemed figure at level 85. Who dares to challenge him? Moreover, he specifically named a person called Chen Feng to be killed. The entire cargo hold erupted in chaos. Lin Xia's mind went blank in an instant. She looked at Chen Feng in disbelief. Chen Feng, elder brother. What have you done to provoke this person? Lin Xia felt herself on the verge of madness. He is the one who dares to challenge everyone. The god of war from Jiangbei. How could a lone wanderer like you attract such a living nightmare? She despaired, clutching her head. It's over, it's really over. Now truly, even the deities could not save him. Some of the outer staff nearby, in order to avoid being implicated, hastily retreated in a panic, as if dodging a plague, creating a wide circle. Some at the edge had even started frantically banging on the cargo door. Let us out. We don't know him. Throw him out. Don't drag us into this. Shun Ongwa tightly clutched Chen Feng's arm, her small face filled with worry. Yet she still firmly stood in front of Chen Feng, determined to protect her brother. Don't be afraid. Chen Feng smiled, ruffling Chen Angwa's hair. With me here, it's fine. He reassured his sister, and then turned his gaze to the two flickering blood-red frames outside the window. In truth, Chen Feng was somewhat puzzled himself. How strange. Why has this guy come looking for me? If it wasn't for that idiot flying around and acting recklessly in front of me 10 years ago, I wouldn't have been so furious as to use a modifier and ended up getting a 10-year ban from the system. Logically, this matter indeed involved deep enmity. He had originally thought to settle the old scores with this kid after just getting unbanned for 2 or 3 days. Unexpectedly, the other party actually delivered himself to the doorstep. However, Chen Feng stroked his chin. It doesn't make sense. How did the other party know that 10 years ago that happy wind man is now me? The system broadcast back, then did not reveal real names. Even if this Yao had become the god of war of Jiangbei in a mere 10 years, enduring with the resilience of an unkillable cockroach, what basis did the other party have for knowing from several thousand kilometers away that he was the one who had killed him to the point of deletion back then? Forget it. There's no need to waste brain cells. Chen Feng shook his head. Whatever the problem, he could just go out and beat him up to ask in person. Since he had come, then the levels he had painstakingly preserved for 10 years would be exhausted today. He extended his hand. Under the horrified gaze of Lin Xia and the surrounding outer staff, Chen Feng unlatched the cargo hold window. What are you doing? Outside is a bottomless abyss of violent winds. Lin Xia exclaimed in shock, trying to stop him. But it was already too late. Chen Feng pushed open the window, and with everyone staring in horror, he unhesitatingly leaped out through that small window. It's over. He committed suicide. Lin Xia closed her eyes in despair. This was a bottomless void without the pull of gravity, surrounded by violent winds that could tear steel apart. A whiteboard without even a parachute would jump out only to leave no trace. Not just Lin Xia, but everyone in the cargo hold who had been staring at the window was left dumbfounded. Just when they thought Chen Feng had fallen into the abyss. See, he's still alive. An outer staff member pointed tremblingly toward the window. To their astonishment, Chen Feng had not fallen. Instead, he stood there with his hands in his pockets, floating. With the violent winds that could rip flesh, his clothes fluttering, he maintained a calm, even languid posture, suspended in midair, not far from the flying ship. Meanwhile, 10 miles away from the flying ship, Yao, through his eightfold scope, also saw the whiteboard man, who jumped out from the cargo hold window and stood floating in midair. Oh! Yao lowered his gun slightly, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. He can defy gravity without wind magic. It seems the person the Myth Guild is hunting down is not a complete waste after all. He finally recognized the youthful and casual face of Chen Feng. Upon seeing Chen Feng's face, Yao's brows knitted together. This person looked somewhat familiar. He was certain he had seen this face somewhere. But that feeling was like something was forcibly separated by a layer of God. After all, that was 10 whole years ago. Moreover, back then everyone had been in a stealth game, virtually customizing their faces. 10 years of survival and slaughter in the wasteland had long blurred those initial memories. For a moment, he found it completely impossible to connect the slightly frail young man in a white shirt before him with the happy wind man who had killed him 1,000 times in the game 10 years ago. You are Chen Feng. Yao, without much thought, directly amplified his voice through magic. That arrogant voice echoed in the abyss. To let me take action personally, I suppose you have some value in dying this lifetime. Yao coldly raised the heavy sniper cannon in his hand, which radiated mythological glory. He aimed precisely at Chen Feng's head. Just obediently accept your death. If you let me blow your head off with a single shot. Today, if I'm in a good mood, I might just spare the foolish people behind you who are unfortunate enough to be with you. When they saw the white shirt wanderer voluntarily jump out of the cargo hold, all the management of the guild collectively breathed a sigh of relief. This was the best outcome. This kid also showed some self-awareness, not needing them to forcefully hand him over. Shun Xuan, usually aloof and unexpressive, even referred to as the Ice Queen of the Deer Hunting Guild, visibly panicked at this moment. Vice President, we can't just watch him die. Shin Xuan rushed forward 2 steps. Her stunning face bore a rare look of anxiety and panic, even disregarding her usually maintained cold facade. If it weren't for the vice president holding her back, she would have been ready to rush out of the shield to help. Are you crazy, Xuan? You want to fight the #1 warrior of Jiangbei for an outsider? Do you want to get us all killed? He is not an outsider. Concern leads to chaos. Shin Xuan stamped her foot in anxiety. He cannot die here. A nearby plump woman interjected sarcastically, oh dear Sean, you wouldn't really have feelings for him, would you? Shut up. Shin Xuan shot her a fierce glare. For a moment, she felt an indescribable panic. Yet in the midst of the abyss, the howling wind roared. Chen Feng faced the mythic-level sniper cannon that exuded a deadly sense of oppression without showing any signs of panic or defense. Instead, he raised an eyebrow in surprise, for he had keenly sensed a very intriguing fact from the brief exchange of words just now. This kid seems to genuinely not recognize me. You actually don't recognize me? Chen Feng asked with a slight smirk, finding it somewhat amusing. I recognize you. The arrogant one holding the gun looked at Chen Feng with disbelief, as if he were staring at a fool. He was directly infuriated. Who do you think you are? A mere waste from the bottom level is not worthy of recognition from someone of my caliber. Do you think you're facing death and your brain has gone haywire? What are you trying to play some psychological game with me, or do you think you can establish a connection with such a clumsy excuse? Don't dream. Seeing the guy's determined expression, Chen Feng became even more puzzled. Since it wasn't because of the grudges from 10 years ago in the game that he was seeking revenge, then what was the reason? Since you don't recognize me, at least let me understand before I die. Just when the two were at a stalemate, the triangular-eyed assassin Gai Yin, who was beside the arrogant one, stepped forward, eagerly glaring at Chen Feng. What harm is there in letting you understand your death? Gai Yin sneered coldly. To kill you is a lucrative bounty from the elite group, led by Zhang Lan of the Mythical Guild, because you audaciously killed young Master Zhang Ming at the 7th camp. Even if you had 100 lives today, it wouldn't be enough to pay for it. Upon hearing Gai Yan's explanation, Chen Feng stroked his chin. Oh. A look of sudden realization appeared on his face. So that's how it is. This makes sense. He came for that bald Zhang Ming. So all of this was merely a huge coincidence caused by misinformation and profit-driven motives. This not only didn't make Chen Feng feel tense, but instead made him feel like there was a hint of dark humor in it. Chen Feng couldn't help but chuckle lightly because of this coincidence. Then his gaze moved past the noisy assassin and fell back on the arrogant one holding the mythic cannon. You've had quite a difficult 10 years, haven't you? Chen Feng suddenly asked out of nowhere. You've had quite a difficult 10 years, haven't you? Chen Feng suddenly, you must have suffered quite a bit in these 10 years. After all, to have carried a negative experience value of tens of thousands starting from a zero-level state, stripped down to nothing but your underwear. Not only did you not get killed by those dangerous novice monsters during the early stages, but you also managed to grind your level up to 85 in such a short time. You have climbed to such a high position today. Chen Feng shook his head in appreciation. You're a tough one. This seemingly unrelated statement entered the ears of the arrogant one. At first, the arrogant one just sneered coldly, thinking that this frightened young man before him had begun to babble nonsense to curry favor with him. What a pathetic worm. To survive, you can even muster such clumsy flattery. However, since you praised me so much. The arrogant one's finger pressed down on the trigger, just about to pull the trigger. Wait. His finger suddenly paused. In less than a tenth of a second, the pupils of the arrogant one shook violently and rapidly contracted. He stared fixedly at the calm-faced, smiling young man in white. The originally cold and arrogant face instantly lost all color, even showing a twisted expression as if he had seen a ghost. No, absolutely something is wrong. How does this guy know? His rise over the past 10 years is the biggest secret in Jiangbei, and even the whole Blue Star. Everyone thought he had risen smoothly with his strong talent since the early stages of the game. No one knew that on the day the game descended 10 years ago, he had been killed over 10,000 times with the system's own veil of shame stripped bare, even carrying astronomical negative experience points. That was an almost hellish difficulty zero-level garbage start. This secret was impossible for anyone to know except for himself. Unless... The shocked eyes of the arrogant one gradually filled with memories, those memories he had deliberately sealed over countless days and nights. Those images, regarded as the most humiliating nightmare of his life, buried deep in his heart, began to overlap with the slightly mediocre, yet casually smiling face before him. It was at this moment. Chen Feng looked at the gradually understanding gaze. He sighed helplessly. Actually, I've always had a question I couldn't understand. You say this broken game. I just couldn't stand seeing you cheat, so I also used some over-the-top hacks. Why was I banned for 10 years only to be released now? And you this cheat. Yet nothing has happened. Upon hearing this information that absolutely no outsider could know, the final barrier in the arrogant one's mind was finally shattered. His face, which had originally appeared twisted due to shock, began to uncontrollably spasm violently. The arrogant one stared at Chen Feng, his voice carrying an unmistakable tone, mixed with the anger of 10 years of resentment. The originally arrogant and overwhelming aura became even more frenzied and bloodthirsty. It's him. It's this bastard who 10 years ago, at the height of his pride, suddenly went insane in the game using extreme cheats to kill him 10,000 times in the fountain, causing him to lose all his resources for survival during the early stages of the game, and even without new player gear, he could only bear his buttocks carrying millions of negative experience points fighting for survival against low-level goblins and slimes. If it weren't for his obsessive determination to reach the pinnacle of Blue Star, he would have died in the sewer 10 years ago. Truly, after searching high and low, I find it effortlessly. The arrogant one laughed. He certainly could not guess that the man in front of him wearing a plain white shirt was released now, because he had been. Even less could he guess that this bastard was now manifesting all the cheating attributes that had once crashed the system into the real world. To him, this was at most a person who had some hacking skills 10 years ago modifying the underlying code. But in the aftermath of the game's descent into reality, he was still a bottom-level waste. Back then you used hacks to humiliate me in the game. Now the wheel of fortune has turned. The arrogant one picked up the cannon that radiated a seven-colored glow, the destruction cannon. Today, old grudges and new enmities will be settled together. In this wasteland where strength is revered, you a waste without hacks aren't even worthy to tie my shoes. Today, old grudges and new enmities will be settled together. In this wasteland where strength is revered, you a waste without hacks. This is no mere gunshot. As the trigger was pulled, a colossal energy beam 100 meters wide and shimmering with blinding red and white light roared forth from the dark muzzle. The abyssal fog along the way was instantly vaporized. The tremendous recoil even created visible shockwave clouds in the air behind, Yao exploding in concentric circles. This is not a gun. It is an annihilation-grade main cannon capable of piercing a planet's crust and obliterating half a region. This is the power of an 85-level player. This is the ultimate destructive power of the top-tier experts of Blue Star. Brother, Chen Feng. From the porthole on the lower deck of the flying vessel, Chun Ange and Shun Xuan on the deck shouted almost in unison. Even at a distance of 10 miles, the speed of that beam was so extreme that it reached Chen Feng's eyes almost instantaneously after the gun was fired. The light was excruciatingly bright. Even the defensive formation of the Zhulu Guild on the flying vessel was flashing alarm red lights in response to the aftermath of the beam. However, facing this deadly strike, capable of erasing a main city from the map, Chen Feng, he merely smiled disdainfully with his hands in his pockets, allowing the destructive annihilation beam to strike him with a world-ending force. Boom, 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 boom. The terrifying energy collided in midair, exploding into a blinding flash comparable to the simultaneous detonation of hundreds of nuclear bombs. The violent explosion directly tore the surrounding void open, creating countless black spatial rifts. The originally dark abyssal sky above the instance rumbled ominously under the shockwave. A gaping fissure over 10 miles long, bottomless, was forcibly created. The shockwave from the explosion even peeled back a layer of earth from the toxic swamp below. Is that it? Yao set down the still-smoking myth-grade sniper cannon, a smug smirk playing on his lips. Not even a trace left, truly pathetic garbage. The triangular-eyed assassin Gui Yin quickly chimed in with praise. Master is mighty. Truly the #1 war god of Jiangbei. Such world-destroying power that kid probably didn't even have time to feel pain before he was sent to reincarnation. However, just as the two were about to turn and leave, the dazzling explosion smoke in midair gradually dispersed. At the center of the area, twisted into a vacuum by the energy, stood Chen Feng. He stood there completely unharmed. Not a single hair out of place, let alone his body being turned to dust. How is this possible? The previously eager-to-flatter Gui Yan's smile froze instantly. His eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. That was the ultimate strike of an 85-level all-attack powerhouse. Why is this whiteboard still standing there unscathed? What kind of top-tier defense scroll was used? Or has he activated the legendary absolute invincibility shield? Just as Gui Yan stared at Chen Feng in disbelief. Perhaps due to the overwhelming attack value of that myth-grade cannon, the system's combat display mechanism was triggered. The health bar that had been hidden above Chen Feng's head suddenly appeared due to the intense energy fluctuation. Gui Yan instinctively glanced at the number on Chen Feng's health bar. He was then stunned. Master, Gui Yan rubbed his eyes, his face filled with incredulity. Look at his health bar. How is he a waste with only 8 health points at full health? Hearing Gui Yan's words, Yao, who had just come to terms with the unbelievable, looked up sharply, following Gui Yan's gaze. Above the chaotic battlefield ruins above Chen Feng's head, the health bar, representing his vitality, did not display a long string of numbers in the hundreds of thousands or even millions like a normal high-level player. In that frame, there was only a single bright red solitary, yet exceptionally conspicuous number. Moreover, this was a horizontal 8. Yao stared at the bizarre blood bar. His brain crashed, then a chilling shudder originating from the depths of his soul crawled up his spine, enveloping his entire body. A terrifying and familiar memory surged into his mind. 10 years ago, under the dominion of this horizontal 8, he was tortured to death in the springs a full 10,000 times during the darkest moments. That invincible cheat that cast a shadow even over his gaming experience. Finally, this scene before him perfectly aligned with that past. The fear that had shrouded him in shadows 10 years ago instantly collapsed all the pride and invincibility he had painstakingly built over a decade. He felt icy all over, and his hands, gripping the mythical sniper cannon, began to tremble uncontrollably. Impossible. This absolutely cannot be. How could someone bring such modified data of the underlying logic into reality? Into the real world. This is reality. This is the apocalyptic wasteland he struggled through for 10 years to reach the pinnacle amid a sea of corpses and blood. Why? Where is the natural justice in this world? Where is the fairness? However, instead of complaining about the world's injustice, a strong, spine-chilling shadow of death had already seized his heart. Wait! He saw Chen Feng in the distance smiling and raising a hand. Yao's throat struggled to swallow, and the once lofty tone instantaneously crumbled. Chen Feng. No. Big brother. Feng Ge. What happened 10 years ago was my youthful recklessness, my ignorance and thoughtlessness. Back then I was also punished for being killed back to level 0 by you. Yao forced out an awkward smile. Today's incident was entirely a misunderstanding. It was that old man Zhonglan who insisted on putting a bounty on you. I didn't know it was you. If I had known, even if you lent me 10 more lives, I wouldn't have dared to take this task. Just consider me a dog. If I'm a nuisance, let me go. I'm someone of some standing in this world too. In the Zhongbei district, my guild's influence is extremely vast. Keep me alive. In the entire Zhongbei, whenever you have a task, my imperial guild can have tens of thousands at your beck and call. It's definitely more valuable than killing me. I swear. The triangular-eyed assassin Gui Yin stood by, utterly dumbfounded. Is this really the so-called first war god of Zhongbei, the top boss who was arrogant and would blow anyone away with a single shot? How did he just wilt? And wilt so thoroughly with no bottom line? This guy only has slightly higher defense. Even if he can't be killed, can't we just run away? However, regarding the seemingly tempting conditions Yao offered enough to stir any major force, Chen Feng merely chuckled dismissively. Your influence? Chen Feng looked at him blandly. No need to go through all that trouble. He slowly raised his right hand. With his thumb upright, his index and middle fingers extended forward, the remaining 2 fingers brought together, he formed a very standard children's toy gun gesture. After all, it's just a matter of a single shot. The dark tip of his finger from 10 miles away was pointed directly at Yao and Gui Yin. No. Yao screamed in despair, wanting to crush the teleportation scroll to escape in that, but it was already too late. Bang! Chen Feng's lips moved slightly casually, providing himself with an echo. As this soft murmur fell, his finger merely bent slightly in the air, vibrating. Boom! His hand lifted, compressing physical energy to the extreme, then amplifying it 1,000-fold into a destructive air cannon that even space could not bear. Not even a fraction of a second to react. Just a moment ago, Zhongbei, the first battle god, was begging incoherently, yet now he stands proud at level 85, a living legend. Alongside him is the triangle-eyed assassin, still in a daze. Their bodies were engulfed by the shockwave the instant they made contact. In an instant, they exploded into 2 shapeless, perfectly uniform patches of red flesh and blood. Under the powerful gale, the 2 clouds of blood left no residue, completely dissipating into the darkness of the abyss below. Having dealt with these 2 intruders, Chen Feng retracted his hand and brushed off the dust. So the one who paid heavily to take my life is named Zhonglan, the leader of the elite group of the Myth Guild. Chen Feng stroked his chin. Well, now that I know the name, it saves me trouble in the future. To avoid being disturbed by flies while trying to sleep at night, he casually closed his eyes. His powerful, while traversing the entire blue star plate, crossing over the Jiangnan region and penetrating the protective barrier of half the planet. Moments later, Chen Feng's vision locked onto a distant location. Far away in the Kunlun war zone, in a quiet room deep within the main city of the Super Guild, named Myth, suspended at the peak of the Celestial Mountain, there sat a dark red frame, closing his eyes with a battle power of level 88. LV 88. Zhonglan. Chen Feng raised his right hand once more. In the same posture, he aimed at that void and distant direction. Bang! Boom! Another shockwave of air, transcending all logical understanding, capable of shattering the laws of space. It pierced through the spatial barrier of most of Blue Star. Meanwhile, on Kunlun Divine Punishment Mountain, the peak sword saint who awaited news of Chen Feng's demise to exact revenge was still oblivious. Without sensing any dangerous warning signs, his head exploded like a watermelon, transforming into a shower of blood and gore. Done. Chen Feng turned with satisfaction, taking a step forward, his figure vanishing effortlessly, returning to the cargo hold of the ship that was sailing toward the opposite bank. When Chen Feng clambered back through the porthole, brushing off his sleeves to stand before everyone, the entire lower-level cargo hold fell into a deathly silence. Everyone was utterly stunned. What just happened? Zhongbei, the first battle god, was begging like a child in front of this person. Not only that, but begging was useless. The man casually gestured with his hand, as if mimicking a gun, adding sound effects with his mouth. The battle god exploded into a blood-red firework, right there. Can a mere human achieve such a feat? Lin Xia covered her mouth. She could no longer bear to imagine what kind of existence her best friend's brother truly was. While the group in the cargo hold remained in a state of shock and dazed, the sound of hurried, even slightly stumbling footsteps echoed from the upper deck. Following closely behind a large group of elite guards, the vice president of the Zhu Lu Guild, a level 65 big shot, rushed into this filthy, chaotic lower deck that he usually wouldn't even glance at. Behind the vice president followed the plump woman and several high-ranking guild executives who had just advocated for handing over Chen Feng to ensure their safety. Having just witnessed the horrifying scene of instant death through the God's Eye detection radar, these high-ranking guild members were truly terrified. Even a terrifying powerhouse like Jiang Bei was merely a bullet's distance from death in front of this person. Just a few minutes ago, the guild executives had even shamelessly conspired through the loudspeaker to throw Chen Feng overboard to quell Jiang Bai's anger. What kind of difference is that from dancing on top of the king of hell's head? Mr. Chen. The vice president rushed in, not even bothering to acknowledge the astonished looks from the nearby workers. He hurriedly approached Chen Feng, almost kneeling down to bow his head. He deeply bowed. His attitude was respectful, humble to the core. Then he abruptly straightened his posture, turned around, and his expression darkened. Pointing at the plump woman behind him who was trembling in fear with a pale face, and the few high-ranking executives who had just echoed her sentiments, the vice president shouted sternly, "You worthless fools who fail to recognize greatness. Kneel and apologize to Mr. Chen immediately. Mr. Chen is a figure of unparalleled might. You blind fools dared to bow down and compromise with a despicable terrorist at such a time. You even audaciously made unreasonable and offensive remarks. As the vice president of the Zhu Lu Guild, I hereby declare." The vice president's words were resolute, exuding merciless coldness. "You ignorant fools are to be immediately expelled from the Zhu Lu Guild, deprived of all your positions and equipment. Now get off the ship at once. Otherwise, without Mr. Chen lifting a finger, I will personally eliminate you." Upon hearing this, the named executives turned ashen. Thud, thud. This group of usually high and mighty individuals knelt down in utter disgrace. "Vice President, you can't do this." The plump woman, tears and snot streaming down her face, clung to the vice president's leg, crying outside, "Is the gale of the abyss. If we jump out of the shield barrier, we'll be dead beyond recognition. Please, Vice President, have mercy. Staying here may result in Mr. Chen's retribution. But jumping down means certain death. This is essentially sending us to our doom." Seeing the vice president's expression turn grim and cold-hearted, the plump woman quickly shifted her direction and crawled to Chen Feng's feet, banging her head on the deck. "Mr. Chen, Lord Chen Feng, I was blind. I spoke incorrectly. Please show mercy and spare me. I don't want to die." Chen Feng slightly lowered his head, looking at these weeping clowns with a detached gaze. "This is curious." Chen Feng smiled calmly. "Just a moment ago while I was up there, you spoke with righteous indignation, not only wanting to hand me over, but also planning to tear the shield open to let that trash in to kill me. Did you not consider whether I would die without a complete corpse?" The plump woman's cries caught in her throat, her face filled with suffocating despair. Seeing Chen Feng's attitude, the vice president immediately understood what to do. "Guards, drag these scoundrels to the edge of the deck, strip them of their equipment, and kick them out of the shield." With a wave of his hand, the senior guards pounced accompanied by desperate screams. These high-ranking individuals who had just attempted to push others into the fire pit were forcibly dragged out of the hold, ultimately paying the price for their actions. After dealing with these troublemakers, the vice president turned back to Chen Feng, cupping his hands respectfully. "Mr. Chen, please forgive my lax management. Their deaths are not worth mourning. Additionally, just now Shen Xiwan truthfully recounted how you stepped in on the battlefield to save our entire defensive line. If you don't mind, upon returning to the district, I would like to formally announce on behalf of the Zhu Lu Guild appointing you as our guild's honorary elder. You won't have to do anything. Our guild will offer you more than half of our top resources and share profits every year." Elder. Hearing the vice president's grand proposal, Chen Feng casually shook his head. "Forget it. I have no interest in the power struggles and territorial divisions of your big guilds." Upon hearing Chen Feng's unwavering rejection, the vice president was not angry. Instead, he showed understanding. Yes, Mr. Chen is a free-spirited, immortal figure. Naturally, you wouldn't look down on such crude, worldly matters. Then I won't press the issue. However, the doors of the Zhu Lu Guild will always be open to you." The vice president was very perceptive, knowing when to stop. "Mr. Chen, the ship is about to dock. The final haul is just ahead. You should rest. I will go up to command the situation." The vice president respectfully cupped his fists and led his people out of the lower-level cargo hold. The enormous flying boat finally passed through the dark abyssal wind zone. With a slight tremor, the vessel smoothly docked at the opposite shore of the abyss in front of the ancient grand hall that stood in the void. All personnel assemble. Prepare to engage the monsters according to the established tactical formation. At the command of the vice president, thousands of elite members of the Zhu Lu Guild disembarked in an orderly fashion, commencing the core battle of this abyss-level dungeon. During this final boss battle, Chen Feng did not intervene. For such a well-established major guild, this was to be expected. Since they dared to take on the abyss-level first kill task, they had naturally prepared an impressive array of strategies and countless targeted resources. The final boss in this grand hall was surrounded by thousands of players who, through sheer numbers and relentless bombardment of various forbidden spells along with a steady supply of potions, gradually wore it down to death. During this time, Chun Ange and Lin Xia hid in a secluded corner at the back, gaining experience from the chaotic skirmish. With a resounding roar, the towering boss collapsed. The sky was illuminated with beams of loot. World announcement. Congratulations to the Zhu Lu Guild for successfully achieving the first kill of the novice difficulty dungeon Faceless Dead Zone. At this moment, the entire Jiangnan and Langya regions erupted in excitement. As part of this external mission, Chun Ange and Lin Xia, being nearby, not only benefited from the substantial experience of the first kill, but also when cleaning up the battlefield, the vice president of the Zhu Lu Guild was quite considerate. Anything that the major guild did not need or materials of slight value, but not core, he almost casually allocated to Chun Ange and her external team of casual players. After several hours of looting, everyone retraced their steps through the entrance's teleportation array, leaving the space filled with miasma and danger. At the edge of the mist marsh at the camp's defensive line, Chun Ange, with a bulging little bag on her back, had her excited little face flushed. Xiao, did you see that? That big monster dropped over 100,000 gold coins when it died. Chun Ange tugged at Lin Xia's sleeve, bouncing with joy, her mouth unable to close from her happiness. I really made a killing this time. Not only did I level up to 16, but I also found several small accessories with green attributes in the corner of the battlefield. I could even set up a little stall at the camp market. Lin Xia beside her was also smiling so much that her eyes narrowed into slits. She had originally come just to carry a few low-level materials in exchange for crafting fees. Who would have thought that she would encounter such fortune, not only avoiding any life-threatening dangers, but also picking up half a bag of materials from elite monsters that she usually wouldn't dare to look at. The money she earned would be enough to exchange for several over 30-level transitional equipments. What a windfall! When I get back, I'm going to treat myself to a good meal. Lin Xia wiped the sweat from her forehead, remarking with emotion. However, Lin Xia understood the fact that today's external mission went so smoothly. Even the logistics team leader, who was in charge of assignments, was polite to them without any deductions. It was all due to Chun Feng's influence. After all, she had witnessed the incident that occurred on the lower deck of the flying boat. Chen Feng was truly a remarkable person. Even the vice president was almost kneeling before him. Brother, let's head back. Chun Ange adjusted the treasures stuffed in her bag. Okay, let's go. I'll take you to Jiangbei for a celebration feast. Chen Feng stretched lazily. The siblings waved goodbye to Lin Xia, walking toward the direction of the 7th camp under the fading sunlight of the wasteland. Meanwhile, on the other side of the marsh at the Zhu Lu Guild's base, the guild's elite members had finished packing the loot and were gathering to count heads, preparing to return to the Langya region via the cross-region teleportation array. Vice President, everyone is here. We can pack up at any time. A guild officer ran over to report. The vice president glanced at the list, frowning. Where is Shun Xuan? She is one of the main contributors to this expedition. Didn't see her return to the main team. Omaid Shin just said she had some personal matters to attend to. She'll take the teleportation array back to this district by herself later. Let us go first. I see. All right, let her be. The vice president nodded, not asking further. After all, with Shin Xuan's level, as long as she didn't provoke those formidable beings, self-preservation in these ordinary wilderness maps wasn't a problem. At this moment, not far from the Zhu Lu Guild's base on a low hill surrounded by the residual poison and mist of the mist marsh, Shen Xuan, wearing a slightly worn ice-blue robe, stood quietly at the highest point of the hill. A gentle breeze tousled her somewhat messy long hair. In her hand, she tightly clutched the purple necklace that Chen Feng had given her yesterday. The cold, eerie glow of the necklace reflected on her face, which was usually cold and unapproachable in front of others. Yet at this moment her eyes revealed a heartbreaking sense of confusion and loss. She stood there gazing through layers of mist. In the distance at the edge of the marsh, she watched the silhouettes of the Chun siblings gradually moving away along the wild path leading to the 7th camp. Logically speaking, she should have approached Chen Feng before leaving, smiling to bid him farewell, or sincerely thanking him for his astonishing display today. Shen Xiuan suddenly felt an emptiness in her heart. She lowered her gaze to the cold purple necklace. When the moment actually came as the dungeon gate opened, she chose to hide in a corner where no one could see her, quietly watching him leave. Shen Xiuan suddenly felt an emptiness in her heart. She lowered her gaze to the cold purple necklace. In that cramped rental room 10 years ago, she could have thrown herself into Chun Feng's arms without hesitation, even if they could only share a bland boiled noodle meal nestled together, planning a vague future. They could laugh freely, with pure yearning for a simple life in their eyes. At that time, she felt that as long as they were together, no matter how many obstacles existed in the world, she had the courage to fight against them, to overcome. But now she realized she lacked that courage. To face Chen Feng. What identity would she use to face him? As the ex-girlfriend who was decisively dumped by him 10 years ago, due to family background resistance. She had always thought of herself as the one in control, with a sense of superiority in this relationship. She believed that 10 years of survival in the wasteland had transformed her into a strong individual capable of standing in this world. She even proudly thought that if he truly couldn't get by, she would take care of him herself. Perhaps they were never meant to be from the same world. This broken world after 10 years, why has life become increasingly awkward? Shen Xiuan self-deprecatingly tugged at the corner of her mouth, just as the cold wind on the hill caused her eyes to sting a bit. A very calm voice, even carrying a hint of familiar laziness, suddenly came from beside her. If you want to see him, why not be a bit more straightforward? Immediately after, a warm, broad palm, just like 10 years ago, naturally landed on her head, gently ruffling her hair. That familiar action and the gentle warmth caused all the defenses and cold pretenses Shen Xiuan had built up over the past 10 years to crumble in an instant. Her body reacted before her rationality could process it. Instinctively, she took a half step back, gently leaning her back and head against that person's shoulder. I don't know. Shen Xiuan closed her eyes. I always feel like I'm not deserving of the present. Just as she was halfway through her words, Shen Xiuan suddenly jolted. Chen Feng, she exclaimed, turning abruptly to catch a glimpse of the person's face behind her. However, when she turned around, the towering hill was empty. Only the cold wind blowing from deep within the mist marsh stirred a few withered leaves swirling past her. Where was Chun Feng's shadow? Shen Xiuan stood dazed in place, incredulously reaching out to touch her. Just seconds ago, that genuine touch, that teasing remark by her ear, was so clear that it was absolutely impossible to be an illusion. Meanwhile, on the wild path at the edge of the marsh, Chen Ange was hand in hand with Lin Xia, chattering about what to eat in Jiangbei district. Hearing sudden footsteps beside her, Chun Ange turned her head and just happened to see Chen Feng strolling out from the nearby withered forest with his hands in his pockets. Brother, where have you been? Chun Ange asked curiously. You disappeared as soon as I turned around. Oh no, Chen Feng yawned, casually replying. I suddenly remembered something, went to say goodbye to an old classmate. Old classmate? Lin Xia was puzzled. Is it Sister Shun? Chun Ange's eyes brightened. Chen Feng smiled, but didn't answer directly. In fact, right when he led the two out of the dungeon's barrier, he had already noticed a solitary blue box flashing in the distance on a lonely mountain far from the Zhu Lu Guild's main force. In fact, right when he led the two out of the dungeon's barrier, he had already noticed a solitary blue box at dusk, the seventh survivor base. Chen Feng returned with Chun Ange and Lin Xia through the teleportation array from the largest tavern in Jiangbei. The three of them spent several hundred silver coins in Jiangbei, ordering the finest glowing spiritual dishes. The siblings were so full that they struggled to walk, almost supporting each other back to the small building. The crystal stone heating in the room was set high. As soon as Chun Ange entered, she collapsed onto the sofa, rubbing her belly and burping. She poured out a small cloth bag filled with materials and gold coins on the table, counting them one by one, her smile never fading. Lin Xia sat on the other side, holding a cup of hot water. Not only did she enjoy high-end dishes she had never dared to imagine before, but her backpack was also filled with valuable pioneering materials. This meal cost so many silver coins. Lin Xia took a sip of water and sighed. In the past, this money would have been enough for me to live without working in the camp for the rest of my life. Money is meant to be spent. Chen Feng leaned against the single sofa, crossing his legs. You need to be full to have the strength to level up. Chun Ange stacked the gold coins into a small tower, looked up, and said, Brother, I just calculated that after buying the several skill books I need to level up, there will still be a lot left. Tomorrow I can also go to the trading hall to see if I can get Xia a better longsword. Don't spend my money, Lin Xia waved her hand. The materials I collected today are enough to exchange for a weapon. Keep your money for yourself and buy more defensive items. If you really plan to venture into the higher level areas in the future, you can never have too much life-saving gear. Chen Feng listened to their discussion about future plans without interrupting. He casually picked up a red fruit from the table and took a bite. After chatting about their next plans, Chun Feng threw the fruit core into the trash can and turned to Lin Xia. There's something I want to ask. Chun Feng looked at her. It's been 10 years since the game descended. You people who run in the wild every day, have you figured out how this world has changed? Lin Xia was taken aback for a moment and put down her cup. Why do you ask this? Lin Xia was a bit puzzled. Survival is already difficult enough. Who has the energy to study the origin of the world? Everyone only cares about where monsters spawn and where there are ruins. There must be some people with a spirit of inquiry. Chun Feng said, the heads of those large guilds, or the official legion commanders, don't they have any information about the truth of the descent? Lin Xia frowned and thought carefully. There must be information, Lin Xia said. A few years ago, the High-Level Mage Association in Jiangbei established a research lab specifically investigating the phenomenon of the fusion of the two worlds. The conclusion drawn was that the original Blue Star landmass had been massively expanded and the terrain from the game was forcefully squeezed in. After listening, Chun Feng felt that this was equivalent to saying nothing. He was curious about the driving force behind it. What about the NPCs from the game before? Chun Feng asked from a different angle. Those village chiefs who issue quests, the knights guarding the cities, and even those faction leaders. What was their state after the descent? They are all still around, Lin Xia nodded. In the early days of the descent, everyone discovered that those NPCs in the main city were actually living people. They breathe, have emotions, and even have their own families. Chun Ange interjected. Yes, the current lord of Jiangnan main city is a level 100 native knight. Now many large guilds must act according to his wishes. Do these NPCs know what happened? Chun Feng asked. Lin Xia shook her head. Some people have asked. At that time, several bold guild leaders approached the Great Knight to get information. Lin Xia recalled. But those NPCs were just as confused as everyone else. Their memories were stuck in their original world, only knowing that one day the sky turned red, and then a large number of humans claiming to be players appeared in their territory. The laws of the world suddenly changed, and the monster spawn and revival mechanisms drew them in as well. Chun Feng pondered. Even the native NPCs in the game were unclear about the reasons, which was rather intriguing. However, Lin Xia suddenly remembered something. To say there are no clues at all would not be entirely accurate. I used to hear those high-level adventurers bragging in the tavern, mentioning a type of special NPC. What special NPC? The other shore merchants. These NPCs are different from the other natives. They have no fixed residence and no faction affiliation. After the descent, they still maintain the elusive habits they had in the game. Hearing this name, Chun Feng's eyes moved slightly. When he was mingling in the game, Divine Realm, he certainly knew about the other shore merchants. They were a group of goblins or mysterious mages carrying huge bags, respawning randomly across the entire map. The items they sold were extremely rare, sometimes an artifact, sometimes a special item. These merchants are very active in the wasteland. Lin Xia continued, moreover they are very unreasonable. They ignore all monster aggro. Even if faced with disaster-level poisons or desperate situations, they can pass through unscathed. Some have tried to attack them only to be instantly killed, leaving no ashes behind. The most crucial point is that there are rumors that the other shore merchants not only sell top-notch equipment, but occasionally also sell truths about the fusion of this world. However, that price is exorbitantly high, requiring very special mutated materials for exchange. Has anyone seen them recently? Chun Feng asked. Yes, Lin Xia nodded. Just half a month ago, someone encountered a mysterious merchant with a bag in a desert ruin in the human region. At that time, the team was too poor to buy anything. After this news spread, several large guilds sent people to search in the human area, but they found nothing. Human region. Chun Feng recalled the location of the world map in his mind. He sat on the sofa and slightly closed his eyes. His vision instantly elevated, piercing through the roof, through the walls of the 7th camp, and crossing over half of Jiangnan. His sight spanned millions of kilometers, finally landing in the northwestern direction of Blue Star in the human region. In the center of that desolate area filled with yellow sand, a small frame, glowing with dark golden light, entered Chun Feng's detection range. LV, the other shore merchant Wei Yang, found it. Indeed, in the human region, and slowly moving within the remnants of an underground temple buried by sand. Chun Feng opened his eyes and stood up. Brother, where are you going? Chun Ange saw him stand up and immediately stopped counting the gold coins. Going out for a stroll, handling some personal business. Chun Feng casually adjusted the hem of his ranger outfit. I just heard Lin Xia mention the other shore merchant, and am a bit interested, planning to see if I can run into them in the human region. Are you going now? It's just the right time to go now. Chun Feng glanced at the night outside. You two rest well tonight, tomorrow, and can take the money to the trading hall to buy some armor and skills. Storm monsters everywhere. Are you going now? It's just the right time to go now. Chen Feng glanced at the night outside. You two rest well tonight tomorrow, and can take the money to the trading hall to buy some armor and skills. They'll be back after I finish my business. Do you want me to accompany you? Chen Ange was a bit worried. No need. Chen Feng ruffled her hair. You stay at home. That kind of place is full of blind sand, and coming back covered in dirt would be hard to wash off. After saying that, Chen Feng walked to the entrance of the house and opened the door. He didn't provide any further explanation and directly crossed the threshold. At the moment the gate closed behind him, Chen Feng's feet left the ground and his body shot straight up into the sky. He locked onto the coordinates of the human region, creating a white sonic boom cloud in midair, vanishing into the thick night. The light in the room was bright. Chen Eng sat on the sofa packing several newly acquired low-level armors into his backpack. Lin Xia held a cup of water watching Chen Eng busily. And what exactly has your brother been through? Lin Xia asked. I was truly shocked on the airship today. The #1 war god of Jiangbei level 85, he just moved a finger and was defeated in an instant. Chen Eng paused his movements and shook his head. I don't know either, Chen Eng said. My brother has been missing for 10 years. In these 10 years, he must have endured a lot of hardship. Perhaps he encountered some hidden mission. No matter what he has become, he is still my brother. Lin Xia took a sip of water. With him around, you can walk confidently on the wasteland in the future. Lin Xia said enviously. Our Captain Lei treats you like a revered ancestor, and the vice president of the Deer Hunting Guild also wants to recruit him. Your days ahead will definitely be better. Chen Eng smiled as he zipped up his backpack. My brother is strong, but I can't always hide behind him. Chen Eng looked at Lin Xia. Today in the dungeon, I also killed a few monsters myself and gained some experience. I need to level up quickly to help him in the future. Lin Xia nodded, ready to speak. Ding! Suddenly a piercing alarm rang out in the room. This was not the air defense alarm of the 7th camp, but a system notification that directly rang in the minds of all awakened. Before their eyes, a massive scarlet dialog box popped up. The text was blinking constantly. World announcement: the Faceless One's death domain, dungeon in the Jiangnan region, has been conquered. Detected an overall increase in strength indicators in the Jiangnan region. The world mission titled Defense Line has officially begun. Mission objective: within the next 10 hours, all wild monsters within the Jiangnan region will enter a berserk state and launch continuous siege attacks on all human gathering places. Mission reward: successfully defending the gathering place will yield generous regional experience bonuses, building blueprints, and massive resource drops. If the gathering place's defense line is breached, the safety zone coordinates of that area will be erased. Countdown 10 minutes. After reading the text on the panel, Lin Xia suddenly stood up, the cup in her hand falling and shattering on the floor. Her face turned pale instantly. How could a siege mission be triggered at this time? Lin Xia's voice trembled. It's over. Chen Eng was confused and looked at Lin Xia, asking, Xia, is this mission very difficult? Can't we just defend on the city walls and use ranged skills? You don't understand. Lin Xia took a deep breath, trying to calm herself down. The Jiangnan region is too backward. This kind of monster siege world mission was triggered in the Langia and Jiangbei regions 2 years ago. Lin Xia walked to the window, looking at the already chaotic streets outside. I heard from a trading caravan that had been to Jiangbei before. Once a siege begins, wild monsters will swarm out. Not only are there many, but the levels of the monsters will increase over time. With 10 hours, there will be no time. When the Jiangbei battle zone triggered this mission 2 years ago, they had dozens of experts above level 80 stationed, yet they still lost nearly half of their peripheral strongholds with countless casualties. Lin Xia turned her head to look at Chen Eng. Our Jiangnan region has too few experts. The president of the Shiyun Guild was killed by your brother yesterday. Currently, there isn't even a single level 60 person in the 7th camp. With just us, we absolutely cannot hold for 10 hours. This is a life or death situation. After hearing this, Chen Eng also realized the seriousness of the situation. The sounds of the city defense army's roars and urgent assembly horns could already be heard from the streets outside. All combat professions were rushing towards the outer city walls, while civilians were being driven into the underground shelters. Let's go, we need to get to the city walls. Chen Eng grabbed his backpack. We will support from the back. The two pushed open the door and rushed into the chaotic streets. At the same time, inhuman sandstorms ravaged the Gobi Desert. Strong winds lifted debris from the ground, striking the crumbling stone pillars of the temple with a dull sound. After reading the contents of the notification, Chen Feng brushed the sand off his shoulder. Monster Siege. Chen Feng opened the built-in world map. After reading the contents of the notification, Chen Feng brushed the sand off his shoulder. Monster Siege. Chen Feng opened the built-in world map. On the map, the section representing the Jiangnan region was flashing red. Countless dense red dots were converging from all directions towards the green coordinates representing the human camp. He immediately checked Chun Angie's status panel. The panel showed that Chun Angie's health was full, and she was moving to the north side of the 7th camp city wall. Chen Feng rubbed his chin. He calculated the distance. With his current speed multiplied by 10,000, it would take less than a second to rush back from Yumen to the 7th camp in Jiangnan. Just right, Chen Feng murmured to himself. I always let her pick up the scraps in low-level dungeons, as she has too little real combat experience. In this siege battle with a frontline tanking damage, she can use her skills on the city walls. It is a great opportunity for training. He wasn't anxious at all. As long as Chun Angie's health bar showed any sign of decline, he could appear by her side in an instant, turning all the siege monsters to dust. With such absolute assurance, letting her experience the harshness of the wasteland herself would benefit her survival in the future. Closing the system panel, Chen Feng shifted his focus back to the present. This was an ancient temple half buried in sand. Among the ruins, several level 70 desert scorpions were wandering. Following the golden coordinate in his perspective, he descended the crumbling stairs of the temple and entered the dark underground passage. In the Jiangnan region survivor base No. 7. The northern outer high walls. The light beams from the searchlights illuminated the distant wilderness. Thunderstorm, fully armed, stood at the forefront of the city walls with a massive tower shield in hand. Zhao Tai stood beside him, directing the city defense army to set up heavy crossbows and magical cannons. Below the high walls, hordes of monsters were already closing in. In the darkness, countless pairs of scarlet eyes flickered. Corrupted corpses, mutated beasts, and low-level demons mixed together, their roars deafening. All combat professions in the camp were forcibly dispatched to the city walls. Warriors were at the front, while mages and archers took the rear. Many low-level awakened were trembling. Captain, there are too many monsters. Zhao Tai's face was grim as he looked into the darkness. Preliminary estimates suggest that there are over 30,000 monsters in the first wave. We can't even ascertain how many more are behind. Thunderstorm gritted his teeth, staring at the black mass of monsters below the city wall. What's there to panic about? Thunderstorm shouted loudly, his voice resonating throughout the surrounding defenses. Don't forget, we have big names in our camp. As long as we can hold the first 2 waves until Mr. Chun makes his move, these monsters will just be delivering materials. Hearing Thunderstorm's words, the surrounding defenders felt somewhat invigorated. The events that transpired in front of the bus yesterday had spread throughout the entire camp. At this moment, Chen Ange and Lin Xia dashed up the stairs to the city wall. They were assigned to the midsection's long-range output position. Lei Bao with sharp eyes spotted Chun Ange among the crowd. He immediately set down his tower shield and hurried over, his face filled with eagerness and urgency. Sister Ange, you made it. Lei Bao looked around. Where's your brother? The confrontation was about to happen. Where was he positioned in the defense line? He'll have someone clear the best vantage point for him right away. The surrounding soldiers and mages also turned their heads, filled with anticipation as they searched for the figure dressed in a white shirt. Chun Ange felt a bit awkward under so many gazes. Captain Lei, my brother isn't at the city wall, she replied truthfully. He went out. Lei Bao was stunned. The smile on his face froze for a moment. Out. Went to the inner city to rest. Lei Bao quickly followed up. Then please, sister, hurry and inform us. The monsters are about to attack the city. We need his strength. No. Chun Ange shook her head. He went out after dinner, saying he had some personal matters to attend to in the human district. As soon as this was said, the atmosphere on the city wall quieted down significantly. Lei Bao's eyes widened, his mouth slightly agape, unable to speak for a long time. Human district. Zhao Tai beside him was also bewildered. That's several districts away. When did he leave? Just now, Chun Ange said he left for a while. The awakened ones who had once been filled with hope suddenly fell into a dead silence. After a brief silence, a stir erupted among the crowd. He left. He actually left. Leaving the camp at such a critical moment. Is he handling business? This is obviously running away. A hot-tempered soldier slammed his long sword heavily onto the ground, pointing at Chun Ange and shouting, did he receive a system notification in advance knowing we can't hold out? So he ran away by himself, leaving us here to wait for death. We even regarded him as our savior. When danger strikes, everyone flies away, not even caring for his own sister. We're doomed. Without a strong master to hold the fort, how can we possibly last these 10 hours? Panic and despair quickly spread along the defense line. The once high morale plummeted to the depths. In this cruel wasteland, the backlash after hope was shattered was particularly intense. They could not understand why someone with such great power would choose to leave at the critical moment of the camp's survival. Chun Ange felt her face flush with anger at their accusations. She clenched her fists and retorted loudly. You can't say that about my brother. He didn't know the monsters would attack the city, he just went to handle some matters. He absolutely did not run away. Buying something? Are you kidding me? The soldier sneered. The human district is so far away by the time he finishes his business and comes back the monsters will have already picked our bones clean. A person with his strength is just selfish, not caring about our lives at all. Lin Xia stood in front of Chun, Ange drawing her longsword. Shut up. Lin Xia glared at the soldier. Chen Feng has no obligation to stay here and protect you. When you bullied those at the bottom before, did you ever think about yourselves, eh? Now that danger has come, you start moralizing. What did you say? You filthy woman. The soldier was furious and tried to step forward. Enough. Lei Bao shouted, his voice overpowering all the quarrels. He drew his giant sword, his gaze sternly sweeping over the people around. The monsters are right below the city, and you still have the heart to squabble here. Lei Bao looked at the darkness beyond the city wall. Mister Chen is not here. Are we not to live? In the past, when he wasn't here, the 7th camp was also held by us with our own weapons. Lei Bao walked to the edge of the city wall, raising his weapon. Everyone return to your positions. Get ready to face the enemy. Whoever dares to disrupt the morale, I will be the first to chop him down. Lei Bao's authority suppressed the unrest. The crowd, filled with dissatisfaction and fear, returned to their defensive posts. Chun Ange bit her lip, standing on the city wall ready for battle. Below the city wall, as the first mutated wolf crashed heavily against the reinforced steel plate of the city wall, the siege officially commenced. Fire the arrows. Mages cast fireballs. Zhao Tai commanded loudly. A barrage of arrows and magical lights poured down from the city wall, raining into the monstrous horde below. The sounds of explosions and flames illuminated the night sky. The frontline monsters fell in droves, but the monsters behind climbed over their fallen comrades, continuing to surge upwards. A level 40 venomous spider crawled up the wall, its 8 long legs leaping fiercely towards a priest who was casting a spell. Be careful. Lin Xia rushed forward, swinging her longsword to sever several of the spider's legs. The spider spat out a mouthful of green venom. Chun Ange immediately released her spatial skill. Spatial exchange. The space in front of the venom twisted, and the venom was directly transferred outside the city wall, landing on the heads of the monsters below. Well done, Ange. Lin Xia shouted. The battle was fierce. Guards on the city wall were continuously injured and fell. The priest's healing aura hardly paused at all. This was merely the first wave of attacks. Lei Bao stood at the forefront, his tower shield covered in monster blood. He cleaved open the head of a demon with a sword, gasping for breath. Looking at the endless stream of reed monsters emerging from the darkness in the distance, Lei Bao's heart sank to the depths. It had barely been half an hour. The defensive power of the 7th camp was depleting too quickly. The supply of resources at the rear could not keep up with the consumption of spells. At this rate, in no more than 8 hours the city wall would be breached. Lei Bao turned his gaze towards Chun Ange's direction. He prayed in his heart. No matter where Chen Feng went, he hoped he could finish his business and return quickly. Otherwise, the 7th camp would really become history today. 3 hours quickly passed. The intensity of the monster's siege was continuously increasing. The initial mutated wolves and low-level demons had been completely cleared, replaced by the massive level 50 siege beasts. Below the north wall of the 7th camp, piles of monster corpses were stacked up. Blood flowed down the crevices of the city wall to the ground, accumulating into dark red puddles. The consumption of the city defense forces was immense. The mages and priests at the rear, due to continuous spellcasting, had exhausted their magical potions. Many could only sit on the ground, relying on their basic mana recovery speed. Lei Bao's armor was covered in scratches and dents. He had just single-handedly blocked an attack from a level 55 shadow leopard, injuring his left arm, which was now oozing blood. Zhao Tai's dagger had already dulled. He leaned against the parapet, breathing heavily. Ding! The system notification sounded above the defense line. The 4th wave of monster siege has ended. The 5th wave of the siege will begin in 10 minutes. Please. Hearing this voice, the defenders on the city wall all collapsed to the ground. This 10-minute break was their only chance to catch their breath. Lin Xia sheathed her long knife, walked over to Chun Ange, and handed her a bottle of primary stamina potion. Drink this, Lin Xia said. You have been using spatial skills to divert the monster's attacks, which consumes a lot of stamina. Chun Ange took the potion, had a sip, and wiped the sweat from her forehead. Although her level had risen to 16, the continuous high-intensity concentration had left her mentally exhausted. The atmosphere on the city wall was extremely oppressive. The wails of the injured echoed through the crowd. Several low-level priests were releasing healing spells one by one, but their mana was limited, so they could only prioritize the severely wounded. In the crowd, a level 40 great sword warrior stood up. His name was Li Chong, the captain of a medium-sized exploration team in the camp. Li Chong was covered in blood. He had just lost 2 team members in the battle. He turned his head, fixed his gaze on Chun Ange, and strode over. What good is a 10-minute break? Li Chong slammed his great sword into the ground, producing a piercing metallic clang. The next wave of monsters will definitely be stronger. What do we have to defend with? The people around turned to look at him upon hearing his voice. Li Chong pointed at Chun Ange's face filled with rage. When is your powerful brother coming back? Did he know we couldn't hold the line, so he ran off to the human district to take refuge alone? Chun Ange stood up and looked at Li Chong. My brother is out on business. He did not run away, she repeated. What business could be more important than the lives of tens of thousands of people in the camp? Li Chong's face was filled with anger. Yesterday he killed Zhang Ming, and Commander Lei arranged the best house for him and gave him the highest treatment. And what happened? When the monsters attacked the city, he vanished. Some people in the crowd began to echo Li Chong's words. They had just experienced life and death and now faced the unknown 5th wave of monsters. Their inner fear needed an outlet. Captain Li is right. We are here risking our lives, but that expert is not. Yesterday he was so arrogant, and now he is hiding, treating us as cannon fodder. The accusations and complaints grew louder. The eyes of the people looking at Chun Ange were filled with disdain and dissatisfaction. In the face of life and death, the flattery and appeasement towards Chun Ange from yesterday had long since vanished. Lin Xia angrily positioned herself in front of Chun Ange, her hand gripping the hilt of her knife. Do you even have a sense of reason? Lin Xia retorted loudly. Qin Feng owes you nothing. He has never taken any resources from you. Zhang Ming brought this upon himself. You usually rely on yourselves to fight monsters in the wild, and now, when facing a city siege, you expect others to take care of you. If he has the strength, he should stay and defend the city. Li Chong shouted. If he were here, my brother wouldn't have died. Lin Xia drew her long knife. You want to fight, huh? Come on. She pointed at Li Chong. Chun Ange reached out and grabbed Lin Xia's wrist, pulling her behind her and stepping forward to face Li Chong. Having lived a decade in the lower strata, she understood why these people were angry. They were just afraid of death. Captain Li, if my brother is not here, does that mean we want to defend this line? Li Chong paused for a moment. The monster siege is a system mission. Chun Ange looked at the surrounding people. Even if my brother did not come to the 7th camp today, this mission would still happen. Are you all just going to sit here and wait to die? The crowd fell silent. I am only level 16, but I am still standing here. Who dares to say I haven't contributed? Li Chong shut his mouth, recalling the details of the battle earlier. Indeed, a force of spatial energy had saved his life. My brother said he would come back, and he will definitely return. Chun Ange clenched her fists. Until he comes back, I will stand here to defend. If you want to live, then pick up your weapons. Complaining is meaningless. Lei Bao walked over from a distance. He saw the conflict and immediately pushed through the crowd. What are you arguing about? Lei Bao said sternly. Chun Ange is right. Defending the camp is our own responsibility. Everyone hurry up and recover your state. The crowd lowered their heads and dispersed, returning to their defensive positions. Although the conflict was temporarily suppressed, a sense of despair still loomed over the city wall. The 10 minutes quickly passed. The system's prompt sounded again. The 5th wave of the siege begins. The ground began to shake violently. From the darkness in the distance came the sound of heavy footsteps. With the light of the searchlight, Lei Bao saw the monsters appearing ahead. They were a group of siege trolls towering 10 meters tall. Siege Troll Elite Level LV. 60 dozens of siege trolls walked at the forefront of the group. Following behind the trolls were countless shadow assassins and high-tier magic creatures. 60-level elite monsters. Zhao Tai shouted in shock. This is impossible to fight. Our attacks can't break through their defenses. Lei Bao raised his tower shield, positioning it at the front. Even if we can't break their defense, we must still fight. Ballisti focus fire on the trolls' eyes. Mages use the bog spell to slow their movements. Lei Bao commanded loudly. The battle erupted instantly. The trolls ignored the arrows from the city wall. Ordinary physical attacks dealt only mandatory single-digit damage to them. One troll approached the city wall and swung the stone column in its hand, smashing it heavily against the wall. Boom! A huge crack appeared on the surface of the city wall. Several archers standing at the edge were directly shaken off, falling into the monster horde and losing their lives instantly. Lei Bao activated his charge skill and slammed his tower shield into the troll's knee. The troll retaliated with a strike, smashing the stone column onto the tower shield. The tower shield shattered instantly. Lei Bao's body was sent flying, crashing into the buildings behind. His left arm twisted unnaturally, and his health dropped to a critical state of 5%. Captain, Zhao Tai shouted, wanting to rush over and assist. Just then a shadow sprang out from the shadow beneath Zhao Tai's feet. It was a level 58 Shadow Assassin. The Shadow Assassin wielded a poison dagger and stabbed it directly through Zhao Tai's chest. Zhao Tai spat out a mouthful of blood. His body went limp and his health dropped to 0. He collapsed on the city wall, losing all signs of life. The vice captain is dead. Captain Lei is also seriously injured. The city wall is about to break. The defense line collapsed in an instant. Everyone fell into extreme panic. The trolls raised their stone columns again, preparing to smash the gates of the city wall. In this most critical moment, Chun Ange took out a staff, emitting a green light. Gift of the Tree of Life. An invisible green ripple spread from Chun Ange, rapidly covering the entire northern city wall. A miracle occurred. Lei Bao, who was on the verge of death amidst the ruins, suddenly felt a surge of immense vitality injected into his body. His twisted left arm returned to normal in an instant. His health, which was at 5%, was instantly restored to full. Not just Lei Bao, but all the injured defenders on the city wall had their wounds heal in an instant. As long as they stood within the range of the aura, they would recover 100% of their maximum health every second. What is this? What is happening? Li Chong looked at his unharmed body, his face filled with disbelief. His leg, which had been injured by magic, had completely healed. Thunderstorm rose up from the pile of rubble. He moved his left arm, which had just been broken, and felt not only the pain vanishing completely, but also his stamina returning to peak condition. He glanced down at his health bar, which was at 100%. Not far away, Li Chong was also feeling his leg. The burns on his leg had disappeared, with no trace of scabbing, directly turning into perfect skin. All the injured guards on the city wall halted their actions. They felt a continuous surge of vitality within them, then turned their gazes towards the source of the light. Chun Ange stood in the middle of the city wall, gripping the emerald green staff. The green halo emanated from the life crystal at the tip of the staff. No one spoke. Those who had been complaining and angry moments ago were now silent. Chun Ange ignored the gazes of the crowd and quickly walked to Zhao Tai's corpse. A massive bloody hole was in Zhao Tai's chest, and he had stopped breathing. Chun Ange recalled the skill description of the staff. Great Resurrection can revive a recently deceased companion within 1 hour with no side effects. She took a deep breath, pointing the staff at Zhao Tai on the ground. Resurrection, Chun Ange whispered. The crystal atop the staff exploded with dazzling green light, converging into a beam that directly enveloped Zhao Tai's body. The penetrating wound on Zhao Tai's chest began to heal at a visibly rapid pace. Muscles regrew, blood vessels connected, and skin covered. In just 3 seconds, Zhao Tai gasped for air, his chest heaving violently. He opened his eyes, propped himself up with his hands, and looked around in confusion. I wasn't dead. Zhao Tai touched his chest, where not even a scar remained. A dead silence fell over the crowd. To die and come back to life. After 10 years of survival in the wasteland, everyone here knew how rare resurrection skills were. That which existed only in legends or mythic-level artifacts. Now this level 16 girl had in front of everyone brought a dead man back to life. What are you all dazed for? Thunderstorm shouted, his voice echoing on the city wall. With Ange here, we want die. All troops counterattack. This statement ignited everyone's fighting spirit. The city defense army let out a tremendous roar and raised their weapons again. The defense line reorganized. The troll's stone pillars smashed against the city wall again, sending debris flying. Several warriors were struck by the troll's attack, their bodies flung out and crashing heavily to the ground. Their health bars instantly dropped to 0. But in the next second, the effect of the green halo activated, restoring 100% of maximum health every second. Those fallen warriors immediately got back up, their health bars filled once more. They didn't even need to drink healing potions, raising their weapons to continue the battle. With logistical support, mages and archers no longer conserved their magic and unleashed all their attack skills against the hordes of monsters below the city wall. The shadow assassins noticed Chun Ange on the city wall. They possessed basic intelligence and understood they had to eliminate this healing target first. Dozens of shadowy figures quickly climbed up the wall, avoiding the frontline warriors, and leapt onto the parapet, pouncing towards Chun Ange's position. Ange, be careful, Lin Xia shouted, rushing forward with her long sword to intercept. However, there were too many shadow assassins. Lin Xia could only block 2, while the remaining dozen bypassed the defense line and lunged their poison daggers at Chun Ange's vital points. Chun Ange did not retreat. She wore the Phantom Star ring given by Chun Feng on her right hand. This legendary ring provided her with a total attribute boost of 500. With the 10,000 intelligence from the mythic staff, Chun Ange's current stats far surpassed those level 58 shadow assassins. She effortlessly sidestepped to avoid the attacks of the first 2 daggers. Then she raised her left hand and activated the skill she had just learned. Spatial distortion. The space within a 20-meter radius ahead immediately changed. Originally, this basic skill would only cause slowing and minor physical tearing. But under the enhancement of Chun-Anji's over 10,000 points of spell power, the skill's effectiveness underwent a qualitative change. That area of space collapsed inward. Gravity increased hundreds of times in an instant. A dozen shadow assassins were pressed flat against the stone slabs of the city wall. The sound of bones snapping echoed. Immediately afterward, spatial fissures appeared around them. These fissures carried an immense cutting force, directly piercing through the assassins' bodies. Large damage numbers floated above the assassins' heads. 150,000, 150,000, 150,000. The dozen level 58 shadow assassins were instantly killed, turning into a mass of corpses and dropped materials. Lin Xia had just taken down 2 assassins, and upon turning her head to see this scene, she was left dumbfounded. Was this the damage a level 16 could output? Chun-Anji was also momentarily stunned. She looked at her hands, feeling the might of this power for the first time. System notifications rang in her mind continuously. The experience points from slaying high-level elite monsters surged in. Golden upgrade lights flickered around Chun-Anji. Congratulations, player Chun-Anji, level up to LV 18. Congratulations, player Chun-Anji, level up to LV 22. Congratulations, player Chun-Anji, level up to LV 25. In just a few seconds, she had leveled up 9 times. As her level reached 25, the potential of her hidden class began to reveal itself. System notification: you have comprehended the exclusive skill of Spatial Mage's Spatial Cutting. Spatial Cutting manipulates spatial nodes to deliver dimension slashes that ignore physical defenses against targets. Chun-Anji looked down at the city wall. 3 siege trolls were working together to batter the city gate. The heavy iron gate had deformed, emitting a piercing sound of metal twisting. Thunderstorm, along with the team, was holding the line just below the wall, but their attacks barely affected the trolls. Chun-Anji approached the edge of the wall, focusing on the 3 trolls. She raised her hand, aligning her index and middle fingers, drawing a straight line towards the trolls below. Spatial cutting. A fine silver line appeared in the air. In the next second, the enormous heads of the 3 trolls slid off their necks, crashing to the ground and creating deep craters. The cuts were remarkably smooth. Their massive bodies lost control and collapsed, crushing a large number of lower-level monsters behind them. Thunderstorm looked at the troll corpses that fell before him and turned to see Chun-Anji's gesture. Well done, Thunderstorm shouted. Mage team, keep up with Anji's attack rhythm. Clear the field. Chun-Anji discovered the patterns of battle. Her intelligence was extremely high and her magical reserves were vast. She began to frequently use skills. Spatial replacement. The space under a high-level monster casting a fireball changed. It was instantly teleported to several hundred meters in the air, then freefall, crashing to its death on the ground. Spatial distortion. A collapse zone appeared among the dense horde of monsters below the wall, crushing hundreds of monsters with gravity. With Chun-Anji's participation, the pressure on the defense line was significantly reduced. The city defense army no longer feared death. They charged into the horde of monsters, skillfully cleaving their way through. Half an hour passed. The number of monsters below the city wall dwindled. As Thunderstorm swung down his sword to behead the last shadow assassin, there were no living creatures left standing in the surrounding area. The mechanical voice of the system sounded on time. The 5th wave of monster siege has ended. The 6th wave of siege will begin in 10 minutes. Please prepare. In the human district, an abandoned underground temple. The visibility here is extremely low. Chun-Feng followed the golden coordinates in his perspective, passing through several stone corridors engraved with ancient weathered murals, arriving at a half-collapsed altar hall. In the center of the hall, the air produced a slight distortion. A small figure clad in a loose gray cloak and carrying a massive canvas bag twice his height was crouching on the ground, rummaging through something. The merchant from the other shore. The most mysterious and wealthiest existence in the divine domain. Chun-Feng strolled over with his hands in his pockets, stopping about 5 meters away from the figure. Finding you was quite a hassle, Chun-Feng said. The figure stiffened, halting its searching actions. It slowly stood up and turned its head. Under the hood, it wore a wooden mask carved with a strange, smiling face. Ought to think a young traveler could find my humble abode. What an unexpected guest. The merchant from the other shore skillfully tossed the huge canvas bag behind him onto the ground, creating a cloud of dust. He rummaged through his pockets. Whoosh. A semi-transparent advanced trading panel popped up before Chun-Feng. The panel displayed dozens of exquisite items radiating blinding light. Abyssal mythic level accessory price 500. Mutated magic crystals guardian of the world tree legendary level. Enchanted blueprint price 0. High-grade spirit stones world breaker longbow mythic level weapon price 0. Fallen dragon blood not only were there equipment, but also various bizarre high-level consumables. Some of these items, even Chen Feng, who was once a top player 10 years ago, had never seen before. Truly a super fat sheep in this gaming world. Any one of these items could spark a battle among the top guilds on Blue Star. Traveler meeting you is fate. These are all treasures absolutely unseen in the market. The merchant from the other shore rubbed his hands full of temptation. As long as you have enough hard currency, I guarantee your satisfaction. Chen Feng glanced at the equipment on the panel unimpressed. If he wanted to, he could have easily used his pistol to eliminate a few wealthy individuals and rob them to buy. But he had no interest in these flashy attribute items. He shook his head and then closed the panel. I'm not buying anything. Chen Feng looked at the smiling mask. I came to find you to inquire about something. The merchant from the other shore was taken aback, not expecting someone to resist the temptation of such a treasure trove. However, he quickly regained his composure as a merchant. Oh, although I am a seller of goods, I do have some knowledge of the various oddities in this continent. What would the traveler like to inquire about? Of course, information is also priced accordingly. I want to know. Chen Feng pointed to the temple above, about the specific reasons for the game's arrival in reality 10 years ago. Also why you so-called native NPCs were materialized along with the data to this broken blue star. As soon as these words were spoken, the merchant from the other shore froze. The air in the hall abruptly cooled. No comment. This does not fall within my trading scope. Is it that you do not know or that you cannot say? Chen Feng took a step forward. The transaction. The merchant from the other shore completely ignored Chen Feng's question, and immediately a complex golden spatial teleportation array lit up beneath his feet. As long as this array lit up, regardless of whether he was in the deepest hell or the endless void, he could instantaneously break through all barriers and return to his own safe space. Over the past decade, countless top-tier players at level 80 or 90 have sought to hunt this walking treasure trove. Yet without even touching the hem of his clothing, they were thrown off without getting any dust. Buzz! The light of the teleportation array surged. The merchant's body began to become ethereal. However, just as his body was about to completely slip into the space at the last second, a hand stretched in from the gap in the light. It tightly grasped the merchant's ethereal shoulder. The merchant, who had already become halfway ethereal, was forcefully yanked out from the other dimension. With a thud, he fell onto the dusty stone floor of the... The merchant from the other shore scrambled to get up using all four limbs. How is this? Even the highest level awakened humans on this planet at this stage should not have the ability to interfere with the system's escape mechanism. Don't rush to leave, why run away? Chen Feng shook his hand. I just want to ask you a little question. You want to slip away without saying anything. You're an ignorant bug. The merchant from the other shore quickly recovered from his shock. Since he couldn't escape, he could only kill this unrule-abiding buyer. As a special existence with power surpassing this world, he had absolute confidence. Current players, even the so-called level 100 war gods, were merely slightly larger ants in his eyes. Those who violate the law shall die. The merchant's voice turned cold. He suddenly raised both hands. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Within a 100-meter radius, dozens of pitch-black spatial fissures radiating a sense of destruction instantly formed, slicing towards Chen Feng from all directions without any blind spots. This was an advanced spatial magic that could directly slice dragon-level monsters into pieces. Clang, 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 clang. The sound of metal striking echoed in the hall. Those black fissures, capable of cutting through space, crashed into Chen Feng's body. They all dissipated into a meaningless pile of black light spots. Is that all? Chen Feng rubbed his chin. It didn't even reach the threshold for his invincible armor's forced damage judgment. This is impossible. The merchant from the other shore, not believing it, formed seals with both hands. Abyssal annihilation. The ceiling of the temple above them suddenly shattered. A massive meteor burning with black nether fire over 30 meters in diameter came crashing down toward Chen Feng's head. Boom! Chen Feng casually lifted a foot. Without any sign of charging, he kicked directly at the terrifying meteor descending upon him. Boom! The massive black meteor exploded into countless flying debris the moment it made contact with Chen Feng's shoe. The intense rebound force plowed a layer off the entire hall's floor. The merchant from the other shore was stunned by this brutal and utterly illogical power. In his long-held understanding, even the strongest humans on this blue star must adhere to the relationships of magic consumption, rank suppression, and the equivalence of defense and attack values. But this person before him seemed to have all the value panels filled out randomly with eyes closed. What exactly? The merchant from the other shore leaped back dozens of meters, quickly pulling out a black spellbook shimmering with forbidden light from his robe. He wanted to make one last stand. But Chen Feng had already lost patience for a turn-based game with him. Waste of time. Chen Feng simply put his hands in his pockets and took a step forward. Swish. In the previous moment he was still several meters away, but the next second he stood right in front of the merchant from the other shore. With a thud he stepped on the merchant's chest. The immense gravitational pressure forced the merchant from the other shore to fall flat on his back. The black spellbook in his hand fell to the side with a thud. There's no escape, you can't fight back. Chen Feng looked down at him. Can you now properly answer my questions? The merchant pressed to the ground, struggled violently. But no matter how he circulated the magic within him, that foot on his chest remained unmovable. Answer me, why did you NPCs descend to Earth, and who exactly created the game? Chen Feng slightly increased the insignificant pressure beneath his foot. Crack. The intense pain made him emit a muffled groan of anguish. Simultaneously as the airwaves from Chen Feng's foot reverberated the strange, smiling wooden mask worn by the merchant from the other shore to disguise his identity and voice. Crack. A seam opened in the middle, and then it shattered into two halves, falling to the side. Without the mask, there was no magical disguise. The large gray hood slipped down as well with the struggle. Beneath the tattered mask was a face that, while covered in dust and furrowed in pain, was exceptionally delicate and appeared to belong to a girl no older than 16 or 17. Her long silky white hair spilled all over the ground. Huh. Chen Feng was taken aback as he looked down at the girl with red eyes who was glaring at him with a face full of anger and grievance. Chen Feng was also stunned. Chen Feng looked at the white-haired girl on the ground, his expression quite remarkable. She was the most famous player in the entire server of Divine Realm, and also a super wealthy player that countless top players dreamed of robbing. Rumor had it that she was a lecherous old man who had lived for hundreds of years, or a miserly green-skinned goblin. After considerable time it turned out that beneath the mask was actually a girl of 16 or 17. If it weren't for the special dark gold health bar above her head labeled Merchant of the Other Shore Wei Yong, he would have thought he had mistaken her for someone else. Sensing Chen Feng's astonishment, Wei Yong was both shy and angry, glaring at him with her red eyes. Let go of me, you robber. She gritted her teeth, still growling in a deliberately dark voice. Chen Feng came to his senses, shrugged, and withdrew his foot. Who's the robber? I'm not forcibly taking anything from you. I'm just asking a question. Chen Feng took a half step back. Stop pretending your mask is broken, and this broken voice changer sounds disgusting. Now can we talk? Freed from his grasp, Wei Yong immediately got up from the ground. She brushed off the dust from her clothes, watching the man in front of her warily. How terrifying. Where on earth did this monster come from? In her memory, even when facing dragon bosses that were dozens of levels higher than her, she had the confidence to escape calmly. Players at this stage in the real world absolutely could not possess such perverse power that defied the world's rules. This kind of strength simply should not exist in the current stage of Blue Star, nor does it conform to the underlying logic of Divine Realm. Are you really human? Wei Yong rubbed her chest, warily staring at Chen Feng. How can your attributes be? Don't change the subject. Chen Feng interrupted her, finding a relatively flat wind-eroded stone to sit down. Let's continue our previous topic. Why have you NPCs come to Earth? What is going on in this world? Speak up, don't make me resort to violence. Wei Yong fell silent. She bit her lips, stubbornly turning her head. Sorry, I can't say. Some things are not that I don't want to tell you, but I dare not say. This is a taboo of our Merchant of the Other Shore clan. For her who had just experienced Chen Feng's perverse martial power, this was definitely not mere bravado. Since the inception of our clan from the game world, we have made a pact with the supreme law of creation. Wei Yong explained, if we disclose any secrets regarding the fusion of the two realms, or the true face of him, the contract will rebound in an instant. The sword bearers of our entire clan will hunt me down throughout the world. If I don't speak, I'll just get beaten by you. If I do speak, no one in this world can protect me. This is indeed a tricky problem. Chen Feng stroked his chin. So as long as you ensure I won't be hunted down, that's fine. Sure. Chen Feng casually said, go ahead, I'll solve your troubles. I can protect you. You. Wei Yong was taken aback, holding a half-believing attitude towards his words. This was an extremely arrogant statement. Yet for some reason the power he had shown earlier, which shattered absolute defenses, made her instinctively feel that perhaps this person truly had such strength. However, as a competent merchant, she never believed in such airy promises. Wei Yong's eyes darted. Talk is cheap. Humans are the most cunning. If you really want to know the information, then let's sign a contract. As long as I face danger on Blue Star, you must provide protection unconditionally. Do you dare to sign? Huh. Chen Feng was almost amused. Little girl, are you still asleep? He looked at Wei Yong with the eyes of someone looking at a fool. It's just a few pieces of broken information. Even without knowing, it's just a bit of trouble for me. You want a few words in exchange for me signing a contract to be your lifelong free bodyguard. Your calculations are so out of whack that the abacus beads are hitting me in the face. Do you really think I am here to provide aid and warmth? Wei Yong was embarrassed by Chun Feng's merciless words. Her face flushed, her gaze somewhat wandering. She actually knew that her conditions were a bit exaggerated. Given the current situation, it was indeed reckless to negotiate terms when her life was being held in someone else's hands. She was the fish on the chopping block, and after a moment of gritting her teeth, she made a compromise. Fine. Wei Yong knelt on the ground, raising her delicate chin. Then let me change the bargaining chip. As long as you are willing to protect me and help me exempt my clan from the backlash, I, Wei Yong, am willing to establish a loyalty contract and recognize you as my master. From now on, I will serve by your side and provide you with all conveniences. In exchange, you must provide protection. Does that work? Wei Yong was able to bend, but not break. Once she couldn't fight back. Two, the merchant's instinct told her that this man whose combat power defied common sense was definitely an unprecedented super strong ally. If she could hold on to this big leg tightly, it would be 1,000 times safer in the unpredictable blue star than her previous attempts to hide and sell items. Chun Feng was actually not interested in recognizing a master, but having an extra person to gather information and run errands was not a bad choice. Since this girl needed to go through this process to speak at ease. Chun Feng shrugged. Whatever. Let's sign quickly, and then we can talk. Seeing Chun Feng nod, Wei Yong did not hesitate. She cut her fingertip, letting a drop of golden-tinged blood fall into the air between them. The cumbersome and ancient incantation was quickly recited from her soft lips. Contract of the other shore, coexisting and sharing the same source in my name, I recognize you as my master. The golden blood transformed into a small magical array, splitting into two. One half entered Wang's forehead, while the other floated towards Chun Feng. With the completion of the contract, Wei Yong could clearly feel an inexplicable, terrifying pressure protecting her. This also visibly relaxed the tension she had maintained, as if facing a great enemy. Wei Yong let out a long breath. Immediately after, she sat cross-legged on the dirty ground. The small tip of her nose was still covered in dust, making her seem devoid of any of the previous mysterious merchant's oppressive aura. She looked at Chun Feng. The wariness and hostility quickly turned into a nearly blind curiosity. All right, the trivial matters are settled. Chun Feng found a relatively clean stone to lean against. Now let's talk. We can discuss the issues from 10 years ago. Wei Yong sat cross-legged on the stone slab, organizing her thoughts, her red eyes particularly bright in the dim light. Since my master wants to hear, we have to start from the origin of our clan. Wei Yong began speaking, her voice no longer that dark disguised tone. When Divine Realm was first created, our merchant of the other shore clan already existed. But we are not traditional life forms, or rather we do not belong to any camp, neither the Light God Temple nor the Abyssal Undead accept us. Wei Yong explained, because the foundational essence of our clan is the law of transactions. The merchant of the other shore is not a fixed individual, but a clan. Periodically, a person from the clan is selected to wear a disguise and wander in the real world to conduct transactions. This is why we can ignore the hatred of any monsters in the wasteland, because the law grants us absolute neutrality during transactions. Chun Feng finally understood. No wonder 10 years ago, when he was running all over the map in the game, he felt that the refresh points of these merchants and the types of items they sold were completely irregular. It was because they were not the same person. Were those divine items you mentioned earlier also due to the power of the law? Chun Feng asked. Mentioning this, Wei Yong quickly waved her hand, explaining, Master, I must clarify this in advance. Those items are not originally mine. I am merely a transit station. That is a law-based ability. In other words, even if I recognize you as my master now, I still cannot directly give you the divine items on that panel. Without payment, the laws... In other words, even if I recognize you as my master now, I still cannot directly give you the divine items on that panel. Without payment, the law's power will not operate. If I forcibly take them, not only will I be turned into a dry corpse by the treasury, but I also won't be able to retrieve the equipment. After hearing Wei Yong's somewhat apologetic declaration, Chun Feng understandingly waved his hand, indicating he didn't care for those scraps. Chun Feng tapped on the edge of the stone. So how does this relate to the questions I want to ask about the fusion of the two realms and the truth behind the game's arrival? Wei Yang's expression grew serious. Because the power that allows the worlds of Divine Realm and Blue Star to merge comes from our clan. You did this. Chun Feng frowned. You bunch of rigid merchants who even have to follow rules just to deliver equipment. How could you have the ability to stitch together planets thousands of kilometers apart? No, it wasn't by our own volition. It was someone, or rather a higher dimensional existence that transcends this level of understanding, who utilized our clan's law of origin. No, it wasn't by our own volition. It was someone, or rather a higher dimensional existence that transcends this level of understanding, who utilized our. Immediately afterward, a kind of indescribable and bizarre power invaded our clan's forbidden ground, forcibly stripping away the law of trade and connection. That power violently shattered the originally enclosed space barrier of Divine Realm, brutally merging it with the reality of Blue Star. It forcibly integrated the data of billions of humans on Blue Star into the game, transforming the codes of monsters into physical entities. As for the specific details, a small-time merchant like me has no means to access them. Wei Yang bit her lip, because it contains great terror. Over the past 10 years, there have been those who sought to investigate the secret of this interdimensional fusion. In Divine Realm, those high and mighty native gods, whether they be the god of light or the demon king of the abyss. Wei Yang's body trembled slightly. Anyone who has attempted to touch this taboo or sought to pursue the existence behind it, without exception, all have perished. The underground temple fell into a deathly silence after. Even the lofty gods, if they simply try to deduce it, will instantly turn to ashes, leaving no last words behind. This has become an absolute taboo among all surviving gods. This was also the reason why Wei Yang had been too afraid to speak up before. Chen Feng, after listening to this lengthy exposition, showed no significant reaction. That's it. Chen Feng rubbed his chin. So aside from knowing that someone drained your clan's power for the fusion and that the gods are being tight-lipped about it, you have no idea what that mysterious existence is, how many noses or eyes it has, right? Wei Yang's cheeks puffed up at Chen Feng's slightly disdainful summary, feeling a bit indignant, yet she could only mumble softly in the face of absolute power. While I am just an external salesperson, knowing these confidential legends of the clan is already quite. Wei Yang pouted. If I had truly seen that kind of high-dimensional existence that could easily crush the gods or knew its exact appearance, what you see now would probably just be a pile of ashes on the ground. All right then, Chen Feng said casually. If the ultimate answer could be revealed in just a few words, this world wouldn't still be such a chaotic mess after 10 years. However, Wei Yang quickly added, trying to demonstrate her value. Although I don't know the true face of that existence, I do know some clues. In the central sector of Divine Realm, specifically in those sealed main temples, there are still a few ancient gods who haven't been eradicated and are in slumber. After the Great Calamity, there were rumors that those ancient gods knew some insider information. Yet for the past 10 years, they have sealed themselves and refused to interact with any players from the real world or other natives. If one truly wants to investigate, perhaps only by prying open the mouths of those ancient gods can the truth of that year be uncovered. Chen Feng nodded. Though it was a lead far off in the distance, uncertain when it would be acted upon, it was still better than stumbling around like a headless fly. All right, come with me. Chen Feng stood up, stretching his somewhat stiff back as he casually spoke. Wei Yang hurriedly scrambled up from the ground. At this moment, she was only just at Chen Feng's shoulder height. With her 16 or 17-year-old appearance, paired with her white hair, she completely lacked the profound and mysterious oppressive aura of a merchant from before. Instead, she resembled a little girl who had been abducted. Master, where are we going in the middle of the night? Wei Yang patted her oversized gray robe, which seemed a bit cumbersome. Are we going straight to the main temple to find those old men to discuss matters? That place has a thick barrier, and the temperaments of those gods are extremely foul. What main temple? I still need to go back and check on my sister. Of course, we're heading back to Jiangnan first. Chen Feng chuckled casually. He turned his head and gazed towards the distant Jiangnan district. Through his perspective, the 7th camp in Jiangnan was enveloped in a chaotic red light, seemingly in the midst of a lively battle. However, Chen Anji's green health bar remained steadily at 100%, which made him not too anxious to back to Jiangnan. Right? Chen Feng casually asked while walking outside the temple. Do you know anything about establishing power in the wasteland? Upon hearing the topic of establishing power, Wei Yang's originally somewhat confused red eyes instantly lit up. She quickly matched Chen Feng's pace, almost jogging alongside him. Master, you've asked the right person. Wei Yang patted her flat chest, displaying an expression of expertise. This is my absolute area of expertise. Actually, before the game descended, or in today's wasteland, any player wishing to establish a power recognized by the system's laws must not only gather a certain number of people, but also deal with us merchants from the other shore. Hearing that merchants are involved in this, Chen Feng paused, becoming slightly intrigued. So you have to buy permission from you to establish a power? Chen Feng raised an eyebrow. Indeed. Wei Yang extended a finger. Whether it's the smallest 10-person micro-guild, or a super main city guild-like myth with tens of thousands of members to be formally recognized by the system as a power and enjoy benefits like residence bonuses, shared experience in dungeons, and permissions for establishing cross-regional teleportation arrays. You must buy the corresponding level of city construction order or guild land deed from us. Wei Yong smoothly brought up her merchant panel. With a swish, a dense list appeared before her. It was filled with various ancient scrolls emanating golden or purple glows. She pointed to the bottom of the list and explained, initially players need to spend 50 gold coins to purchase a primary bronze guild token from us. With this, they can go to any unclaimed wild area, find a piece of land, and set up an initial camp. With this camp, the system will delineate a safe zone barrier, ensuring that those inside won't be ambushed by wild monsters. This is the so-called initial form of a power. Wei Yong swiped her finger upward. To upgrade the camp. To turn it into a main city or fortress, it requires continuously recruiting people, farming monsters to accumulate guild experience, and then spending a fortune. To buy higher-level silver city construction orders, dark gold foundations, or even. Wei Yong pointed to the very top of the panel where a uniquely shimmering rainbow-hued gray scroll was the City of the Sky contract. However, this thing is merely for show, proving the heritage of our clan, because purchasing it requires hundreds of billions of gold coins and the heart of a level 100 dragon as collateral, which is something no one in this world could ever provide. After speaking, Wei Yong looked at Chun Feng with anticipation, her red eyes sparkling. So, Master, do you want to establish your own power to play with? In the Jiangnan district at the 7th Survivor Base, the dawn before daybreak cast the sky in a bleak gray-white hue. The air was thick with the lingering smell of blood and the acrid scent of charred remnants from magical explosions. All players who participated in the defense received a 200 experience boost and a 10-point increase in all attributes lasting for 24 hours. Congratulations to the Jiangnan District's 7th Survivor Base for successfully repelling all 10 waves of monster assaults. Regional rewards have been distributed. All players who participated in the defense received a 200 experience boost and a 10-point increase in all attributes lasting for 24 hours. They heard this sound. The thousands of surviving guards on the walls had lost even the strength to cheer. Countless individuals collapsed onto the blood-soaked stones, gasping for breath, their weapons clattering to the ruins with a dull thud. They survived. In those grueling 10 hours, they had clung to life and used countless skills to hold on in this seemingly hopeless situation. But the cost was extraordinarily painful. Labwa sat at a corner of the wall, his once indestructible steel tower shield now reduced to shattered scraps by the trolls. He gazed down at the massive pile of mutated beast corpses mixed with the indistinguishable remains of humans, their severed limbs scattered among them. His eyes were bloodshot from extreme fatigue and sorrow. Over 10,000 people. Originally, there were more than 10,000 young adults of varying levels along this defense line, but now, including priests and mages, less than 3,000 were still breathing. Has the casualty list been compiled? Labor rasped. Beside him, Zhao Tai, who had been revived once, but was injured again, wiped the blood from his face and silently shook his head. Not yet. There are corpses everywhere. The priests have run out of mana, and the air defense cannons were completely incapacitated during the last 2 waves of the siege. It's a miracle we even held on this long. The atmosphere was stifling to the extreme. No one celebrated victory. All that remained was the numbness and melancholy of having survived a disaster. Chun Eng leaned against a section of the parapet, clutching the gift of the Tree of Life staff tightly in her hands. Her face was pale as paper, her lips cracked, and sweat soaked her hair, sticking it to her forehead. In these 10 hours, she had almost continuously channeled her magical energy and wielded the staff. The enormous mana pool brought by her 10,000 intelligence could not withstand such unreservedly exhausting space skills and healing auras for 10 hours. Mass resurrection had no side effects, but the extreme cooldown limit of mythic skills could only be used once an hour, rendering her powerless as she watched wave after wave of people perish. She had truly tried her best. She looked at her panel, where her level had skyrocketed from 16 to 32. She no longer felt like a burden who could only hide in the back when danger approached. Chun Eng forced out a weak smile. She felt a bit happy. When my brother comes back, I must tell him. She gazed at the faint lightening of the horizon, and she has really grown. I'm no longer afraid of those monsters. I won't let him worry anymore. Lin Xia sat beside her, handing her the last sip of water. You must be exhausted. Make sure to get a good night's sleep when we return. Eng, today we owe it all to you. If you hadn't used that group healing aura to pull back those nearly dead warriors in the front lines, this defense would have collapsed during the 5th wave. Listening to Lin Xia's heartfelt praise, Chun Eng felt a sense of comfort. However, not everyone was grateful in the aftermath. In this world, fear and the irrational anger that follows often prove more terrifying than the monsters themselves. As Chun Ange and Lin Xia sat there resting, a deliberately lowered whisper, just loud enough for those nearby to hear, began to rise among a group of injured guards not far away. "Did you hear that? Lin Xia is thanking her. How ridiculous." The original leader of a medium-sized exploration team, named Li Chong, was wrapping a bandage around his severed left arm. His eyes glinted with malice as he glanced in Chun Ange's direction. "If she had taken out that incredible staff capable of group healing earlier, my team's 10 brothers wouldn't have been tortured to death in the earlier waves of battle." Exactly. Voices around him immediately joined in, filled with resentment. She had such powerful healing equipment. Why did she hide it away at first? Why wait until Captain Lei and Vice Captain Zhao were on the brink of death from trolls before finally showing it off to curry favor with management? This selfish schemer is more disgusting than her cowardly brother who fled the scene. If she had activated the aura from the very first wave, at least half of the people here could have survived. My wife wouldn't have been taken by the dragon. As the whispers in this already stifling and despairing camp of injured soldiers ignited like a spark on a powder keg, instantly setting ablaze the emotions of those who had lost loved ones and comrades. "It's her. This Jinx. The White Lotus who has been washing clothes in the camp for 10 years. She just stood by and watched everyone die with her good stuff. Her brother may be impressive usually, but when it really came down to life or death, he not only ran away to hide, he even let his sister stand here holding the artifact watching us suffer." Some people's eyes turned red. Even a few warriors who had just lost their comrades stood unsteadily gripping their blood-soaked weapons. Their eyes filled with hostility and hatred locked onto Chun Ange like a vice. Lin Xia, hearing these venomous remarks, tightly gripped her long knife in anger. "You mad dogs biting the hand that feeds you. Do you have no conscience?" Lin Xia shouted. "Angie's equipment is new. She herself isn't even familiar with it. Besides, that aura was her using every last bit of mana to save you all. Without her, you'd all be food for the ghouls right now. You're talking nonsense. If she had the heart to save people, why didn't she activate it from the first wave of monsters?" Li Chong roared with reddened eyes, waving his severed arm. "I don't care. You are fully responsible for my brother's death. Hand over that divine staff. It's a waste to let someone as selfish as you hold it. Hand it over. Turn it over to the camp for centralized management. Expel her from the 7th camp." The crowd was thoroughly incited and dozens of people began to slowly close in. The darker sides of human nature magnified to the extreme under the principle of the law does not punish the crowd came to the forefront. They didn't consider that without Chun Ange's crucial interventions, the 7th camp would have long been reduced to a wasteland. All they knew was, "Why didn't you save me when you clearly had the ability to do so?" Thus all the blame fell on you. "Have you all lost your minds?" Lin Xiao abruptly drew her long blade, its tip leveled directly at the advanced. If Ngu hadn't just expended every ounce of her magical energy to activate a mass healing spell, risking catastrophic magical backlash merely to stabilize the front line's health, would any of you worthless cowards still be standing here now shouting nonsense? Gratitude. Don't bother. Not only do you refuse to acknowledge her sacrifice, you now turn on her, attempting to seize her equipment by force. After 10 years in this wasteland, have the slimes devoured your very humanity? At Lin Xia's furious accusation, the crowd did not recoil. In fact, their agitation flared into outright fury. Humanity? Li Chong sneered, his blood-smeared face twisting with rage as he stepped forward and pointed an accusing finger at Lin Xia and Chen Ngu. "Does morality resurrect my fallen brother? Can principle restore life to those whose skulls were crushed beneath the giant's feet? You claim she risked magical backlash to save lives. Spare us your sanctimonious excuses. Had she produced that scepter earlier, had she activated its aura from the very first wave of the siege, we wouldn't have bled so heavily in the early waves, nor would our defenses have collapsed so catastrophically afterward." He turned sharply toward the wounded, embittered onlookers surrounding him. "You all saw it. Her so-called resurrection ability revived only Deputy Camp Commander Zhao, didn't it? Why him? Why not my brother? The one who charged headlong into the fray, shielding you all with his own body. In truth, this destitute refugee from the lower district, long scorned and despised, has been waiting deliberately. Waiting until the common folk she resented were nearly wiped out. Waiting until the camp's leadership teetered on the brink of annihilation, so she could emerge as savior, currying favor with the camp commander. Captain Li speaks the truth." A female archer, her right eye gouged out, staggered forward, clutching her bleeding socket as she shrieked. "If you possessed such a divine artifact for group restoration, why didn't you use it from the start? Do you realize how many perished in the first 3 waves? not from wounds, but from untreated hemorrhage starved of clerical potions. Had you deployed it, even a moment sooner, my husband would not have died on the front line. Give me back my husband. Her wail ignited the tinderbox of collective grief. Dozens, then hundreds, joined the outcry. What had begun as murmured accusations swelled into a thunderous unified roar. Surrender the equipment. A selfish omen like her is unworthy of wielding such a strategic lifeline. Her brother is equally contemptible, a coward who preys upon the weak. He slaughtered our own people aboard the shuttle bus without hesitation. Yet when the monsters breached our walls, he vanished under the pretext of urgent business in the human district. A pair of rotten siblings, dumping their entire mess onto our shoulders. Hand it over. Return the weapon to the Defense Corps. Expel these ungrateful traitors from Jiangnan 7th District. Encircled by dozens of voices, Chun and Gu stood frozen, assaulted by vile curses, baseless accusations, and the grotesque logic that pinned every death upon her shoulders. Her mind went utterly blank. I never concealed it deliberately. I was only level 16 then. My base mana pool was far too shallow to activate the scepter's mass healing ability. It's a sustained drain. Had I forced its use in the first wave, my mana would have evaporated in a single second, leaving the entire defense crippled before elite monsters even appeared. Only after leveling to 30, through relentless combat using my spatial abilities on the front line, did I finally amass enough mana to wield it meaningfully in your support. As for Resurrection, that ability has a 1-hour cooldown, and can only target those who perished within the past minute. Deputy Commander Zhao fell beside me at that precise moment. How could I possibly choose whom to revive? I acted solely on instinct, to save whomever I could, one soul at a time. Yet no one listened. Lies. Silence, you selfish wretch. More pathetic excuses about levels. What utter nonsense. Li Chang's laughter dripped with undisguised malice. If you truly held no self-interest, why not entrust that scepter to one of the high-tier clerics, level 40 or 50, who reside within the camp? Their mana reserves could sustain the aura from beginning to end. But you've been starving for a decade, terrified that surrendering such a divine artifact would mean losing it forever, wouldn't you? You value your pitiful hoard more than hundreds of lives. Exactly. A self-obsessed lunatic. Had anyone else seized it, even at the cost of their own life, we'd never have suffered such losses. You are a murderer. Surrender it. Accusations rose like storm surges, and the encircling ring tightened. Lin Xia surveyed the frenzied mob, realizing reason had already fled. Stay back, every last one of you. With a single slash, she shattered a nearby stone pillar, sparks erupting along the blade's edge. One step closer and I swear, I'll take at least one of you down with me. Yet against the crushing weight of hundreds, her defiance rang hollow. Bullies who'd long ruled the camp with impunity, and who'd watched with seething envy as Chun and Gu ascended overnight, now slithered through the crowd, fanning the flames. Don't fear her. She's bluffing. Her mana must be exhausted. Seize her now. Justice for our fallen brothers. She has no place in Jiangnan camp. Enough. Stand back, immediately. Just as violence threatened to erupt, a thunderous roar, laced with martial energy, cut through the chaos. Lei Bao, leaning heavily on Zhao Tai, shouldered his way through the throng, his massive frame trembling with the sight of both camp commander and deputy commander quieted the crowd, but resentment and avarice still smoldered in their eyes. Commander, you're finally here. Surely you heard what we said. Chun and Gu withheld a strategic grade mass healing artifact, deliberately delaying aid and costing countless lives. Such a calculating, selfish woman cannot be entrusted with such power. Next siege, who knows how many more will die because of her. We demand formal intervention by camp administration, revoke her ownership, and entrust the artifact to a professional clerical team for centralized deployment. Yes, command us, Commander. The cry rose in unison. Lei Bao's brow furrowed deeply beneath the weight of their ultimatum. Lei Bao glanced at Chun Ange, who was pale and trembling behind Lin Xia, and then at the faintly glowing green branch of the Tree of Life in her hand. Lei Bao was very clear about what had just happened. Without Chun Ange, he would already be a corpse. If it weren't for that powerful resurrection spell, Zhao Tai beside him would have turned to ashes long ago. By all accounts, he owed Chun Ange a life, and was the greatest contributor to the entire 7th camp. However, Lei Bao turned to look at the thousands of wounded soldiers surrounding them, their eyes bloodshot. He felt the overwhelming panic and anger that almost consumed his reason. This was the wasteland. Although Lei Bao was the camp leader, he was only at level 52. If after experiencing a life-and-death battle, he forcibly suppressed these grassroots individuals who had lost their families, it could very likely trigger an internal riot against him and the leadership. The 7th camp would truly cease to exist. Lei Bao quickly calculated the pros and cons in his mind. Chun Ange indeed saved them high-ranking officials. But her so-called terrifying brother Chen Feng had not returned in the crucial 10 hours of life and death. Perhaps he really did flee at a critical moment. Or even if he had immense power, he was currently tens of thousands of miles away in the human district. Distant water cannot quench near thirst. These thousands of nearly enraged commoners could charge forward at any moment and provoke a bloody conflict. If they didn't appease them according to public opinion, hatred would only be redirected. Cough, cough. Zhao Tai, seeing Lei Bao's hesitant expression, immediately understood. He stepped forward, coughed a couple of times, interrupting the crowd's clamor. We understand everyone's feelings, Zhao Tai said with an appearance of selflessness, looking at Chen Ange. Sister Ange, over the past decade you have endured hardships in the camp, which everyone has witnessed. Your brother caused a bit of trouble for the camp yesterday, and in light of his face we not only didn't pursue the matter, but also provided you with the highest level of care. However, today's bloody battle, what Captain Li said, is not without reason. Such a powerful strategic weapon in the hands of a girl who has just reached level 30 and has no command experience. It indeed caused a huge waste of resources and irretrievable delays in the battle. Just because of a moment's carelessness, thousands of brothers fell at the city wall. You cannot bear this responsibility. If I and Lei Bao continue to shield you, we can't give the remaining survivors of the camp an explanation. Chun Ange looked up in disbelief, staring blankly at Zhao Tai, whom she had just revived, and at Lei Bao, who stood silently beside him, tacitly agreeing with these words. Do you also think that all of this is my fault? If it weren't for me, the city wall would have collapsed an hour ago. Stop arguing. Lei Bao finally spoke. To maintain his authority in the eyes of these soldiers, he straightened his face and declared in an undeniable tone of a superior. One thing at a time. Your final act of saving people is one thing, but concealing and causing great disaster is also a fact. He sighed, putting on a serious face as if for the greater good. And listen to your brother Lei Bao's advice. How about this? In order to quell everyone's anger, you voluntarily hand over that staff as compensation for the fallen soldiers of the defense forces. As for you and your brother's right to reside in that small villa in the central area, I will still reserve it for you. Moreover, as long as you hand over the staff, not only will everyone stop holding you accountable for the delay in battle, as long as you are in this camp for a day, no one will dare to target you. How about that? With these words, the crowd's emotions were finally calmed by the camp leader's favoritism and pressure. Some even broke into smug laughter. The camp leader is wise. Leader Lei Bao handles things fairly. Justice prevails. Quickly hand over the equipment. Don't push it. Standing in the center of the crowd, Lin Xia, after hearing this utterly absurd judgment, was directly enraged to the point of laughter. Huh. Lin Xia spat a mouthful of bloody saliva on the ground. Lei Bao? Zhao Tai? Damn you. Lin Xia pointed with her long knife and cursed. You two old bastards who don't even care about your faces. One was just half dead, while the other was nearly dead and about to turn to ash. It was Ange who risked half her life to pull you two back from the gates of hell. And now, to appease this mob, you not only refuse to say a word in favor of your benefactor, but you also collude with them to deceive her of her only means of defense. Lin Xia trembled with anger. If you camp leader want to be a thief, why bother finding such a grand excuse? Being publicly scolded by a junior, Lei Bao's expression instantly darkened like water. Impudent. Lei Bao shouted. Lin Xia, you are also a veteran of the 7th camp. At this moment, spreading rumors and confusing the masses, do you want to be labeled a traitor to the camp? Traitor? What a baseless accusation. Lin Xia gritted her teeth. Aren't you just taking advantage of the fact that her brother is not here to bully a young girl? This little girl really doesn't know the meaning of danger. Seeing that leader Lei Bao and deputy leader Zhao had already taken sides, Li Chang's courage grew. His ferocious face revealed a cruel sneer as he stepped out of the crowd, directly approaching Lin Xia and Chun Ange. Since leader Lei Bao has spoken to demand that staff as compensation for our fallen brothers, you will hand it over today, whether you want to or not. Hand it over to me. Li Chang shouted, his right arm's fighting spirit exploding as he lunged towards the branch of the tree of life that Chun Ange was tightly holding onto. He was strong and robust at level 40. If he seized it, it wouldn't just be a simple theft. The explosive fighting spirit could severely injure or send these two lower-level girls flying. Seeing this, Lin Xia's eyes turned red as she raised her long knife, ready to take it heated. However, just as Li Chang's sweaty hand was less than 5 centimeters away from the crystal tip of the mythical staff. Crack! The crisp sound of breaking bones enough to make one's scalp tingle suddenly exploded in the noisy air above the city wall. Ah! Li Chang's arrogant and ferocious face froze in an instant, then erupted into a heart-wrenching scream. His only remaining intact arm, as robust as a bull's leg, twisted and contorted violently from the wrist along with the forearm's bones and muscles in a shape that seemed to be shredded by a meat grinder. It twisted a full 3 times. Blood mixed with shattered bones pierced through muscles, spraying everywhere. Everything happened too quickly. Everyone's mocking smiles hadn't even had the time to retract. Even Lin Xia, who stood in front of Li Chong, hadn't yet made a move with her knife. Thud! The scream abruptly stopped. Li Chong fell heavily onto the blood-stained stone floor of the city wall. His head was firmly stepped underfoot right in front of Chun Ange, and Lin Xia, the immense pressure embedding most of his face into the hard stone crevice. The deafening roar emanated from the foot that pressed down on Li Chong's head, slowly radiating outward like a suffocating wave. The city wall was enveloped in eerie silence. The metallic scent of blood seemed frozen by the terrifying low pressure. Thousands of eyes were fixed, staring at an unknown figure. A man wearing an unremarkable white shirt appeared before Chun Ange. Chun Feng. He had returned. With his hands in his pockets, Chun Feng coldly surveyed the crowd. As a barrage of dazzling golden level-up light flared rapidly across Chun Feng's body, the recoil from that casual shot had not even fully dissipated. Pressure. Such immense pressure. In the dead silence, everyone felt their breathing becoming labored. Clang. A soldier at the front holding a bloodied machete involuntarily trembled. The weapon fell to the ground. Thud. Thud. The first 2 rows of people, their legs turning to jelly, collapsed onto the ground. No one dared to meet Chun Feng's gaze. They all stared intently at their own toes, trembling in fear. Brother. Chun Ange's tears, which she had held back until now, finally streamed down her face the moment she saw that familiar back. Chun Feng did not turn around, but he felt Chun Ange trembling. His eyes grew colder amidst the frozen. He slowly raised his head. At last his gaze fixed on the not-so-distant figures of the Stormy Commander and Deputy Commander, Zhao Tai, both pale and sweating profusely. The Stormy Commander swallowed hard. This veteran commander with over 50 levels and countless battles under his belt opened his mouth. Chun. Mr. Chun. The Stormy Commander forced out a smile that was more grotesque than tears. You've returned after finishing your business. Yes. Chun Feng maintained his pressure on Li Chong's head, his expression calm and voice flat. Just returned, and I saw you were threatening my sister. Chun Feng looked at the Stormy Commander and countered, Commander Lady, you think I am easy to talk to? That statement struck him like a feather, causing the Stormy Commander's knees to weaken instinctively. He hurriedly waved his hands. Misunderstanding. Mr. Chun, this is absolutely a misunderstanding. The Stormy Commander, drenched in sweat, defended himself. You don't know how brutal the battle was just now at the city wall. Everyone just lost their brothers. Emotions ran high. As the commander, I only wanted to get Ange out and find a temporary way to calm everyone's emotions. I lay bow, swear to the heavens, I had no intention of claiming the divine artifacts for myself. Is that so? Chun Feng nodded. Your emotions ran high and you lost men. So what does that have to do with us? The moment those words were spoken, everyone kneeling on the ground froze. Even Lei Bao was speechless. Was your calamity brought about by us? From beginning to end. Did I, Chun Feng, ever sign any contract with you, Commander Lei, to protect your camp? Did I ever promise that by coming here I must act as your watchdog, safeguarding your lives? You offered me the highest tier of villa residency rights. Claiming that I killed Zhang Meng, ridding your camp of a malignant tumor, was a gesture of gratitude you voluntarily extended. But even if I accepted it, I never said I would sell myself to this wretched camp, did I? Am I obligated to stay at this filthy, stinking city wall waiting to wipe your behind? These series of sharp questions rendered those who had just been moralizing utterly speechless. Indeed, he was a big shot, a formidable one. But why should he stay here and risk his life to save you? He never promised to safeguard you for any benefits. Her level is low and she has little combat experience. Logically, she should be considered a weakling. Her level is low and she has little combat experience. Logically, she should be considered a weakling. She could have chosen to run away to find a safe place to hide. Yet she chose to stay on the city wall. During this defense, did she hide behind you without putting in any effort, or did she merely sit back munching seeds, undermining your defenses? No, absolutely not. Just moments ago, as the high-level magical beast surged over the defenses, and at the critical moment when the giant smashed the city wall, it was Chun Ange who endured the overwhelming number of high-tier monsters and lethal ranged attacks with her Yeto-formed spatial magic. Moreover, under insufficient mana, she several times overexerted her mental energy, nearly succumbing to magical backlash. Only then did she manage to activate the super revival halo that covered half the square. One could say without that mighty revival, those who stood here and cursed her 9 out of 10 were already dead. If it weren't for her, Shen Feng looked at the crowd with their heads bowed, letting out a cold laugh. Your seventh camp would have long become a wasteland piled with ashes. Now, Shen Feng pressed down slightly with his foot. Li Chong, bloodied and lying beneath his foot, emitted a pained grunt akin to a pig being slaughtered. It is solely because she did not exhaust her mana from the start to serve as a walking blood bag for you useless fools. Instead, she enabled you hypocritical garbage. To label your savior as a criminal and then rob her in a righteous manner. The entire scene fell into silence. The suffocating stillness was palpable. Deputy Commander Zhao Tai felt so ashamed, he wished to find a crack to hide in while Lei Bao tightly clenched his fists, beads of sweat dripping to the ground. However, in this deathly silence that stifled voices, Li Chong lying beneath Shen Feng's foot despite having a ruined right arm and half a face bloodied and disfigured. The extreme desperation born from surviving in this wasteland made the hatred in his eyes only twist and grow more frenzied. He knew that being stepped on by Shen Feng meant that even if he begged for mercy given this living demon's behavior, he most likely wouldn't survive. You are talking nonsense. Li Chong gritted his teeth against the agonizing pain threatening to split his skull. With a hoarse voice, he began to scream hysterically. Stop preaching about morality here. He attempted once more to incite the emotions of those around him. My brothers have lost their lives. That is a fact. You two siblings are ultimately cold-blooded and heartless. Thousands of eyes in this camp are watching. Everyone, do not be intimidated by his words. The whole crowd just witnessed how Chun Ange concealed the artifacts and caused deaths. We are acting on behalf of justice, avenging our fallen brothers. We are seeking justice for our deceased brothers. Li Chong was still invoking the law of collective responsibility, ultimately dragging everyone into the water to confront Shen Feng's grand dream of spring and autumn. However, his roar had barely faded. What he received was not the fervent agreement like before. You are the one talking nonsense. You beast who would sell out your face for someone else's divine gear. Among the crowd, a level 40 heavy-armored swordsman who had been quietly hiding in the corner could no longer hold back and threw off his helmet to stand up. He pointed at Li Chong on the ground, his face filled with uncontainable anger and disdain. Everyone here knows what kind of person you, Li Chong, are from our daily encounters in the camp. When you were strong-arming and cutting corners on the wages of the laborers at the market, where was your sense of justice? The swordsman took a deep breath and turned to those the crowd Li Chong had incited. That bloody battle just now. If it weren't for Miss Ngu several times reviving us with her group aura when our mage team's magic was drained, we would have been torn to shreds long ago. They owe us nothing. Saving us was an act of kindness. How dare you bastard, distort the truth and slander her. Someone took the lead. In this camp, not everyone was a heartless wolf. Those who had previously kept silent out of fear of Li Chong's team or out of the panic of conformity now stood up one after another. Right? Li Chong, shut up. A half-burned female mage also stepped forward. Do you people have even a shred of conscience? Everyone knows the consequences of a mage running out of mana. If Miss Ngu had activated that divine staff with reviving and group healing capabilities during the first wave of monsters, she wouldn't have lasted until the last wave. At the most critical moment, she held the defensive line for our entire region. You who blindly followed Li Chong just to feel better about yourselves are the truly selfish ones. The injured soldiers who had just blamed Chun Ngu due to emotions began to calm down and reflect. Wasn't that the truth? If it weren't for her 2 revivals at critical moments, this camp would have been lost. Did I really just follow Li Chong, that heartless person, in forcing that girl to hand over her self-defense weapon? Is this even human? Many who had participated in the coercion earlier now had faces alternating between green and white. They felt unbearably ashamed, turning away in extreme regret and fear. I'm sorry, Miss Ngu, I am truly sorry. We were blind and foolish. A warrior who had lost a leg directly bowed deeply to Chen Ngu. It was my fault. I was blinded by grief, not only failing to thank you for saving my brother, but also believing the provocations of that beast Li Chong. I truly am not a good person. Li Chong was trampled underfoot, his face pressed against the cold stone slab. The sounds of condemnation resonated in his ears. He knew that the tide had turned. His plan to incite the crowd to revolt against Shen Feng had failed. With just a slight push, his head would shatter. A desperate will to survive surged through Li Chong's mind. There was no way out from resisting, it would only lead to death. Mr. Chun. Li Chong's previously twisted and crazy expression reigned and replaced with one of utter despair and deep regret. Today I, Li Chong, am in the wrong. I have offended Miss Ngu, who I deserve punishment. But Mr. Chun, think of it from my perspective. I have over 10 brothers who have fought alongside me in this wasteland for 10 years. Last night we were still sitting together sharing a piece of dry bread. Just now during the siege they died right before my— To block those trolls, they didn't even leave behind complete remains. I admit my attitude was too extreme just now. When I saw Miss and Good take out that staff capable of reviving and group healing, my mind went blank. All I could think was that if such a high-level weapon had been deployed hours earlier with our camp's fully charged high-level priests managing it, my brothers wouldn't have had to die. I truly never intended to claim that divine gear for myself. I was just too anxious for the camp, wanting to save those warriors who might face danger in the future. This is my fault. I, Li Chong, am willing to bow and admit my mistakes, willing to compensate Miss and Gu with all my savings from these years. But everything I did was solely to ensure more people could survive in the camp. Those who had previously joined Li Chong in blaming Chun and Gu upon seeing the terrifying pressure from Chen Feng felt their hearts already filled with fear. Li Chong's words were not only a way to absolve himself, but also a means to justify their earlier misdeeds. If Li Chong's intentions were for everyone, then their earlier coercion wouldn't qualify as betrayal, but merely a misunderstanding born out of urgent concern for the camp's safety. Immediately, a few of the loudest voices in the crowd gathered their courage to speak. Mr. Chun, Captain Li has a point. He must have been traumatized after seeing all his brothers die. We did indeed get carried away just now. We owe Miss and Gu an apology, we were in the wrong. But Captain Li is also a pitiful person. He has contributed greatly to Camp No. 7 over the past 10 years, and now his right arm has been crippled by you. Yes, Mr. Shin, since we all live in the same camp now that the monsters have been repelled, it is truly disheartening for humans to fight amongst themselves. Everyone was using their pleas for Li Chong as a way to mask their own internal panic, while also hoping to restrain Chen Feng's murderous intent. Everyone was using their pleas for Li Chong as a way to mask their own internal panic, while also hoping to restrain Chen Feng's murderous intent with a semblance of righteousness. Standing not far from this chaotic scene, camp leader Lei Bao listened to their pleas, contemplating his own calculations. He was indeed wary of Chen Feng. Yet Li Chong was a level 40 advanced warrior in this camp, which was just beginning to recover from losing a significant portion of its combat strength. A level 40 awakened one was a highly valuable defensive resource. If Chen Feng killed him in front of so many people, the remaining inhabitants of the camp would likely live in fear even during their sleep. This would be very detrimental to his management. Lei Bao adjusted his expression, stepping forward a couple of paces, adopting the demeanor of a peacemaker. Mr. Chen, Li Chong indeed committed a grave offense this time. He nearly harmed Miss and Gu, which is absolutely unforgivable. However, after listening to his words, just now coupled with everyone pleading for him, he has lost all his brothers and acted out of madness. Look, his arm is already crippled, which counts as a severe lesson. Right now, Camp No. 7 is in dire need of manpower to rebuild. Why not grant me a favor and let us manage him? I assure you we will strip him of all his positions, confiscate all his assets as compensation for Miss and Go, and send him to the most dangerous places for hard labor. Do you think this handling could ease your anger? The wall was eerily quiet. Everyone was waiting for Chen Feng's response. In their view, since Li Chong had spoken this much, the punishment was already severe enough, and anyone with a shred of empathy wouldn't pursue the matter to its bitter end. Chen Feng quietly listened to all the speeches. He suddenly revealed a gentle smile. And then, the sound of bones cracking and brain matter exploding mixed together. Thick red and white liquid splattered in a radial pattern across the grayish-white stone floor of the wall, splattering the heads and faces of the nearby injured soldiers who had just pleaded for mercy. A viscous liquid of red and white splattered against the gray-white stone wall, spreading outwards through the gaps between the bricks. The soldiers who had just been trying to support Li Chong, attempting to use morality and the greater good of the camp to restrain Chen Feng, were left utterly dumbfounded. The warm liquid dripped down their cheeks. Li Chong's decapitated corpse twitched violently a couple of times on the ground due to nerve reflexes before finally collapsing and becoming still. The entire scene was silent. Lei Bao stood less than 5 meters away from the body. This battle-hardened camp leader, known for his authority in the 7th camp, felt a bit numb. He had never anticipated that events would escalate to this point. Gazing at the headless corpse on the ground, Lei Bao was engulfed by a profound sense of helplessness. Li Chong was truly foolish. Foolish enough to believe that he could restrain a completely unbound powerhouse by rallying a dozen voices and relying on sheer numbers. Such attempts to manipulate power with words were practically a death sentence. Lei Bao raised his hand, wiping the cold sweat that continuously oozed from his forehead with his sleeve. He understood that the current situation had completely slipped from his control. If not handled properly, more lives might be lost on this wall today. Mr. Chun, Li Chong deserved to die. Your killing him is merely poetic justice. Our camp management will have no objections to this matter. Lei Bao said, carefully observing Chun Feng's expression. Now that the man is dead and the anger has been vented, the siege by the monsters outside has just ended and everyone is quite exhausted. Why don't we return to the central area first? We can discuss any issues slowly there. Chun Feng stood still, slowly retracting his foot, not sparing a glance at the corpse on the ground. He turned his head, his gaze falling upon Lei Bao's face. Lei Bao felt a chill run down his spine as he was stared at by such an extraordinarily calm gaze. Lei Bao. Chun Feng spoke, directly calling his name. I am profoundly disappointed in you and in this so-called camp. Lei Bao's body visibly stiffened. You were gravely wounded by the monsters, and it was Ngu who saved your life with her staff. You know better than anyone why she didn't use her staff from the very beginning, and you know that Li Chang's accusations just now were completely groundless. But what did you do? Chun Feng pointed at the stones on the ground. You stepped forward, waving the flag of considering the greater good. You tried to persuade my sister to hand over her self-defense equipment. You attempted to calm the fury of a group of frightened fools by appealing to a benefactor's grievances. Is this your sense of responsibility as the camp leader? Lei Bao's face turned ashen, caught off guard by these words, with retorts stuck in his throat, unable to utter a single word. He had indeed planned it this way. He needed to stabilize the camp's foundation and maintain the emotions of these thousands of defenders. He turned around and looked at Chun and Ge. The little girl still tightly held onto her staff, her face marked with tears, but she found a sense of security. He turned around and looked at Chun and Ge. The little girl still tightly held onto her staff, her face marked with tears, but she found a sense of security in Chun Feng's presence. Ngu, pack your things. It's not worth our while to stay here. Let's go. Chun and Ge nodded vigorously without any hesitation. For her, as long as her brother was present, it didn't matter where they went. Upon hearing Chun Feng's intention to leave, Lei Bao suddenly felt a sense of panic. If after such a brutal siege by monsters, the strongest powerhouse in the camp, the only one they could rely on, decided to leave, how would the 7th camp of Jiangnan survive on this wasteland? Any high-level stray monster could wipe them out. Mr. Chun, you cannot leave. Lei Bao hurriedly stepped forward, pleading. Today's events are indeed my fault. It was I, Lei Bao, who mishandled the situation. I apologize to Sister and Ge. Not only Lei Bao. Those who had just been incited by Li Chang to berate Chun and Ge, and even plead for leniency, now seeing Chun Feng about to leave, felt their inner panic explode. However, these people's thought processes were completely different from Lei Bao's. They did not reflect on their previous wrongdoings, nor did they think to sincerely apologize and retain him. On the contrary, in their extreme fear and despair over their future survival, their ridiculous pride and illogical obstinacy regained the upper hand. An archer with remnants of Li Chang's brains on his face stood up. He extended his hand, pointing at Chun Feng's back. You cannot leave. The archer shouted loudly. Our Jiangnan 7th camp has just withstood 10 waves of monster sieges. Now we don't even have a complete city wall. If you leave at this moment, what will happen to the rest of us? With this statement, several similarly irrational soldiers nearby echoed. Yes, you can't just walk away. You killed Zhang Ming yesterday, and today you killed Li Chang. Both of the camp's high-level combatants have died at your hands. Now the camp's defensive forces are severely lacking, and you must take responsibility for this. With your strength, why weren't you present during the monster siege just now? A female mage cried out, stepping forward. If you had appeared on the city wall sooner, my brother wouldn't have been stomped to death by a troll. You've caused so much trouble, killed people, and now you want to walk away. What do you take us survivors for? Can you sleep at night with that conscience? This illogical moral coercion spread across the city wall. They transformed the absence of the camp's defensive power, the deaths of their loved ones, and even the fear of future monster attacks, into anger at Chun Feng's departure. They believed it to be self-evident that as long as you have strength, you must stay and protect us. You must take responsibility for our lives and deaths. Lei Bao, hearing the shouts of these people, felt his vision darken, almost fainting on the spot. These fools. Do they even realize what they are doing? Lin Xiao, wielding a long knife, trembled with anger. You shameless beasts. You have no ability to defend the city, yet you blame others for not coming to save you. Why should Chun Feng be responsible for your lives? Lin Xiao shouted. But these rioters were completely unresponsive. He must bear responsibility because he has the ability, or leave behind the divine equipment before leaving. That was supposed to be compensation for the camp. Chun Feng halted his steps. He turned around, gazing at the crowd that was excitedly waving their arms and spitting as they spoke. A sincere smile slowly appeared on his face. He couldn't help but laugh out loud. Seeing Chun Feng smile, those shouting thought their moral coercion had worked, that Chun Feng had finally realized the impropriety of his actions, and they grew even more brazen. If it really comes to it, we can also take a step back. As long as you stay, we can all get along amicably in the future, and we can forget today's events. Chun Feng gradually withdrew his smile, his gaze sweeping across the faces of the foolish crowd. Did you make a mistake? Do you think I traveled hundreds of thousands of kilometers to come back here? Is it because I feel guilty for not being here to defend the camp leading to your casualties that I hurried back to apologize and compensate you? Let me tell you why I returned. I came back simply because I saw that when I was not here there were those who lacked vision bullying my sister. Chun Feng stepped forward, causing those who had been clamoring to involuntarily retreat under his imposing. Moreover, there is something I truly cannot comprehend. Chun Feng looked at the female mage who had just demanded he leave behind his divine gear. You have been shouting at me here, blaming me for various reasons, demanding that I stay. Where does your confidence to do these things come from? Chun Feng pointed a finger at the corpse of Li Chong lying on the ground. His body is still here, and the blood has yet to congeal. How did you come to the illusion that I would care about your lives? Everyone looked at the headless corpse on the ground, recalling the decisive and swift blow that had just occurred. The earlier panic surged back. Indeed, this person had just killed someone without even blinking. Do you think that as long as you have many people, as long as you stand on the moral high ground, as long as your voices are loud enough, I would hesitate to act against you? Do you think that as long as you have many people, as long as you stand on the moral high ground? The crowd fell silent for a moment. Deep down, they truly thought this way. In their subconscious, they believed that no matter how strong one person was, it was impossible to kill thousands in a camp. But now when Chun Feng personally shattered this illusion, they realized how fatal a mistake they had made. Chun Feng stopped wasting words. With 5 fingers spread open, he flipped his palm. Too noisy. He coldly uttered these 4 words. Boom. At the moment Chun Feng flipped his palm, an indescribably pure and extreme gravitational pressure descended from the sky. Bang! The more than 100 people had their bones instantly shattered. Flesh and blood separated in an instant. Their organs exploded into a red mist under the extreme pressure, then were forcefully pressed into the ground by an invisible giant hand. Everything happened too quickly. When the deafening roar ceased, the suffocating pressure dissipated. Others on the city wall, including Lei Bao and Zhao Tai, looked at the spot where the more than 100 people had stood. That place no longer had anyone standing. Only a massive handprint half a meter deep and over 30 meters wide was left in the ground. At the bottom of that giant handprint, blood flowed along the grooves of the palm print, almost turning into a QR. The remaining individuals, those who had chosen silence during the conflict or had not joined in blaming Chenangi, stared at the massive handprint and the meat paste within it. Everyone's mind came to a halt. Chun Feng retracted his hand and stuffed it back into his pocket. Let's go. Chenangi carried her small bag. Having been raised by Chun Feng since childhood, although this scene was horrifying, she knew that her brother only killed those who wanted to harm her. She quickly walked to Chun Feng's side and tugged at his clothing. Lin Xia stood in place, silent for a moment before she sheathed the long knife in her hand. She quickly followed the pace of the Chen siblings. In this 7th camp, if Chun Angi left, Lin Xia, who had just spoken so many offensive words, would have no good days ahead. Moreover, she had long seen through the true colors of this group. The stench of blood from the giant handprint pit carried by the cold wind after dawn made everyone almost unable to breathe. More than 100 vibrant lives on the city wall were collectively eliminated without even a ripple, until Chun Feng with Chun Angi and Lin Xia in tow completely disappeared at the end of the city wall, descending the stairs from the defense line. Only then did the group, like quails kneeling on the ground or slumped among the ruins, dare to breathe heavily, still filled with trepidation. How could this happen? An old pastor in his 40s trembled as he looked at the massive handprint, filled. When Li Chong instigated trouble earlier, he felt it was none of his business and feared causing trouble, so he chose to remain silent and watch. If I had known that when Li Chong accused Sister Angie earlier, I should have stood up to say a few words for her, even if it meant risking my life. The old pastor stomped his foot and pounded his chest. Now look what we've got. Our biggest support in Camp 7 has been driven away by those idiots. Yes, it's all because of those more than 100 fools. Another archer who had just lost an arm while defending the city also wept tears of regret. With such a powerful figure here, wouldn't any monster attacking the city just be a free experience for us? Now it's over. He's gone. If we encounter such a situation again, how are we supposed to defend ourselves? Many rational thinkers who had remained silent earlier were now engulfed in extreme regret. In this perilous wasteland, everyone understood what a top-tier powerhouse meant to a small camp. It meant the right to survive. However, just as most people were despairing and regretting the loss of their support, a few voices of inappropriate laughter emerged from the onlookers nearby, or those who normally shared the same twisted mindset as Li Chong. Look at your pathetic aspirations. Is it really that serious? A level 30 thief stood up from the ground, brushing off the dust from his clothes with a disdainful look on his face. It's just as well that he's gone. The thief shouted loudly. Don't you think about how many high-level resources such a powerful figure would consume every day if he stayed in the camp? This camp was already so poor that it was clanging. Captain Lay had to treat him like a living ancestor, losing 50 gold coins every month. Did you really think he came here for targeted poverty alleviation? Another mage also scoffed in agreement. Exactly. Not only was he a financial burden, but look at how ruthless he is. The mage pointed at the handprint on the ground. He kills without hesitation. People who died at his hands suffered worse than those who had just perished in the monster attack. Keeping such a volatile madman in the camp is like having a ticking time bomb. Who knows when we will provoke him and he will kill us all. He's gone, and all the monster materials underground belong to us. Isn't that better than anything? Due to Chun Feng's departure, coupled with anxiety about future survival and the distribution of benefits, the two factions soon began to argue on the city wall. Some had even begun to draw the weapons they had just sheathed. Shut the hell up. With a roar mixed with fighting, bang! Lei Bao slammed his fist hard against the broken wall, the immense force directly smashing half of the brick wall into dust. This act, filled with rage, finally silenced the quarreling mercenaries. Lei Bao's face, somewhat waxy from blood loss and fatigue, was now covered with an extreme suppressed gloom. What are you arguing about? The person has already left. There will be no more interactions in the future. Let us prepare for the rebuilding work honestly. After leaving the heavy iron gate of Survivor Base No. 7, what greeted the eyes was a desolate and ruined landscape. The wilderness of the Jiangnan district was a wasteland shrouded in a thick, grayish-yellow fog year-round. The cracked asphalt road was overrun with grotesquely thick black vines. Most of the once towering office buildings were now broken in half, with the remnants jutting into the gloomy sky like rusted ribs. In this wasteland, skeletal remains left behind by monsters were scattered everywhere, and even in some abandoned car wrecks faintly glowed man-eating grass that emitted a ghostly light. The three of them walked forward on the desolate road, stepping on gravel and debris. Brother, where are we going next? Chun, carrying a faded cloth bag, curiously looked around. Having rarely been far from human gathering places for the past decade, she felt a bit apprehensive seeing the outside world, but with Chun Feng beside her, she felt inexplicably secure. Chun Feng, hands in his pockets, kicked aside a skull obstructing their path. Let's just wander around for now. Where do you want to go? He casually asked. Upon hearing this question, Lin Xia, who was following beside them, perked up immediately. As a veteran who had survived in this wasteland for a decade, she was well acquainted with the distribution of power across the various districts. There aren't many places to go in Jiangnan district, Lin Xia said as she pulled out a sheepskin map from her tactical backpack and spread it out in her hands. The No. 7 camp we were just at is essentially a refuge of novice village level. 500 kilometers north lies the city of Steel, controlled by the Starfall Guild, but I heard their leader Lei Ju was killed yesterday, and now internal power struggles are rampant, so it must be chaotic there. To the south, about 2,000 kilometers from here, there's a commercial alliance special zone established by several neutral guilds. That place doesn't engage in battles and focuses on trade. With Brother Feng's strength, we would definitely have a comfortable time there. Just as Lin Xia excitedly planned the route with fervent enthusiasm, a sudden dull thud echoed from underneath the abandoned overpass nearby. The three of them halted and turned their gazes toward the sound. About 200 meters ahead, on a broken bridge, a massive two-headed lion comparable in size to a heavy-duty truck with dark red bone spines covering its body and eyes ablaze with ghostly blue flames was sprawled on the concrete. LV 50 Magic Flame, two-headed lion elite, its two enormous heads dripped with highly hiss. Lin Xia gasped, instantly drawing her long knife. This was a level 50 elite monster. In the wild, it could easily annihilate a full-fledged medium-sized exploration team. At that moment, the monster's attention was not on the three of them. In an empty area directly below it, a white-haired girl in a tattered gray robe was facing away from them, bending down to search for something in the trunk of a junked jeep. Completely unaware of the deadly danger above her, the Magic Flame two-headed lion arched its "Hey, watch out above!" Chun anxiously shouted out loud. In the wasteland, kindly reminding others could sometimes expose one's own position, but her instincts compelled her to shout. Upon hearing the voice, the white-haired girl paused her actions. She turned her head, somewhat puzzled, and looked in the direction of the Chen siblings. Completely oblivious to the threat above, she tilted her head. The next moment, roar! The giant lion lunged forward, bringing a nauseating stench with it. Lin Xia had already closed her eyes, unable to witness the bloody scene. However, the expected sound of bones shattering did not occur. Instead, the white-haired girl casually raised her hand just as the lion pounced on her, pressing it right on top of it. In the next second, boom. The entire massive body was instantaneously blown into countless small uniform chunks of flesh. Before the rain of blood could fall, it was swept away by an invisible breeze blown 100 meters away. Along with that, the concrete bridge behind the lion also collapsed into a cloud of dust with a resounding crash due to the aftermath of that casual wave. Chun, Ange, and Lin Xia, standing 200 meters away, were utterly dumbfounded. So amazing. Chun Angie's mouth fell open. The ease with which that spell was cast was truly unprecedented. Lin Xia also gripped her long knife, her throat rolling. Just as the two girls were in shock, the white-haired girl adjusted her gray robe and stepped toward them. As she approached up close, the girl's features were particularly exquisite, her waist-length white hair gently swaying in the wasteland breeze, and her red eyes sparkled with mischief. She walked straight up to Chen Feng. In the incredulous gazes of the two girls, this white-haired girl who had just displayed terrifying power naturally lowered her head slightly. Master, your efficiency in dealing with troublesome matters is quite slow. I thought you would stay in the city until the new year. Aren't you having fun outside? Chen Feng casually replied, what are you looking for in this junk? I'm looking for something to fill my stomach. I haven't eaten anything since coming out for so long. Who are these two? Wei Yang glanced at them. This is my sister Chun, Ange. Chen Feng pointed to the side. And that next to her, who are these two? Wei Yang glanced at them. This is my sister Chun, Ange. Chen Feng pointed to the side. And that next to her is her friend Lin Xia. Oh, the master's sister. Wei Yang stepped forward and extended a fair hand toward Chen Ange. Hello. Wei Yang smiled and introduced herself. My name is Wei Yang. I am a merchant from the other shore. I am the master's contracted beast. The information revealed in Wei Yang's short 4 sentences was just too overwhelming, causing both girls to momentarily struggle to comprehend. Other shore merchant. The long knife that Lin Xia had just drawn clanged to the ground. She stared wide-eyed at the white-haired girl standing before her, who barely reached her chin. This was a mysterious legend throughout the wasteland of Blue Star, renowned among the major guilds for possessing endless wealth and the ability to effortlessly slay high-level players. Not only was she standing right in front of her, but she also referred to Chen Feng as Master. Wait, Lin Xia felt her brain was somewhat overloaded. I understand what an other shore merchant is, but a contracted beast. Lin Xia looked back and forth between Chen Feng and Wei Yang in confusion. A person can also be a contracted beast. This doesn't fit the system rules, right? Chun Ange also looked on with curiosity. Yes, it's simple, Wei Yang said, hands on her hips, casually explaining, because I am not a player like you. In the underlying logic of the game, we natives belong to the NPC template. As long as it is an NPC template under certain specific contracts, the system will classify us as non-player capture units, which is what you often refer to as contracted beasts or followers. Chun Ange nodded, somewhat understanding. Lin Xia still wore a petrified expression. Chen Feng interrupted their small talk. All right, we can discuss idle chatter later. Chen Feng looked at Wei Yang and said, about the power you mentioned in the temple. Didn't you say you were familiar with establishing camps? Chen Feng stroked his chin. If we want to build a new city site in the wasteland, do you have any recommended directions? Upon hearing Chen Feng inquire about establishing a campsite, Wei Yang immediately regained her professional composure as a merchant. Master, regarding the establishment of the campsite, it depends on what kind of development model you desire. Wei Yang extended 3 fair fingers and began to analyze methodically. The first option is to spend 50 gold coins to buy the most basic bronze city building decree. Find a sparsely populated novice area where the monster levels are all below 10. Although such places are resource poor, they are tranquil. Establish a small guild, gradually claim land for farming suitable for retirement and fits the current style of Jiangnan. The second option is to buy a high-tier silver land grant. Go directly to the unregulated area at the junction of the 2 major battle zones. Their high-level dungeons and ore veins are abundant with significant commercial circulation. Once the city is built, as long as it can withstand the initial waves of high-level monsters, it will be rich from toll fees and shop rents. This is currently the most favored model among top guilds. However, the trouble is that one must fight daily with other factions for territory. The last option is extremely dangerous, because such places usually host epic-level native beasts that are level 80 or 90, or even level 100. Moreover, the system does not provide any protection for beginners. But, Wei Yang emphasized her tone, once you establish a foothold in such a place and successfully build a city, the city's potential attribute bonuses and future upgrade limits will be over 100 times that of an ordinary main city. After hearing the characteristics of these 3 options, Chen Feng smiled. He didn't even need to hesitate. Naturally, I want the one with the highest potential. Feng crossed his arms and said casually, "What's the point of just creating a shabby village for retirement? If I don't aim for something grand, how can I justify my strength?" Lin Xia, who was beside him, broke into a cold sweat. That was a forbidden area with level 100 lord monsters. However, recalling this formidable person's extraordinary capabilities, she swallowed her words of discouragement. "Then we must head to the most dangerous place." Wei Yong, seemingly having anticipated Feng's choice, excitedly rubbed her hands together. "Let me see if there are any unclaimed lands that meet these conditions in Blue Star." Wei Yong closed her eyes and swiftly moved her fingers in the air. Golden coordinate positions flashed before her eyes. A few seconds later, Wei Yong opened her eyes and snapped her fingers. "Found it." She brought up a miniature holographic map of Blue Star. In the extreme northern direction of the holographic projection, there was a vast area completely shrouded in deep red mist with no human city lights visible. "Here. It's a full 80 million kilometers away from the Jiangnan district." Wei Yong pointed to that red area. "Goishu Nihai Yun Dragon Abyss. That place is the burial ground of the ancestors of the Dragon Clan from ancient times. This area is filled with extremely chaotic spatial turbulence and remnants of dragon poison fumes. Currently, no player's faction has been able to step into it." Wei Yong looked at Feng with confidence. Not only does it have the highest quality energy veins, but it is also absolutely quiet and undisturbed. "Master, are you satisfied with this location?" Feng looked at the Yun Dragon Abyss enveloped in red mist on the map. "Goishu Nihai Yun Dragon Abyss." He repeated the name and nodded slightly. "Sounds decent. All right, let's go there." Feng waved his hand and turned to Qin Engi and Lin Xia, saying, "Let's move on." The four of them turned around and strode northward, following the broken signage along the wasteland road. After walking for about 10 minutes, the surrounding ruins gradually became sparse, and towering ancient trees began to replace the collapsed concrete buildings. The outline of the Jiangnan district slowly shrank on the horizon behind them. Qin Engi, who had been silently following Feng, suddenly stopped. She turned around to look at the vague city outline obscured by the grayish-yellow skyline in the south. At this seventh camp on the site of this city before its destruction. She had grown up with Feng, hiding from the rain in the corners of the city and sharing a moldy piece of bread beneath a bridge. This place held all the bittersweet memories of her past 10 years. Qin Eng's eyes suddenly felt a bit sour. Feng noticed her unusual demeanor and stopped to turn around. "What's wrong? Are you reluctant to leave?" Feng slowly walked back to her side. Qin Engi shook her head and muttered softly, "No. Brother, will we come back in the future?" Upon hearing his sister's question, Feng's previously carefree smile turned slightly serious. Following Qin Eng's gaze, he looked at the dilapidated campsite and this scarred world. He raised his hand and ruffled Qin Eng's somewhat withered hair. Then his gaze turned once more towards the distant north. "We will," Feng smiled. "On the day we return, I will establish a new order on this wasteland." Lin Xia, listening from the side, felt her heart race, while Wei Yang's red eyes sparkled as if plotting something. Qin Engi nodded vigorously, just as the four of them were preparing to continue northward, leaving the boundary of Jiangnan district. Suddenly, buzz. A high-frequency buzzing sound nearly piercing their eardrums exploded in the minds of all living beings across Blue Star simultaneously. Immediately afterward, the originally gray sky was suddenly stained with a rich blood color. The magical elements in the air began to violently stir. "This red light." Lin Xia suddenly looked up, gripping her long knife tightly, her face pale. "This feeling is just like the day the game first descended 10 years ago." Qin Engi was also startled and instinctively grabbed Feng's arm. Feng frowned slightly and looked up at the sky. This red light indeed gave him a sense of familiarity. Server-wide announcement: Blue Star has been running the underlying code of Divine Domain for a full 10 natural years. Announcement of the official update of the Divine Domain expansion version 2.0 The God's Chaos. The following is the detailed update announcement for this 2.0 version. All surviving players, please read carefully. 1. Level cap lifted. The level system for players in Blue Star will break through the original limit of 100 levels and officially open up to 200 levels. 2. Divine rank system. After reaching level 100, players will stop gaining regular experience points and will activate the Divine Trial system. Accumulating faith points can ignite divine fire and condense divine rank. Divine rank classification. New ranks include demigod, lower deity, middle deity, and higher deity. Higher deities exert absolute divine authority over lower deities, and mortal beings' base attributes forcibly reduced, all control resistances ignored. 3. Divine authority imprint. Each time a divine rank is enhanced, one can select an item from the 12 fundamental laws: time, space, destruction, creation, life, death, fate, truth, chaos, order, abyss, stars, to imprint gaining exclusive law skills. 4. In order to adapt to the new version's divine battle environment, we have conducted extensive adjustments to the existing basic classes and first, second, and third transfer classes. Warrior class adjustments: Berserker duration of Bloodthirsty Frenzy, reduced blood-sucking ratio lowered, Rage Explosion attack power bonus, decay mechanism implemented, Whirlwind/movement speed decreased, weakened invincibility frames of near-death resistance. Heavy Armor Guardian cooldown time of as solid as a rock increased, damage sharing ratio of Shield Wall Guardian restructured, removed forced resistance of unyielding, will increased stamina cost of breaking the boat. Sword Saint damage segmentation calculation of Phantom Sword Dance modified, reduced slashing range of Extreme Blade Breaking Void, decreased critical hit rate bonus of Sword Intense Surge, removed magic immunity effect under the unity of sword and body state. Magic Swordsman continuous mana consumption of Elemental Enchantment, increased, base multiplier of Demonic Blade, lowered, staggering determination of Thunderstrike weakened. Mage class adjustments. Assassin class adjustments. Archer class adjustments. Support Priest class adjustments. 3. Advancement and Hidden Systems new to 0 classes. While significantly weakening basic classes, the 4 transfer and myth level advanced hidden class branches, players can unlock the following new advanced class paths: Partial Liz through the Divine Trials, or by seeking relics: Dragon Knight, Commander, Astral Voyager, Abyss, Devourer, Necromancer, Ashen Messenger, Elemental, Overlord, Timespace, Walker, War Master, Blood Demon, Priest, Trickster, Marksman, Light of Justice, Plague, Sower, Mechanical Pioneer, Void, Lightbinder, Furious God of Wrath, Disaster, Poison, Sovereign Earth, Shaman, Nightmare Weaver, Natural Disaster, Summoner, Starry, Astrology Master, Thunder Titan, Nature Spirit, Lord, Twilight Watcher, Deep Sea Priest. 4. New mutated monster affix pool. All Lord-level monsters in the wild will randomly carry the following law affix combinations: Spell Reflection Absolute, Physical Block, Near Death, Frenzy, Necromantic Rebirth, True Damage Penetration, Kin Frenzy, Call, Hate Lock, Immunity, Lethal Corrosive Toxin, High Frequency, Mental Pollution, Void Stealth Damage Evasion, Elemental Shield, Conversion, Undead Curse, etc. The old version of Blood Rage has been cancelled. The setting for Lord's health dropping below 10 to trigger Frenzy has been abandoned. Implemented Abyss instant kill line. All Lord monsters above level 100 will have an added true kill mechanism. When players' health drops below a specific percentage, such as below 30 or a specific value, they will trigger an instant kill judgment when attacked by monsters with the kill affix, ignoring all shields damage reduction and low-level bloodlocking items. Balance adjustments for monsters have been implemented. 5. The following new large exploration areas are now open: Extreme North Ice, Forbidden Lands, Sighing Icefield, Old God Glacier, Winter Throne Ruins. Abyss Pollution Area, Lava Demon Domain, Wailing Abyss, Flesh Decay Forest. Lost Civilization Ruins, Black Moon King's Castle, Sky City Ruins, Starry Islands. Mechanical and Desolate Territories, Lost Mechanical Rift, Twilight Radiation Desert, Giant Beast Bone, Basin, Abyssal Return, CI. 6. New Dungeon Matrix and Disaster Level Rift. Open major city centers will consistently generate rifts within 100 miles, with disaster tides occurring every 12 hours. New Level 100200 Large Team Dungeons, Extra Large 40-person Dungeons, Depths of the Scarlet Monastery, Thunder Titan's Throne. Maze Mechanism Dungeons, Old God Sealing Shelter, Mad Alchemist Workshop. Disaster Level 100-person Dungeons, Voidbone Dragon, Lair, Plague Mother Hatchery, Deep Sea Evil God Altar. New Trial Secret Realm, Divine Punishment Arena. A single-player challenge mode, the only fixed source of divine fragment drops. 7. Divine Realm Equipment, Crafting, Open Super Rank, Super Mythical Equipment Tiers. New Divine Rank Socket System providing resonance bonuses for divine law powers. A large number of high-level lifestyle secondary profession systems have been established, including Magic Potion, Alchemist, Wonder Array, Architect, Spirit Pet, Bloodline Tamer, Law, Enchantment, Grandmaster, Star Disc, Fate, Diviner, Divine Pattern Smith. 8. Station Upgrades and Divine Taxation Rights. The Guild Station system is fully unlocked to level 10, War Fortress. The Throne Contest system is launched the last day of each month, will trigger a core offensive and defensive battle for the main city of the district. Dominating guilds in the district will control the suspended throne. The victor's rulemaking function. The guild leader who ascends the throne can use system permissions to establish a divine law. For example, opening regional taxation, restricting specific job transitions, enforcing bounties, monopolizing district mine resources, etc. The District Boundary War preload. The cross-region national war mechanism is officially loaded into the underlying data. 9. The main storyline of the version has commenced. Divine War: The Descent of the Gods. Former high-tier deities from the Divine Domain plane have officially awakened and descended upon the fragments of Blue Star. They will each occupy a stronghold on the human map as their divine realm. Divine selection events and sacrifices. Regional deities will force players within their territory to pay faith points as tribute. Camps that refuse to provide faith will face divine punishment. Core mainline Slay the Gods, a server-wide mobilization task, has commenced. Player guilds and alliances can declare war at any time against the deities oppressing the area. May all awakeners thrive in the new chaotic world. The version will complete the update in 10 seconds. Zhongbei. Above the vast misty forest, a flying ship belonging to a large merchant guild is sailing smoothly through the air. Though this flying ship does not boast the epic grandeur of the deer hunting guild, it is still capable of accommodating over 1,000 passengers, specifically designed for interregional passenger transport. On the open deck of the ship, a diverse group of players has gathered. While the high-level monsters and divine beings brought by the version update instill fear, the lifting of the level cap and the emergence of various new professions have also provided hope to many players who were previously stuck at a bottleneck. Chatter fills the air. Damn, the system's balance adjustments are clearly targeting me. A magic swordsman armed with 2 short swords at his waist slammed his hand against the ship's railing. The thunder strike that I worked so hard to master has had its stagger detection reduced. And they even increased the mana cost. How am I supposed to challenge elite monsters solo in the wild now? Just be satisfied. A heavy-armored warrior carrying a tower shield rolled his eyes. Look at us, the shield warriors. Not only has the immunity to control from unyielding will disappeared, but our stamina consumption has increased as well. It's practically turned us into fools. I almost lost my account trying to pull a level 30 monster yesterday. What does that matter? You should be thinking of how to level up to 100 and unlock the divine trial. A high-level archer in revealing attire was stringing his bow while lamenting, so many mythic hidden classes have been released this time, like Trickster Archer and Stellar Voyager. Just switching to one of them would propel you straight to the top. The discussions grew increasingly animated, shifting from profession nerfs and buffs to the latest hot gossip in the Zhongbei region. Speaking of which, have you heard? The top 3 major guilds in Zhongbei are reportedly collaborating on a large-scale chain hidden quest that is about to conclude. A thief lowered his voice, speaking mysteriously to those around him. A chain quest. Wrapping up. Yes. The thief glanced around cautiously, lowering his voice further. I have a brother who works on the outskirts of the Dynasty Guild. He said they've been preparing this chain quest for a whole 3 years. They've invested countless materials, and I've heard that when the quest concludes, a real artifact will be unearthed. An artifact? Everyone around gasped in surprise. Is your information accurate? The magic swordsman asked, half confused. Of course it's accurate. The thief replied confidently. I've heard that old players who used to play Divine Domain have come out to confirm it. The artifact unearthed at the end of this quest will be protected by the system's world barrier for 30 days. During these 30 days, no one is allowed to touch it. Once the 30 days are up, the system will refresh a specialized ultra-high difficulty challenge quest. Only those who complete the quest will be eligible to be chosen by the artifact. No wonder the major guilds in Zhongbei have been frantically stockpiling resources and recruiting players lately. The Tower Shield Warrior exclaimed, enlightened. So it's all for this artifact in 30 days. If you ask me, the timing of this artifact's emergence is absolutely perfect. The archer scoffed. If it had been released more than half a month ago, no one would even care to look at it. That's only natural. The thief shrugged. At that time, Jiangbai's #1 war god Yao Nai, he was still alive. With his level 85 strength, which guild in Zhongbei would dare to compete with him? They would be courting death. Who could have imagined that the world's #1 would be inexplicably slain? Since Yao's death, the Dynasty Guild has been leaderless and Zhongbei has been completely reshuffled. Those major guilds that had been suppressed by him for 10 years are now like mad dogs. This artifact is bound to spark an unprecedented war. In a corner of the deck, Chun Ange was leaning against a wooden crate, munching on apples from Zhongbei. The words of the players earlier had been absorbed entirely into her ears. She swallowed the fruit flesh in her mouth and turned her head. Looking at Chen Feng, who was leaning in the sunlight with his eyes closed, she asked, "Brother, did you hear what they said? They said an artifact is about to be unearthed in Zhongbei, and there's something about a chain quest that will be protected for 30 days. You were so good at gaming back in the day, you must have heard of this, right?" Although Chun Angie's strength had improved quite a bit recently, she was still the same little girl who could be delighted for half a day just by picking up a few copper coins, and hearing such legendary gossip naturally piqued her curiosity. Chen Feng opened one eye. "Yeah, I know." He yawned. "It's just a piece of junk. 10 years ago, he was an elite game booster and strategy guide guru, a which hidden quest had he not explored. This artifact chain quest that was refreshing in Jiangbei, he had already completed the last step half a year before the game arrived in reality. At that time, if he submitted the final piece of Frost Dragon's Breath, the artifact would have been directly in his hands. But that employer was quite stingy. The payment for the final step was delayed. Chun Feng, in a fit of anger, directly halted the delivery, leaving the quest progress stuck at the last step. He never expected that 10 years after the game arrived in reality, someone would still be undertaking this quest. You really know, brother. Quick, tell me what artifact is so powerful. Just a piece of scrap metal. Chun Feng stretched lazily. The name is something fancy like Eternal Spear. I can't remember clearly. In short, it's just a toy with a few high-level guaranteed attributes and damage penetration. For those players who have been stuck at a bottleneck for 10 years and are still using blue and purple gear to fight, it's indeed a treasure that can one-shot a boss. However, Chun Feng clasped his hands behind his head. For me, something that requires going through a long and tedious quest process and provides little increase in actual combat power is utterly uninteresting. No artifact, no matter how powerful, could compare to his astonishing attributes. Oh, hearing Chun Feng's evaluation of the artifact that was about to stir up a storm, Chun Ange felt a bit disappointed as she continued to munch on the apple. However, upon reflection, it made sense. So are we not going to join in this excitement while we're in Jiangbei? Chun Ange asked. Join what excitement? Chun Feng stood up, facing the cold wind above. I've heard that the scenery in Jiangbei is quite nice, and in some places the grilled meat made from red devil fruits is far better than in Jiangnan. He patted Chun Ange's head. We're just passing through here to enjoy food and fun. Going to the main city for shopping. That's wonderful. Lin Xia ran over from a distance, her face filled with excitement upon hearing Chun Feng's words. I heard that the commercial district in Jiangbei's main city sells magical cloaks with wings that allow for gliding. And go, let's quickly check the shops on the lower deck of the flying boat to see if they still have any local specialties. Sure. Chun and Gu, with her childlike heart, held Lin Xia's hand as they chattered excitedly while running down the stairs to the lower observation area and shops. For them, staying in the dirty and dilapidated wasteland camp every day made this moment on such a high-end flying boat overlooking the scenery of the entire region a first in 10 years. There were even various small shops set up by major guilds and mobile markets on board. Naturally, these two girls were not going to miss this shopping opportunity. After the two girls ran off, Wei Yang, who had been silently following them, finally peeked out from the large gray cloak, revealing her delicate white-haired head. She walked over to Chun Feng, leaned against the railing, and looked at him with her red eyes. Master, Wei Yang suddenly asked, I've always had a question for you. Go ahead. Although your strength is now nearly invincible, she said, have you ever considered changing to a better profession? This sudden question left Chun Feng momentarily stunned. Change profession. Upon hearing this term, Chun Feng's mind even stalled for a second. He glanced down at the level 10 ranger trash gear that Chun and Gu had given him and then opened the system panel. Player Chun Feng, level 80 profession, free agent. Leaning against the railing, he pondered seriously. Suddenly Chun Feng realized something. Indeed, ever since he was penalized by that troublesome system and opened his eyes again to 10 years of game arrival. Since waking up, he had been caught up in various matters without a moment's rest. Plus, he had always relied on his all-attribute infinity and 10,000-fold damage to crush anyone he found displeasing. This dull, yet exhilarating combat style made him completely overlook the most essential issue of this world, a core problem that all survivors had to face at the beginning of their arrival. That is the essence of this game, is a role-playing game focused on leveling up and progression. He didn't need to consider skill combos, weapon proficiencies, or how to counter different classes. After all, in the face of infinite mana, infinite health, and 10,000-fold damage, even if a mage stood still and fought you, you wouldn't be able to withstand it. It was completely a one-punch man scenario. Simple and mundane, yet exhilarating. But Chun Feng stroked his chin. Wei Yang's words indeed reminded him. If he didn't undergo a systematic class change, he would be stuck in the free agent stage for life. Although with his godly attributes, even deities would kneel and take 2 hits from him, he could still crush anything regardless of updates. But the problem lay in the recently released 2.0 Chaos of the Gods major update. Without changing classes, he would not be able to accept the level 100 breakthrough quests. There was no way to gather divine fire and unlock divinity. This was a tangible version limitation. In the future, if he encountered dungeons that required a certain level to enter or quests that had such annoying system-imposed barriers, even if he had the power to level the blue star, he might still be blocked by these settings, losing a lot of fun. Moreover, since he had decided to establish his own faction in this wasteland, A lord without any professional certification would not be granted the relevant permissions by the system. That's a good point. Chun Feng nodded in full agreement. This is indeed an issue, since he didn't need to worry about attributes and strength. There was no need to pursue the laborious matters of picking a mage for AoE damage or a knight for survival. So his only pure purpose for changing classes was what looked cool. Chun Feng searched in his mind for the discussions he had come across in the past on the Divine Realm forum, unearthing obscure late-game, hidden professions. In this game there were 3 professions that due to overly harsh conditions no one had even reached their final prerequisites a decade ago. These 3 professions were Emperor of Humanity, Tao Ancestor, and Sage. These 3 professions are definitely not directly open in version 2.0. Chun Feng recalled, but the prerequisite-based professions can be laid out in advance. Let's choose Emperor of Humanity, it sounds powerful. However, to walk these 3 paths one must start from the most basic foundational profession and climb step by step. Among them, the lowest foundational profession for the Emperor of Humanity route is somewhat amusing. Beggar. That's right, in the setting of Divine Realm. To become the great emperor who rules the world with supreme, well, one must experience the most bottom and despised life. You have to start as a beggar and then gradually advance. Where can I get a beggar's class change certificate? Chun Feng muttered. Back when the game first launched, this could be triggered simply by finding the shabby NPCs sleeping in the main city and interacting with them for a while. But he seemed to have a simpler way. Hey, Chun Feng turned to Wei Yang. Do you have any class change books for the beggar profession? Upon hearing this request, Wei Yang was visibly taken aback, her red eyes filled with confusion. Wei Yang thought she had misheard. Master, you have the power to tear apart dragons, and you want to change to a profession that begs with a broken bowl daily with no attack skills. Even if you don't want to be too high profile, and want to be an assassin or a spatial mage, I would understand. But to change to a beggar, what kind of twisted hobby is that? In this world, even the most useless refugee would not deliberately choose the beggar profession, which not only is useless, but also automatically lowers NPC favorability. You just don't understand. Chun Feng smiled. Stop talking nonsense, just tell me if you have it. We do have it, Wei Yang replied, though she was full of complaints about his sanity. But as a qualified merchant from the other shore, meeting the demands of the client was the most basic principle. She proudly patted her chest. Theoretically, all items or skill books that can be obtained through normal NPC trading behavior in this world are backed up in my treasury. With that, Wei Yang waved her hand, and a light golden personal trading panel unfolded directly in front of Chun Feng. She skillfully scrolled through the hundreds of pages in the panel's item list, eventually clicking on an inconspicuous gray icon in a corner. Worn-out bowl beggar class change certificate. Description: take it to the street and beg. Maybe someone will pity you and give you some leftovers. Price 500 copper coins. This is it. Ding. Transaction successful. As Wei Yang caught the copper coins, Chun Feng handed her. A flash of light occurred. A broken ceramic bowl with a chip fell directly into Chun Feng's hands. Ding. Detected that the player is using the employment certificate. Do you confirm the class change to the foundational profession beggar? Without hesitation, Chun Feng silently confirmed the class change in his mind. Confirm reclassification. A dim, nearly imperceptible light flickered across his body. Ding. Reclassification successful. In current class beggar, first ascension stage. Chun Feng immediately opened his character attribute panel. As before, the entire screen was filled with perfectly aligned, blindingly radiant infinity symbols. His stats and legendary traits showed no numerical fluctuation whatsoever, nor did he suffer any typical debuffs associated with the beggar class, such as physical debilitation or reduced stamina. Excellent. As expected, Chun Feng nodded approvingly. He then opened the newly appeared skill tab, revealing a cascade of bizarre humbling techniques, whose very names exuded abject humility. Lowered gaze and submissive demeanor. Passive: when kneeling to beg, the target enemy's enmity decreases by 50, while nearby NPC's compassion toward you increases by 10 points. Relentless clinging: active latch onto the target's leg and refuse to let go, forcibly interrupting any low-tier ability they are casting. Your defense temporarily increases by 5 for 3 seconds. Feast of scraps and spoils: active: consume any toxic or rotten food residue to forcibly restore 10 health points and gain a chance to negate abnormal status effects. Iron Bones: passive: when struck by physical attacks, pain perception diminishes by 20 and resistance to stagger and knockback improves. After scanning this litany of beggar divinity skills, Chun Feng's lips twitched twice involuntarily. What on earth were these? So he truly was meant to survive by enduring beatings and begging. What kind of existence would an ordinary player endure in the early stages of this path? Most people would likely have already chosen to restart. just as Chen Feng prepared to close the panel, dismissing this heap of seemingly useless abilities. Whoa! The airship's alarm system shrieked, a piercing, deafening wail. Within seconds, the sky underwent a grotesque, terrifying metamorphosis. It blazed into searing crimson gold, and the sun, once suspended high above, began visibly swelling, ballooning hundreds of times its normal size. It was as if that burning star had traversed countless light years in an instant, plummeting directly overhead onto this continent. What is happening? The outer barrier armor is melting. Players on the airship's deck stared upward in horror at the suffocating colossal sun. Air temperatures surged violently. Wooden planks on the deck began emitting wisps of acrid smoke, teetering on the brink of spontaneous combustion. Boom! A soul-shattering tremor descended from the heavens, an oppressive force utterly transcending even the aura of level 100 monsters. Every person on the deck collapsed under its implacable weight. Some bent double, others slammed flat onto the ground. Ding! A majestic system announcement resonated directly within the minds of all living beings across the Jiangbei region. Worldwide notice. The Jiangbei Warzone Divine Realm has been activated. In Divine Throne of the Blazing Sun, Apophis, Sovereign of Radiance, and Ash has descended upon his divine domain. In regional divine law and sovereignty have now been established. A god had descended. Following the 2.0 era age of divine turmoil, update, a high-tier deity had finally manifested to govern the Jiangbei realms. Within that colossal crimson gold sun, the silhouette of a vast, ever-burning divine throne emerged faintly. I am the Sovereign of Radiance and Ash. A voice of sovereign authority echoed across the heavens. From this moment forth, this land shall fall beneath my divine judgment. All within the Jiangbei Warzone must kneel before light and heat. Then cold, unyielding divine edicts were forcibly implanted into every player's consciousness. A new divine edict: all humans and non-divine monster species within the Jiangbei Warzone must daily offer 10% of their total experience gained and life essence as the flame tax sacrificed to the divine throne. Those who show disrespect shall be scourged by sacred fire. New divine edict 2: construction of large-scale water or ice elemental guild defensive arrays is hereby prohibited throughout the Jiangbei Warzone. Violators shall see their bases erased. At once, players pinned helplessly to the deck, though physically crushed by divine might, felt despair flood their minds like a tidal wave. 10% of daily experience and life essence. This was 10,000 times more exploitative than even the greediest guild tax. For low-level players, it amounted to having their marrow extracted and flesh stripped away. Under such conditions, advancement would become impossible, and even survival would slowly drain them of vitality. Water and ice arts were effectively nullified. How could anyone explore volcanic or wildfire zones now? This was divine tyranny, treating mortals as pinned sheep, shearing their wool, then severing their tendons. On the deck, silence hung thick and terrible. Finally, a veteran level 40 berserker, accustomed to scraping survival from the edge of death in the wild, could bear it no longer. Defying the crushing pressure, he strained his neck upward, teeth clenched, and spat out a ragged complaint. What kind of god is this, eh? Is he just going to squeeze us dry as expendable resources? The moment those words left his lips, NVRRR, the air around him warped violently. With no warning, a terrifying, otherworldly white gold flame erupted from within his body. The fully equipped level 40 warrior writhed and clawed madly across the deck. Yet after precisely 1 second, his screams ceased abruptly. His bones, muscles, weapons, all dissolved before witnesses into nothing but empty air. Giller. Several nearby players, their faces blistered by radiant heat, clapped hands over mouths and pressed foreheads tighter against the deck, trembling uncontrollably. Not a single syllable of dissent dared escape their lips again. Such was the absolute dominion of a high-tier deity, transcending even 100th level power. Merely speaking, irreverently invited instantaneous divine punishment and death. The airship's atmosphere plunged to absolute zero. Across the Jiangbei region, through towns, villages, and endless plains, millions felt the same bone-deep shudder descend upon them simultaneously. For ordinary folk, life henceforth would likely feel worse than death. Yet, on this deck, where all knelt in mute terror, where despair should have painted a uniform tableau of submission, one man stood apart, dressed in threadbare clothes, unbroken by divine pressure, refusing even to lower his head. Instead, he stood casually, hands tucked deep in his pockets, upright, conspicuous, almost defiantly singular at the edge of the deck. Amidst that sea of kneeling figures, his solitary stance was jarringly, unmistakably prominent. Chen Feng felt no effect whatsoever, not even a whisper of strain. He stretched lazily, squinting up at the absurdly oversized sun. That sun looks like a hastily enlarged homemade light bulb, he murmured, half amused. Pretty good showmanship. On the deathly silent deck, where endless divine might pressed so heavily that even breathing became a struggle, Chun Feng's lazy, mocking murmur struck those around like a thunderclap exploding at their ears. Is that man insane? A nearby priest, his face flushed from the divine pressure, cried out in a hoarse, almost colloquial whisper. He just muttered once, and that person was burned to nothing. Is he blind or stupid? If he wants to die, don't drag the rest of us down with him. Another warrior trembled and cursed under his breath. This is over. He's standing so straight, hell draw the divine punishment this way. If he drags it onto our deck, well, all be reduced to charcoal. Their words were laced with equal parts anger and terror. Chun Feng paid them no mind. He strode forward leisurely from the edge of the deck, toward the high platform. Wei Yang, the white-haired girl who had kept a low profile behind them, saw Chun Feng expose himself so blatantly to the divine pressure. She hurriedly broke into a trot to catch up. Master, do you plan to go and fight that enormous light in the sky right now? As a special hidden existence within Xinyu, in version 1.0, Wei Yang had already transcended the 100-level barrier as a Bian merchant who could freely traverse both realms and manipulate the transaction rule. Put simply, the lower gods that now appeared across the world and looked like insurmountable calamities to ordinary players were, in the grand scheme, hardly invincible. In terms of raw foundation, Wei Yang knew better than anyone that these high-tier existences were not so different from each other. Having been flattened by Chun Feng in the underground temple and subjected to that utterly unreasonable, purely numerical crushing, Wei Yang harbored no doubt. In her heart, she believed that her eccentric master possessed the terrifying strength to pull that so-called Jinmi Jiju from its throne and beat it senseless with his fists. What do you think, this is a bad moment? Chun Feng asked casually as he walked. It's not that I think you can't. Wei Yang blinked her red eyes. It's not that you couldn't defeat it, it's that the cost-benefit is awful at this juncture. The chaos of the gods just updated. These newly descended gods who now occupied regions were, in this early phase, essentially standing guard for the higher divine council and publicly staking their claims. If you as a mere mortal now killed a freshly formed god whose divinity the system had just legitimized as the ruler of its domain, it would be equivalent to slapping the entire High God Council of Xinyu across the face in full view of everyone. The cost of challenging a god is immense. If you succeeded in slaying a god, you would be branded as a Zaixins or a Shirshinpani. You would be hunted without respite across every god-ruled region of Lanxing. The trouble would be endless. Wei Yang curled her lip. Besides, master, you just changed your class and haven't even broken level 100. Going after a god now won't yield the high-tier divine materials that awaken godhood. It's simply a thankless, exhausting task. Her reasoning was meticulous and perfectly rational. Chun Feng turned his head and looked at the white-haired girl whose face was all calculation and concern for him. Suddenly, he flashed a grin, carefree and brazen. Well said, he murmured, hands in his pockets, exuding absolute confidence. But what of it? You only need to stand aside and watch. Wei Yang was stunned for 2 seconds by the extreme arrogance of that command. Then her delicate white-haired face immediately blossomed into an ingratiating, obedient smile. All right, you're right. I will follow master's orders. Go, master. Chun Feng reached the center of the deck. Above them hovered a vast, burning stellar sun, the so-called Jinmi Jiju. At last, its immense, annihilating gaze filled with exterminating divine might withdrew from surveying the entire district and slowly focused. It locked onto this humble mortal who under its oppressive divinity had not knelt, but instead dared to bluster on the deck. You dare to stare upon the god's visage. Mere insect. Your ignorance has exceeded the bounds of forgiveness. The void erupted with a thundering chorus like countless prayers struck upon lightning above Chun Feng's head. That voice brimmed with invincible contempt and deathly stillness. At its descent, those sprawled on the deck were shaken until blood seeped from their nostrils and ears. From afar, Wei Yang swallowed. Master, what do you intend to do? Chun Feng smiled. Beneath that overwhelming divine pressure, he looked up at the sun-like silhouette in the heavens. A careless, arrogant laugh rode the gale. I will shoot the god down. At that proclamation, heaven and earth changed color. Presumptuous. The new god above, enraged by such insolence, became wholly provoked. The vast crimson-gold sun in the void violently contracted and collapsed. Since you refuse to then be purified in divine fire and be reduced to the basest cinder. With the god's verdict came a thunderous roar. A pillar of incandescent flame, not mortal fire but a law of absolute annihilation and purification, pierced through the clouds and struck straight from the sun's core. It smashed down upon the frail figure at the heart of the enormous flying vessel. The conflagration engulfed Chen Feng in an instant. The flames were not only blisteringly hot, but carried a terrifying divinity that stripped life away and corroded the soul. The deck's wooden planks vaporized under that heat. The flames were not only blisteringly hot, but carried a terrifying divinity that stripped life away and corroded the soul. The deck's wooden planks vaporized under that heat. The ragged figure in a new recruit's white cloth robe was wholly consumed by the despairing inferno. The survivors sprawled on the deck looked ashen. To them, resisting a god's punishment was the very definition of suicidal madness, a fool refusing to die quietly. Then in the next instant from the deck, where only the hiss of burning air remained, a laugh rang out, sudden, lazy, and disdainful. It came unabashed from the eye of a fire capable of reducing 100-level lord to ashes in a heart. Is that all a god can do? The incandescent divine fire raged wildly on the deck of the flying vessel, the intense heat distorting the surrounding air and creating visible ripples of heat waves. At the center of the flames, Chen Feng stood with his hands in his pockets. He tilted his head back, gazing at the massive scarlet gold sun in the sky, a smile gradually spreading across his face until it turned into an unabashed roar of laughter. The players crouched around the deck upon hearing this laughter fell into extreme horror. Ignoring the pain of being scorched by the high temperature, they struggled to lift their heads and looked towards the center of the sea of flames. In that divine fire capable of vaporizing steel, a figure in a thin shirt stood completely unharmed. His clothes bore not a single charred mark, let alone any burns on his skin. How is this possible? A senior fire mage stared blankly at this scene, that is divine fire imbued with the attributes of laws, completely ignoring magical resistance. The sun in the sky suddenly trembled violently on the brink of expansion. The Lord of Ash and Destruction on his divine seat was also astonished by this illogical scene. However, as a lofty god, he would never allow any mortal to challenge his authority. Ignorant ants. The voice of the deity was laced with rage and murderous intent. I shall bestow upon you true despair. The massive sun in the sky began to deviate from its original trajectory. The gigantic scarlet gold fireball, carrying an oppressive force capable of annihilation, plummeted directly toward the position of the flying vessel from 10,000 meters high. The sun continuously expanded, illuminating the entire sky over Jiangbei as bright as day. A vast amount of magical power was drained, and the wind pressure from the descent caused the vessel's shield to emit a sound of unbearable cracking. The surrounding clouds were instantly vaporized. The sun is coming down. Help! It's all over. The entire vessel is going to be crushed by this star. The players on the deck let out desperate screams, many attempting to crush their teleportation scrolls to escape, only to find that the surrounding space had long been tightly sealed by divine laws. Facing the colossal sun descending from the heavens, nearly covering their entire field of vision, Chen Feng withdrew his smile. Quite the commotion. Chen Feng pulled his hands out of his pockets. He stood his ground, facing the immense fireball that had dropped to less than 1,000 meters above him, radiating boundless heat and pressure. His legs slightly bent, Chen Feng raised his hands, confronting the massive sun descending from the sky. Stop right there. His palms directly pressed against the bottom of the falling sun, which was condensed from pure divine power. Boom! In the instant the two forces collided, the deck of the vessel could not withstand the extreme pressure and buckled downwards by several decimeters. However, just as everyone expected a devastating explosion from the collision, the gigantic scarlet gold sun, which carried a momentum capable of annihilation, unexpectedly came to a complete halt under Chen Feng's hands. The enormous fireball and the tiny figure of the human formed a distorted standoff in midair. Chen Feng's fingers sank deeply into the energy layer of the divine fire at the bottom of the sun. Not only did he block the sun, but he was also exerting force. Suddenly, Chen Feng's arms spread outward. The physical kinetic energy amplified to a terrifying level surged through his hands directly into the energy body. Shoo! The sound of energy being forcefully torn apart echoed. Under the ghostly gazes of everyone, Chen Feng gripped both sides of the divine sun and literally tore it in half. The divine fire immediately lost its original cohesion. The torn sun collapsed in midair, scattering countless fiery debris in all directions. Whoosh! A meteor shower of fiery rain fell from the sky, but as these flames approached 100 meters around Chen Feng, they were all blown away by an invisible wind pressure. In the sky, the divine seat hidden within the sun was fully exposed. The Lord of Ash and Destruction, seated on the divine throne, was also taken aback. The divine punishment he had just gathered was actually torn apart by a mere mortal with his bare hands. After all, this was a genuine star. This is impossible. A pep on the divine seat let out a furious roar, standing up to channel more divine power for another attack. Below, Chen Feng, having torn apart the sun, dusted off his hands. He once again reached into his pocket, rummaging around, before pulling out a coin that shimmered with a dull copper hue. Chen Feng pinched this ordinary copper coin, which no one would bother to pick up if it fell between his thumb and index finger. He raised his head, locking his gaze on the furious deity in the sky. "It's my turn now." Chen Feng raised the hand holding the coin in front of him. He tightened his thumb behind while his index finger hooked onto the edge of the coin. "Let me show you what it means to strike true." Chen Feng exerted force with his thumb, launching the coin. Whoosh, boom. This flick produced several hundred layers of sonic boomerangs. The small copper coin, the moment it left Chen Feng's fingertip, broke through the speed of light. It scraped through the air, leaving behind a visible white shockwave ring. Due to its incredible speed, the surface of the coin was heated to a dazzling incandescent state in a microsecond, resembling a newborn miniature comet. Carrying a terrifying impact force that could crush everything and disregard all physical laws, it shot straight up toward the divine seat in the sky, leaving a long red trail behind. In the sky, Apep sensed the deadly threat posed by the copper coin. As a deity, his divine sense alarm blared in his mind. Divine might cannot be insulted. He roared, channeling all of his divine essence. Countless runes illuminated before his divine seat. He thrust his hands forward, spewing forth the divine fire of his essence, transforming it into a scarlet gold pillar of fire capable of melting anything clashing against the incoming copper coin. The temperature of this fire pillar was enough to obliterate the entire blue star in an instant. Ding! The incandescent coin collided with the golden divine fire pillar in midair. A standoff ensued, with energies mutually negating each other. That devastating physical kinetic energy forcibly penetrated through. The coin surged upward against the tremendous divine fire pillar, piercing through it. The divine fire split in half under the impact of the coin, scattering weakly to the sides. No! Apep's eyes widened as he watched the incandescent light point penetrate his strongest defense. In the blink of an eye, the coin accelerated to its utmost limit, struck perfectly at the center of Apep's forehead. Crack! A crisp cracking sound echoed in midair. A crack appeared on Apep's forehead. Immediately afterward, the crack rapidly spread across his entire body, even extending to the massive divine seat beneath him. Boom! In the high sky, this Lord of Ashen Destruction, who had just consolidated his divine rank and announced his dominion over Jiangbei, was now high and mighty. His colossal divine body, along with the divine seat burning with unquenchable flames, exploded into a cloud of sparkling powder in midair under the impact of this savage physical force. The sky was showered with divine blood and shattered bones. Red droplets rained down on the deck of the vessel, producing a dripping sound. Just moments ago, the sky had been covered in dark clouds, shrouded by the blood-colored glow and the massive star. After this strike, it cleared up. The real natural sun overhead once again cast its light upon this wasteland. On the deck of the vessel, all the surviving players, regardless of level, were frozen in a ghastly stupor. Their minds could no longer process the scene that had just unfolded before them. One person had torn apart a falling sun with his bare hands. Then, with a mere flick of his finger, he had shot a common black copper plate, which was insufficient to buy even a whiteboard, piercing through the deity's strongest attack. A single strike shattered the deity and his divine seed into countless fragments. The crimson golden divine blood fell from the sky. A divine being high above was pierced and killed by an ordinary copper coin. As the crisp sound of shattering in the sky faded away, the extreme heat and light pollution that had enveloped the flying vessel dissipated completely. Chen Feng's retina began to frantically refresh with dazzling dark golden text. Ding! You have completed the achievement Godslayer Solo. Calculating kill experience. Congratulations, you have gained 1,000 experience points. The golden light of upgrade flashed continuously around Chen Feng. Congratulations, player Chen Feng, your level has increased to LV 85, LV 90. Congratulations, player Chen Feng, your level has reached the current upper limit LV 100. No, your level has touched the barrier of the mundane realm. Experience gain has stopped. Please proceed to a safe area as soon as possible. Consume faith crystals to ignite the divine fire and initiate the divine trial to break through the level cap. Chen Feng glanced at the level number in the upper right corner. Level 100. This is the peak for ordinary players in version 1.0. To rise further, one must adhere to the cumbersome divine rank gathering system dictated by the new expansion. However, for someone like him who is immune to all attributes, there is no difference between level 100 and level 1. At this moment, the light spheres that exploded after the divine being's death began to converge in midair. A pure golden stream of light directly disregarded spatial distance and drilled into Chen Feng's forehead. Note you have seized the core authority of Apophis. Gained exclusive ability Divine Authority Solar Blaze. Divine Authority Solar Blaze, you have mastered the fundamental laws of light and heat. Immunity to all fire and light-derived damage, ability to change the environmental temperature of the area at will, and can actively release primal divine fire with destruction judgment. Soon after, 3 titles glowing with different colors automatically equip themselves at the bottom of his personal information panel. Gain title Godslayer Crimson. Effect when attacking enemies marked with divine or deity tags. Base damage is forcibly increased by 300. Ignores all divine power shields. Gain title Fearless Transgression Dark Gold. Effect immune to level suppression and life hierarchy suppression from higher beings. All force pressure control states will be automatically exempted by the system. Gain title Cataclysm Creator Legendary. Effect while acting in all non-safe zones. The hate range of Lord-level monsters in that area is doubled and drop rates are increased by 50. The attributes granted by these titles are direct and violent. However, the moment these titles were awarded, the system panel immediately turned blood red, displaying a glaring negative status buffer bar. Warning: you have triggered the negative effect Divine Execution Order. Negative effect description: the data of your kill of the divine being in the Orthodox area has been uploaded to the Divine Realm. All resurrected divine beings across the Blue Star will maintain enmity towards you as a dead enemy. When you step into the faith territory governed by other divine beings, the Divine Kingdom warning will trigger immediately, and you will face relentless pursuit by divine forces. After reading this warning, Chen Feng turned off the panel, his expression unchanged. He certainly did not care about the enmity tracking. If these so-called divine beings dared to come, it would just mean he would earn a few more copper coins. The loot light sphere in the sky stopped spinning. 8 items radiating the highest grade of light hovered neatly before Chen Feng. With a wave of his hand, Chen Feng collected all 8 divine drops into his storage space, also checking their attribute panels. The first item, Crown of the Solar Monarch Mythical. Attributes: increases intelligence by 100 points, maximum health increased by 500. Comes with the passive vision of the Solar Blaze, immune to all blinding and vision deprivation effects, able to see through invisible units. The second item, Ashen Battle Armor Mythical. Attributes: increases constitution by 150 points. Comes with the active skill Ashen Recomposition, which dispels all debuffs when receiving fatal damage and instantly revives to full health. Cooldown time 24 hours. The third item, Apophis Morning Spear Super Mythical. Attributes: physical attack power 50000. Attacks come with 100 penetration effect, inflicting incurable burning tear damage. These are 3 pieces of top-tier divine equipment. The 4th and 5th pieces are 2 skill books radiating divine brilliance. The 4th item, Stellar Core Detonation. Effect exclusive to magical classes. After a 3-second channeling, generates a micro-artificial star in a designated area and forcibly detonates, causing devastating absolute magical damage in a 100-kilometer diameter. The 5th item, Divine Authority Deprivation. Effect: no class restrictions. After learning, it opens a 10-meter domain wherein any hostile target that approaches has all their beneficial states erased 1 by 1 every second and their equipment skills sealed. The 6th item, Immortal Divine Source Blood Epic. Effect: contains the blood of primordial divine, can be used to forge top-tier weapons or for alchemical masters to concoct permanent attribute potions that directly enhance the player's base stats. The 7th item, Fragmented Solar Divine Rank Mythical. Effect: ignites divine fire, condensing the key core essential for establishing divine status. Using it allows one to skip the divine trial task stage for level 100 and condense a pseudo-divine rank. Chen Feng's gaze shifted to the last item. The 8th drop, unlike the previous radiant equipment materials, was a square stone entirely gray-white, with complex spatial formation patterns carved on its surface. Divine Realm Boundary Stone Faction Establishment Item. Note: a land deed condensed after a divine being's fall. Effect 1. Using this boundary stone allows one to define an unowned area within a radius of 500 kilometers, establishing a unique highest-tier faction Divine Realm belonging to the player. Within the Divine Realm, the host possesses the highest authority and can edit the terrain. Effect 2. After establishing the Divine Realm, a statue exclusive to the host will automatically generate at the center of the territory. Effect 3. Residents within this territory can offer faith value by worshipping the statue. Faith value can be used to enhance the statue's attributes and even boost all of the host's divine authority skills. Seeing this gray-white boundary stone, Chen Feng raised an eyebrow. This item came at just the right time. He was preparing to establish a new territory in the Fallen Dragon Abyss. The so-called guild deeds or city-building orders mentioned by Wei Yang were utterly insignificant compared to this boundary stone that could self-establish rules. After finishing his inventory, Chen Feng turned back to the flying vessel. Just as he steadied himself on the deck, Wei Yang approached. Wei Yang glanced at Chen Feng's level number, which was already shown as level 100. Master, I just saw the system trigger a world announcement. Have you triggered the negative status of divine execution order? Chen Feng nodded. There is this report. It says that if I go to other territories, I will be hunted down. Wei Yang sighed and rubbed her hands. This is the troublesome part one mentioned earlier. You are now equivalent to the number one wanted criminal in the high-level circles of the divine beings. However, it is what it is. With your strength, those lower-ranking gods dare to come. It's merely delivering food. Wei Yang looked around at the ordinary players who were still in shock and dared not get up. As the soul-shattering crack echoed across the heavens and faded into silence, divine fire and divine blood descended like crimson rain into the abyss. Not only the players aboard the flying vessel, who had witnessed the spectacle with their own eyes, stood frozen in stunned disbelief. Boom! A deep, resonant funeral bell tolled, solemn, ancient, and inexorable, rippling slowly across the entire expanse of the launching realm. Then a blood-red system-wide announcement flashed across every player's interface. Mandatory, unskippable, locking in place for a full minute. System-wide priority alert. The divine realm of Jiangbei Warzone has failed to manifest. The Solar Throne Lord of Radiance and Ashes, Apophis, has perished. Slayer player Quail Fongnet. The first deicide of launching has emerged, heralded to all. This terse four-line proclamation detonated like a thermonuclear blast inside the minds of billions of players, already reeling from a recent version update, gripped by terror and disorientation. Jiangbei Sector. Beneath the main city's commercial district, inside a sewer shelter repurposed as an air raid bunker. Hundreds of ragged, destitute civilians huddled together in cramped silence. Just minutes earlier, when that colossal sun blazed across the sky, its searing heat and crushing divine aura had convinced them. The end of the world had finally arrived. Especially after the edict was proclaimed, a daily tithe of 10% of one's life essence and experience points. Sobs filled the bunker, despair settled over them like a shroud. They had struggled for 10 years, only to be pinned like livestock bled dry for sustenance. From now on there remained no hope, only the slow, inevitable wait for death. Yet, the luminous interface flared. The funeral bell tolled, and inside the bunker, a gaunt man cradling his child stared at the words upon his screen, rubbing his eyes fiercely. He has fallen. His voice trembled. That God who demanded our blood, is dead. Heads lifted all around. In that dim subterranean gloom, the blood-red system noticed blazed with unbearable brilliance. Dead. Truly dead. The divine realm has failed to open. No more tribute. No more siphoning of life essence. A brief, suffocating stillness followed. Then erupted a roar so thunderous it seemed capable of tearing the roof from its foundations. Some embraced, weeping, others collapsed onto the damp floor, bowing their foreheads to the ground in frantic prostration. Some screamed, raw, unmoored, ecstatic, into the trembling air. The mountain of divinity that had loomed overhead, threatening to crush them beneath its weight, was overturned before it could even descend. After the cheer subsided, all eyes turned to the Slayer's name and exchanged bewildered glances. Who is this Quail Fongnan? Never heard of him. I've memorized every top 100 name on Jiangbei's ladder. I swear none bear that. Could he be some legendary hermit, secluded for a decade, cultivating in obscurity? Whoever he is, he slew that bloodsucker. He is the savior of Jiangbei's 10 million common folk. Meanwhile, the shock rippled far beyond the downtrodden. At the heart of Jiangbei's capital stood the Hall of Governance. All 50 top guild masters of Jiangbei sector and senior commanders of the city defense forces had gathered there. 10 minutes earlier at Apophis's descent, this elite assembly had convened an emergency council, faced with power utterly beyond resistance. Even these figures, accustomed to dominion, could not muster the will to rebel. They had been fiercely debating how best to submit to this newly arrived deity. A preliminary protocol had already taken shape. Under joint guild authority, they planned to forcibly extract additional resources from the populace, beyond the mandated 10%, amassing sufficient offerings to appease the god, thereby securing their own privileged status as his earthly proxies. The sycophantic proposal lay neatly drafted upon the table, when the worldwide deicide announcement flashed forth. The Hall of Governance fell utterly silent. Every high-ranking official seated at that long table wore expressions twisted with disbelief, ghastly, grotesque, indescribable. Commander Lei. Surely this announcement isn't some cruel system joke. One mid-tier guild master swallowed hard, breaking the suffocating hush. Jiangbei's Defense Legion commander, seated at the head of the table, glowered, his face dark as storm-racked water. Would the system jest about this? He slammed his palm onto the table, a sharp, visceral crack betraying both awe and dread. That was a god. No, it's impossible. How dare it happen? A leading mage guild master shot upright, voice cracking with incredulity. The 2.0 update launched this morning, just hours ago. The level cap was barely lifted past 100. He gestured wildly, face contorted in disbelief. Even if Quail Fongnan is some unparalleled grind legend, even if he'd hoarded unimaginable experience through forbidden means, somehow scaling to level 100 within mere hours of the patch, he hasn't undergone the divine trial. His soul-forging flame hasn't even ignited. How could a mortal body, level 100 unascended, slay a deity wielding absolute law-binding authority? This defied every foundational logic of the game's combat calculus. The numbers simply refused. Not just the Mage Guild Master was confounded. None present could fathom it. Investigate. Commander Lei's face hardened into granite. Deploy every intelligence asset, every informant. A monster who shattered the system's level hierarchy, slaying a god on the very day of an update. If he were merely a solitary law-abiding, other guild masters exchanged uneasy glances. Unlike the jubilant masses below, these rulers, clutching power like brittle glass, felt only profound, chilling fear. A monster who shattered the system's level hierarchy, slaying a god on the very day of an update. If he were merely a solitary law-abiding wanderer, perhaps tolerable. But if such an unbound, ruleless Yama, this living embodiment of reckoning, lurked somewhere in Jiangbei, if he chose to seize territory, to these lofty guild lords he would render them less than dust. This unknown terror, far more lethal than any openly extortionist deity, hung over them like a razor-edged sword suspended by a single thread. Jiangnan Sector Survivor Base No. 7. When the colossal blood-red system-wide priority alert detonated across the sky above, every hand stilled. Lei Bao leaned on a broken sword salvaged from a corpse standing atop the parapet, gazing blankly at those 4 words burning in the heavens. Slayer player Quail Fongnan. Others might not recognize the face behind that ID, but Lei Bao, Zhao Tai knew too. And so did every guard on the wall who had just watched Qin Feng obliterate over 100 foes with a single palm strike. That was Chun Feng's system ID. See Captain. Mr. Chun, he truly killed a god. Zhao Tai felt his knees liquefy. Just minutes earlier, anyone claiming such a feat would have earned only scornful laughter. But having witnessed Qin Feng's power firsthand, he now doubted the announcement not at all. Around him, soldiers who'd fought in the defense wore expressions of staggering complexity. Heavens above, what monstrous folly have we committed? An elder priest crumpled to his knees in the blood-soaked earth, pounding his fists against the ground in anguish. A being who can erase a god in one strike. If he remains with base 7, what siege could ever threaten us again? Not just Jiangnan. We'd stride unchallenged across all of launching. Ruined, utterly ruined, by Li Chang and his arrogant self-proclaimed geniuses. Regrets spread like poison through the crowd. Others, unwilling or unable to accept the vertiginous collapse of their worldview, muttered bitterly nearby. What's there to boast about? He just got lucky, ambushing a weakened god during a moment of vulnerability. Exactly. A selfish brute. Even if mighty, what good is he? At that instant, boom. Though monsters had withdrawn and calm had begun to return to Jiangnan's skies, a violent gale erupted anew. On the horizon, a vast gray specter coalesced, slow, ominous, undeniable, accompanied by a piercing system warning. World announcement. The divine realm of Jiangnan Warzone has manifested. The bone-thrown lord of decay and plague, Gregoras, has descended into his sacred domain. Regional divine law and sovereignty are now established. Jiangnan's god had arrived. Lei Bao stared at the colossal phantom in the sky, listened to the new decree demanding mandatory tribute of souls and supplies, and closed his eyes in utter desolation. If Qin Feng were still here, if they hadn't driven that man away. But now, no plea, no lament, no regret could undo what had been done. In the Langya region, deep within a glacier canyon amidst the shards of ice and the shattered corpses of 30-level frost magic statues, Xin Shiwan leaned against a massive ice pillar, her chest rising and falling violently. Her ice-blue robe was stained with a few drops of blood, and the tip of her snowflake staff was still flickering with a faint magical glow. Still not enough. It's still too slow. Xin Shiwan wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth, her gaze filled with an unsettling determination. Recalling the terrifying scene of Chunfeng effortlessly evaporating hundreds of Lord-level monsters in the abyss, and how he nonchalantly opened the porthole to face the battle god of Jiangbei with such composure. A surge of indescribable energy churned within Shen Xuan's heart. A 10-year gap. Even if I have to make one day count, as two, I must catch up. Otherwise, I truly won't even have the qualification to stand by his side. Shen Xuan took a deep breath, preparing to chant the blizzard magic again to summon the next wave of monsters. At that moment, the sky was illuminated by a blood-red announcement from the Blue Star system. Killer player Happy Windman. Others were unaware, but as someone who knew his past as a professional player and various alternate IDs all too well, Shen Xuan recognized the name. She stared blankly at the sky, her staff slipping slightly from her grasp. Godslayer. Shen Xuan softly murmured those two words. While others were speculating and shocked about which hidden master had performed such an act defying the system's logic. Though Shen Xuan also found it hard to believe, her first reaction was a sense of inevitability, as if everything had fallen into place. If it were that guy, it seemed he could pull off any outrageous and shocking feat that left the entire Blue Star. What a show-off of a bastard. Shen Xuan gazed at the fading announcement on the light screen, momentarily lost in thought. Then she broke into a heartfelt, radiant smile, genuinely happy for him. He had disappeared for 10 years, yet not only had he survived, he now stood atop this shattered world. Shen Xuan tightened her grip on the snowflake staff, her gaze resolute. Although the gap seemed to have widened to the point of being naive and delusional. Shen Xuan tightened her grip on the snowflake staff, her gaze resolute. Although the gap seemed to have... Wait for me, Chunfeng. Meanwhile, the top powers scattered across the globe reacted completely differently to this killing stroke. In the Kunlun region at the headquarters of the Myth Guild, the grief from Zhonglan's death had not yet subsided. The guild leader, hailed as the strongest in the current era of Blue Star, a level 130 Dragon Knight, Mage, sat on the throne, his expression dark as he gazed at the server-wide announcement. Happy Windman. Immediately issue the highest level guild orders. Suspend all external exploration missions. Completely withdraw our defenses, especially in the Jiangnan and Jiangbei regions. All branches must retreat underground. No one is allowed to take any action against him until we understand this person's background and true. Such synchronized decisions were promptly conveyed to the management of several top super guilds. Whether it was the Freedom Wings Knight Order, which had long occupied the Westy region, or the extreme assassin guilds in the Cherry Blossom region, boasting their so-called samurai spirit. In the face of such an unreasonable existence that could instantly kill even the gods, no one dared to step out and be the first to act. All top awakeners understood that in this damned world data might deceive, but the system's grand announcement, dong, dong, dong. Above the skies, the ancient and oppressive bell tolling for gods echoed once more. The major laws areas, dong, dong, dong. Above the skies, the ancient and oppressive bell tolling for gods echoed once more. The major laws areas that had slightly calmed down due to the Godslayer incident. The sky began to change color. In the Jiangnan region, the shadow of the plague Lord Gligos erupted in the air, releasing a nauseating stench of corruption. In the human region, the god of sandstorms conjured a storm of sand that nearly buried the main city of the entire region. In the European region, the god of war and slaughter wielded a giant battle axe. Across the entire Blue Star, in all the war zones where official gods had descended, the supreme collective will was triggered, simultaneously issuing a furious divine grace pursuit order. The Golden Divine Edict dominated the skies above all players in various regions, as well as the most prominent position on the system's task panel. Universal Red-Level Divine Grace Bounty Quest. Eliminate the Desecrator. Under the highest decree of the gods of the Abyss and the Starry Sky. All awakened human factions of Blue Star, regardless of level, profession, or faction affiliation. Anyone who can provide the exact manifestation coordinates and true appearance characteristics of Desecrator Happy Windman, or assist the divine race in pinpointing his weaknesses, will be granted the identity of divine favored by any god. Bestowed 3 pieces of myth-level self-selected specialized divine gear. Open an independent fief for 100,000 believers and exempt that guild and its affiliated commoners from any divine tribute taxes for 100 years. If anyone can personally behead the Desecrator and offer his head on the divine altar, will ascend to the position of deputy god of the divine kingdom, directly break through the level 200 barrier, and be granted a complete original high-level divine status. When this bounty quest flashed and glimmered on everyone's panels, the entire Blue Star fell into another form of silence. The super guilds that had chosen to withdraw due to fearing Chunfeng's strength, all their highest decision makers. When they saw the exaggerated list of rewards, privileges, and even the complete original divine status that could make one a god. Their eyes turned red. Breathing quick and blood surged. A complete divine status. Directly breaking through level 200. Becoming the supreme god of the laws. Moreover, even the divine tribute tax is exempt for 100 years, meaning it can save the lives of tens of millions of commoners and create an absolutely invincible super empire. Under such a heavy reward, there would undoubtedly be brave souls. Not to mention this extreme temptation that could make one a supreme ruler in this apocalyptic wasteland. Originally, those top bosses who had been intimidated into silence by Chun Feng's god-slaying acts gradually replaced their fear with extreme greed and fanaticism. In this world, the law of the jungle is the underlying logic, profit is the eternal driving force. No matter how strong he is just one person. The leader of the Freedom Wings flashed with greedy ruthlessness in his eyes, crushing the wine glass in his hand. With the gods simultaneously issuing a bounty, they will definitely seal his spatial permissions in all divine kingdoms. Once he falls into the divine encirclement, even if it takes time, they can wear him out. Send the order. Activate all high-level prophecy arrays and detection scrolls. Comprehensively search for the traces of Happy Wind Man. Once found, at all costs, report the coordinates to the divine throne in exchange for rewards. A similar scene unfolded not only in the Westy region. Across the entire Blue Star, all guild spies and information brokers. As the divine bounty notice flickered wildly above the major districts, the speculation about the true identity and appearance of the joyful Wind Man surged to exorbitant heights across global forums and intelligence trading posts. Unfortunately, it was nearly impossible to find any trace of him. Yet this did not dampen people's enthusiasm. At this moment in the Jiangbei district, the flying boat smoothly docked at the Air Transport Transfer Station Square in the main city of Jiangbei. The hatch slowly opened, revealing the square outside the transfer station. Originally, the area was filled with material buyers from various business associations and crowds waiting to greet their friends and family, all wearing expressions as if they had seen a ghost upon seeing the passengers disembarking. Those waiting to greet began to approach and inquire, "Hey, old Wong, didn't you go to the Faceless One's death domain to tackle the Abyss dungeon? Didn't the system announcement say it was a first kill success? Why does everyone look like they just attended a memorial service?" A materials merchant grabbed a familiar The external worker known as Old Wong wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, glancing nervously at the flying boat docked at the port, especially fixating on the few figures that had just disembarked. In a hushed voice, Old Wong mysteriously said to his friend, "The first kill doesn't mean anything. If you were on this flying boat, you would have been scared to wet your pants." Old Wong swallowed hard. "Did you not see the world announcement on the loudspeaker just now? Our newly arrived deity in Jiangbei was slaughtered." "Yeah, I know it was done by the joyful Wind Man. This god not only killed deities, but has now become the living ancestor wanted by all divine factions, with rewards piling up to the heavens. Everyone in the Blue Star is searching for this Wind Man to uncover who he really is." His friend curled his lip. Old Wong gasped, leaning in closer with a mysterious air. "What are you looking for?" "The joyful Wind Man was just on this flying boat. I swear I just saw him with my own eyes on the deck of this flying boat. He tore apart a sun that large with his bare hands." Old Wong gestured in an exaggerated circular motion. Not only did he rip apart the sun, he also used that to smash a deity. His friend was taken aback at first. Then he rolled his eyes dramatically, looking at Old Wong as if he were a fool. "Have you lost your mind from smoking something?" His friend swatted Old Wong's hand away, tearing the sun apart and smashing deities. "You need to get your story straight before you boast. A powerhouse capable of toppling deities must be hidden deep in some secluded mountain or a forbidden pit, practicing in seclusion like a peerless master. How could he possibly be crammed onto a shabby cargo flying boat with a bunch of poor laborers? No, really." Old Wong insisted. Not only was he on this flying boat, but he also brought his sister along. In fact, he wasn't alone. He was flanked by 3 stunning beauties. Get lost, get lost." His friend lost patience with Old Wong's ramblings and looked at him with disdain. "The more you say, the more outrageous it gets. Flanked by beauties. Do you think he's like you, a pathetic loser who can't even move his legs when he sees a woman? Such a low-profile powerhouse who never reveals his name is clearly a top-tier lone wolf, heartless and cold, naturally aloof from women." His friend was firmly asserting his theory. Looking at his friend's indifferent attitude, Old Wong felt a mix of speechlessness and complexity. But don't be fooled by this deity killer. His life is surprisingly down to earth, completely unexpected for people like you idiots. I'll forget it. If you don't believe me, then that's that. I've no way to get involved with this mess, so I'll just head home and sleep." Old Wong sighed, shook his head, and disappeared into the crowd with his large burlap sack. Meanwhile, in the commercial main district of Jiangbei, On the bustling street, towering buildings reaching hundreds of meters high embedded with anti-aircraft magical energy crystal towers loomed. Various holographic neon signs flickered in midair, and the task centers selling high-level enchanted potions and forging materials were bustling with business. In the sky, players riding various flashy flying magical beasts occasionally passed by. Chen Feng was accompanied by Chen Ange. Following them were Lin Xia, who was looking around with curiosity while munching on a glowing skewer, and Wei Yang, who had hidden her merchant robe and changed into ordinary gray attire, even covering most of her white hair with a hood to avoid drawing attention. Strolling through the crowd, Chen Ange exclaimed, "Wow. Brother, look at that staff sign. It's so big." For a girl like her who had only been in a dilapidated building and a sewer her whole life, and had only ventured into the wilderness, the vibrant nightlife of Jiangbei felt like a dream. Although something divine had just happened on the flying boat, the young girl had no real sense of that at all. She hadn't even had the chance to feel scared, as her brother was her steadfast anchor. Compared to that, the lively market before her was clearly far more enticing. "Go ahead and see what you want to buy." Chen Feng waved his hand generously. "Today, you can indulge yourself." Chen Ange grabbed Lin Xia's hand and excitedly ran toward the stalls filled with high-end jewelry. Wei Yang followed closely beside Chen Feng, holding a report on Jiangbei's warzone intelligence. "Master, shouldn't we take some precautions? The major guilds are definitely looking for you everywhere now," Wei Yang said, chewing on a leaf that resembled mint, reminding him vaguely. "What do we care about them? Let them search," Chen Feng replied with his hands in his pockets, walking along the bustling. Yet his mind involuntarily drifted back to 10 years ago. 10 years ago, this place was nothing like it. 10 years ago, Blue Star was still in a peaceful era before the so-called game transformation and patchwork. Back then, Jiangnan was truly the economic lifeblood of the nation, with every inch of land being priceless. At that time, the most prosperous area was Jiangnan. The upper class there had lofty ambitions. Jiangbei, in the eyes of the people back then, was merely an underdeveloped heavy industrial area, a place for the impoverished rural folk. Little did they know that after 10 years the tides would shift. A game arrival reshuffled everything, redistributing and reorganizing the elite outdoors and the mechanisms of the main city dungeons. It unexpectedly turned Jiangbei, once overlooked, into a top-tier power concentration camp and a paradise trading center thanks to its rich mines and highland wilderness, along with a slew of advanced hidden professions emerging early. The unpredictability of the world is truly astonishing. Chen Feng shook his head. 3 ladies and 1 gentleman. 4 top-tier soundproof magic stone suites have been prepared for you inside a high-end hotel named Dragon's Nest in Jiangbei main city. The female attendant at the front desk, dressed in a crisp uniform, handed over 4 crystal keys that shimmered with a faint glow, her face adorned with a standard smile. At the same time, she politely glanced at Chen Feng. "Sir, that will be 12 gold coins in total. Thank you for your patronage." The price was indeed exorbitant, but in this high-end hotel that could completely shield against probing and had magical arrays to nurture the spirit and restore stamina, this was already a discounted standard rate. Chen Feng took the keys and casually tossed them to Chen Ange and the others behind him. Then he reached into his pocket and pulled out a handful of scattered gold coins he had received after selling some Qi Yin magic crystals on the street. After paying the 12 gold coins, Chen Feng realized his recently plumped wallet had shrunk by more than half. Feeling a bit financially strained, Chen Feng shook the few coins in his hand. In this world of gold, standard and material barter being broke was indeed a hindrance. Although with his strength, he could easily resort to using his fists to rob anyone at will. However, he had no interest in the tasteless act of forcibly snatching a few hundred copper coins from low-level players on the street. Moreover, he was planning to go to the extremely northern lands of the Falling Dragon Abyss to establish his first territory. Building a territory was not as simple as just marking out a piece of land. Constructing outer defenses, hiring or purchasing labor puppets, acquiring basic survival supplies, and core materials for the operation of magical arrays. Each of these was a financial black hole in the early stages. Relying solely on the little taxi fare in his hand was not going to cut it. "Looks like I need to recover some funds." Chen Feng led the girls upstairs, entering the most spacious presidential suite. He sat down on a seemingly expensive snow fox fur sofa in the living room. With a wave of his hand, buzz. More than a dozen exquisite items radiating a terrifying brilliance that compelled one to kneel and worship appeared. He tossed them onto the hotel room's valuable mahogany coffee table like throwing cabbage. These were all the spoils he had obtained after slaying a deity. Among that dazzling pile of items, the 3 at the center had dropped directly from the divine throne. Mythical level, the highest teardrops. Lin Xia, standing beside, felt her eyes sting at the sight of the pile of exquisite treasures. The entire room seemed to heat up rapidly because of the intense light. Oh my god. Are these? Could it be? She didn't even dare to utter the words spoils from a deity. Pick out the useful ones first. Chun Feng completely ignored the maddening attributes, searching through the items as he spoke. What is this broken solar crown? It increases intelligence by 100,000 points and grants invisibility. Chun Feng picked out the mythical crown that burned with faint golden flames, yet felt icy to the touch, tossing it to Chen Angi. And this ember battle armor can withstand lethal hits or guaranteed strikes and revive once. Angi, this is all for you. Off. Chun Angi clumsily caught the two pieces of heavy equipment. Buzz. The moment Chen Angi touched them, the two divine items immediately recognized, and the crown settled on Chun Ang's head while the battle armor transformed into a set of majestic and resplendent armor, enveloping her completely. Originally petite, Chen Angi instantly became a moving iron, looking awkward and cumbersome, as if wearing oversized adult clothes. Brother, this is so heavy. Chun Angi grunted from under the helmet, waddling like a duck. I can't go out like this, people will stare at me. Silly. Chun Feng chuckled. Who told you to wear this out? This is divine gear, and has an external invisibility mode. Oh. Chun Angi obediently murmured. A flash of light appeared, and the heavy armor immediately vanished, leaving only the crown's attributes transformed into a concealed pendant hanging at her collar. Chun Angi suddenly felt a wave of lightness, simultaneously sensing an immense source of magic power swell within her. And these two skill books. Chun Feng picked up the books, Star Core Explosion and Divine Right Deprivation, saying, You take these, they will perfectly compensate for your current lack of damage skills. If it were just a few minutes ago with Chun Ang's 30-plus level basic mana capacity attempting to cast such divine exclusive forbidden spells or large area domains that consume tens of thousands of mana at the start, she would have likely drained her entire mana pool the moment she pronounced the first syllable of the incantation and died from the backlash of a mana explosion in her brain. But now, with that mythical crown providing a full 100,000 points of intelligence and mana limit increase, Chen Angi could release several high-level divine forbidden spells without needing to breathe or drink blue potions. Good. Whoosh. The light disappeared into her brow, and the two divine skill books were instant. After distributing the items that were useful for Aang's survival on the mahogany coffee table, before Chun Feng only remained the spear with the most oppressive design, radiating a deep blood-red light, with an unquenchable flame at its tip. The Morning Spear of Apophis, super mythical. Along with the special stone used to establish rule cities, the Divine Domain Boundary Stone, and a drop of undying Divine Domain Source Blood. Except for the boundary stone that he needed to keep for building a city. This spear is somewhat redundant. Chun Feng picked up the heavy spear and examined it. Increase physical attack by 500,000. 100% penetration against armor. To him whose normal attacks disregarded any armor and dealt damage at 1,000 times the calculation. Holding this spear felt unnecessary. Let's sell it. Chun Feng tossed the spear onto the table. This should fetch a good price for starting city construction funds. Sell. Sell it. Lin Xia was taken aback upon hearing this. Others were struggling to buy art. Who has ever heard of someone selling artifacts? Feng, brother Feng. This is a super mythical level weapon. Even in the entire Blue Star it's unique. You want to sell this? Keep it as a firewood stick. Chun Feng shrugged. Then let's sell it. The quiet and dazed Wei Yong immediately lit up at the mention of trading and moved closer. Who does the master plan to sell it to? If you want to contact the leaders of those major guilds privately, the more active ones in Jiangbei right now are the Tycoon from the Longting Guild and... Wei Yang's mind raced, quickly analyzing a few wealthy individuals in Jiangbei. However, after saying that, she shook her head. They all seem unreliable. Such private transactions can easily lead to collusion to drive down the price, and with something as hot as this, major tycoons may not dare to purchase it directly with cash. After thinking for a moment, Wei Yong suddenly snapped her fingers. Let's go to Jiangbei's largest auction house. She excitedly proposed. They hold anonymous auctions every night, and the background of the auction house is outrageously large. As long as the items are good enough, they can definitely trigger the competitive psychology of those hidden wealthy individuals, driving the price to unbelievable heights. Upon hearing that they were going to the auction house, Lin Xia frowned. Isn't that a bit unsafe? Now the elites of the entire Blue Star are hunting down Feng Go everywhere. If you auction off the signature weapon just obtained from the recently slain deity at such a critical moment, wouldn't others immediately realize it's you? Isn't this equivalent to loudly announcing to the top guilds of the world, "Hey everyone, come quickly. The Godslayer Chen Feng, whom you are all hunting, is currently residing in the Jiangbei district. Come catch me for the reward." Chen Feng, however, was completely unconcerned. I don't care. If they want to come, let them come. Not only did Chen Feng feel indifferent, but even Wei Yang, who had just made the suggestion, was covering her mouth and laughing lightly. Oh dear, Miss Lin Xia, you are being too cautious. Wei Yang laughed and waved her hand. So what if we expose ourselves? Do you think that the people outside won't know that the master is in the Jiangbei area? Even without auctioning anything, they would naturally conclude that the master is definitely still within Jiangbei's territory. Those who wish to come and seek death are surely on their way to Jiangbei right now, even if we don't expose ourselves. Lin Xia was momentarily stunned. Her mind had indeed short-circuited. After such an event, how could anyone not understand that Chen Feng was in some other district? Moreover, Wei Yang smiled brightly. Auctioning in Jiangbei has a unique advantage that no other district in Blue Star possesses, making it exceptionally safe. Lin Xia was baffled. What? What huge advantage? Wei Yang's smile faded as she pointed out the window at the seemingly calm night scene of Jiangbei main city. Because you see, other districts might have unscrupulous high-ranking deities in charge, which allows their lackeys to act recklessly. But Jiangbei won't have that. Lin Xia's head buzzed. She understood. Because the deity in Jiangbei had just died. At this moment, Jiangbei was the only godless place in the entire Blue Star. All right, Chen Feng yawned and clapped his hands. After a long day of activity, he was indeed a bit tired. It's getting late, let's all head back to our rooms to sleep. We can talk about anything tomorrow after we wake up. Tomorrow afternoon, we'll take care of this scrap metal at the auction house and gather some materials for city building. Then we can prepare to head to the far north. All right, brother. Good night. Chen and Gu excitedly ran out of the master bedroom, carrying a large pile of good things. Lin Xia hurriedly followed suit. Wei Yang slightly bent her knees and performed a gesture of farewell. Sweet dreams, master. Then a faint teleportation array lit up beneath her feet, and she vanished on the spot. After the three left, Chen Feng stretched lazily. This top-notch magic energy stone suite was equipped with a self-circulating cleaning formation. The bathroom was quite spacious, featuring a huge indoor bath carved from a single piece of warm jade. The water emitted a faint herbal fragrance with a layer of white mist floating on the surface at just the right temperature. Chen Feng removed his clothes and immersed himself in the warm water. The effect of the magical nurturing was indeed excellent. The warm water flowed over his neck, relaxing his slightly tense nerves. As he closed his eyes, enjoying this rare tranquility, in the quiet corner of the bath, suddenly several tiny bubbles emerged. The water rippled slightly, and soon with a soft splash, a white head with wet long hair appeared from the water less than 2 meters away from Chen Feng. Puff! The person who emerged from the water wiped her face and took a deep breath. It was Wei Yang. Surrounded by the steam of the hot spring, her originally somewhat cool and delicate face was slightly flushed. Her wet white hair clung to her slender collarbone. Chen Feng opened his eyes. He looked at the white-haired girl who had suddenly surfaced from his bath water. Chen Feng's expression was somewhat blank. You? This teleportation array's landing point is quite peculiar, isn't it? What are you doing coming from under the water? Do you have a hobby for diving? Wei Yang, upon being questioned by Chen Feng, also just realized the awkwardness of this landing point. Wei Yang leaned her hands on the edge of the pool. Her white hair wet and clinging to her fair skin gave her red eyes the appearance of a small animal. In this steamy environment, her slightly red elongated neck was quite striking. Indeed, this merchant from the other shore, who had lived for hundreds of years, yet possessed the face of a 16 or 17-year-old girl, had an exceptionally well-developed figure. Cough, cough. Master, I apologize. Wei Yang steadied herself underwater, her originally somewhat naive face showing a rare hint of embarrassment. I didn't control the distance and precision of the coordinates well during the teleportation earlier, and I didn't expect the spatial folding defenses here to be quite thick. So I accidentally ended up in the water. Let's get to the point. Chen Feng did not engage further. He leaned against the side of the pool. What are you doing coming over to find me at this late hour? Hearing Chen Feng's straightforward question, Wei Yang quickly tucked away her awkward expression. She stood a little straighter in the water, droplets gliding over her fair skin, revealing a hint of seriousness through the mist. Master, today I witnessed with my own eyes your slaying of a god, while on the flying boat, with a mortal body. I can say that Wei Yang is filled with unprecedented confidence in your future great ambitions. Wei Yang's red eyes sparkled in the mist. Previously in the ruins, I was forced to acknowledge you as my master out of necessity. But now, after careful consideration, I believe this is a rare opportunity. Wei Yang grasped the edge of the bath. Therefore, this time I have decided to actively increase my investment in you. Investment? Chen Feng was amused by this term. What do you mean? You and I have already signed a life-binding master-servant contract, haven't we? Isn't the binding power of that contract sufficient for your investment? Can you invest in anything beyond the contract? In Chun Feng's view, this white-haired girl had already signed a contract of servitude with her life in his hands. What could be a more significant investment than that? It's different. Wei Yang shook her head. As a merchant, she was more astute than anyone in matters concerned. In truth, as a character descended into Blue Star as a native NPC who did not belong to this world, Wei Yang understood her position better than anyone. Yes, the contract was powerful and had a compelling binding force. However, Chun Feng was a human of Blue Star, while she was an outsider. No matter how respectful she was, or how valuable she appeared. On the emotional scale of the master, she was an outsider bound by a compulsory contract without any emotional foundation. This presented an inherent and insurmountable disadvantage. If the master encountered conflicts of interest in this world in the future and had to make choices regarding certain people or matters, she as an outsider could anytime be treated as a tool or a discarded pawn. She craved an absolute guarantee of safety. Thus, she had to work very hard using every means possible to bind herself to the master, elevating this simple utilitarian relationship to a more enduring and profound emotional or intimate level. I want to establish a deeper bond with you. As soon as the words left her mouth in Chun Feng's stunned expression, Wei Yang's fair fingers directly moved to the button of the inner lining that was tightly clinging to her body due to being soaked. So the button popped open, revealing a large expanse of snow-white skin and dazzling spring light directly from the water's surface. Morning sunlight streamed through the vast floor-to-ceiling windows, bathing the spacious and comfortable corridor of Longchao in golden warmth. Everyone had slept deeply, a rare luxury in this perilous wasteland world where a high-end suite offering absolute safety and complete silence free from any monstrous disturbance was an extraordinary indulgence. Senior Sister Wei Yang, wake up. The monster-themed buffet breakfast downstairs is said to be delicious. Go late and the best cuts of meat will be gone. Chun Inch hurried down the corridor to the fourth room at the corner. That was the deluxe suite assigned to Wei Yang by the front desk the previous night. Finding the door unlocked, with a narrow gap left ajar, Chun Inch pushed it open and entered without hesitation. Wei Yang. She paused, startled upon entering. There, curled at the center of the bed, lay Wei Yang, still wrapped tightly in a voluminous velvet duvet. She appeared utterly listless. Even beneath those signature crimson eyes, faint dark circles lingered like smudges of exhaustion. Why are you still asleep? Did you lie awake last night? Chun Ange leaned close to the bedside, voice laced with concern. Hurry up, we've got seats reserved downstairs. Brother Feng and Xiaoxiao are already waiting. Ugh, I can't get up. Wei Yang weakly emerged, just her pale face from beneath the covers. Her voice thin and breathless, as if she'd just completed an 800-kilometer marathon, radiating profound weariness. And yet, for some inexplicable reason, Chun Ange sensed something odd. Though Wei Yang looked drained, her cheeks glowed faintly pink, a strange quiet flush. Satisfaction. What's wrong? Did you catch a chill out in the wilds last night? As Chun Ange reached out and lightly touched Wei Yang's slender calf, exposed just above the duvet and flushed soft pink. Oh, HNNN. A muffled, oddly sweet moan escaped Wei Yang, so sudden and intimate it startled Chun Ange, and even sent Wei Yang herself into flustered mortification as she yanked the duvet over her head in one swift, embarrassed motion. Chun Ange blinked, bewildered. Senior Sister Wei Yang, did you pull a muscle? HSSSS. Muffled beneath the duvet, Wei Yang sighed, a sound heavy with despair. I truly cannot leave the room today. My legs are weak, my waist aches. I haven't the strength even to... That's serious. Chun Ange's alarm spiked. Could it be food poisoning from last night, causing magical backlash? I'll go fetch Brother Feng. He might know where to buy an antidote. She spun around to dash out, when a calm voice halted her at the threshold. Chun Feng stood leaning against the doorframe, silent and composed. Chun Ange rushed over. Brother, Wei Yang's gravely ill. She can't lift her legs off the bed, and she made that bizarre sound. I know. Chun Feng nodded solemnly, utterly unruffled. Grant her a full day's rest. Let her stay in bed. He then cast a knowing glance toward the trembling duvet mound huddled at the head of the bed, its faint rhythmic quiver unmistakable. He hadn't anticipated his own capabilities had grown so formidable. At the heart of Jiangbei Commercial District stood a monstrous edifice, forged from colossal, unidentifiable beast bones and fused with luminous spatial crystals. The All Under Heaven auction headquarters. Backed by immense influence, rumors claimed several of Blue Star's top 10 superguilds held substantial equity stakes here, making it unthinkable for anyone to disrupt proceedings or investigate consignor's identities. Bring forth a treasure, and they would place it before any wealthy magnate's table. The cavernous ground-floor reception hall buzzed with elite players arriving for item appraisal and entry fee registration. Chen Feng strode in alone, hands deep in his pockets, shoulders relaxed, gaze unwavering. He navigated the throng and approached a brief lull at the front counter. Here to sell something. He tapped the redwood laminated glass surface with casual authority. The attendant, a young man clad in ornate arcane robes, had long mastered the art of discerning status at a glance, his eyes sharpened by years of vetting power brokers. His peripheral gaze swept Chen Feng head to toe, level 10 blue-tier rogue gear devoid of even the faintest shimmer from enchanted accessories. Friend, you've wandered into the wrong establishment. This is the All Under Heaven auction headquarters. He chuckled softly, adjusting his tiny spectacles with a wry smile. If you're peddling blue-tier gear or dungeon crafting materials, turn right outside and walk 3 blocks to the Taba zone. Here our minimum auction threshold is legendary tier purple equipment or premium city founding resources. The attendant spoke honestly, and Chen Feng bore no resentment. Well then, my name is Happy Windman. I have something valuable to sell. May I speak directly with your senior manager? The moment those 3 words left his lips, the previously bustling counter fell utterly silent. Not only the attendant, but also the several players nearby mid-transaction. After a beat of stunned silence, the young attendant burst into uncontrollable laughter. Ha ha ha, seriously friend, you've got comedic talent. He pointed, tears streaming at Chen Feng's threadbare ensemble. You claim to be Happy Windman. Ha ha ha. If you're the divine-slaying legend, then I'm the Ashfall Sovereign shattered last night. His mockery wasn't unfounded. Across Blue Star, every faction hunted, or desperately sought, the enigmatic Happy Windman. Yet precisely because the title resonated so fiercely, within just hours over 40 armored elites had stormed this very reception desk. Each cloaked in mythic gear, each insisting they were either Happy Windman himself or his authorized envoy. All hoping to exploit the name for priority service or waive entrance fees. Every single one a fraud. Brother, you're not even trying. The attendant wiped his eyes, still chuckling. Those 40-odd imposters ahead of you at least invested in blinding epic or legendary gear to look the part. You show up in level 10 junk rogue blues. Do you take us for fools? He waved dismissively. All right, off you go. Don't obstruct high-value clients' appraisals. Nearby players shook their heads in disdain. Another clown chasing viral fame. Chen Feng exhaled softly. Since identity alone failed to convince, the most direct path remained. He placed both hands flat on the counter, and under a wave of scornful impatience. With a subtle shift of intent, a massive spear materialized. Jet black, its tip wreathed in deep crimson infernal flame, its shaft pulsing with immutable sacred authority, an aura of divine law incarnate. The Apophis Morningbone Spear, transcendent mythic tier. The instant this true god-tier weapon manifested, the entire reception hall, 1,000 strong, was crushed beneath its unfiltered primordial divine fire pressure. Every breath seized, every knee trembled, except Chen Feng's. Now, do you believe I am Happy Windman? The pressure of the deep, red, divine fire rippled through the air. Thousands of people filled the reception hall on the first floor, whether they were trading or merely passing by to join the commotion. Everyone's breath halted at that moment. The young attendant, who had been laughing to the point of tears and mocking Chen Feng for not changing his outfit to impersonate a deity, fell silent. The instant he laid eyes on the transcendent divine spear, he felt his legs weaken, and if not for the wooden counter, he would have collapsed to the ground. The spear of the morning bones of Apophis. This was not just some ordinary broken purple gear to create a facade. This was the new deity executed in the spear of the morning bones of Apophis. This was not just some ordinary broken purple gear to create a facade. This was the new deity executed in the skies over Jiangbei yesterday. Apophis' exclusive divine weapon. Such a level of spoils could not possibly be counterfeit. In the extreme silence of the hall, players erupted into whispers of astonishment. Divine weapon. My heavens, he truly is. All eyes were now concentrated on the ordinary young man dressed in a level 10 Blue Ranger outfit. Even if he himself was not the so-called Happy Windman, the mere fact that he could casually wield such a level of spoils spoke volumes about his connections and the legendary killing god behind him. Now can we discuss business? Chen Feng tapped the redwood table, which had already begun to show scorch marks from high temperatures and divine power. I can. Please wait. Please wait. The attendant's voice pitch changed, no longer daring to show any hint of the previous arrogance and disdain, scurrying toward the inner hall. Supervisor. Boss. A big business opportunity has come. Hurry out to meet him. Shortly after, with hurried footsteps, a middle-aged fat man dressed in luxurious golden silk robes with a plump figure and a face full of a welcoming smile rushed out accompanied by 7 or 8 guards radiating high-level fluctuations flanked by a crowd of higher-ups. This was the chief manager of the Jiangbei branch of the Alliance of the World, not only possessing an astonishing level 90 strength, but also possessing an exceptional talent for reading people's expressions. Upon seeing the spear of morning bones displayed on the counter alongside the calm young man, the chief manager's eyes sparkled with the intensity of a hungry wolf spotting a flock of sheep. Yet he skillfully controlled his emotions, his smile growing increasingly humble and respectful. "Ah, a distinguished guest has arrived. This truly brings glory to our Alliance of the World." The chief manager deeply bowed and then gestured invitingly. "Esteemed guest, this hall is crowded and filled with prying eyes. For your privacy and safety, please move to our exclusive top-secret box upstairs for a detailed discussion." Chen Feng did not linger on the pleasantries. He casually grabbed the spear's tip and tossed the heavy divine weapon over his shoulder, following the chief manager upstairs. This left the crowd in the first-floor hall to finally erupt into a heated discussion and frenzied messaging after their departure. "Quick! Urgently send a message to the president. The representative of the Happy Wind Man has appeared in Jiangbei's Alliance of the World. He is selling the divine gear from the Lord of Destruction. The dark currents in Jiangbei swirled." In the top-secret box on the second floor, precious dragon's brain incense quietly burned in the stove. The chief manager personally poured Chen Feng a cup of red tea infused with the vibrant essence of life. "May I ask, esteemed guest, how should I address you?" The chief manager was sweating profusely, but still cautiously probed surname Chen. Chen Feng took a sip of tea and pointed at the divine weapon placed on the table. He was not bothered by this small probe. "I wonder what specific requirements or special trading intentions Mr. Chen might have today with this artifact capable of changing the tide of battle." The chief manager rubbed his hands together, his eyes darting slightly. "Actually, for a distinguished figure with such a profound background as yourself, if you need any rare materials, our Alliance of the World can completely form a more in-depth partnership with you." He aimed to use this spear as a stepping stone to connect with Chen Feng, or the terrifying being behind him who could slay gods. After all, even if he was wanted by various major forces, having a powerhouse capable of tearing apart deities as a backer in this chaotic world would ensure that the Alliance of the World could operate freely in any major region. However, forget it. Chen Feng set down his teacup. "I only came to deal with this piece of firewood that I'm not." Chen Feng showed no mercy. "Stop with the roundabout talk. How much can you offer for this broken spear? Can it be auctioned? Give me a straightforward answer." Upon hearing this unreserved attitude, the chief manager's forced smile froze, but he quickly regained. This weapon was not only formidable in its stats, but also held special significance at this early stage of divine authority's emergence. It was a totemic display. This weapon was not only formidable in its stats, but also held special significance at this early stage of divine authority's emergence. It was a totemic display of the might of the Godslayer. This weapon was not only formidable in its stats, but also held special significance at this early stage of divine authority's emergence. It was a totemic display. Moreover, so many people in the hall had witnessed it, and once the news spread, it was estimated that the auction house in Jiangbei this afternoon would see its threshold nearly trampled. "Since Mr. Chen speaks so plainly, I shall not beat around the bush." The chief manager gritted his teeth and directly input a series of numbers into the trading device on the table. This transcendent divine weapon of the godly master. Whether in symbolic meaning or practical value, it is immeasurable. Our Alliance of the World will directly pay you 3 million gold coins as a deposit. The chief manager was very generous. This 3 million gold coins is also the starting bid for the auction this afternoon. If no one present can afford it, or if it fails to sell, this 3 million gold coins will be considered as our Alliance of the World purchasing it ourselves. This was a staggering amount. One must know that in Camp No. 7A, Chun Angi had to risk his life for just a few silver coins in a poisonous dungeon. 50 gold coins could buy a guild token to establish a city. 3 million gold coins. This was enough to forcibly establish a mid-tier elite faction ranked in the top 30 or equip a heavy infantry army of 10,000. And this was merely the deposit. Chen Feng had no idea of the market price, but seeing the straightforward offer from the other party, he had no intention of haggling, which saved him trouble. More importantly, he lacked the endless wealth to establish a large base. Chen Feng nodded. "Deal. Let's do it this way." The chief manager was overjoyed. "Mr. Chen is straightforward." He immediately clapped his hands. A delicate female attendant entered carrying a storage bag filled with high-level space expansion arrays. Not only was the 3 million gold coins paid in cash on the spot, but the chief manager also presented an invitation card inlaid with golden flower borders. This is an invitation to the top-tier auction of the Alliance of the World this afternoon. The chief manager respectfully presented it with both hands. This auction will likely start at 2 o'clock in the afternoon, showcasing many rare treasures newly excavated from the ruins across Blue Star. If you have the time, you are very welcome to come and take a look. Chen Feng casually tucked the storage bag and card into his pants pocket. Sure, I'll come by if I have time. After leaving the Alliance headquarters, Chen Feng walked along the bustling streets. He glanced at the sky, noting that it was just past noon, with still some time before the afternoon auction. Looks like I can leisurely spend half a day here in Jiangbei. Chen Feng mused, patting his pocket, filled with gold coins. He initially planned to finish his business quickly, and then find Xiao and Gu to leave. However, with money in hand, he felt more confident. It was a perfect opportunity to experience the Jiangbei war zone, which had developed over the past decade, and see what essential differences in customs and culture existed compared to the impoverished Jiangnan. Following the positioning from the communication panel, he spent less than 10 minutes to meet up with two young girls in a private room at the bustling magical barbecue restaurant. As soon as he pushed the door open, he heard Chun and Gu and Lin Xia sitting in front of a feast of high-quality juices and glowing roasted meat, excitedly discussing the gossip and fresh happenings they had seen that morning. "Brother, have you finished your business?" Chun and Gu quickly pulled out a chair for Chen Feng and handed him a large skewer of sizzling roasted high-level magic pig meat. "Sort of, there's still a wrap-up this afternoon." Chen Feng took a bite of the meat, savoring the taste that was indeed a million times better than chewing on cold white bread. "Did you two have a good time this morning?" "Of course." Lin Xia swallowed her meat and eagerly began to pour out her woes to Chen Feng. "Brother Feng, let me tell you, Jiangbei and our Jiangnan are like heaven and hell. The people here not only have generally luxurious gear. What shocked me the most? While we were shopping this morning, did you know what we saw on the bulletin board over by the west?" Lin Xia exaggeratedly gestured. "Haven't we been relying on our two legs to run through ruins in Jiangnan for the past few years? Here I heard that in a mid-tier dungeon in Jiangbei, there is a special flying equipment called Ling Qi." Lin Xia was so excited she was practically dancing. "I heard that as long as you equip that thing on your back, you don't need to meet the strict requirement of level 80 to fly. Having wings isn't unusual, but what's most outrageous, do you know?" Chen Feng found it amusing. "How outrageous?" "Some recently emerged big guilds in Jiangbei." Chen and Gu chimed in. "They actually organized a team of elite players in their 60s and 70s to take newbies along. Free around the main city. Yes, they don't charge a single coin. It's like a charity, taking those lower-level or newly arrived refugee commoners, taking them through that very difficult mid-tier dungeon to farm Ling Qi. Free." Listening to the excited words of the two girls, Chen Feng was momentarily stunned, pausing his chewing. "That's right." Lin Xia nodded vigorously. "At first we didn't believe it, thinking it was a scam to lure low-level players to be bait or cannon fodder. But right at the city gate we saw a large group of ordinary players in their 20s or 30s happily flying back with a pair of green or blue wings, helped by the big guild's free shuttle. In this world where people can betray even their brothers over a piece of low-level material, in such an environment of extreme selfishness, suddenly a large charitable organization emerged, selflessly offering elite combat power for free in this wasteland. Not just free dungeon runs, brother. Brother Feng, you don't know how exaggerated that scene was." Lin Xia excitedly waved a bamboo skewer with a red fruit on it. "We even saw at the big square that every noon someone actually set up a large pot. They're freely distributing cold and poison-resistant magical meals to those low-level refugees who had just escaped from remote areas. Even those initial healing scrolls that sell for several silver coins in the market, whenever they saw an injured player they would give them to for free." Chen and Gu nodded in agreement. In her understanding at the No. 7 camp in Jiangnan, even if one ruined the most useless leather armor, they would be deducted 3 days' worth of rations. Such selfless relief was simply unbelievable, like listening to a myth. No wonder before in our Jiangnan, I often heard in taverns those scavengers who were slightly better off or higher level, even if they went bankrupt, they would sell everything to gather a ticket for cross-region teleportation. They would rather be a homeless beggar in Jiangbei than stay in Jiangnan as a small team leader. Chen Feng stroked his chin. "Since the atmosphere here is so good, have you finished eating? Once you're done, let's go have a look. It's just right for me to witness how this charity of falling pies from the sky works." Exiting the barbecue restaurant, the three of them leisurely strolled through the commercial street towards the largest southern gate of Jiangbei. Upon arriving at the city gate, it was indeed, as Lin Xia had said, a bustling recruitment square. In the outer safe area, less than 2 kilometers from the city's safety barrier, various temporary tents and recruitment booths were densely arranged. Large team recruitment. Challenge the undead mine. Need a powerful healer. Gold will be split. Merchant convoy needs bodyguards. food and lodging included. 1 gold coin a day. Charity for the elders of Jiangbei. Blue Sky Guild Charity Convoy. Free runs for newbies or commoners through the Cliff of Wind mid-tier dungeon. Guaranteed to drop Ling Chi. No need for you to lift a finger. No deposit needed. Just follow behind to farm. Only 10 spots left. Departure once full. Amidst the noisy recruitment sounds, the long queue in front of the stalls waving free Ling Chi farming banners was indeed a sight to behold. Look, brother Foam. Lin Xia excitedly pointed at a ridge-roofed tent with a Blue Sky Guild banner. They really aren't lying. Look at those people in line, and most are commoners, just over level 20. How great would it be if we could also get wings that can fly? Shen Feng glanced at the few elite players in their 50s and 60s standing in front of the booth. They wore incredibly friendly and even overly enthusiastic smiles, patiently processing the entry contracts for the low-level players filling them out. This scene was indeed filled with a bizarre sense of harmony. Let's go take a look. Shen Feng said nothing more and slowly led the two to the end of the line and queued up. Soon after waiting for less than 5 minutes, it was their turn. A long-faced shield warrior sitting behind the registration desk wore a Blue Wind System badge of the Blue Sky Guild on his chest. He looked over Chen Feng and the others. His gaze lingered for a second on Chun and Guest's somewhat delicate face before quickly and naturally concealing it. You three are here to farm Ling Chi with the convoy, right? The long-faced warrior wore a professional smile and handed over 3 scrolls of contracts that emitted a faint magical glow. The rules are simple. Just sign this waiver contract. This is primarily to prove that you are voluntarily joining us for the dungeon run. He pointed to several lines of small print on the contract. After all, the wild can be complicated. We can only ensure your safety from most monsters during the group run, but if you accidentally trigger a lethal trap and die, we won't be held responsible for compensation. Such waiver clauses are actually very reasonable in the recruitment of major guilds. Lin Xia understood the rules and nodded, preparing to take the pen to sign at the bottom right of the contract. However, just as Lin Xia's pen was about to touch the scroll, a voice interrupted. If I were you, I definitely wouldn't touch that cursed piece of paper. Lin Xia was startled, and the pen in her hand froze. The long-faced warrior's smile instantly vanished at the sound of that voice as he suddenly looked up, his eyes flashing with a hidden panic and anger. The three turned their heads. Behind them stood a young woman with a neat high ponytail dressed in dark red fitted clothing. She was quite young, probably just over 20. With her arms crossed over her chest, she held a uniquely shaped dagger with barbs. She did not wear any badge representing a major guild's power. Who are you? Don't spread nonsense. And before Chen Feng and the others could say anything, the long-faced warrior at the counter suddenly stood up. He shouted sternly while giving a signal to several mid-level warriors responsible for guarding. Blood spewing from the mouth. The young woman merely scoffed. She paid no heed to the long-faced warrior's fierce threats, her gaze sweeping over the line of people and the contract scroll. Yes, recently there have indeed been several top guilds in the Jiangbei region seeking to boost their regional reputation by taking newbies to gain low welfare benefits. But what are you even worth? She took a step forward, her sharp aura directly pressing against the long-faced warrior. Under the guise of charity, you're just a third-rate group without even a guild base, using recruitment and contract mechanisms to manipulate the terms with so-called disclaimers. The reality is merely to evade punishment from the system for internal injuries or mutual destruction within the team. In high-level dungeons in the wild where there are no monitoring systems or aggro locks, you deliberately lead these newbies eager for free gear into deadly traps or ambushes. After the woman finished speaking, the surrounding bystanders were all taken aback. Lin Xia was also startled and quickly threw the contract back onto the table, keeping a wary eye on those people. What nonsense! Do you have any evidence? The long-faced warrior was already sweating a bit, but he still shouted defiantly. It's not just about using them as cannon fodder for trial and error, right? The high ponytail girl's gaze was piercing, fixating on the guilty-looking warrior. And then after they die, effortlessly reclaim all their meager savings and pitiful drops accumulated over the years. This no-cost, high-profit business. You've already been caught by the city defense army over there in the west this week, right? And now you've changed your name to come to the south gate to employ the same old tricks. This just exposed everything. The dozens of low-level players who were eager to jump in just moments ago suddenly turned pale, retreating in fear, some even starting to curse loudly. This is an illegal ride. These bastards, acting like benevolent beings. Seeing the crowd that had gathered so hard starting to disperse, the long-faced warrior was panicking. This was related to the guild's livelihood and high-level mission indicators. Who the hell are you? Seeking death. The long-faced warrior drew out his tower shield, and the 7 or 8 mid-level warriors responsible for security also revealed fierce expressions drawing their great swords and staffs. Since you're looking for trouble, don't blame my brothers for being ruthless. In this world, meddling in others' affairs never ends well. Capture this ignorant girl and take her to the blood slave mine to be a two-legged sheep for a couple of days. The 7 or 8 burly men instantly turned into streaks of colorful energy, charging directly at the high ponytail girl. Watch out! Chun and shouted nervously from the side. Those are 7 or 8 high-level fighters around level 40 or 50. This girl looks so delicate, how can she possibly withstand them all at once? But the woman showed no signs of fear, seeking death. Her eyes sharpened facing the incoming greatsword, showing no intention of retreating even a step. With a gentle flick of her wrist, Zhang. In the instant the burly men charged, her crossblood dagger drew a sharp and incredible crimson arc in the air. This arc resembled a red spatial rift. The two warriors at the front hadn't even realized what was happening. The 30-level heavy plate armor on their chests was sliced cleanly from the chest down to the abdomen, as if it were made of flimsy cardboard with a sharp crack. The immense force and the shockwave from that blood-red arc sent the two warriors flying back over 10 meters, crashing into a distant recruitment stone pillar, spitting blood, as their health bars dropped by half in an instant. Then her footwork turned strange and unpredictable, in the terrified eyes of those who could not even lock onto her aggro target. Puff, puff. With swift movements her daggers struck flesh. In just a brief exchange, merely 3 to 5 seconds. Except for her own slightly hurried breathing, due to high-intensity evasion. The 7 or 8 burly men who had just appeared fierce were all now lying on the ground in pain, rolling and howling, each nursing deep wounds in their thighs or wrists where they held weapons. All of them were deeply pierced with wounds that could be seen down to the bone, emanating a strong scent of blood. This girl is a top-tier assassin. Oh, my hand is ruined. The long-faced warrior cried out in despair, clutching his right arm that was still bleeding and faintly emanating black resentment. He was a level 50 heavy armored shield bearer. He couldn't withstand even a single skill exchange and was broken and injured. Get lost. The woman stepped heavily on the long-faced warrior's face, coldly scolding. Take your trash and roll far away from this south gate. If I catch you doing such despicable acts again, next time it won't just be a severed hand. Those burly men dared not retaliate. They scrambled to escape, helping each other as they fled. The fight ended very abruptly. Fortunately, this was on the outskirts of the safe zone. If it had happened in the city, it would have triggered a high-level red name alert for malicious brawling. Seeing the danger averted, the woman promptly sheathed her crossblood dagger behind her waist. She turned her head to glance at Chen Ange and Lin Xia, who were still standing nearby in shock. Stay alert when mixing outside. Opportunities don't come easy. She casually threw out this remark. Chen Ange hurried over, his eyes sparkling with admiration. Thank you, sister. You're so amazing. Thank you. If it weren't for you, we would have seriously signed that deadly Yinyang contract. Lin Xia also bowed with lingering fear. Chen Feng, with his hands in his pockets, looked at the girl with great interest. It's nothing much. I have something to attend to, so I'll take my leave first. The woman waved her hand, showing no intentions of lingering with them, casually adjusting her clothes that had been ruffled by the wind as she prepared to turn away. At that moment, among the crowd that had not entirely dispersed due to the excitement, someone lowered their voice, seemingly recognizing the unique dagger in her hand and her signature fighting style. That knife looks like the Weeping Blood Cross. A traveling merchant in the crowd gasped and damn, isn't that one of the exclusive divine weapons of Tian's Mansion, ranking among the top 3 powerful forces in the northern Yuling district? If that knife is in her hand, could it be that this young woman is the guild leader of Tian's Mansion? What? The guild leader? A bystander asked in surprise. Look at her age, she can't be more than 20, just barely out of her teens. In such a chaotic and harsh northern land, the leader of such a large guild is just a little girl. The old merchant swallowed and nodded. No doubt about it. She should be that Shun Tianqing. You might not know this, but the Tian's Mansion Guild was reportedly established in the first few months when the game first arrived 10 years ago. It was founded and nurtured by her extraordinarily talented older brother. The old merchant began to recount the legend from the north. At that time, her brother led a group of guild brothers through the Yuling mining area, which was filled with snow monsters, carving out a bloody path. In under 3 years, they built it into a top-tier guild. But the good times didn't last long. 3 years ago, during a perilous first kill of a wild abyss relic uprising, her brother fell while covering the retreat of the main forces. The old merchant sighed. Everyone thought Tian's Mansion would collapse. Who knew that at that time Shin Tianqing, who was still just a vice guild leader, displayed a talent and ruthlessness that even veteran assassins feared. In just 1 year, she transformed from a low-level assassin under level 50 hunting down those plotting against her guild's higher-ups. Now she is likely at least level 78, close to the top-tier level of 80, having stabilized the wobbling guild through sheer force of will. Just as everyone was discussing Shun Tiansheng's departing figure, a series of synchronized and heavy clashing sounds of armor came from the direction of the city gate. Make way, make way. A squad of over 20 members from the Jiangbei main city's defense army armed with long spears quickly jogged to the area where the conflict had just occurred. At the forefront was a squad leader sporting a goatee, appearing to be around level 40. He glanced at the pool of blood still wet on the ground, then looked at the disarray left behind by the long-faced warriors who had hastily fled. Did that group of bloodwolves run this way again? The defense squad leader frowned and turned to the nearby bystanders, asking, what was the cause of the fight just now? Was anyone injured? An old merchant nearby hurried forward and recounted the events that had just transpired. After listening, the squad leader snorted coldly. These scoundrels, last time they used newcomers as bait in the west of the city, and we wiped out one of their hideouts. Now they dare to change their appearance and come here to swindle again. He waved his hand, instructing his soldiers to dismantle the scammer's stall. Then the squad leader turned to face the lower-tier bystanders and refugee players who had almost been deceived and were still in fear. He raised his voice to reassure them. Dear old and new friends of Jiangbei, there's no need to panic. Recently, the main city received orders to address the survival pressure brought by the enhanced attributes of monsters in version 2.0. We have indeed collaborated with several top-tier regular guilds in Jiangbei to conduct this welfare cleanup event for old and new players. But everyone must keep their eyes peeled. The squad leader pointed to the right side of the city gate, where a vast area covered with dozens of enormous luxurious tents and a magical barrier had been set up. That area is a large-scale group hunt sponsored by the regular main city's combat guilds. He continued, for all those looking to obtain Lingqi or to join the group for lower-tier materials, please register over there. With official backing, there are absolutely no ridiculous liability waivers. Upon hearing this, the crowd, which had just been in shock, erupted into cheers once more. The official Jiangbei main city is too generous. Let's go, let's go. Hurry to the official window to line up. This is fantastic. People surged towards the right side. Lin Xia excitedly grabbed Chenanji's arm, saying, let's go. We almost got scammed just now, but now there's an official team. We can't let this opportunity slip by. Chen Feng, however, was indifferent. The auction would not start for several more hours. Since they were already here, he thought of it as a stroll to digest their meal. He put his hands in his pockets and followed the two along with Wei Yang towards the official recruitment area. The official efficiency was indeed high. In just a few minutes, since the four of them were together, they were assigned to a medium-sized exploration team consisting of 30 members. The team responsible for leading them consisted of 3 high-level players wearing the Warhammer Guild insignia, each around level 65. One was a paladin wielding a heavy shield, another was a fiery female mage, and the last was an elven archer carrying a longbow. This configuration was akin to using a sledgehammer to crack a nut, leading a group of level 20 to 30 commoners into a mid-tier instance. Everyone gather around and sign in. The paladin captain was very easygoing, a rugged man, and he counted the number of people and said with a smile, just call me Gang Go. Today we 3 will take care of this wind cliff run entirely. All you need to do is stay within the range of our aura. Make sure not to provoke those isolated monsters. You can freely pick up the white and green gear materials on the ground. Any purple gear that drops usable for your professions will be distributed evenly at the end. If the Lingqi drops at the end, we will roll according to need and rank, ensuring everyone gets a share. Upon hearing this enthusiastic and fair distribution plan, the bystanders and the team all showed grateful and relieved smiles. All right, Gang Go. We'll follow your lead. Gang Go is awesome. The Warhammer Guild is generous. Let's set off. Gang Go waved his hand and took the lead, walking at the front of the group. The team quickly passed through the teleportation array on the outskirts of the city and arrived at the entrance of a mid-tier instance called Wind Cliff. As soon as they entered the instance, a fierce wind howled and a biting cold wind mixed with icy gravel rushed towards them. The terrain ahead was a walkway built on the edge of a cliff with a bottomless abyss beneath it. A misstep could lead to shattering into pieces. On the weathered rocks and cliffs, several level 50 Gale Hawk demons circled. Gang Go drew his everyone watch your steps. This instance was originally just a regular one for level 50 players. He loudly introduced the situation of the instance to the new players. However, Gang Go pointed across the walkway at a path that originally led directly to the final boss. To the left of the path, a brand new pitch-black fissure had appeared, splitting open at some unknown time due to the morning's version update. The area surrounding that path flickered with dangerous dark purple lightning elements emanating an unsettling high-level magical pressure. Everyone, do you see that new path that wasn't there yesterday? Gang Guess expression turned serious. This morning after the 2.0 version God's Chaos update, the system randomly spawned such unknown paths in most mid to high tier instances. It is said that while these branch paths are extremely dangerous, the experience from the monsters inside is double that of the outside. Moreover, there is a high probability of dropping the divine core materials needed to unlock the so-called divine fire. A few young players in their 30s in the team, upon hearing about such high-level materials, immediately had shining eyes. Gang go. Can we go explore that new path? After all, you three big shots are here. What nonsense. The leading female fire mage rolled her eyes irritably. The attributes of the monsters in that abyss branch have inflated with the version update, carrying all sorts of nasty random attributes. Our Warhammer Guild's main force went to explore such a path earlier this morning and nearly wiped out. You'd be asking for death to have you newbies explore it. Gangun nodded in agreement. Our task is to safely lead you all to the final boss to drop the Lingxi. So everyone please follow the well-trodden and safe route on the right that has been cleared countless times. Make sure not to stray into that purple branch path just because something shiny catches your eye. Understood. Everyone nodded in agreement. The journey proceeded very smoothly. The coordination among these three level 65 experts was impeccable. Gang Guess shield wall could nearly block all the dive attacks from the level 50 wind demons. The fire mage unleashed fiery tornadoes from the back, while the archer precisely finished off the remaining weak flying creatures. In less than half an hour, the team had progressed through most of the way with wind-type crystal stones and broken equipment scattered everywhere. Chun Ange and Lin Xia also followed closely behind, happily picking up the loot. We're almost at the final floating platform. Gang Good drank a blue potion and wiped the blood from his shield. Let's rest here for 3 minutes. After the next turn is the final BOSS, Storm Tyrant. After defeating it, we can call it a perfect. Upon hearing that they would soon receive their rewards, the team members excitedly began to check the spoils in their bags. However, just as everyone relaxed their guard and prepared for the final bounty, boom, the entire walkway of Wind Cliff suddenly erupted with intense shaking. The tremor was comparable to a level 10 earthquake. The massive boulders overhead, weighing several tons, began to crack under the tremors. A large amount of debris fell from above. What's going on? Gangu reacted quickly, abruptly raising his large shield and blocking several massive stones that were crashing towards the back of the team. This earthquake feels wrong. The fire mage's face turned pale as she sensed an anomaly in the magical flow in the air. This is not a normal geological reaction in an instance. Watch your head. Gangu shouted, pouring all his fighting spirit into the heavy shield. A rock the size of a small mountain crashed down from above the cliff, striking the holy light shield with a deafening roar. Even with the shield's protection, Gangu was knocked to one knee by the terrifying force of the fall, spitting blood. The surrounding cliffs began to peel away extensively. The once peaceful dungeon transformed in an instant into a disaster site that could bury everyone at any moment. Run. Don't pick anything up. The female fire mage turned pale with fright, exclaiming, this place is going to collapse. The dozens of newcomers, usually scavenging in the safe zone, were terrified. One by one they rolled and crawled, desperately rushing back the way they came. Fortunately, the three level 65 experts were indeed responsible. Not only did they not use their escape scrolls to flee, but they also held the rear, clearing falling debris with magic while loudly directing the team's retreat. Don't panic. Maintain formation. We're going back the way we came. Gang Gu braced himself against the pressure of potentially being crushed again, covering the rear of the team. Chun and Gu and Lin Xia ran through the crowd, panting heavily. Chun Feng casually walked beside them with his hands in his pockets, as if nothing was wrong. Just moments ago, a rock weighing several tons was about to smash down on Chun and Ji's head. Chun Feng simply tilted his head and blew a breath. The giant rock was silently pulverized midair by an unreasonable miniature cyclone. When the panicked crowd finally returned to the platform with the fork in the path, the archer at the front suddenly slammed on the brakes, their face more distorted than if they had eaten something terrible. Gangu, it's over. What's wrong? Gangu hurried over with his shield, following the trembling finger of the archer. He gasped. The path they had come from had actually fractured during the recent violent tremor. A terrifying chasm over 200 meters wide had completely severed their way back. Below the chasm lay a bottomless black abyss. Unless one could fly, it was impossible for anyone else to cross this heavenly moat. Our escape route is gone. The female fire mage slumped to the ground, exclaiming, we're trapped here. Players scattered around witnessed this despairing scene and began to cry. What do we do? I worked hard to save up for a house. I don't want to die here. Wasn't it supposed to be safe and rich? The Hammer Guild has doomed us. Fear spread among the crowd. Gangu clenched his fists tightly. He turned to look at the left side of the platform. There lay a path that had just been refreshed due to a version update. It glowed with dark purple unsettling lightning filled with unknown and terror, a high difficulty side quest. This was their only option left. Everyone stay calm. Gangu wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, standing tall and shouting. If we don't take that path, waiting here for a few more minutes will lead to the collapse of this platform, and we'll die right where we stand. He pointed at the dark purple abyss. Many dungeon designs in Divine Realm are not dead ends. Especially in these multi-route abyss dungeons, there are usually multiple escape exits or teleportation arrays. Although this new path has heavy magical pressure, it is merely a side route. Perhaps there are no disgusting enraged monsters inside, and if we're lucky enough to avoid the guardian monsters deeper within, we might find a hidden teleportation array to escape. While gang guess analysis carried a gambling element, it was their only hope of survival trapped here. If we avoid the boss and just look for an exit, maybe we can sneak out amidst the chaos. The newcomers who had been complaining just a moment ago gritted their teeth. We have no choice but to take the risk. Let's go. No longer hesitating, Gangu led this hastily assembled team, bravely stepping into the dark purple unknown abyss path. Everyone stay close to the rock wall and tread lightly. However, just as the group of dozens stepped into this purple-black tunnel, crack! The shrill sound of shattering glass echoed throughout the dungeon. The label Normal Extreme Wind Cliff Level 50, which had been hanging in the upper right corner of the dungeon system interface. After a scarlet lightning bolt flashed, it transformed into a line of black text that kept dripping blood. Catastrophic level hidden event triggered. Dark Abyss Demon Pit has been opened, accompanied by the system's bold red warning subtitles popping up before everyone's retinas. The authoritative and cold system voice echoed from all around the Abyss tunnel. The seal of 10,000 years shatters at this moment. The abyssal will betrayed by light awakens in boundless darkness and hatred. The chains of Apophis have been broken. That pseudo-god who once used mortals to deceive and suppress the dark abyss in the name of the sun has been punished by heaven. So be it. Once it brought devastation to the entire northern road, having slaughtered 2 ancient dragon gods, torn apart countless wings of light from celestial angels. The legendary level 100 disaster overlord demon king of the abyss Samuel is officially unsealed and revived. All beings that intrude into this dark abyss will become the first sacrifice after the revival of the Demon King. After this narrative was reported, the entire tunnel fell into a deathly silence. The Demon King has revived. The female fire mage was utterly dumbfounded. Level 100 disaster overlord. Apophis. Wasn't that the deity just killed by Feng Lao today in the announcement? Gang Guest's face twisted in despair. He finally understood what caused that massive earthquake earlier. It turns out all of this was because that unfortunate sun god was slaughtered in Jiangbei. Thus the seal suppressing this old monster became ineffective due to the death of the deity. What a ridiculous butterfly effect storyline. What is this about? Damn it, we just wanted to do a public service and carry some people to farm low tier wings. Why on earth did we have to stumble upon such an incredibly low probability epic hidden event with odds lower than winning the lottery 10 times in a row? Over 30 people stood in this pitch black tunnel unable to advance or retreat. A level 100 Demon King. Just a breath from him could turn their average level 30 characters into ashes. At the deepest part of this dungeon tunnel, within a vast underground hall built entirely of black gold basalt, standing 1,000 meters tall, the thick chains which had wrapped around the central throne of the hall and radiated fiery sunlight were now breaking apart inch by inch. Boom. The chains turned to ash. With the shattering of the seal, a figure over 4 meters tall, with a pair of massive black demonic wings extending to cover the sky, slowly opened its eyes, burning with green ghostly flames. Roar. The level 100 disaster level overlord Demon King of the Abyss Samuel. 10,000 years have passed. At last this king can once again feel the freedom of magical flow. Samuel moved his joints, which had emitted a thunderous sound due to being inactive for millennia. In his greenish eyes there was an almost perverse thirst for blood and madness mixed with endless mockery and rage. Apophis. That hypocritical old dog who only knows how to toy with people's hearts and presents himself as a divine savior. Everyone was just a bunch of scoundrels burning, killing, and plundering on this continent tens of thousands of years ago. Just like eating people, just like slaughtering villages. Just because he first reached out to the human race, he actually united with those foolish and short-sighted weak humans to hunt me down, tricking me into this formation and sealing me in darkness for so long. Now the time for retribution has come, right? Ha ha. The Abyssal Demon King let out a maniacal laugh. I wonder which ruthless passerby shattered even the divine fragment. No matter who it is. Samuel clenched his gigantic black fist larger than a truck, his eyes filled with ferocity. As long as my perfect level 100 abyssal body sees the light of day again, I will make all the humans in this Jiangbei land pay. Those human worms who once funded that old fraud with their faith to seal me away. For their ancestors' foolish mistakes from 10,000 years ago, they will pay a price of being sliced into 1,000 pieces, having their souls drawn out and bones refined. Just as he proclaimed this boastful statement, suddenly, his keen spiritual sensing domain detected something. Oh! Samuel lowered his head, his enormous eyes glowing with ghostly fire, looking towards the abyssal passage connected to the Great Hall. Interesting. This king hasn't feasted in tens of thousands of years, just unsealed. And a group of oblivious human worms have come knocking at my door as snacks. He sneered disdainfully. Just a few low-level minions who haven't even touched the threshold of the laws. For a level 100 boss like him, just out of prison and at full strength. Crushing these 30-some little worms is as easy as swatting a bunch of flies and utterly devoid of any sense of achievement. However, the Demon King is after all a being of advanced intelligence. He stroked his chin. Can't just kill them all. The world outside must have changed a lot over these tens of thousands of years. It's just right to leave one or two alive, catch them, and interrogate their souls about the current situation of this blue star. Kill some, let some go. Cultivate fear, let their desperate cries reach back to their human main city. Under such a twisted and confident sadistic mindset, Samuel did not rush to take action. He lazily waved his enormous demon claws. Swish! A surge of black magic gathered. Before him, a massive scene of the water mirror technique unfolded directly. In this dark abyssal dungeon copy completely under his control, he could see the information of those unfortunate souls who had invaded his domain clearly like surveillance cameras. In the water mirror image, the terrified group led by Brother Jing was displayed, clearly resembling quail in fear. The Demon King, utilizing his advanced probing divine sense inherent to his level 100 form, arrogantly and casually scanned the basic information and class panels above their heads. Level 65. That meat can in the shape of a tower shield. Is this class some grand knight left behind by that old fraud? How disgusting. With that pitiful health, it probably couldn't withstand even one of my toes. Samuel shook his head, a look of disdain on his face. Level 30 Fire Mage. This pathetic magic isn't even worthy of tickling me. Level 24. Level 15. What kind of stinky fish and rotten shrimp are these? The probing divine sense swept effortlessly over the dozens of civilians in despair and trembling in front of the group. In Samuel's eyes, these people would turn into his first appetizer after being unsealed in the next moment. Not one of them was worthy of even a moment's glance. In Samuel's eyes, these people would turn into his first appetizer after being unsealed in the next moment. There stood a man with his hands in the somewhat worn pockets of his cloth clothes while everyone around him was shivering in fear and crying together. He, however, walked with his head held high. Not only did he show no signs of fear, he even curiously looked around, as if he was touring this hellish purple-black abyss. Samuel casually directed his probing divine sense towards this unusually behaving human, wanting to see who this person was. Looking at this shabby attire, perhaps he has been scared to the point of becoming an idiot, unable to run away. Then in the next second, when a complete panel belonging to this man popped up clearly and without reservation on Samuel's massive water mirror. In the Great Hall, the originally arrogant, conceited, and invincible Abyssal Demon King, with thoughts filled with how to brutally slaughter humans. The mockery and cold smile at the corner of his mouth, gradually, little by little, stiff and frozen, ultimately stuck on his face. Those two clusters of fiercely burning green, ghostly fire eyes at this moment seemed to have seen a ghost shrinking violently. At the very top of that panel, the first thing to catch the eye, were three exclusive title marks glowing with a terrifying halo enough to blind the Demon King's eyes. Fearless Transgressor Dark Gold, Cataclysm Creator Legend, and Godslayer Crimson. Samuel's jaw dropped in shock and several of his fangs almost popped out. He rubbed his eyes, which were larger than lanterns, in disbelief, staring at the 3 lines of text on the screen. Godslayer. Godslayer. What the hell? How could a top-tier powerhouse capable of killing gods and having bathed in divine blood be behind this group of random soldiers, not even worthy of filling my teeth? What is going on? Did he sneak into my prison in disguise? Or am I being set up? But, after careful thought, he felt something was off. This king has just been unsealed for less than 5 minutes. Even if you are a supreme being who is bathed in divine blood, You couldn't possibly have predicted this and ambushed me in a place where there aren't even a few monsters waiting for me to show up right. This is purely a coincidence. Samuel frantically reassured himself. Yes, as long as this king doesn't act rashly, these people will definitely be unable to find an exit. After they wander around for a while, I can go out. It's hard-earned to get my life back. Can't I just hide if I can't provoke them? Just as Samuel was drenched in cold sweat, calculating how to silently send this savage god away, a strange scene occurred in the water mirror image. The man who had originally been casually looking around with his hands in his pockets, Chinfeng, suddenly, abruptly stopped in his tracks. Then, he very precisely looked up and looked over. The two ghostly fire eyes of Samuel jumped sharply. A chill shot straight from his soles to his forehead. Impossible. Did he detect my probing? This was the unique probing skill of their abyssal race. Also one of the key means that allowed him to dominate for tens of thousands of years. Back in the day, he had relied on this skill to sneakily observe how many high and mighty divine goddesses, even those upper gods who grasped the laws of truth as long as he didn't expose his killing intent, could not capture the probing spiritual force in this vast void. I didn't expose anything at all. This must be a coincidence. Samuel brainwashed himself. Yes, he must have just turned around casually to look at the scenery. This abyss is pitch black. How could he see anything? However, just as Samuel tried to convince him, in this vast and silent black hall, the infamous abyssal demon, King swallowed hard, the sound echoing clearly. If his heart had any semblance of existence, it would probably be leaping to his throat at this moment. He must have discovered me. Samuel couldn't help but curse. Is this what a top-tier powerhouse bathed in divine blood is like? Even a near-invisible probe from the abyss can be so easily detected. Wait a minute. In the midst of his terror, Samuel regained a bit of rationality, regardless of whether he discovered me or not. At least before the battle starts, I need to figure out what his attributes and class configuration are. Samuel suddenly remembered that he had only been shocked by those 3 dazzling divine titles earlier. He had completely overlooked the most critical foundational combat data, health, defense, and skill preferences. Thus he refocused his mind. He prepared to forcefully steady his mind, intending to retrieve Chinfeng's hidden character panel information beneath the titles. However, just as Samuel's spiritual energy touched what was displayed at the bottom, in that brief moment of seeing the attribute entries and level bars, the Demon King's massive body was suddenly sent flying backward. Blood gushed from the corners of his eyes, nostrils, mouth, and ears, all covered by hard demonic scales. Even the 2 flames of green ghost fire which had burned for 10,000 years without extinguishing flickered out for 2 seconds. Crack! The water mirror that served as a probing medium shattered into a shower of glass shards in an instant. The hall fell back into a dead silence. Samuel lay sprawled on the cold obsidian floor, convulsing violently. What just happened? What exactly just occurred? He wiped the black-red, demonic blood from his face, feeling utterly defeated. Even as a super boss who had lived for tens of thousands of years, he had no idea where that attack had come from. Damn it! What kind of living Yama is this? Samuel clutched his buzzing head and struggled to rise from the ground. I can't provoke him. I can't provoke him. His ambitions of bloodshed on Blue Star, newly lifted from his seal, were crushed within these brief 10 minutes. He thought, it's not like I have to kill a few ordinary people to vent my anger. Samuel, with an AQ spirit, comforted himself internally. Once this true god finishes touring my place, he might just leave on his own if he's in a good mood. From now on, upon seeing him in Blue Star, it'll just go around him. He finally understood why this person was leisurely mingling with those weaklings. It was probably just that type of high-level player who out of boredom enjoyed experiencing the life of a novice in a new village. As Samuel secretly congratulated himself for reacting quickly and terminating the probe before further provoking that ancestor. Buzz, in the passageway at the front of the hall, due to the collapse of the demonic energy seal and the forced tearing of the terrain. In this massive abyss, not only was there the path that Gang Gu and his group took, but at least 5 or 6 more temporary abyss cracks had opened up around them. And in the passage closest to the right side of the hall, a flurry of hurried footsteps and faint defensive magical light accompanied. A team of around 40 adventurers stumbled out from that newly opened tunnel, their faces filled with, what the hell is this place? Just now we were fine at Wind Cliff. How did we suddenly fall into this underground pit? This was another team that had gotten lost at Wind Cliff, even worse off than Gang Gu and his group, forced to dive into a deadened side path to avoid falling rocks. The leader was also a few level 60 guild elites, followed by dozens of terrified novices. Samuel was taken aback. His eyes reignited with ghostly flames locked onto these unexpected visitors. This time he carefully and restrainedly scanned these people from a distance. They were all normal humans at most. After confirming this fact, roar. Samuel, who had just suffered a bellyful of humiliation from Chun Feng, had his eyes turned blood red. Damn it. If I can't provoke that living Yama, can I not provoke you bunch of stinking fish and rotten Samuel picked up a gigantic black iron cleaver the size of a door panel from beside his throne. I'll use you to make my grand exit. Meanwhile, in another passage. Everyone stay alert. Don't make a sound. Gang Ge led this team, which was as nervous as a bird startled by the bow. The female fire mage and the male archer guarded the sides of the team, their staffs and bowstrings drawn to their limits, ready to face any possible attacks from the dark. Everyone was on edge, their hearts and their throats. They had all heard the threatening broadcast from the demon world leader that had just awakened. However, half an hour had passed, and not only had they not seen the legendary world-destroying Demon King in this passage, they hadn't encountered even a wind-type little demon, which was usually the most common at Windcliff. Along the way, they acted like a bunch of lunatics, nervously dodging left and right. The female fire mage was so tense that she blasted 3 fireballs at a slightly recessed rock. As a result, besides blackening the stone wall, not even a mouse's skeleton appeared. Gang Ge, what's going on? The archer wiped the cold sweat from his face. Did we take a wrong turn? Or is the dungeon still resetting its guardian monsters? Was that Demon King's broadcast just the system's automatic new player narration to scare us? Gang Ge was equally puzzled. I'm not sure. He warily gazed at the empty front. Don't let down your guard. Any carelessness could lead to total annihilation. Chun and Ge and Lin Xia, who were at the back of the group, also had pale faces from fear. But as time passed, after several encounters with the air, their team finally arrived at a branch platform located halfway up the mountain. Upon seeing the scene on the platform, not only the group of civilians, but even Gang Ge and his 3 experienced players were all dumbfounded. On this enormous platform, there were no monsters. However, in this area, which had been closed off for years and rarely trodden by humans, the ground was actually covered with clusters of glowing, immortal herbs. On those shattered meteorite fragments, there were even raw, high-level purple magic energy crystals exposed. My God! A 50-something herbalist in the team trembled as he knelt on the ground, pulling up a herb growing in a crevice. Tears almost streamed down his face from excitement. This is Yomi Spirit Grass, a top-grade life-saving herb that costs 50 gold coins apiece in the external trading market and is hard to find. Here, there is actually a whole patch of it. Not just the herbs, but for miners, that blue stone. That is deep-sea source crystal fragments. Even a piece the size of a fingernail would be enough for an ordinary person to live lavishly for half a lifetime. This isn't the Demon King's lair at all. This is heaven. Gang Ge swallowed hard. They had never seen such a dense collection of top-tier materials laid out brazenly by the roadside, defenselessly waiting for people to pick them up. No wonder those guild leaders outside dream of finding hidden task locations to delve into these secret dungeons that haven't been entered for decades. Forget about the Demon King or not. Gang Ge gritted his teeth. Brothers, this is truly a blessing in disguise. Since there are no monsters along the way, everyone stop just looking. Get to picking. If we miss this village, there won't be this shop. Upon hearing Brother Gang's command, the 30 or so individuals immediately cast aside any thoughts of reviving the Demon King. We've struck gold. Ha ha ha. Brothers, start digging. In an instant, the once silent dark corridor platform erupted with the sounds of fervent excavation and cheers. Chun Ange and Lin Xia were naturally not willing to lag behind. In a secluded corner at the edge of the platform, they even found a bronze treasure chest that was half weathered. Upon opening it, Chun Ange exclaimed, "Wow! Xiao Xiao, look!" She excitedly pulled out 2 pairs of materials emitting a faint azure glow as light as translucent wings. This is a complete set of Linkong, you crystal nuclei. Lin Xia too was overjoyed and hugged Chun Ange tightly. Initially, they would have been grateful just to receive a pair of broken white wings among the hundreds in the charity convoy. But now this was splendid. This highly pure crystalline material, once synthesized by a mid-level craftsman outside, would definitely yield the top-tier Lingqi that enhanced movement speed and all attribute resistance. Not only that, but on this treasure-laden platform, the two also conveniently gathered several special ores that significantly boosted mana recovery speed and stamina. Chen Feng stood by watching the 2 girls stuff their bags full and couldn't help but chuckle. Alright, if it won't fit, don't force it. It's not like we won't encounter better things in the future. You don't understand, Brother Feng. As Lin Xia desperately stuffed a piece of amethyst into her already bulging backpack, gasping for breath, she said, living in this wasteland, not knowing what tomorrow holds. Such a free opportunity must be seized, even if it leads to our doom. Nearly half an hour passed before the platform was stripped bare, leaving not even a moss patch behind. Brother Gang, leading the group, finally contently organized his own bulging bag. Alright everyone, let's call it a day and not delve deeper. Brother Gang still maintained a degree of rationality, saying, although we don't know whether that demon king has gone to the bathroom or is truly absent. Staying in such a place for too long could lead to unforeseen troubles. Everyone pack your things, and let's quickly find an exit. The crowd nodded in agreement. Regardless of whether they would return in the future, today's haul had certainly filled their coffers and coffins. The team began to carefully explore forward along a weathered passage that faintly glimmered with light from the outside. After walking for about 10 minutes, the lead elf archer suddenly stopped, perked up her long ears, and pointed toward a nearby corner mine. There's movement ahead. The group immediately held their breath. The sound of heavy impacts mixed with desperate magical explosions and chilling mournful screams. These sounds clearly echoed from a vast inner hall deep within the mine, accompanied by a certain massive monster, a maniacal laughter filled with brutality and the thrill of prey's despair. That means someone is fighting a boss. The female fire mage's expression changed. But there's no other way out. Let's go take a peek quietly. Stay hidden. Brother Gang gritted his teeth and led the team, sneaking along the rock wall to the corner. Meanwhile, not far away, the scene was so tragic it resembled a hell on earth. Another unfortunate charity team that had fallen into this abyss. What remained of the human formation and dignity was nowhere to be found. The entire group of over 40 had been driven into a dead corner of the mine. The few who had volunteered to lead, once somewhat renowned in Jiangbei, were now facing a fate too horrific. The foremost level 63 shield guard, clad in well-crafted heavy armor, had his silver-grade heavy shield cleaved cleanly in half by a giant black iron cleaver, as if it were mere tofu. His proud defensive skills were utterly shattered by that terrifying force. Lying amidst the pool of blood, he had lost the use of his arms and could only gaze despairingly at the towering formidable monster before him. Boom! Another strike fell. A rogue attempting to sneak attack from the side didn't even have time to leave an afterimage in midair. He was grabbed by the neck by the thick demonic arm and casually twisted. Crack! It was all over. In the center of this slaughterhouse, stained with blood and magical scorch marks, stood the formidable, level 100 demon king Samuel. He held the still dripping cleaver high, enjoying the despair reflected in the faces of the humans due to the overwhelming disparity in power. This perverse pleasure of torturing those who had once looked down on him finally eased the frustration he felt from the intense fright caused by probing Qin Feng. Weak. Truly pitifully weak. Samuel's green, ghostly eyes were filled with mocking cruelty. You lowly trash are now the first meal I've had in 10,000 years. Under the overwhelming pressure of the Demon King, the 30-some scattered individuals pushed to the brink were already so frightened that they could barely stand, their pants soaked. Several newcomers, usually scavengers, huddled together and began to cry loudly. It's over. This is an epic level boss over level 80. How could we encounter such a thing? We were promised a mid-level dungeon for welfare. Why did we end up in this death pit? Well, I don't want to die. The atmosphere of despair enveloped everyone. In a wasteland where strength disparities existed, encountering a level 100 overlord that could break through defenses left no room for struggle unless a miracle occurred. Sigh. This is fate. If we must blame someone, it can only be ourselves for not joining those top-tier large guilds in Jiangbei. We could only join a cheap charity convoy to scavenge. If we were among those core guild members, even if we couldn't defeat such a powerful demon king, at least under their advanced teleportation scrolls or secretive items, a few of us might survive. Unfortunately, there are no hypotheticals here. In the face of harsh data levels, only the strong qualify to choose how to survive. Are you done talking, human? Samuel had enjoyed enough of their fear performance. He smirked and raised the cleaver in his hand, which emitted an aura of abyssal death. With a light downward stroke, the 30-odd civilians huddled together would be reduced to vengeful spirits that could never ascend in this abyss within half a second. Embrace the grace bestowed upon you by this king. Samuel grinned wickedly, his hand slicing down. Yet just as the black cleaver was about to descend, and the 30-some people resigned themselves and closed their eyes in their final moment, the massive demonic figure suddenly halted midair. Samuel's two green ghostly orbs bulged in shock. Due to excessive fright and bewilderment, he widened his gaze. He turned his horned head sharply, locking onto the dark corridor at the corner. This aura is... Hey. Samuel's heart skipped a beat for a full 2 seconds. Damn it. How could it be you again? Are you here to hunt me down? Under the collective daze and disbelief of over 30 players who were waiting for death, the level 100 demon lord, who had just a second ago been arrogant and boasting about humanity being mere ants, suddenly found himself in a predicament. In the next moment, with a whoosh, he took off at an astonishing speed. Samuel transformed into a black shadow, fleeing with such rapid acceleration. He crashed through the black ceiling of his own lair, leaving behind a cascade of falling debris, not looking back as he escaped into the unfathomable depths of the misty abyss. Silence fell over the crowd as they exchanged bewildered glances. What? What just happened? That level 100 Overlord demon. Why did he suddenly run away? It seems he was scared by something extremely terrifying. While everyone was staring at each other in confusion, the direction where the demon lord had been fixated earlier, the dark passage caught their attention. Accompanied by the sound of footsteps crunching on cold pebbles, Brother Gang led his team, who were also in a state of shock, cautiously, holding their spears and staffs, looking around warily. From the passage they emerged somewhat timidly. In the dim inner chamber of the abyss, two teams, having fallen into hidden traps due to getting lost, met each other with wide eyes. Are you human? The severely injured level 53 long-faced shield guard, clutching his bleeding arm, stammered. Of course we are human. What else could we be? A demon lord? Brother Gang, slightly embarrassed by the situation, replied, We are from the Blue Sky charity team. We got lost in the new route after the earthquake at Windcliff. Are you also trapped here? Yes. The long-faced shield guard swallowed hard, glancing at the group of unscathed newcomers behind Brother Gang. Did your team encounter any dangers along the way? It turned out to be a crucial question Al once asked. The newcomers behind Brother Gang suddenly lit up with excitement. Not only did they not encounter any dangers, but their bags were also stuffed to the brim, and the pleasant memory of collecting super materials on the safety platform was still fresh in their minds. What dangers? We didn't encounter anything at all. Brother Gang naturally couldn't disclose their recent windfall, fearing it would provoke envy. He chuckled. I was thinking of finding a way out in this dead end, yet I didn't see even a small demon wind blade along the way. He had just heard some commotion here, so he came over to take a look. As he spoke, Brother Gang suspiciously surveyed the devastating battlefield and the scattered broken equipment. By the way, what was that terrifying laughter we just heard? Did you encounter a big problem? A big problem? The long-faced shield guard forced a smile. The problem is monumental. Did you not hear the terrifying system announcement just now? A level 100 Calamity Demon Lord is sealed here. Just 30 seconds before you arrive, that 3-story tall monster wielding a massive cleaver was about to use around 30 of us as a living sacrifice. Brother Gang and the female fire maid shuddered at the thought, instinctively taking a step back. The demon lord is really here. Right here? I was slashed by him with his hand. The long-faced shield guard excitedly pointed to his butt. Where is he? What about all this blood and the devastated scene? Where is he? Brother Gang warily scanned the surroundings. The long-faced shield guard was equally perplexed, his face showing absurdity. You might not believe this. That big brother was about to annihilate us when he suddenly looked like he had seen a ghost. Then, in less than a second, he crashed a huge hole in his own ceiling and fled for his life. He pointed at the large hole in the black ceiling caused by the demon lord's frantic escape. Everyone on Brother Gang's side was left speechless, exchanging glances, all wearing expressions of disbelief. Brother Gang was equally baffled. They had just been hiding around the corner of the passage, but had clearly seen the demon inside, larger than a house, with an oppressive aura that made it hard to breathe. Brother Gang had been secretly gritting his teeth, prepared to use a few protective skills to help everyone buy time for escape, even if it meant sacrificing himself. Who would have thought that the demon lord, wielding a huge sword and about to strike, would scream like he saw his father and then break through the ceiling to flee? Brother Gang, what's going on here? The archer, looking bewildered, lowered his bow. That is the level 100 Calamity Overlord from the official announcement. Could it be that your level 76 shield armor's reflection or your imposing demeanor scared off the demon lord? Brother Gang's face flushed, and he slapped this little brother lightly. What nonsense. If I had that kind of kingly aura, I would have gone to the Jiangbei Commercial Alliance to ask a big financial group for protection fees. Why would I be here leading a charity team for newcomers? On the other side, the team of over 30 people who had just narrowly escaped death looked at Brother Gang and his group, who appeared unscathed, while the lower-level newcomers were all carrying bulging bags filled with gratitude for surviving. Brothers, no matter what, we are grateful for your appearance. A bloodied warrior approached and shook hands with, if you hadn't suddenly emerged from there, we would have already been turned into minced meat under the blade of that level 100 demon lord. Our team also got lost. Brother Gang waved his hand. Let's not speculate on why the demon lord ran away. This cursed dungeon is filled with strange occurrences. There must be some ancient monster lurking in this wreckage that even this demon lord fears. Let's hurry up and leave. If we proceed along this path, we should be able to find a way to bypass the boss hall and reach the evacuation passage. Everyone agreed, not daring to delay even for a second. The two teams merged into one large group, now numbering around 70 or 80 people. They made their way forth with great momentum. Fortunately, the unresolved mystery that had frightened the demon lord still loomed over this area. On this evacuation passage leading to the surface, this area was virtually unobstructed. Not to mention the level 100 hidden demon lord, even the level 50 monsters like the polar wind demon and the shadow marsh spirit, which usually hide in crevices or swamps, had vanished without a trace. 70 or 80 people raced swiftly down this wide road devoid of even a fly. Soon they exited the cursed underground abyss. At the end of this safe retreat branch, an ancient teleportation array glowing with a soft blue light quietly awaited. This was the side exit of the dungeon. Awesome. We can finally teleport out. The two teams nearly rushed toward the magic array with cheers, finally catching a whiff of the long-lost air of freedom and the fragrant scent of safe soil. Accompanied by the flickering of data streams, everyone was directly teleported back to the outskirts of Jiangbai's main city near the Resurrection Stone in the Wind Cliff Safe Zone camp. Since they were a temporarily merged convoy and adopted a non-mainstream escape mode, they bypassed the intense battle against the final boss. Thus, the system displayed a very intuitive data bar statistics panel on the large screen outside. This panel would meticulously report all the final damage ratios and total kills caused by each team during their adventure into the dungeon. Many onlookers nearby who were recruiting or doing public service gathered around. Did a convoy come out? Let's see how much damage the team leader dealt. In this data-driven world, even the lower-tier players who tagged along for experience were enjoying the post-battle moment. The thrill of looking down upon others leading the data by a large margin. This panel also served as the best business card for guilds to showcase their presence and earn the admiration of casual players. Without a doubt, a long string of names appeared on the whiteboard starting from the bottom. The dozens of ordinary players who followed behind to gain experience. Naturally, they all consistently displayed a glaring damage output 0. After all, as low-tier players, they had just watched the battle and couldn't possibly touch those level 50 monsters. As their gaze slowly moved upward, some names that dealt hundreds or thousands of points of damage began to appear, which were from the small guild leaders who had desperately resisted under the demon lord's command. Brother Die, total damage 3-0. The long-faced shield warrior shook his head helplessly. Just now he had been sliced and diced by the demon lord, failing to even scratch the monster's health. Scrolling up further. Flying arrow, total damage 1-2-0. Setting fire to the mountain, total damage 1-0. Next were the data from Brother Gang and that other assassin. Princess Snow, total damage 2-1-7-0. Brother Gang, mighty, total damage 3-5-0. Wow, Brother Gang is impressive. As expected of a level 60 heavy shield, the counter damage is maxed out. Sister Snow's area attack is also amazing. The civilian players in the team erupted in exclamations and flattery. Although they had just survived the life and death crisis, with the demon lord being alive was already a blessing. Listening to the adoration from these people, Brother Gang felt a bit elated and waved his hand grandly. Hey, it's basic operation. After all, most of the monster clearing was done by us. Huh. Suddenly he felt something was off. Brother Gang's gaze froze on that translucent panel. Wait a minute. He rubbed his eyes, muttering in confusion. How come? I haven't reached the top yet. Above Brother Gang's name, it should have represented the peak damage of the team. Yet there was a long data bar glowing with glaring red light on top. No way. Is there a hidden team leader among us? Among the 70 to 80 people who just came out, whether they were leading casual players or low-tier players, all were accounted for. This sudden bizarre ranking caught the curiosity of the female fire mage and the archer, who were also examining the panel. Let me see. The female fire mage leaned in. Then she directly scrolled the system panel to the highest position. Whoosh! Under the collective gaze of everyone, one name appeared. Accompanied by a mind-boggling number, a staggering red highlighted figure appeared. Output percentage, first place, total damage output 9999999999999. 1, 10, 100, 1000, 10,000, 100 million, trillion. Brother Gang's hand was tapping the screen. When he counted to the end, he couldn't continue. What the hell? Is this a ridiculous number? Who dealt this damage? In this grand team of 70 to 80 people, who has this capability? Who has this ability? Even if all the top-tier guilds that had dominated Jiangbei for decades were pressed in, it would be impossible for one person's total damage to exceed such a heavenly, outrageous figure. Everyone unconsciously slowly turned toward the player ID written next to this extraordinary red, astronomical damage number. Damage dealer, happy win man, hiss. Silence. At the moment they recognized this name, dozens of people preparing for teleportation in front of the magic array looked as if they had seen a ghost. Is it him? Quick! Happy Windman. The one who got announced by the Blue Star's loudspeaker, even the gods fear his absolute kill bounty. That god-slaying master. The old mage in the team who had been scared to death shouted in disbelief, clutching his nearly bald head. Amidst extreme shock, everyone finally understood the huge mystery that had troubled them. Why did the level 100 abyssal demon lord who declared that everyone would be a sacrifice upon his appearance suddenly flee, like he had seen his father upon looking at the most inconspicuous corner? He was actually in that damn hidden abyss dungeon just now. What the hell? I wondered why that level 100 demon lord suddenly turned tail and fled when he had just broken the seal and hadn't had the chance to massacre us. Suddenly it all made sense after seeing this despair-inducing damage panel and that legendary ID. Oh my god. A plump low-level player who reacted first pounded his thigh in regret. That legendary level deity from Blue Star was just in a corner of that dungeon. We didn't even get to glimpse his sleeve edge. Even if we could only see his back. To get an autograph, we could boast about it for a lifetime in the old tavern of Jiangbei. While those on the outside were still worshipping the name on the dungeon completion panel, this being considered a hidden profound ancestor almost mythically revered, had already taken Xin Ange and Lin Xia and slipped back to the bustling commercial district of Jiangbei. Boss, we want to craft 3 pairs of gliding wings. Lin Xia dumped the high-quality wind crystals and feather frames she had obtained from the dungeon onto the solid wooden counter of a large forging shop called Craftsman's Workshop in the market. The chubby dwarf boss who had been dozing off while fiddling with an abacus instantly lit up his little green bean eyes upon seeing the 3 pairs of complete high-purity extreme wind materials Lin Xia had dumped out. While little girl, you have a good hand. For this purity-grade crystal, just add 2,000 silver coins for processing fees and magical inlay materials. The market in the Jiangbei commercial district is one of the most prosperous trading centers in the current phase of Blue Star. Even with the recent major updates in the game, the situation in the wild remains turbulent. However, the trading heat within the main city shows no signs of diminishing. The cacophony of vendors calling out their wares intertwines as high-level players clad in various magical energy gear haggle in front of the stalls, while colorful magical light signs occasionally streak across the sky. The rich aroma of grilled meat, the pungent scent of potions, and the clanging sound of metal forging continuously appear and disappear around them. Freshly unearthed abyss remnants. Going cheap. Team up for the old god altar. Let's get a level 100 damage tank for sure. Come take a look. Freshly out a level 60 premium fire-resistant scroll. A must for high-level lava dungeons. 10 gold coins for a set of divine enlightenment crystal fragments. Some of you come over for a trade. Chen Feng stood with his arms crossed leaning against a pillar outside the forge munching on an unknown grilled beast sausage, while watching Xin Ange and Lin Xia excitedly fixate on the dwarf owner slowly melting the premium crystal core into the metal mold. Today the street is livelier than usual, Lin Xia said, peering out from the shop, noticing the obviously strange atmosphere outside, mumbling to herself. Not only Lin Xia, but Chen Feng also noticed. At several important intersections not far from this artisan workshop, the normally leisurely wandering players had all tacitly retreated to the sides of the street. There was an evident sense of impending conflict everywhere. Boom. Suddenly, a blinding fireball erupted from around the corner, less than 50 meters away, accompanied by a deafening clash of metal. Damn it. The dogs of Tian's Mansion, do you think Jiangbei is a place your group of northern barbarians can meddle in? Accompanied by a rough curse, several burly men clad in uniform heavy armor, sporting the joint emblem of the local Wild Lion Guild and Poison Dragon Alliance on their chests, appeared. They directly kicked a mage who was also wearing a finely crafted robe, but had a dark red cross battle flag patch on his shoulder, sending him flying several meters away. That fireball spell even smashed directly into a nearby stall selling scrolls, instantly igniting a fire. The surrounding players immediately fled in panic, taking cover to watch the commotion from a distance. It's the local guild alliance from Jiangbei. Lin Xia's expression changed quickly, pulling Chen Eng back. They have been working together to exclude and suppress external forces these past few days. Especially this Tian's Mansion, they are being targeted the most. Tian's Mansion. Chen Feng bit into the sausage, recalling the young girl with a ponytail holding a cross-blood blade outside the city today. Shen Tianqing. Damn. Are you wild lions and poison dragons bullying too much? This is the safe trading zone of the main city. How dare you rob us? Do you really think people from Tian's Mansion are pushovers? A burly man leading from the opposite side, holding a bloodied large axe, let out a loud and arrogant laugh. Huh, you crack me up. The bald man slammed the giant axe onto the ground. If your leader Shin Tianfeng were still alive, or if this were in your northern home, I wouldn't dare to pull the tiger's whiskers even if I had 2 more guts. But you need to understand this. This is Jiangbei. Jiangbei is not a territory where you outsiders can run rampant and make money. In the past, there was someone to suppress the expansion of the major guilds. Here in the commercial street, we kept to our own business. The bald man sneered repeatedly. But now, Jiangbei is about to undergo a new round of reshuffling. He pointed the tip of his axe at the heavily injured mage. We are taking over this Jiangbei commercial street. Today, not only will you be acquiring this shop, any workshop under the jurisdiction of your Tian Saman, you either obediently hand over this month's bonus resources and shop and roll back to the north with your tails between your legs, or today, I will smash them all to pieces along with the shops. As soon as he finished speaking, the bald bodyguard's gaze casually swept across the street. Immediately his gaze locked onto the nearby blacksmith shop, which displayed the banner of the wind system, forged subordinate to Tiansa Mansion. That blacksmith shop over there is yours too, right? He grinned maliciously. Perfect, let's smash it too. Brothers, go for it. A level 60 berserker carrying a war hammer and with a face full of roughness strode and followed by 4 local guild elites with fierce expressions. He arrogantly pointed his war hammer at the dwarf owner, who was trembling behind the counter. Jiangbei is not a place for you northern barbarians to take a bite out of. This shop is now under the control of our Wild Lion Guild. This berserker completely disregarded the people present. He swaggered into the shop, directly raising the hammer that shimmered with a faint yellow light of gravity. He completely ignored the large pile of materials being melted and synthesized on the counter. Wait! Chun Ange and Lin Xia immediately panicked at this scene. Those were the crystal cores and feathers they had painstakingly collected in the Abyss dungeon. They were counting on those wings to soar to great heights. Our materials are on that. Don't mess with them. Lin Xia in desperation stood in front of the counter, drawing her long knife. You guilds can fight over territories, but damaging private property is not allowed. Oh, 2 little peppers helping the outsiders. The burly berserker grinned wickedly, looking at the 2 low-level girls. Old man, is this your new bodyguard hired by Tiansa Mansion? With this shabby look, it wouldn't even be enough to fill my teeth. He looked at them with disdain. What can I do if I smash your stuff? In this survival of the fittest place, strength is the rule. Get lost. As he spoke, he didn't hold back at all. The war hammer whipped up a howling wind, intending not only to shatter the forging apparatus, but also to encompass Lin Xia and Chun Ange, who were standing in front of it within the attack range. Sister Lin Xia, get out of the way. At this critical moment, Chun Ange decisively raised her hand, the staff manifesting in her grasp. Buzz! The berserker felt a blur in front of him as his war hammer suddenly encountered a strong sense of inertia. Spatial distortion repulsed. Chun and shouted. With a powerful burst of over 12,000 intelligence attributes, the space in front of her directly folded. That war hammer, weighing several hundred pounds, not only did not fall, but was instead repelled back by the spatial force she unleashed from the source. The berserker had never expected that a girl in her teens or 20s could unleash such a high-level skill. In a moment of carelessness, clang, the hammer's handle struck fiercely against his chest, and the level 60 warrior was actually forced back 3 big steps. He crashed into a rack filled with ores. What the hell? Spatial magic. This unexpected recoil not only made the berserker's chest churn with blood, but also surprised the 4 companions in their 50s who had followed him in. These 2 are not merely decorative, they are actually hidden masters. You little brat, are you refusing to take the hint? The enraged berserker, humiliated, shouted, since you insist on being the dogs of the Tiansa Mansion, I will cripple your hands as a mage today and sell you together to the slave camp in the black market. Brothers, charge! His furious roar echoed. The 4 accomplices immediately surrounded the duo, unleashing sword energy and hidden weapons towards Chun Ange and Lin Xia. Facing the 4 elites of the Jiangbei local tyrant guild, all of whom were at least level 50, Chun Ange and Lin Xia, having a weak foundation and little practical experience, quickly found themselves in a chaotic struggle. Lin Xia barely managed to block an assassin's sneak attack with her long knife. Chun Ange, on the other hand, was skillfully dodging back and forth in the narrow shop, using her still clumsy spatial blink, while counterattacking with various spatial slashes, sending wood chips flying and creating a cacophony of noise. Meanwhile, not far from the entrance, Jin Feng leaned against a pillar, leisurely taking the last bite of his grilled sausage skewer and casually tossing the stick into the nearby trash can. He showed no intention of intervening. A jade must be polished to become a gem. This was one aspect. On the other hand, he truly couldn't think of any reason to step in. In fact, given Shenang's current attributes, she should have been able to crush them in a fight. He didn't want his excessive protection to end up harming her. He didn't want her to remain a mere vase, always at a loss in situations like this. Shenangi surely would. If Shenangi ever encountered real danger, Chinfeng would naturally step in. He couldn't just watch his sister risk herself and get hurt. His eyes narrowed slightly. Under the coverage of his powerful dynamic vision, the battle situation on Shenangi and Lin Xia's side was utterly trivial. For a threat of this level, he wouldn't even need 0.01 seconds to react. He could intervene at any moment and annihilate them all. Inside the shop, Lin Xia was hit on the shoulder by a frost spell, causing her to gasp in cold shock. "Angie, that assassin is trying to flank us," she exclaimed in alarm. Originally dodging the flying daggers, Shenangi was caught off guard by this imminent crisis. The little girl, having been subtly influenced by Chinfeng since childhood, unleashed her stubborn yet fierce survival instincts that had long been hidden within her. "Trying to sneak attack me." Shenangi gritted her teeth. Her fingers moved quickly, and the ring on her right ring finger glowed with purple light. It was a poison gas bomb scroll hidden in her storage ring, which she directly hurled from her sleeve. Bang! A burst of acrid yellow smoke instantly exploded in front of the invisible assassin's face. "Oh, my eyes." The assassin, enveloped in the toxic mist, cried out in agony, revealing himself, while frantically waving his short sword at his eyes. At that moment, Shenangi seized the perfect opportunity. Spatial slash. A razor-sharp, nearly invisible silver spatial blade sliced horizontally across the assassin's neck, caught completely off guard by the pain. PSHH. It was swift and decisive. The severed head of a high-level assassin over 50 levels rolled to the ground, accompanied by a spray of dark blood. Under the abnormal attribute augmentation and the unexpected spatial magic, he was instantly killed. Following that, Shenangi didn't give the others a chance to react. She immediately used spatial exchange to transfer Lin Xia's flaming long knife to another mage's throat. Lin Xia thrust with all her might. Sizzle. Another one fell. In less than a minute, 2 of the 4 thugs, the most threatening fragile classes, were taken down. The remaining 2, including the berserker captain, were dumbfounded. Well, very good. The berserker's eyes turned red with fury, his brutish face twisted in a grimace. If he couldn't even handle a gang of thugs, had not only lose his position in the guild, but also become a laughingstock in the entire Jiangbei. "You killed members of our Wild Lion Guild." He tightened his grip on the heavy hammer, exuding faint yellow fighting spirit, which belonged to a level 60 high-level warrior, now fully locking onto the 2 girls, who were still trembling in shock from just having witnessed a murder. "Since you chose to assist the Tiansa mansion, then you shall pay with your lives here," he roared. "Today, even if it violates the main city's rules and brings the Red Name Patrol order, I will smash you into meat paste." He unleashed a full power strike, his rage unabashed and terrible. For ordinary newcomers, just the murderous intent of a high-level player would be enough to sap their strength to run away. However, Shenangi did not panic. After initially being caught off guard, she had already adapted to the buzz. At the moment when the berserker raised his shining yellow fighting spirit heavy hammer and roared downwards, a sharp silver light flashed in Shenangi's eyes. Spatial fold defense. In a critical moment, she conjured 3 layers of invisible spatial barriers in front of herself and Lin Xia. Boom! The heavy hammer crashed down onto the air wall, producing a deafening thud. The immense recoil caused the berserker's palms to bleed. Meanwhile, Shenangi, hiding behind the spatial barrier, merely took half a step back, stabilizing her stance by pressing her staff against the ground. "Can't break it." The berserker's eyes widened in disbelief. This was a strike fueled by his peak level 60 power, having triggered armor-piercing effects. In reality, after the earlier experience of swiftly taking down 2 enemies with fluidity, Shenangi had completely found her rhythm. With the initial natural awe of high-level foes fading, she realized, thanks to the terrifyingly high intelligence boost from the mythic crown that Chinfeng gifted her, no matter what level of spatial magic she cast, the power, release, speed, and pressure resistance were geometrically superior to her opponents. "Sister Lin Xia, leave the left one to you. I'll handle this big guy," Shenangi shouted, using spatial exchange to weave in and out of the berserker's heavy yet powerful attacks. Void shock. With a wave of her hand, a hidden spatial collapse energy exploded directly on the berserker's back. PSHH. This seemingly light back attack sent the robust man flying. He crashed through half of the blacksmith's door, landing in the middle of the street, spitting out blood several meters away. How is this damage possible?" He looked in terror at the girl with her staff, gathering killing intent, unable to believe that a level 60 tank could be toyed with like this. The intense sounds of battle not only made the dwarf shopkeeper hiding behind the counter tremble in fear, but also created strong magical fluctuations and a half-door that had been smashed away. They directly attracted the attention of everyone on the entire Jiangbei commercial street. Who dares to fight in the safe zone? And even killed members of the Wild Lion Guild. Quick look, those are the people from earlier causing trouble. Soon accompanied by a series of urgent and muffled footsteps filled with unmistakable high-level battle aura and pressure, the sounds echoed from the corners of the street. 4 or 5 main patrol teams from the local large guilds in Jiangbei rushed out. This included dozens of heavily armored guards from the Mad Lion Guild that had come to assist, as well as several other dominant guilds like the Poison Dragon Alliance and Blood Shadow Society that usually ran rampant in Jiangbei. They were initially patrolling the area to establish authority. Upon hearing that someone openly resisted and even killed their men, they were enraged. This was simply a challenge to the face of their entire alliance. Who did this? The leader Su Ming, the vice president of the Mad Lion Guild, exclaimed. A level 72 Xuanlong warrior. He rode a swift dragon with 2 horns gliding over the crowd, his cold gaze sweeping over the chaos in the blacksmith shop and the bodies of 2 brothers who had been slain. Vice President, it's those 2 women. They not only sheltered the remnants of the Tiansa mansion, but also killed 2 of our men. What audacity! Su Ming's eyes instantly turned icy. He shook the massive dragon spear in his hand, pointing it directly at Shenange. Since you treat our Jiangbei alliance with such disdain, no matter what forces are behind you, today blood for blood. Capture these 2 stinking girls for me. I will sever their tendons and hang them on the city walls to display their disgrace. With his command, 40 to 50 elite members of the alliance, all at least level 60, instantly surrounded the blacksmith shop tightly. The colorful high-level magic formations and various stealthy assassins gathered their energy. At this moment, Chen Feng, who had been leaning against a pillar and munching on sausages while watching the show, casually finished the last bite and took a tissue to wipe his mouth. Tisk, this nauseating behavior is the same no matter where you go. Chen Feng shook his head. Although he had successfully trained his sister, he could not just stand by and watch such things happen before him. Chen Feng slowly straightened his body, preparing to pull his hand out of his pocket. However, at that critical moment, just as the guild enforcers were about to rush forward to seize them, stop! With the emergence of this voice, the hulks who were about to act involuntarily halted their steps. The crowd parted to either side, creating a passage. Amidst a throng of protective guards, a woman calmly walked to the center of the encirclement. No longer the high ponytail and dark red outfit she had worn outside the city, which exuded an aura of a roaming hero or fierce aggression. The woman before them had changed into an elegant and expensive long coat of high-level guild president's uniform with a black base and silver cross patterns at the edges. Beneath it, she wore a fitted and neatly tailored white silk shirt, her long hair casually yet elegantly tied back with a luxurious ice silk hairband. On her chest, she wore a gold-inlaid jade cross banner badge representing Tiansa Mansion. This appearance, while lacking some of the ferocity seen in external conflicts, exuded a commanding presence as a local overlord who controlled the situation calmly. Shen Tianqing, Vice President Su, surrounding the storefront of the Tiansa Mansion with so many people even shouting to kill 2 defenseless women who helped us. Isn't this a bit too disgraceful for your Jiangbei local alliance? Upon seeing the main figure finally appear, Su Ming, the vice president, felt a twitch in the corner of his eye. He was genuinely wary of this woman who had gained a fearsome reputation in the northern Yuling region 3 years. President Shen, your timing is quite impeccable. Su Ming sneered, forcing himself to remain calm. Don't put on a facade of righteousness with me. Let's speak plainly. You northern invaders have been ruthlessly seizing high-grade or purchasing shares and market positions in Jiangbei in the past few days, which has touched the reverse scale of all local guilds. Today's incident was initiated by your people. Moreover, these 2 helpful friends of yours have indeed killed 2 of our brothers from the Mad Lion Guild. Su Ming slammed his dragon spear heavily on the ground to bolster his courage. If it were any other time, I would have given you President Shen a face and let it go. But now, I'm too proud. The region is undergoing a reshuffle. If you want to protect these 2 murderers and continue to stay in this district to grab business, all the guilds present here today will surely not allow it. Not only Su Ming, but the elite members of the 4 or 5 surrounding guilds also began to chime in loudly. Shen Tianqing's expression remained unchanged as she listened to this threat. She was well aware that this so-called Jiangbei alliance was essentially a group of self-serving individuals. Now that their biggest backing was gone, they not only wanted to consume external resources, but also sought to suppress their rivals during this turbulent time to establish their dominance in the district. If a battle were to break out now because of these minor players, the Tiansu mansion, which had just established a foothold here, would surely be besieged by all local forces. Not only would they be severely weakened, but they would also miss the crucial strategic period following this version. Su Meng, you want an explanation, right? He'll give it to you. Su Meng tightened his grip on the dragon's spear, snorting coldly. Shen Tianqing, since you acknowledge this debt, then hand over these two murderers. And you Tiansu mansion must unconditionally transfer the operating rights of the 12 shops in the western district of this commercial street to the Mad Lion Guild as compensation for our slain brothers. The operating rights of 12 shops. This was no mere compensation, it was a blatant attempt to uproot the commercial foothold that the Tiansu mansion had painstakingly established in Jiangbei. Upon hearing this condition, Shen Tianqing couldn't help but laugh. Her gaze swept over the front row Mad Lion Guild members who were shouting in anger, directly landing on two individuals standing slightly further back. One was wearing green venomous snake leather armor, the vice president of the Poison Dragon Alliance, nicknamed Poison Snake. The other was wielding dual blades, the leader of the Blood Shadow Society, known as Bloodblade. These two guilds were the core forces pressuring the Tiansu mansion together with the Mad Lion Guild today. Vice President Poison Snake, leader Bloodblade. Shen Tianqing clasped her hands behind her back, pacing in place. Today 2 people from the Mad Lion Guild died. Vice President Su is understandably upset and wants to take our 12 shops in the Western District as compensation. I completely understand. However, I find it a bit puzzling. If these 12 shops were really swallowed whole by the Mad Lion Guild, what substantial benefit would it bring to you Poison Dragon Alliance and Blood Shadow Society? The two mentioned Poison Snake and Bloodblade exchanged glances and frowned slightly. Bloodblade stepped forward and said coldly, President Shun, don't sow discord. Today we are the Jiangbei Local Alliance united against outsiders. As a guild from the north, your Tiansu mansion has aggressively purchased rare ores at high prices in Jiangbei over the past few months, severely squeezing our living space. Driving you away is our common benefit. Is that so? Shen Tianqing smiled, leisurely walking to a damaged blacksmith's furnace and tapping a piece of unformed ore on it. Drive away the Tiansu mansion, and then what? She looked at Poison Snake and Bloodblade. Do you really think that without the Tiansu mansion the ore market in Jiangbei will be evenly divided among you? Shen Tianqing pointed at Su Meng, who was still showing off. Last month, 30 kilometers south of the city in Fengho Gorge, the Mad Lion Guild forcibly occupied the largest magic crystal stone spawn point under the pretext of clearing high-level monsters. Didn't the brothers of the Poison Dragon Alliance get driven out and injure 3 team leaders there? Poison Snake's face instantly turned ugly. He certainly hadn't forgotten this incident, but at the time, they had swallowed their anger for the sake of today's alliance against external forces. Shen Tianqing did not stop, continuing to look at Bloodblade. 10 days ago, outside the auction house in the trading market, the Blood Shadow Society had its eye on a batch of high-level defensive scrolls. The Mad Lion Guild not only maliciously raised the price, but also set an ambush outside the city to steal those scrolls. This incident, leader Bloodblade, you surely remember, right? Bloodblade's face turned purple as he rolled his eyes. The atmosphere became quite delicate as Shen Tianqing openly revealed these 2 matters in front of everyone. You are talking nonsense. Spreading lies to confuse the public. Su Meng grew anxious, roaring loudly, Poison Snake, Bloodblade. Don't listen to this stinking girl babbling. She's just stalling for time. Let's first take down their people, and then we can divide the shops behind closed doors. Divide? Shen Tianqing interrupted Su Meng's shouting. Su Meng, the strength of your Mad Lion Guild truly ranks within the top 3 in today's Jiangbei. If the Tiansu mansion really exits Jiangbei today in a fight to the death, considering your current expansion speed and ambition, will you share the 12 shops you've swallowed and the freed up or purchasing shares with the Poison Dragon Alliance and Blood Shadow Society? Shen Tianqing looked at the other 2 guild leaders and uttered the most piercing words. I fear that by the time the Tiansu mansion leaves, the Mad Lion Guild's first target after growing stronger will be to swallow you 2 allies who came here today to wave flags and shout. The Poison Snake and Bloodblade fell into silence. They were not fools. The major guilds had always been wary of each other in their struggle for survival. The recent actions of the Lion's Pride Guild had become increasingly domineering, a fact that was evident to anyone. Today their agreement to unite and apply pressure was merely a ploy to reap some benefits for themselves. If the greatest benefits all fell into the hands of the Lion's Pride, and they had to risk facing a deadly counterattack from elite guilds like the Celestial Strategy Palace, then this deal was clearly not worth it. Seeing that the timing was nearly right, Shen Tianqing retracted her previous aggressive demeanor and adopted a peaceful attitude of negotiation. She nodded slightly to the Poison Snake and Bloodblade. Gentlemen, the Celestial Strategy Palace came to Jiangbei merely to seek wealth and development and has never intended to forge deadly enmity with any brothers in Jiangbei. In the Yuling district, we control the richest reserves of ice essence iron in the entire Blue Star. Shen Tianqing revealed her true bargaining chip. If both of you are willing to give me Shen Tianqing a favor today and step back with your people refraining from interfering in the personal feud between the Lion's Pride and myself, not only will the Celestial Strategy Palaces or purchasing price in the Western District of Jiangbei always remain 10% lower for the Poison Dragon Alliance and Blood Shadow Society. Moreover, starting next month, I am willing to allocate 20% of the ice essence iron that the Celestial Strategy Palace imports quarterly into Jiangbei at cost price to your two factions. With this batch of essence iron to forge equipment, your strength could increase by at least 30%. This was an offer that was impossible to refuse, or rather one that guaranteed profit. There was no need for any confrontation, no need to bear the risk of a desperate counterattack from the Celestial Strategy Palace, even at the cost of their own guild's foundation. They only needed to stand by and watch. Not only would they obtain the urgently needed high-grade or unique to the north, but they could also watch the Lion's Pride Guild exhaust their strength in a fight against the Celestial Strategy Palace. In this exchange, the balance of power could shift. In the future, who would hold sway in the Jiangbei district remained to be seen. The Poison Snake and Bloodblade exchanged glances. Both men saw a definite answer in each other's eyes. President Shen, you are straightforward and to the point. The Poison Snake was the first to express his stance, sheathing his green short staff back at his waist and waving his hand to his subordinates. We, the Poison Dragon Alliance, are merely passing through today. Since this feud arises from the deaths caused by the Lion's Pride and the Celestial Strategy Palace, I believe it is inappropriate for us outsiders to intervene. You should resolve this matter yourselves over time. After saying this, the members of the Poison Dragon Alliance withdrew a good distance, clearing a substantial. The Bloodblade said nothing, simply gestured for his Blood Shadow Society members to retreat to the outer edge of the onlookers. The encirclement of 40 to 50 people that had just moments ago felt impenetrable suddenly crumbled. Only Su Meng and a few members of the Lion's Pride stood alone in the center of the arena. You treacherous scoundrels. Su Meng glared at the allies who had retreated in an instant, trembling with rage, his eyes bloodshot. He certainly had reason to be furious. Just a moment ago they had been united as the three major guilds attacking together, and now he was left with only his own men. If it came to blows, Su Meng was certain he would not leave this street alive today. Shen Tianqing looked at Su Meng, who had become a lone commander. Her smile vanished, replaced by a chilling intent to kill. Su Meng, now it's just us left. Shen Tianqing slowly drew the blood-crying cross dagger from within her oversized coat, the red light flickering along the blade. You Lion's Pride members caused trouble in my Celestial Strategy Palace's shop. Those two dead men deserve their fate. I will not pay a single penny for their burial expenses. She approached Su Meng step by step. Now take your people and carry those two corpses. Get out of here immediately. And what if I refuse to leave? Su Meng gritted his teeth, still holding on his dragon's spear, trembling in his hands. If you don't leave. Shen Tianqing stopped gripping her dagger tightly. Then today in this blacksmith shop there will be more than just 10 corpses of your Lion's Pride turned into white light. He was very aware that he was at a disadvantage today. Those so-called allies had betrayed him. If he fought back, now not only would he risk losing levels in gear, but he might even lose his... He was very aware that he was at a disadvantage today. Those so-called allies had betrayed him. If he fought back, now not only would he risk losing levels in gear, but he might even lose his vice president position. You've got guts. Su Meng ground his back teeth. Shen Tianqing, just you wait. This matter isn't over. He waved his hand, shouting at his equally grim-faced subordinates. Take the corpses. Retreat. The group hurriedly lifted the two corpses that had just been killed by Chunangwa, scrambling out of the crowd and disappearing at the end of the street. With the retreat of the Lion's Pride Guild, the onlookers and merchants around them all cast odd glances at this young female president who not only possessed great strength, but had effortlessly dismantled the opposing alliance with just a few words before dispersing. The safe zone returned to its superficial calm. After confirming that those people had left far behind, the eyes that had been watching the commotion also shifted away. Shen Tianqing, who had been standing tall and exuding a commanding aura, felt her tense shoulders relax, slightly releasing a long sigh of pent-up frustration. No one knew how much mental energy it took for a young girl barely in her 20s to maintain such an impeccable high-pressure demeanor in an environment surrounded by wolves. She sheathed her dagger and turned around, quickly walking up to Chinangwa and Lin Xia. The cold mask of a ruler she had worn moments ago vanished, replaced by sincere apologies. I'm sorry, both of you. Shen Tianqing began to apologize. Our expansion strategy in the north has been somewhat hasty, causing discontent among the local forces. This incident was initially directed at our guild shop, yet you were drawn into it and forced to act in self-defense, leading to the death of someone and bringing this big trouble from the Lion's Pride Guild. I sincerely apologize. It's fine. Shen Hongguo waved his hand excitedly. That person was about to smash me with a hammer. If I hadn't fought back, he would have flattened me. Besides, you were simply too cool just now. You scared them all off in just a few words. Lin Xia also breathed a sigh of relief, sheathing her long sword. President Shun, your handling of the situation was truly remarkable. Not only did you avoid any bloodshed among your own people, but you also tore a big hole in their alliance. Now the Lion's Pride Guild not only lost its foundation, but would likely find it hard to form any sincere alliances in Jiangbei in the future. Shen Tianqing gave a wry smile. It was all forced out in the wasteland. If it were my brother here. She suddenly fell silent, not bringing up that topic again. She turned to look at the dwarf boss, who was still hiding under the counter, sweating profusely. Although this blacksmith shop was controlled by the Celestial Strategy Palace, the boss was just an honest NPC who crafted equipment. Boss, come out, it's all right now, Shen Tianqing reassured. Only then did the dwarf boss timidly crawl out. Shen Tianqing looked at the scattered feather materials and slightly cracked wind-type crystal cores on the forging table, remnants of the earlier battle and the magical shock. You are crafting equipment here. Shen Tianqing recognized the materials' use at a glance. Are these for synthesizing flying wings? Yes. Shen Hongguo gathered the materials with a pained expression. These are premium materials that dropped from Wind Cliff. But that person's interference caused the crystal core to crack, and I don't know if the boss can still synthesize them. Don't worry. Shen Tianqing directly ordered the dwarf boss, go get the repair liquid from the warehouse. She turned to Shen Hongguo. Not only did you help us during our crisis today, but the losses from these materials and the risk of synthesis failure will be fully covered by the Celestial Strategy Palace. Not only will all the materials be replaced with the best quality, but the synthesis costs will also be waived entirely. Really? Thank you, President Shun. Lin Xia was ecstatic upon hearing that all costs would be waived. The dwarf boss nodded repeatedly, hurriedly rummaging in the back for top-tier materials. After all, with the big boss orders, he promptly utilized his highest level of forging skills. Not long after Zila, the crisp sound of cooling and quenching echoed. 2 pairs of transparent energy wings radiating a rich blue glow and adorned with high-level wind-type magical runes were neatly arranged on the counter. Flying Wings' epic level requirement none effect consumes a small amount of magical energy to glide at 200 movement speed and perform short-distance flight. Lin Xia and Shen Hongguo eagerly equipped the Flying Wings through the system in their back-mounted slots. With a whoosh they unfurled. The 2 pairs of transparent wings spread out, and with a slight control of his magical energy, Shen Hongguo's feet lifted off the ground, hovering in midair. Flying. Xia, look. Shen Hongguo spun excitedly in the air above the shop. Lin Xia was equally exhilarated, her face flushed as she experienced the miraculous feeling of soaring without relying on levels. Shen Feng watched the 2 of them reveling in joy, a knowing smile on his face. He looked up at the sun, which was already leaning towards the west. They had played enough for now. Time was running short. The auction time agreed upon with the big shopkeeper was about